Abandoned at the port, Ryan exhibited extraordinary observation haki from a young age, along with an unfathomable god-level culinary system. When the Rocks Pirates accidentally tasted the dishes prepared by the boy, the entire landscape of the new world subtly changed. Whitebeard was willing to overturn a Navy base for a bowl of ramen. Kaido would drunkenly shout about recognizing the chef as his adopted son, and Big Mom even exchanged rare ingredients for the privilege of regular banquets. I end this fierce pirate crew, filled with strong individuals. Ryan, wielding a ladle, gained more prestige than the fighters. When Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong received a secret report from an undercover agent, he could hardly believe it as he confirmed repeatedly. The deputy captain of Rocks, who stirred the world's winds, was actually a minor chef wearing an apron. Chapter 1. Ryan is on a small island surrounded by the sea, covering several dozen square kilometers. In a slightly dilapidated wooden kitchen, hot oil crackled in the iron pan, and the rich aroma of meat mixed with the spiciness of spices dominated the entire space. A few daring villagers peeked from behind a nearby tree, looking toward the only shabby restaurant at the village entrance. At the restaurant's door, a tall man with wild black hair was drumming his knuckles on the table, making a dull sound. The plates on the table were licked clean, not a drop of sauce left. "Hey, kid." The man's voice was rough, carrying an irresistible sense of pressure. "Your food is quite good." 8-year-old Ryan calmly wiped the chef's knife in his hand, the blade reflecting his youthful yet exceptionally steady face. "Thank you for the compliment." "Ha ha." The man suddenly burst into a deafening laugh, startling the seabirds under the eaves to flap their wings and fly away. "Come be my chef." He wasn't negotiating. He was announcing a predetermined fact. "Come sail with me. I'm Rocks D. Zebek." Rocks. Ryan paused for a moment while wiping the knife. This name would become a nightmare for the entire world in the coming decades. He almost became the king of the world, a legend that could only be defeated by the Navy and Roger working together. And now, Rocks was still very young, just a newcomer pirate setting sail with a few crew members aboard a shabby ship. Detected that the host is facing a critical choice, the invitation from the future maritime overlord. Choice 1. Refuse Rocks, reward 500 culinary points, proficiency in Navy. 6 forms iron block, beginner. Choice 2. Agree to Rocks, become the chef of the Rocks Pirates, reward 2,000 culinary points, unlock new ingredient encyclopedia for the grand line, early stage, gain exclusive reward endless seasoning bottle. God level culinary system. Host, Ryan D. Zebek culinary level. Top tier, 45,000/20000. Medical skill level. Excellent culinary points. 8,500. The system's prompt in Ryan's mind was exceptionally clear. His culinary skills had been stuck at the premium level for a long time. Images floated in his mind. It had been 8 years since he was reborn into the world of One Piece. Ryan was an orphan with unknown parents, found and adopted by an old man in the village. Unexpectedly, this body had decent talent, and he even possessed innate observation haki, defeating a pirate who came to the village to steal with a bounty of 8 million at the age of 8. Most importantly, Ryan had bound a god-level culinary system. This system classified culinary skills into categories: ordinary, premium, excellent, top tier, master, unrivaled, and god level. Each time he cooked, depending on the taste and difficulty of a dish, he would gain corresponding experience points and culinary points. The better the food and the higher the difficulty, the more experience points and culinary points he would earn. Each time he advanced a culinary level, he would receive an exclusive reward, and these culinary points could be used in the system mall to buy various items. Body techniques, weapons, 3-color haki, Navy 6 forms, famous swords, and so on, countless varieties. There would also be occasional tasks related to improving Ryan's culinary skills released based on circumstances, and completing them would yield rewards. Unfortunately, the ingredients in the small island where he currently resided, and even the nearby waters, could no longer provide him with more experience points. To advance and become stronger, he had to go to a broader world in search of top-tier ingredients. The sea was the ultimate treasure trove for all chefs, and Rock's ship was undoubtedly the fastest vessel heading toward that treasure trove. "Why should I sail with a pirate like you?" Ryan spoke up, his tone not like that of a child, but rather like an adult in negotiation. Rocks grinned, revealing a wild smile. "Because your food is meant for the future king of the seas, not to be served to these villagers who can't even afford meat in this poor countryside. His words were direct and harsh, causing the villagers sneaking a glance from afar to show humiliation and anger on their faces. Ryan, don't listen to him. An old yet powerful voice came from behind Ryan. The old man who adopted Ryan hobbled out with a wooden cane, his wrinkled face filled with vigilance and unease. He opened his arms to shield Ryan behind him, his murky eyes fixed on Rocks. Pirates are a bunch of inhumane bastards. They only know how to rob and kill. You can't take away the hope of our village. The old man had watched Ryan grow up. He knew how extraordinary this child was that a month ago, 8-year-old Ryan had defeated a pirate with a bounty of 8 million who came to the island to steal. Such talent should not be wasted on a pirate ship. Rock's smile dimmed slightly as he sized up the old man standing in front of him. He didn't get angry. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing. Old man, this is not something you can decide. Rock stepped past the old man and looked at Ryan. Kid, tell me your answer. Come with me. I can show you the world's rarest ingredients, challenge the most powerful sea beasts, and taste flavors that only exist in legends. Stay here, and you'll spend your life guarding this little rundown shop, cooking grilled fish for these poor folks. The atmosphere froze at that moment. The sea breeze seemed to stop blowing. Everyone's attention focused on the 8-year-old child. Ryan stepped out from behind the old man. First, he looked up at the old man, whose eyes were filled with pleading and worry. Then, Ryan turned to Rocks, and that gaze was entirely different, filled with calmness and determination. I need to prepare. Yes, soon as these words came out, the old man's body trembled violently, and he could hardly hold onto his wooden cane. Ryan, you, Grandpa. Ryan interrupted the old man's words, and this address added warmth to his tone. When you found me, I had nothing that I tea was you and the villagers who raised me with every mouthful of food and water. I will never forget this kindness. After a pause, Ryan's voice became clearer. But this place is too small. My goal is to create dishes that can make the gods swoon. To achieve this goal, I must go out to sea. There was no hesitation in Ryan's words, and that sense of awareness beyond his age stunned everyone present. Rock's smile blossomed again, this time with genuine admiration. Ha! Good. Well said. This is what it takes to be my crew member, Rocks D. Zebek. The old man's lips moved, wanting to say something, but it eventually turned into a long sigh. He understood Ryan. Once this child made a decision, no one could change it. Ryan didn't say anything more. He turned and walked into the small room behind a restaurant. Chapter 2. Endless Seasoning Bottle. Ryan's luggage was very simple, a few changes of clothes and a long object wrapped in cloth. That was the chef knife that Ren cherished the most. When Ren stepped out again, the villagers surrounded him. They no longer hid, their faces displaying complex emotions. There was reluctance, worry, and a hint of envy and anticipation. Ren, take this. It's the best dried fish in the village. Ren, this is a talisman my wife sewed for you. I hope it keeps you safe. You little rascal, don't embarrass our village out there. The honest faces and sincere words. Ren accepted what they offered and bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you all. Ren walked to the old man and stuffed a small wooden box into his hands. Grandpa, this is some money I've saved up over the years. Keep it and don't work so hard anymore. The old man tightly grasped the wooden box, his eyes already moist. Out there, take care of yourself. Ren nodded heavily. He took one last look at the village where he had lived for 8 years, at the familiar faces. Then, Ren resolutely turned and walked towards the shabby pirate ship docked at the shore. Locks was already waiting by the ship, and the few crew members behind him curiously sized up the little chef about to board. Ready? Locks asked. Ren didn't answer, but replaced words with action. He leaped, his small body drawing a neat arc in the air and landing steadily on the deck. The deck was somewhat slippery from frequent soaking in seawater, exuding the smell of wood mixed with sea salt. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully boarding the Rocks Pirate crew. The Endless Seasoning Bottle has been issued to the system space. Endless Seasoning Bottle can generate any known basic seasoning according to the host's imagination, with a daily usage limit of 3 times. The system's voice echoed in Ren's heart again. He ignored it and walked straight to the even simpler kitchen aboard the ship. The kitchen was small, with only an old stove and a few pots. But that was enough for Ren. Locks followed him in, leaning against the doorframe. From today on, you are the head chef of this ship. The stomachs of everyone on board are in your hands. Rendon turned back, softly saying, I need ingredients, fresh, top-quality ingredients. Locks burst into laughter. No problem. Out at sea, whatever you want, we'll go steal it. Whether it's giant sea creatures from 10,000 meters deep or dream fruits only found in Sky Islands. As long as you can cook it, I can get it for you. Lox's voice was filled with unparalleled confidence and dominance. The corners of Ren's mouth finally curled into a slight arc. He knew he had made the right bet. The ship set sail. The wooden hull creaked as it moved through the waves, cutting through the wind and heading towards the unknown and vast distance. Ren stood at the ship's railing, watching the island that had raised him slowly shrink into a black in the distance, eventually disappearing below the horizon. Saying goodbye to the past was to welcome a more magnificent future. His journey to become a culinary god officially began on this ship, the future ruler of the seas. The ship wasn't large, and the creaking planks seemed to tell of the hardships of the voyage. The kitchen where Ren was pitifully narrow, barely allowing one person to turn around. The air was filled with an inescapable fishy and moldy smell, with a few bags of hard black bread and several barrels of poor quality rum piled in the corner. The Rocks pirate crew was small, consisting of Locks and 3 core crew members. One was a brawny man named Gats, with bulging muscles and a laugh as loud as Locks's, wielding a massive anchor as a weapon, now eyeing Ren with suspicion. Captain, you really let this little brat cook? He's not even as tall as my axe. Let's just hope he doesn't set the kitchen on fire. Gats's voice buzzed, showing no concealment of his disdain. The other was a tall, thin man named Silver, who always leaned in the shadow of the mast, polishing his long spear, his gaze sharp as an eagle, silent and seemingly indifferent to everything. The last was the shipwright, Dolam, a short middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, always holding a hammer and nails, constantly banging on the ship and muttering, "This damn ship will fall apart sooner or later." Ren ignored Gats's provocation. He set down his bag and solemnly placed the chef knife wrapped in thick cloth on the only relatively clean cutting board. Then he began to act. Ren didn't start a fire to cook. Instead, he found a rag and a bucket of fresh water to begin wiping the greasy stove. His movements were meticulous, as if performing some sacred ritual. From the stove to the pots to the dusty bowls and dishes, he cleaned everything thoroughly. Under his management, the entire kitchen, though still simple, felt rejuvenated. Gats looked on, sneering, and said to Locks, "Captain, is this a chef you found or a cleaner? We're about to starve here." Locks leaned against the kitchen door, arms crossed, watching with interest, and just smiled at his words. Just wait. After cleaning the kitchen, Ren turned around and calmly looked at the 3 men at the door. There was no ripple on his youthful face, but his voice was clear and powerful. "From today on, this is my territory. First, no one is allowed in the kitchen without my permission. Second, no non-food items are allowed in the kitchen. Third, and most importantly, no food is to be wasted." Gats was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Haha, little brat, you even set rules now? Do you know who you're talking to?" He stepped forward, his massive form nearly overshadowing Ren completely. Ren looked up, his gaze locking onto Gats's eyes, his expression not like that of an 8-year-old child, but rather like a seasoned captain, calm and sharp. "I'm talking to the person who will eat the food I make. If you can't handle it, you can continue gnawing on your black bread." Gats's face flushed instantly, his fists clenching and cracking. "Gats," Locke spoke lightly, his voice not loud, but immediately freezing Gats's movements. Locke stepped into the kitchen, patted Ren on the shoulder, and smiled at the 3 outside. "He's right. From today on, the kitchen is Ren's domain. His rules are the ship's rules, whoever dares to violate them." Locke's gaze swept over everyone, and his smile turned somewhat dangerous. "I'll throw him overboard to feed the fish," the shipwright Dolam shrugged, indicating he didn't care. The silent Silver slightly nodded, seemingly in agreement with such rules. Only Gats looked displeased but didn't dare to refute Locks, grumbling angrily instead. "All right, head chef." Locks turned to Ren, his tone slightly teasing. "Can we see your skills now? My crew is about to revolt from hunger." Chapter 3. Complete Conquest. Ren nodded, pointing at the ingredients in the corner. "Is this what we're using?" Locks glanced at the hard black bread and a few pieces of salted meat dried like stones, scratching his head somewhat awkwardly. "Ahem, just set sail. The supplies are a bit simple." "Don't worry. When we encounter a merchant ship or sea beasts, I promise to get you the freshest ingredients. That's enough. Rin's response caught everyone off guard. He tossed the stone-hard black bread into a large wooden basin and poured in fresh water to soak it. Then he picked up the pieces of salted meat and carefully pounded them with the back of a knife to analyze the excess salt inside. Rin's knife skills were extremely refined. Despite handling the roughest ingredients, his movements were as elegant as if he were sculpting a work of art. Next, Rin started a fire to boil water, crushed the softened bread, and added it to the pot along with the pounded salted meat. The pot was filled with unremarkable white foam, looking like a pot of paste, and it only emitted a faint salty smell. Gats craned his neck outside, disdainfully curling his lips. Tisich, I thought it was something impressive. It's just a pot of meat porridge. With all that fuss, I thought he was making a grand meal. At that moment, with his back to everyone, Rin conjured a delicate little bottle that seemed to be carved from white jade in his palm. It was the endless seasoning bottle rewarded by the system. Rin silently thought. The most basic flavor-enhancing spices, a hint of black pepper spiciness, and a bit of plant oil to enhance the meat's aroma. As he focused, a drop of crystalline liquid and a small pinch of fine powder flew out of the bottle, silently falling into the pot, dissolving instantly. The next second, an indescribable, dominating aroma burst forth from the shabby pot. It was not merely the smell of meat or wheat. It was a complex, richly layered flavor. The rich meat aroma was infinitely amplified by a peculiar freshness, intermingled with the slight sweetness emitted from the cooked wheat, and a hint of spiciness danced within, making one's saliva flow uncontrollably. Glug. Gats's Adam's apple rolled hard, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the pot, his earlier disdain replaced by shock and desire. Even the usually silent Silver couldn't help but glance into the kitchen, his nose twitching slightly. Even Dorum, who had been hammering the ship's hull, stopped his work and followed the scent over. What is that smell? So fragrant? The aroma seemed to have a life of its own, penetrating the nostrils of everyone on the ship, awakening their hunger. Ren seemed to have done something trivial. He stirred with a wooden spoon and ladled the perfectly cooked meat porridge into several coarse earthen bowls. The previously rough ingredients now presented an enticing sheen, the thick porridge glistening with oil, the meat cubes plump and exuding a deadly temptation. Done. Rin pushed the bowls of porridge to the counter at the kitchen door. Gats was the first to rush over, not caring about the heat, grabbing a bowl and shoveling it into his mouth. Ouch! Hot, hot, hot! He yelped while fanning himself, but his mouth didn't stop moving. The moment the meat porridge entered his mouth, Gats's eyes instantly glazed over. The dense texture gently enveloped his tongue. The salted meat cubes, after being cooked, were not dry at all. Instead, they became exceptionally tender, bursting with rich meat juice with a light bite. The sweetness of the bread and the saltiness of the meat blended perfectly, that peculiar freshness crashing over his taste buds like waves. A warm current slid down his throat into his stomach, instantly dispelling the fatigue and hunger from the voyage, making every pore feel as if it had opened up. So delicious. Too delicious. Gats mumbled in awe, tears and snot nearly spilling out. Within a few bites, he finished a bowl, then held it out in front of Ren, looking at him with an almost pleading expression. Another bowl. Silver and Dorum, though eating more elegantly than Gats, couldn't hide their quickening swallowing speed and the slight gleam in their eyes, revealing their inner shock. Especially Silver, after finishing, unexpectedly spoke to Ren, saying not bad. Locke stood with his bowl, leaning against the mast, his face openly displaying pride and joy. He knew he had made the right bet. This kid, using the worst ingredients, had created a dish that even a king might not enjoy. What a terrifying talent. Locke laughed heartily as he walked over to Ren, ruffling his hair vigorously. Ha, kid, well done. I declare from now on, anyone who disrespects our head chef will first have to answer to my fists. At this moment, Gats had completely succumbed to the food. He licked his empty bowl clean and brought it to Ren, his previous arrogance gone, replaced by a foolishly fawning. Smile.um. Head chef Ren, I was wrong. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Is there still a little bit left in the pot? Just a bit of crust will be fine. Ren glanced at him and said flatly, the pot is washed. That Gats's expression instantly fell, like a discarded dog, pitifully squatting at the kitchen door, eliciting laughter from everyone. With a simple bowl of meat porridge, Ren had completely conquered this group of unruly pirates. He not only proved himself with his culinary skills, but also established his own inviolable absolute authority on this ship, which would become a future dominion. Having conquered the crew's stomachs, Ren's status on the ship became transcendent. Gats became his most loyal supporter, following him around every day, calling him Head Chef Ren, as attentive as a servant. Whenever Ren needed help, whether chopping wood or carrying heavy objects, he was always the first to rush forward, working harder than anyone else. Silver and Dorum, while not as exaggerated as Gats, also showed more genuine respect for Ren. Every day, the most anticipated moment was mealtime. However, even the clever cook could not make a meal without ingredients. The food reserves on the ship soon ran low. Although Ren could turn the rotten into the miraculous, he could not conjure things out of thin air. For several consecutive days, the dining table only had grilled fish simply seasoned with the endless seasoning bottle. Head Chef Ren, today's grilled fish is also very tasty. But, Gats said while gnawing on the fish, looking at Ren with pleading eyes. When can we have meat again? I miss the meat porridge you made. No ingredients. Ren's response was concise. Locks, sitting nearby, listened to the crew's complaints and glanced at Ren's calm face, suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up. You're right. How can my crew eat grilled fish every day? Locks walked to the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, arms wide open, and shouted grandly, I promise to provide you with the finest ingredients in the world. Today, I will fulfill my first promise. He turned to Ren, his eyes burning. Head chef, tell us, what prey in these waters is worth our effort? This question hit the nail on the head for Ren. The Great Route Ingredient Encyclopedia, initial version, in his mind had long been unlocked, and he was well aware of the rare ingredient information in the nearby waters. Chapter 4 Hunting Bluefin Tuna. Rain walked over to Rocks and pointed at the shimmering sea surface, saying, sail southeast for about 30 nautical miles. That is where the rapid, warm currents converge, and there's a fish called bluefin tuna. Because it constantly chases the warm currents. Its flesh is firm and rich in fat, especially the belly part, which is known as the wagyu of the sea and is an excellent ingredient for making top-quality sashimi. After a pause, Rain added, however, its swimming speed is incredibly fast, comparable to a bullet, and it is massive, making it impossible for ordinary fishing boats to catch. Comparable to a bullet? Gats said excitedly, licking his lips and hoisting his harpoon. Challenging. I like it. Captain, give the order. Rocks laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Good. That's the one. Dorum, adjust the course. Silver, go to the lookout. Gats, get your harpoon ready. Today we're going to bring back a bullet and treat our chef. Oh, the crew roared in unison, their morale high. The old pirate ship awkwardly turned under Dorum's control, speeding southeast toward Rain's indicated direction. Silver quickly climbed to the top of the mast like a nimble monkey, raised his monocular, and scanned the sea with sharp eyes. About an hour later, Silver's voice came from above, calm and clear. 3 o'clock ahead. The sea surface is unusual. There are signs of large biological activity. Everyone perked up. As the ship approached, they could see that the water flow in that area had noticeably quickened, and beneath the surface, a massive dark blue shadow was darting rapidly, creating splashes of white foam. Its dorsal fin displayed a magnificent azure color, shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. It was indeed the bluefin tuna. Wow, it's huge. Gats looked at the gigantic figure that was at least 10 meters long, not frightened but rather excited. He stood at the bow, muscles tensed, ready to throw. Now, Silver's voice rang out again. Gats roared and with all his strength hurled the massive harpoon, which was tied with thick rope, into the water. The harpoon sliced through the air like a bolt of black lightning, heading straight for the underwater shadow. However, the response speed of the bluefin tuna was astonishing. Just as the harpoon was about to hit, it flicked its massive tail and instantly shifted its enormous body several meters to the side at an incredible angle, narrowly dodging the attack. The harpoon splashed into the sea with a loud thud, sending up a huge spray of water. Damn, too fast. Gats hit the side of the ship in frustration. The bluefin tuna seemed to be enraged. Instead of fleeing, it turned and charged straight at the pirate ship. Its massive body created a white wake in the water, moving so fast that it generated waves in front of the bow. Not good. It's going to crash into us. Dorum's face changed dramatically as he gripped the helm tightly. This old ship couldn't withstand such a hit. As the fish's head, resembling a small mountain, was about to collide with the hull, Rocks did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward to the bow with a wild smile on his face. Come on. He neither used a weapon nor assumed any stance. He simply swung his right fist toward the tumultuous sea ahead. A buzzing sound erupted as an visible shockwave spread out from Rock's fist, forcefully expanding forward. The seawater seemed to be struck hard by an invisible hand, instantly exploding to the sides, creating a temporary depression. The bluefin tuna, charging at high speed, crashed into the area affected by the shockwave. Its massive body shuddered as if it had hit an invisible wall. Its speed suddenly decreased, and the tremendous inertia caused it to roll in the water, exposing its white belly, having been knocked unconscious. With just one punch, the might of Rocks had stunned a giant sea beast comparable to a bullet all through the water. Gats, Silver, and Dorum were all dumbfounded. They knew their captain was strong, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Rocks retracted his fist and shook his hand as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He shouted at the stunned Gats, "What are you still standing there for? Pull it up." "Huh? Oh, okay." Gats snapped out of his daze and, along with Dorum, exerted immense effort to haul the unconscious giant creature onto the deck with ropes. The enormous bluefin tuna occupied nearly half the deck space, its scales shimmering under the sunlight, full of vitality. The crew cheered for the successful hunt, awed by Rock's strength. Only Rain walked over to the giant fish, squatting beside it. Without looking at Rocks, all his attention was drawn to this perfect ingredient. Rain extended his small hand to gently stroke the fish's smooth skin, feeling the firmness and elasticity of the muscles beneath, then looked up at Rocks, who was also watching him, his eyes sparkling with a sense of satisfaction. "This belly is not bad." Rocks couldn't help but laugh heartily at Rain's professional inspection. He knew that his promise had ignited the creative desire in the little chef. An unprecedented maritime feast was about to begin, much to everyone's anticipation. On the deck, Rain stood beside the massive bluefin tuna, looking particularly small. Yet the aura he exuded made everyone hold their breath. Rain unwrapped the thick cloth that covered his chef's knife, revealing a long, glinting blade. It wasn't a famous knife, just made from the best steel, sharpened by Rain himself, and a companion he cared for day and night. "Guts, hang it up, head down." Rain issued the first command. "Got it." Gats immediately sprang into action, working with Dorum to slowly lift the several-ton beast using pulleys and ropes. Rain walked to the tail of the fish, took a deep breath, and the long knife in his hand moved. There were no flashy moves, just speed, precision, and steadiness. The blade flashed, and the massive tail fin was neatly severed. Next, Rain cut along the spine of the fish in one fluid motion without any pause. With a soft swish, the thick skin along with the fat beneath was completely removed, revealing the pink, well-marbled fish flesh inside. Every movement of Rain was executed with extreme precision, as if he were not dissecting a fish, but engaged in a meticulous artistic creation. The crew watched in awe. They had never imagined that processing ingredients could be so visually captivating. Chapter 5. The official establishment of the Rocks Pirates. Silver, bring me the cleanest ice cubes. As many as you can find. Dorum, set up the biggest pot, start a fire. I want to make soup with fish bones and fish heads. Gats, rinse the filleted fish with a light brine, Rain commanded calmly. The rough pirates, who only knew how to fight and sail, became his obedient helpers in the kitchen. Rain carefully sliced the finest parts of the fish into evenly thick pieces. The fish displayed a beautiful marbled pattern, with pinkish-white fat interwoven with bright red lean meat, resembling a work of art. Rain meticulously arranged these sashimi slices on a plate that had been cooled with ice cubes, each piece placed in an orderly fashion. Next, he took a piece of lean meat close to the fish's back, gently tapped it with the back of his knife, and minced it. From his bag, he pulled out some unknown dried spices. Using his endless seasoning bottle, Rain created a drop of special sauce that combined the umami of soy sauce and the fragrance of fruit vinegar in his palm, mixing it with the minced meat and spices to make several portions of exquisite tartare. Finally, Rain placed the richly fatty fish fillet on the sizzling hot iron plate. As the fish hit the plate, the fat quickly melted, producing a pleasant sizzle, and a strong, overwhelming aroma instantly filled the air. It was pure, extreme, crispy oiliness, mixed with the inherent deliciousness of the fish, far more intense than any flavor experienced before. Gatz's saliva was flowing like a river as he squatted nearby, watching the fish fillet on the iron plate with eager eyes, his throat making gurgling sounds like a starving beast. When the fishbone soup turned milky white and exuded a rich flavor, Rain announced, "Dinner is served." The crowd couldn't wait any longer and immediately gathered around. On the table were 3 dishes: crystal-clear bluefin tuna sashimi, the fragrant tartare, and the aromatic iron plate fish fillet. Beside them was a large pot of milky fishbone soup. Rocks was the first to pick up a piece of fish belly sashimi, without dipping it in any sauce, and directly put it into his mouth. The moment the fish meat entered, he felt as if his tongue had been wrapped in a soft, cool cloud. As the temperature in his mouth rose, the top-grade fat in the fish began to melt, unleashing an unparalleled sweetness and freshness that exploded on his taste buds. It was a pure and ultimate taste from the sea, intoxicating enough without any additional seasoning. This, Rox's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stopped chewing, his face filled with astonishment. Gatz, unable to hold back, forked a large piece of iron plate fish fillet and stuffed it into his mouth. The fish fillet's outer skin was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was tender and juicy. The moment his teeth sank into it, hot juices burst in his mouth, and the aroma of fat ignited by the fire surged to the top of his head, making him so happy he almost fainted. "Wow, I feel alive. I feel full of power," Gatz shouted incoherently as he devoured the food. The usually silent Silver tasted a piece of tartare, and the fish mixed with the special sauce was smooth and rich with the freshness of the fish, the richness of the sauce, and the wonderful layers brought by the spices. A rare smile of enjoyment appeared on his usually stern face. This meal was more than just delicious. As the food went down, pure energy flowed into his limbs. The fatigue of days at sea vanished, and some minor injuries on his body healed at an observable speed. Everyone felt their physical and mental states reaching an unprecedented peak. This was the miracle produced by the combination of top-quality ingredients and divine culinary skills. It transcended the realm of cooking, nearing the essence of a medicinal elixir. For a moment, the deck was filled only with sounds of swallowing, chewing at a satisfied size. A whole giant bluefin tuna was completely devoured by 4 big men and a child, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Everyone collapsed on the deck, rubbing their round bellies, their faces radiating a happiness they had never felt before. Gatz let out a long burp and sincerely exclaimed, with Chef Rain, "Even drifting at sea every day is happier than being a king." Everyone nodded in agreement. Rocks leaned against the side of the ship, looking at the satisfied crew and then at Rain, who was cleaning up the cooking utensils, feeling an unprecedented sense of ambition rise within him. He stood up, walked to the highest point of the ship, and announced loudly, "We have the strongest captain, the best crew, and the greatest chef in the world. We are not a bunch of aimless wanderers. We are the kings who will conquer this sea." Rock spread his arms and shouted at the vast ocean, "From today on, our name will be the Rocks Pirates. This name will echo throughout the world. Rocks, Rocks." Gatz and Dalram excitedly waved their fists and shouted along. Silver also stood up. Although he didn't shout, a fiery passion burned in his eyes. Rain stopped his movements, raised his head, and looked at the man standing at the bow, full of spirit. The sunlight cast upon him as if cloaking him in a golden battle robe. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Rain's lips. He knew that a legend belonging to the Sea Overlord was officially beginning after this ultimate feast, and he would be one of the indispensable creators of this legend. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, Birth of a Sovereign. The Rocks Pirates are officially named. Reward: 5,000 experience points, 3,000 culinary points. Unlock exclusive ability essence of food. Host dishes will have a slight permanent physical enhancement effect on companions. The system's prompt sounded in Rain's mind, and his gaze became even deeper. Essence of food? Permanent enhancement? This game was getting more and more interesting. After drifting at sea for nearly a month, the Rocks Pirates finally saw the first island on the Grand Line. It was an island composed of many giant cacti, with peaks resembling inverted wine bottles. Famously known as Whiskey Peak, the welcoming island of the first half of the Grand Line. As soon as the ship docked, a group of seemingly hospitable townsfolk surrounded them, led by a smiling mayor wearing a cowboy hat. "Welcome, welcome, pirate friend from afar. We are the residents of Whiskey Peak, and we love to host banquets for sailors like you." The mayor enthusiastically offered wine and food, while the townsfolk sang and danced, creating a joyous atmosphere. Gats and Dalram, having never seen such a spectacle, were immediately overjoyed. Gats took a large mug of ale and gulped it down, laughing heartily. "Ha! These people are so genuine. I love it here." Dalram also took food and began to eat without any reservations. Although Rocks also smiled and accepted the welcome, there was a hint of playfulness and vigilance in his eyes. He glanced at Rain beside him. Since coming ashore, Rain had been silent, not touching any of the food or drink offered by the townsfolk. He simply surveyed each enthusiastic face around him with his calm eyes. His observation haki had long been activated. Beneath the laughter and cheers, Rain could clearly sense a faint, icy killing intent lurking in the air. Chapter 6, One-Hit Kill. The heartbeats and breaths of these people were completely different from the expressions on their faces. More importantly, as a chef, he could tell the quality of the food just by smelling it. It was poorly made, and some ingredients were not fresh at all. This was abnormal for a town known for its hospitality. "What's wrong, chef?" Rocks asked in a low voice. "Is the food not to your taste?" Rain shook his head and replied in an equally low voice. "The meat is foul. The wine is inferior. The smiles are fake, but the killing intent is real." A bigger smile spread across Rock's face. He had sensed something was off, and Rain's words confirmed his suspicions. No wonder he valued this chef. Not only was his culinary skill extraordinary, but his perception was also keen. "Interesting." Rocks raised his glass, toasted to the mayor from a distance, then downed his drink and laughed heartily. "Then let us play with them." The banquet was held in the town square. Gats was already half drunk, draping an arm over a townsman's shoulder, boasting about how they hunted bluefin tuna and how Rocks knocked out a sea beast with one punch. The townsman laughed along while subtly probing for information, his eyes glinting with greed. Rain found a corner to sit and observe coldly. He saw the so-called mayor subtly signal the people around him. As night deepened, the atmosphere of the banquet grew more intense, but the hidden killing intent also thickened. Finally, at the stroke of midnight, the plot was revealed. "Attack!" the mayor commanded, and the smiles on the townspeople's faces instantly vanished, replaced by sinister killing intent. They pulled out knives and sword from their clothes and lunged at the members of the Rocks pirate crew from all directions. "What?" Gats, still drunk, had no time to react before a long knife slashed toward his face. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as a spear precisely deflected the knife. It was silver. He had remained vigilant the entire time, his eyes cold as he thrust the spear, piercing the attacker through. "Scoundrels! How dare you play dirty?" Gats, half awake from his drunkenness, roared as he grabbed a nearby table and smashed it down. Dalram also reacted, drawing his axe and hammer, engaging the enemies in fierce combat. These so-called townspeople were actually members of the Moss Guild, a group of ruthless bounty hunters willing to do anything for a reward. They thought dealing with a rookie pirate crew would be easy, but they were shocked to find their opponents far more powerful than expected. Rocks stood still, not even moving, merely watching the leading mayor, who was also an officer of the Moss Guild, Laika. "Is this all you've got? What a disappointing welcome ceremony." Rock's voice was filled with disdain. Laika's expression changed drastically. He expected the opponents to be so prepared, and each of those crew members was exceptionally skilled. He gritted his teeth and pulled out 2 short-barreled pistols from his curly hair, aiming at the seemingly least threatening target in the crowd. The 8-year-old child. Deep Blat. Laika pulled the trigger. He believed that capturing this child as a hostage would turn the tide of the battle. The bullet whizzed out, heading straight for Rain's forehead. However, there was still no expression on Rain's face. Just a second before the bullet hit him, his body shifted slightly to the side. The bullet grazed his hair and struck the cactus behind him. An unfathomably quick dodge. Laika's pupils constricted. Before he could be shocked, he saw the child move. Rain didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, casually grabbing a frying pan from the nearby dining table. "Yes, a black. iron frying pan meant for frying eggs. Before Laika could fire a second shot, he felt a blur in front of him as a gust of wind rushed at him. Bang! A dull yet loud metallic collision sound. Rain's small figure leaped high, the frying pan striking Laika's face at an extremely awkward angle. The tremendous force made Laika see stars. Blood gushed from his nose, and his two front teeth flew out. He toppled backward like a wooden post, his pistol falling to the ground. One-hit kill. The entire venue fell silent for a moment. Whether it was the battling members of the Moss Guild or Gats and the others, they all stared, dumbfounded, at the 8-year-old child holding a frying pan, slowly descending to the ground. Gats rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he had just seen. That chef who quietly cooked in the kitchen every day fought so ferociously, and his weapon was a frying pan? Rain shook his slightly numbed wrist, glanced at the unconscious Laika on the ground, then looked at the frying pan in his hand, seemingly satisfied with the feel of this weapon. All right, the fly has been dealt with. Rock's voice shattered the silence. He stepped forward, and a terrifying aura erupted from him, instantly enveloping the entire square. Now, it's your turn. He revealed a devilish smile to the remaining bounty hunters. A one-sided massacre began. Rock's moves made the battle lose all suspense. He was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, each punch carrying overwhelming power that crushed everything. Those bounty hunters, who seemed vicious in the eyes of ordinary people, appeared as fragile as paper before him, collapsing one after another with cries of despair. Gats, Silver, and Durham also dispatched their opponents and joined Rocks behind him, watching him unleash his power, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. Rain, however, walked to the kitchen in a corner of the square, holding his frying pan. The chefs there had already been scared to hide under the tables, trembling. Ignoring them, Rain walked straight to the stove, his gaze sweeping over the prepared ingredients, then frowned. Serving guests with such stale ingredients and wanting to poison them? Rain's voice was not loud, but it made the hiding chef shudder. He pulled a fish from a basin. Its eyes were cloudy, and its gills had darkened. He then picked up a piece of beef and pressed it with his finger. The meat was loose and lacked elasticity. This was the greatest insult to a chef in food. Rain's voice turned cold. He turned around and looked at the battle outside that had already ended. Rocks was standing with one foot on the chest of the last bounty hunter, still breathing, interrogating him about something. Rain stepped outside and said to Rocks, "Captain, may I use this kitchen?" Rocks was somewhat surprised, but nodded. "Do as you wish." Rain re-entered the kitchen and said to the terrified chefs, "Get out all the best and freshest ingredients you have here. If I find out you are hiding anything." He shook the frying pan in his hand, which still had Laika's blood on it. The chefs, not daring to disobey, scrambled to bring out their hidden top-quality ingredients from the cellar and freezer. Freshly slaughtered lambs, lively lobsters, and rare vegetables smuggled from nearby. I nodded in satisfaction. Then, he ignited the largest bonfire in the center of the square, set a huge iron grate over it, and began his performance. Chapter 7, The Forgotten Prehistoric World. Rain didn't do anything complicated for the meal. He simply prepared the freshest lamb chops, lobsters, and vegetables in the most basic way, and then roasted them over the fire. But as Rain quietly used his endless seasoning bottles again, sprinkling those secret spices that were invisible to the naked eye, a fragrance arose that was more domineering and savage than any banquet before. This aroma seemed to carry magic, quickly spreading across the entire Whiskey Peak. The townsfolk, frightened by the battle and too afraid to go outside, found their stomachs rumbling at the scent. Some bolder individuals quietly opened their windows, greedily inhaling the fragrance in the air. The bounty hunters, who had been beaten half to death and were lying on the ground moaning, perked up at the smell, their survival instincts involuntarily drawing their gazes toward the source of the aroma. Lots was also curious, wondering what Rain was up to. Soon, the first batch of roasted meat was ready. The golden lamb chops sizzled, the bright red roasted lobsters emitted an enticing sheen, and there were colorful roasted vegetables. Rain didn't share the food with Locks and the others, but instead walked over to the highest-ranking bounty hunter, who was trampled under Locks' foot, holding a plate of roasted lamb chops. The man looked at the lamb chops, emitting a deadly fragrance just inches away, and began to swallow hard. Rain squatted down, holding the plate out in front of him, and calmly asked, Who is the boss of the Moss Guild? Where's its headquarters? How many members are there? Tell me everything you know. A flicker of struggle crossed the man's eyes. Rain didn't rush him. He simply took a bite of a lamb chop right in front of him. Crunch. The crispy outer skin crunched open, and succulent juices burst forth instantly. The rich aroma struck the man's senses at close range. This was more torturous than any torture. I'll tell you everything. The bounty hunter completely broke down, spilling all he knew about the Moss Guild like beans from a bamboo tube. Ray nodded in satisfaction and tossed the lamb chop from his plate to him. The man caught it like a treasure, ignoring his injuries, and wolfed it down, tears streaming down his face, unsure if it was from pain or deliciousness. Locks watched this scene, first stunned, then bursting into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, good. Using food to pry open the enemy's mouth. Truly worthy of being my head chef. This trick is better than my fists. Next, Rain continued using the same method. He wielded unparalleled deliciousness as a weapon, completely destroying the psychological defenses of these strong-willed bounty hunters one by one. For a time, an extremely bizarre scene appeared in the square. A group of pirates leisurely enjoyed their barbecue, while a group of battered bounty hunters scrambled to sell out their organization just to get a bite of roasted meat. Gats watched in astonishment, finally giving Rain a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Chef, this trick of yours is truly brilliant. This interrogation banquet lasted until dawn. The Rocks Pirates not only remained unscathed, but also looted a large amount of berries from the bounty hunters and obtained detailed information about the Moss Guild and the forces in the first half of the Grand Line. As they prepared to leave, the townsfolk of Whiskey Peak spontaneously filled the port. They looked at the departing pirates with complex expressions. They did not bid farewell or curse. They simply watched silently. Rain threw a package filled with food to the hungriest-looking little girl in the crowd. After doing all this, he boarded the ship without looking back. As the ship set sail, Locke stood at the bow, unfolding the latest nautical map acquired from the bounty hunters. We're famous now. Locke shook a newspaper he had just bought from the Whiskey Peak Newsbird, which prominently featured their faces and bounties. Although the amounts were not high, with Locke having the highest bounty of only 30 million berries, the name of the Rocks Pirates had made its debut on the world stage. Captain, where are we heading next? Dorm asked. Locke looked at the map, his finger tracing over it until it stopped at one location, revealing an interested smile. According to the intelligence, the next island was one that retained a prehistoric appearance, called Little Garden, where it was said that two giants had been in a continuous duel for over 50 years. He turned to Rain and grinned. Chef, are you interested in dinosaur meat? Rain was wiping his frying pan when he heard this. His movements paused. He looked up, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Dinosaurs? Rain's ingredient encyclopedia indeed had records of such ancient creatures. They were very rare, high-grade ingredients. A slow smile crept across Rain's face. I'm a bit interested. The Rocks Pirates' rickety ship had been tossed around in the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line for over half a month. Other than eating, Gats's favorite pastime was pestering Rain about what they would eat next. He fantasized about the taste of dinosaur meat more than once, causing him to drool and prompting Silver, sitting nearby, to shift away a few steps. Chef, is dinosaur meat as big as a mountain? Is one leg enough for us to eat for a year? Gats hoisted his anchor, his eyes sparkling with desire for the unknown ingredient. I don't know. Rain was maintaining his kitchen knife, his tone calm. For unprocessed ingredients, size doesn't matter. If this broken ship really runs into a dinosaur, we'll be the ones falling apart. Shipwright Durham tapped on a loose plank of wood, his usual pessimistic tone evident, but anyone could hear the hint of anticipation hidden in his words. Finally, Silver in a lookout tower signaled. Island spotted ahead, massive outline. Plant forms, primitive. As the ship approached, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. It didn't look like an island at all. It resembled a forgotten prehistoric world. Towering giant ferns formed a dense green canopy, and uniquely shaped towering trees shot straight into the clouds. The air was thick with humidity, mingled with the primal scent of earth and humus, and occasionally they could hear long roars from deep within the island that belonged to no known creatures. Goyalu. Gats swallowed hard, excitement and tension intertwining. This place is really thrilling. Locke stood at the bow, his wild black hair dancing in the humid wind, his face showing no fear, but rather the excitement of a hunter discovering top prey. Ready to eat, little ones? The ship carefully navigated around the island, searching for a suitable landing point. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from the center of the island, followed by a tremor that seemed to shake the ground. Boom! A thick plume of smoke rose from deep within the jungle. What is happening? Volcanic eruption? Dorum's expression changed. Doesn't look like it. Silver's eyes were sharp as an eagle. More like some massive force colliding. Locks licked his lips, battle intent rising in his eyes. Interesting. Let us go take a look. Chapter 8. Dory and Broggy the ship docked at a hidden river mouth, and several people disembarked. Rain hung the flat pan he had seized at Whiskey Peak, which he had polished to a shine, behind his waist, looking somewhat out of place. But no one dared to mock him. They moved through the primitive jungle, following the direction of the sounds of fighting. The insects here were terrifyingly large, with dragonflies spreading wings nearly a meter wide, whizzing overhead. After about half an hour of walking, the dense forest suddenly opened up to reveal a vast clearing. In the center of the clearing, two colossal figures were engaged in an earth-shattering duel. They were two giants. One was clad in blue armor, with a red beard braided into thick strands, wielding a gigantic sword almost the height of a hill. The other wore red armor, with a wild green beard, and wielded an equally massive battle axe. At this moment, the giant's sword and battle axe collided fiercely, erupting into blinding sparks and deafening roars. The ground beneath them was already trampled into a mess, and the surrounding giant trees were severed in half, as if a storm had swept through. Hey, Green Goblin Dory, your strikes have gone dull today. Broggy the Red Goblin laughed heartily, his voice booming like thunder. Cut the nonsense. Green Goblin Broggy, Plepala Tudi. Dory the Blue Goblin roared, his arm muscles bulging like rocks. Gats gaped, looking up at the two mountain-like figures, the anchor in his hand seeming like a toy in comparison. My God, is this a giant? Silver and Dalrum were equally stunned by the extraordinary scene of battle. Only Locks, instead of being surprised, crossed his arms with interest, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Warriors of Elbaf? They truly live up to their reputation. Rain's focus, however, was not on the duel. His nose twitched slightly, and his gaze drifted past the two fighting giants to a spot not far behind them. There, a bonfire was blazing, with a charred sea creature roasting over it, the spoils of the recent duel. A strong smell of burnt flesh mixed with coarse meat aroma wafted through the air. Rain's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Such a waste. This was the first thought that crossed his mind. Such a vibrant sea creature. Its flesh should have been delicious. Yet it was barbarically roasted into charcoal. Just then, a volcano in the center of the island seemed to have a prearranged agreement, erupting violently. Boom! Seeing the volcano erupt, the two giants actually paused simultaneously, stepping back a pace, and then burst into laughter in unison. Ha ha! A draw! Waha! Another draw! They sheathed their weapons and walked over to the bonfire, tearing into the charred sea creature and devouring it as if the life-and-death duel had never happened. Locke stepped forward with the others. Hey, you two big fellows. Locke's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the two giants. Dory and Broggy turned their heads simultaneously, seeing these humans who appeared to be the size of insects in their eyes. Umans. Guess who got lost in this little garden? Dory the Blue Goblin asked in a deep voice. Your duel is quite interesting, Locke said with a playful smile. But I'm more curious about why you've been fighting for over 50 years. Over 50 years? Gats exclaimed. Ha ha ha. How do you know we've been fighting for over 50 years? Broggy the Red Goblin looked at Locke curiously. Quite simple. Locke pointed to the mountain of bones beneath their feet, some from dinosaurs, others from sea creatures. To eat the large creatures on this island to near extinction, 50 years wouldn't be enough. The two giants exchanged glances and erupted in laughter again. An interesting human. Indeed, we have been dueling here for over 50 years. Dory proudly patted his chest. As for the reason, Broggy scratched his enormous head. It's because over 50 years ago, we each caught a sea creature, one from the South Sea and one from the North Sea. The little girl asked us which prey was bigger. I said mine was bigger, and he said his was bigger. Unable to settle the dispute, we let the gods of Elbaf decide, and thus we dueled to determine the winner. Gats, Silver, and Dalrum exchanged strange looks. For this? For such a trivial matter. Two legendary warriors of Elbaf have been fighting for over 50 years? This reason was simply too manly, foolish. Locks was also amused by this bizarre reason, laughing heartily. But at that moment, Rain stepped forward. He looked up at the giants towering higher than the giant trees and calmly spoke. Can you pause your duel for a moment? The childish voice rang out in the clearing, sounding particularly out of place. Dory and Broggy's laughter abruptly stopped, and they looked down, their enormous eyes focusing on this little one who barely reached their toes. Little guy, what are you saying? Broggy asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Rain ignored his question and pointed at the charred piece of meat in their hands. Using such poor cooking methods is a desecration of food and a disrespect to the prey you wagered your honor on. Rain's voice was not loud, but every word struck clearly in everyone's hearts. Gats and the others had grown accustomed to Rain's kitchen tyrant mode, but it was the first time the two giants had heard such rhetoric. The air instantly fell silent. The smiles on Dory and Broggy's faces vanished, replaced by a sense of offended dignity. The honor of Elbaf warriors did not allow a human brat to make such judgments. Little guy, Dory's voice dropped, carrying a hint of danger. Are you challenging the dignity of Elbaf warriors? An invisible pressure descended, and the atmosphere in the clearing became tense. Locks not only did not stop it, but laughed even harder. He was eager to see how his little chef would conquer these two muscle-headed giants with his culinary skills. Rain showed no fear. He met the giant's gaze directly. I'm merely stating a fact. After a pause, Rain spoke with undeniable confidence. Give me that piece of meat, and I can show you what its true flavor should be. Rain's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating enormous ripples in the hearts of the two giants. They had lived for over 100 years, eaten more meat than mountains, and no one had ever dared to criticize their cooking methods in front of them. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly an interesting little guy. Broggy the Red Goblin was the first to react, his enormous hand slapping his thigh, shaking the ground. You say you can make it taste better? Not better, Rain corrected, but let it return to the flavor it should have as an ingredient. Chapter 9. The Bet. What a bold claim. The blue demon, Dongli, snorted, white mist puffing from his large nostrils. ISNT human cooking, just adding some salt and roasting it back and forth? What is the difference? In the simple worldview of the Elbaf warriors, food is the source of strength, as long as it can be eaten when cooked. Whether it's delicious or not is outside their consideration. Since that is the case, how about we make a bet? It was Rocks who spoke, enjoying the spectacle, and walked over to Rain, patting his small shoulder. Let your chef handle that burnt piece of meat. If you think it tastes better than what you roasted, we'll consider it a win for you. What if we think there is no difference? Broggy asked. Then we'll immediately leave this island and leave all the rum on our ship to you. Rocks said generously. What if you win? Dongli pressed. Rocks grinned, showing his white teeth, a smile filled with a sense of entitlement. Then you'll have to admit that all the food you've eaten in the past was garbage. And next, we'll be hunting on this island, and you two will guide us. This bet was filled with provocation. Dongli and Broggy exchanged glances, seeing the same absurd emotion, and a hint of curiosity ignited in each other's eyes. All right, we'll bet. Broggy thrust the huge, mostly burnt piece of Sea King meat into the ground with a thud. Little guy, let us see what you could do with this. Gats and Dorum felt a bit tense. This bet was quite significant. Only Silver remained silently leaning against a tree, trusting Rain. Rain approached the piece of meat that was taller than him and reached out to touch it. The outer shell was completely carbonized, hard as stone, but the internal temperature still lingered, leaving room for salvation. Gats, help me lift it to the fire. Silver, find some broad, clean leaves. Dorum, use your axe to carve out some wooden skewers for me. They need to be long and thin. Rain began to issue commands in an orderly fashion. The three immediately sprang into action. First, Rain directed Gats to reposition the meat over the fire, but at a distance, using the residual heat to continue cooking the inside. Then he took out his chef's knife, the blade glinting as he precisely shaved off the thick, completely carbonized layer from the surface of the meat, producing a crunching sound. This precise knife skill made the two giants watching gasp in amazement. Once the charred exterior was removed, the deep brown fish meat was revealed. Although it still didn't look good, at least it was no longer black charcoal. Rain poked countless tiny holes in the fish meat with a wooden skewers Dorum had carved, then turned his back to everyone, and once again revealed the jade-like endless seasoning bottle in his palm. The papaya enzyme that could soften the meat, the high-proof alcohol essence to remove the fishy smell, the sea salt crystals that brought out the deep-sea fish's sweetness, and a hint of rosemary fragrance to awaken the dormant taste buds. A drop of nearly transparent liquid, mixed with almost invisible crystals and powders, was quietly sprinkled by Rain, evenly covering the surface of the meat and seeping through the tiny holes. After completing all of this, Rain wrapped the entire piece of meat tightly in the large leaves that Silver had found, like a giant green rice dumpling, and then pushed it back to the campfire to bury it under hot ash for the final steaming. The entire process flowed smoothly, filled with a peculiar sense of rhythm, adding a touch of artistry to the originally rough outdoor cooking. The two giants watched in astonishment. They had never imagined that there could be so much skill in handling a piece of meat. About 10 minutes later, Rain dug through the hot ash and unwrapped the leaf covering. The moment the leaves were opened, an unprecedented, aggressively aromatic fragrance burst forth. It wasn't just a simple meat aroma, but a complex, layered flavor. The unique, domineering freshness of the Sea King was completely stimulated by some mysterious power and perfectly merged with a refreshing plant fragrance. There was also a hint of alcohol and spice aroma intertwined, as if a heavy punch had struck all of their olfactory nerves. What is this smell? Broggy's eyes widened like copper bells, his massive atoms apple bobbing up and down. Dongley's saliva had uncontrollably begun to flow from the corner of his mouth, forming a small waterfall. Gats was even more exaggerated, clutching his stomach, nearly rolling on the ground with happiness. It's the chef's flavor. It's the taste of heaven. Rain expressionlessly sliced the steamed fish into several thick pieces with his knife. At this moment, the fish had completely transformed. Its surface displayed an enticing caramel color, while the inside was moist and full of a pale pink hue. The meat fibers clearly visible, steaming and exuding a deadly temptation. Rain handed the largest piece to Broggy and another piece to Dongley. The two giants hesitated as they received the meat slices, which were just enough to fill their gaps, looking at the glistening oil on top, inhaling the aroma that made their souls tremble, and finally couldn't help but open their mouths wide and swallowed it in one bite. At the moment the meat entered their mouths, the two giants froze completely. Their eyes widened to the limit. It was a sensation they had never experienced before. The meat had not become dry and tough due to the second heating. Instead, it was extraordinarily tender and smooth. With just a slight bite, the rich meat juice burst in their mouths, and the ultimate freshness and sweetness, perfectly stimulated, flooded their taste buds like a mountain torrent. The roasted aroma, alcohol scent, and plant freshness layered upon one another, finally transforming into a warm current that slid down their throats into their stomachs, as if a lightning bolt had split open their dormant taste world for so many years. The two towering giants now resembled two children who had just received candy, emitting incomprehensible whimpering sounds. Tears unexpectedly rolled down Broggy's weathered face, each drop like a small stone hitting the ground. This taste, it reminds me of Elbaf. Mom's sea beast soup, he murmured, his voice thick with nasal tones. Dongley was no better off. He tightly closed his eyes, his massive body trembling slightly, seemingly savoring that brief yet ultimate deliciousness. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes to look at Rain, his gaze filled with complex emotions, shock, shame, and a hint of heartfelt awe. We lost. Dongley's voice was a bit hoarse. Broggy nodded heavily, looking at the piece of meat he had already finished in his hand, then glancing at the charred remains they had previously gnawed at, his face finally showing a look of disdain. What we've eaten over the past 100 years has indeed been garbage. Rocks laughed loudly, his voice echoing in the clearing. It seems my chef has gained 2 loyal customers. Yet Rain showed no signs of pride. He merely glanced at the remains of the Sea King and then turned his gaze towards the perilous depths of the primitive jungle. Chapter 10. The Rockhorn Triceratops. This is just an appetizer, Rain said calmly. This Sea King has just gone through a battle before you caught it, and its flesh is filled with lactic acid, affecting the taste, plus it is too old. Rain's gaze swept over the two giants, finally settling on rocks. There's a kind of rockhorn triceratops on this island that feeds on volcanic rocks. Due to its constant gnawing on minerals, its meat is firm and rich in various trace elements, and the bone marrow is like top-quality butter, perfect for making rich soup. His words made everyone hold their breath. Gat's eyes were already sparkling with excitement. Rock's smile grew even wider. He knew that the real feast was about to begin. Did you hear that, you two? Rocks looked at Dory and Broggy. My head chef is interested in the dinosaurs on your island. Dory and Broggy exchanged a glance, then simultaneously revealed combative smiles. Ha ha ha. The rockhorn triceratops is not an easy opponent. It has tough skin and immense strength. Broggy said, That's right. Even back in our day, it would take us considerable effort to catch one. Dory added, Perfect. Rocks stepped forward, an invisible aura slowly radiating from him, making the surrounding air heavy. How about a hunting competition? Us against you. Let us see who can catch the rockhorn triceratops first, and the winner can have the most delicious parts of it. This proposal instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the two giant warriors. All right, let us do it. Humans, don't get scared and wet your pants. Ha ha. A prehistoric grand hunt centered around top-tier ingredients was about to begin. The rules of the hunting competition were simple. Split into two teams and simultaneously enter the jungle, with the first to capture the rockhorn triceratops and bring it back to the clearing being declared the winner. Ha ha ha. Human kids will take the lead. Don't let the mosquitoes in the woods carry you away. Dory and Broggy laughed heartily, striding forward with mountainous steps, crashing into the jungle, causing trees to topple and the ground to shake, an impressive display of power. Captain, what do we do? We can't compete with them in speed, Durham said, somewhat worried. Rocks, however, was unbothered. He glanced at Rain beside him. Head chef, lead the way. Everyone looked at Rain. They knew that since Rain could mention the rockhorn triceratops, he must have a way to find it. Rain closed his eyes. His extraordinary observation haki spread out like an invisible net, quickly covering the entire island. The sounds of wind, the rustling of leaves, the buzzing of insects, the distant roars of dinosaurs, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. He filtered out the chaotic noises, focusing on sensing the pulse of the earth and the strength of living beings. Soon, Rain opened his eyes and pointed in the opposite direction of the giants. Over there, there's an unusual accumulation of mineral energy underground. That is their nest. Great, let us go. With Rock's command, the four of them immediately set off. This primordial jungle was a dead zone for ordinary people, but for the Rocks Pirates, it was more like a challenging playground. Roar! A velociraptor suddenly leapt out from the grass on the side, moving as fast as lightning, its sharp claws aimed directly at Gat, who was in the lead. Good timing. Gat was not startled but thrilled. He felt that since eating Rain's cooking, he was filled with boundless energy. He didn't even use the anchor, but directly met it with a powerful punch. Bang! His fist collided solidly with the dragon's claw, and the velociraptor let out a mournful cry, actually sent flying by Gat's punch, crashing into a large tree. Gat shook his hand and grinned widely. That felt great. Head chef, can this thing be eaten? It looks quite meaty. The meat is too tough and fibrous, only suitable for making jerky. Rain provided a professional assessment. TC, then forget it. Gat immediately lost interest. This is the subtle change brought about by the philosophy of food. Rain-as cooking not only healed their fatigue and hidden injuries during the voyage, but also slowly and steadily improved each of their physical qualities. This change was particularly evident in extreme battles and sports. Silver walked on the side of the team, his steps as light as a cat. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, and his spear shot out like a venomous snake, striking towards the treetops with lightning speed. Thud! With a soft sound, a colorful giant python that attempted to ambush from above was pierced through the head by the spear, pinned to the trunk. Silver's movements were faster and his senses sharper than before. He could clearly catch every malicious breath in the jungle. This snake has good gallbladder. It can be used in medicine and as a seasoning. Rain glanced at it and gave his assessment. Silver nodded, flicked his wrist, and retrieved the gallbladder from the snake, wrapping it in leaves and handing it to Rain. Along the way, they encountered various prehistoric creatures' attacks, such as swarms of bipedal dinosaurs, giant toads that could spray venom, and even a Tyrannosaurus Rex that they startled, roaring and charging at them. In the end, that once dominant apex predator didn't even have a chance to display its might before Rocks, annoyed by its obstructive presence, unleashed a punch that shattered half of its skull with a shockwave, causing its massive body to crash to the ground. Really, what a noise. Rocks shook his hand as if he had just swatted a fly. Gat, Silver, and Durham watched this scene with indifference. Their captain was originally an unreasonable monster. Rain, however, crouched down to examine the Tyrannosaurus's corpse carefully, then shook his head. What a pity. After your punch, Captain, the brain and the finest spinal meat have been shattered, compromising the integrity of the ingredients. Upon hearing this, Rocks twitched the corners of his mouth, showing an unusual hint of embarrassment as he scratched his head. I'll be more careful next time. Hitting it on the but will do, right? Under Rain's precise guidance, they soon arrived at a clearing filled with chaotic rocky terrain. The rocks here exhibited a strange dark red color, radiating mild heat. The air was thick with a mixed scent of sulfur and metal. This is it. Rain pointed to a huge, cave-like nest ahead. Deep inside the cave, heavy chewing sounds and low growls could be heard. Are you ready? Rock's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us see what this big guy that the head chef can't forget is capable of. The group quietly approached the cave entrance and peered inside. They saw a colossal beast, comparable in size to a small truck, facing away from them, repeatedly slamming its massive, keratin-covered head against the cave walls, shattering the hard rocks, then savoring the crushed minerals. It was the rockhorn Triceratops. 3 rows of bony blades grew along its back, extending from its neck to its tail, shimmering with a metallic sheen. 3 thick, sharp horns atop its head were particularly menacing, as if they could easily pierce steel. Just then, the rockhorn Triceratops seemed to sense something and abruptly turn around. Its dark yellow vertical pupils instantly locked onto Rocks and the others at the cave entrance. Chapter 11: The Feast of Giants Roar. A furious roar echoed terrifyingly in the cave. It was enraged. The rock-horned Triceratops scraped the ground with its 4 hooves, lowered its head, and aimed its 3 deadly horns at the intruders, then charged forward like an out-of-control heavy tank. The ground trembled beneath its tread. I'm coming. Gats roared, ready to confront it with an anchor. You can't stop it, Silver said calmly, grabbing him. Its impact will send both you and the anchor flying. What should we do? Leave it to me. Rocks stepped forward, standing in front of everyone, faced with the terrifying charge that could smash through city walls. There was not a hint of turbulence on Rox's face, not even a fist clenched. Just as the rockhorn Triceratops was about to collide with him, Rox slowly raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and pressed forward into the air. Buzz, an invisible, twisting force instantly enveloped the space several dozen meters ahead. The rockhorn Triceratops, charging a high speed, seemed to crash into a viscous swamp, its speed suddenly reduced. Its massive body, lifted off the ground by tremendous inertia, was held suspended in midair by an unseen power, unable to move. It let out an unwilling wail, struggling madly but unable to budge the space at all. This was Rox's ability, a domineering power that had yet to be known to the world, almost like a magic that obeyed his words. Alahite, chef. Rox turned his head and grinned at Rain. I didn't damage it this time, intact, fresh, and lively. What do you want to do with it? Gats Silver. And Durham looked at the prehistoric giant beast suspended in midair, futilely struggling, then at the calm Rocks. And all they could think was, it's truly pitiful to be up against such a monster. Rain walked over and circled the imprisoned rock-horned Triceratops, his eyes filled with the focus and satisfaction of a professional chef examining top-grade ingredients. He extended his finger and gently tapped the back of the dragon's neck. Right here, the gap in the 3rd cervical vertebra is the weakest point of the nerve center. Rain raised his head to look at Silver. If you stab it precisely with your gun, you can instantly sever its nerves, allowing it to die without pain, so the meat won't become sour from struggling before death. This request was no longer about combat, but rather about precise butchering techniques. Silver took a deep breath and nodded. He walked to the designated position, channeling all his energy into his spear and thrust it sharply. The spear tip accurately penetrated the tiny gap Rain pointed out. The massive body of the rock-horned Triceratops, suspended in mid-air, suddenly stiffened, then completely fell silent, its dark yellow vertical pupils losing their luster. Rocks waved his hand, releasing his power. The giant beast's corpse crashed to the ground. A thrilling hunt concluded in a manner akin to an artistic performance. When Rox's pirate crew dragged the enormous rock-horned triceratops back to the open ground, Dolly and Brokey had just emerged from the other side of the jungle, bearing the marks of battle, yet empty-handed. Ha ha ha! We searched all over the western hills. Not even a shadow of a dragon. Brokey said, somewhat dejected. Ha ha ha! That guy's too good at hiding. It seems we lost this match. Dolly's words came to an abrupt halt. The two giants' gazes were fixed on the intact corpse of the rock-horned triceratops beneath Rocks and the others, their massive mouths slowly opening wide enough to fit a wine barrel. You caught it? And it's completely unharmed? They could hardly believe their eyes. No one understood better than them how troublesome this prehistoric giant beast was. How on earth did these few humans manage to do it? Rocks, too lazy to explain, simply laughed proudly. All right, no more nonsense. According to our agreement, the most delicious parts belong to us, but in consideration of your hard work, today my chef will treat you to a real feast of giants. Feast of giants? Dolly and Brokey's eyes lit up instantly. The scenes that followed completely overturned the two Elbaf warriors' understanding of cooking. Rain became the overall commander of this feast. He directed the two giants to use their giant axes and swords to perfectly segment the rock-horned triceratops. The hard backbone was removed intact to build a massive grill. The most succulent dragon belly meat was cut into huge chunks several meters long. The hind leg meat was deboned and minced. Dolly, go find some volcanic rocks that are heated to a rolling boil near the volcano. They need to have a flat surface. Brokey, split that largest iron birch tree with your sword. We need a giant pit for the oven. Gats, collect a plant called flame flower from the woods. Its nectar is a natural sweetener. Silver, find some spring ferns. Their tender shoots can relieve greasiness. Dorum, bring all the spice barrels from the ship. Rain's voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly and immediately executed without complaint. The two giants, who had lived for over 100 years, acted like obedient elementary school students, following the commands of this 8-year-old child. Soon, the open space became bustling with activity. A huge pit was dug out, the bottom covered with scalding volcanic rocks. Rain evenly coated the massive dragon belly meat with various spices and flame flower nectar, carefully wrapped it in dozens of layers of giant banana leaves, placed it into the pit, and sealed it with dirt to create the most primitive baked dragon. On the massive dragon bone grill, thick dragon ribs were placed. Rain turned his back to the crowd and once again used the endless seasoning bottle, creating a compound spice powder that combined black pepper, cumin, and an unknown spicy herb, evenly sprinkling it over the dragon ribs. Sizzle. Fat dripped onto the charcoal below, producing a pleasant sound and waves of intoxicating aroma. On the other side, in a large pot temporarily carved from giant stones, dragon bones and some lesser meat cuts were being boiled. Rain added some special fragrant mushrooms he had gathered along the way. Soon, a milky white, thick soup began to bubble in the pot, the aroma rising to the sky. When the door of the oven was knocked open, revealing the golden, oozing, and fragrant baked dragon, when the first piece of crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, juicy dragon rib was cut open, when the first bowl of milky white, delicious and rich dragon bone soup was served. Everyone went wild. Chapter 12. The Illusory Ingredient. The soul resonance fruit Dongli and Brokey no longer cared about the glory of warriors. They directly grabbed the steaming dragon ribs with their hands and began to tear into them with gusto. Wow, so delicious. It's amazing. This meat melts in your mouth. I can barely feel any resistance from my teeth. The meticulously cooked dragon meat contained a peculiar energy that surged through their bodies as they ate, sending pure warmth rushing to their limbs. Gats felt his muscles cheering, and with every bite, he felt his strength increasing. The small cuts on his body from hunting healed at an astonishingly visible speed. Silver's eyes became exceptionally bright. He felt that his senses were infinitely magnified, able to hear the sound of a beetle crawling on leaves from miles away. Dorum's long-standing back pain from years of shipbuilding was washed away by a warm flow, leaving him feeling much lighter. This is the true power of the sacred food. Through the combination of top-tier ingredients and culinary skills, the energy in the food was maximized, directly affecting the eater's body and providing a permanent boost to their physique. Locks held a bowl of dragon bone soup against a tree, feeling the ever-growing and solidifying power within him, his face filled with satisfaction and ecstasy. He knew he had obtained the most precious treasure in the world. What devil fruits? What famous swords? All paled in comparison to this chef who could make his companions grow stronger through cooking. This pirate crew was growing at an incredible pace. The giant feast lasted from dusk until deep into the night. The entire head of a rockhorn three-spined dragon was devoured by these 6 people and 2 giants. Even the bones were smashed open to extract the rich, buttery marrow inside. Everyone lay on the ground, rubbing their round bellies, their faces glowing with happiness. Burp Dongli let out a thunderous belch and sincerely exclaimed, "Having lived over 100 years, I've only now realized that eating can be such a joyful thing." Brokey nodded in deep agreement. "Little Master Ryan, from now on, you're our most esteemed guest in Elbaf. Anyone who dares to disrespect you is provoking all of us giant warriors." Their address for Ryan had already changed from little guy to little master. The warmth of the feast had yet to dissipate when the dawn's faint light penetrated the dense canopy of the ancient jungle, casting over every sleeping figure. The first to awaken was Gats. He sprang up, feeling an inexhaustible power coursing through him, as if he had swallowed a volcano last night. Gats instinctively clenched his fist, producing a dull explosion of air. He stared blankly at his fist, then at the massive anchor nearby that normally required 2 hands to wield, and, almost unconsciously, he reached out with one hand and effortlessly lifted it. Oh my God, Gats's mouth formed an O shape. He felt like he could punch through a mountain now. Silver also opened his eyes, his world clearer than ever. He could hear the faint sound of a beetle eating leaves from miles away and distinguish hundreds of different floral scents carried by the wind. His body felt so light it was as if it had no weight. With a thought, he appeared silently on a tree branch 10 meters away, like a ghost. Durham stretched, and his bones made a series of crisp cracking sounds. Not the lament of aging, but the song of new life. He felt 20 years younger. The chronic back pain and hidden injuries from years of ship repair washed away by a warm force, filled with unprecedented vitality. The members of the Rocks pirate crew underwent a transformation akin to rebirth overnight. Ha ha! Little Master Ryan's cooking is truly a blessing from the god of Elbaf. Brokey's booming laughter startled the birds in the forest. He and Dongli also felt the changes in their bodies. They felt their warrior bloodlines reignited, even more vigorous than when they were younger. The 2 giants approached Ryan, their massive figures casting shadows like mountains. Then, they made a gesture that even Locks found surprising. They knelt on one knee, their right fists resting on their chests, and paid the highest tribute of Elbaf warriors to this 8-year-old child. "Little Master Ryan." Dongli's voice was solemn and respectful. "From today on, you are our eternal friend in the giant warrior pirate crew. Your kindness will never be forgotten by Elbaf." "Exactly." Brokey raised his head, his eyes burning with intensity. "Whenever, wherever, as long as you say the word, all the warriors of Elbaf will fight for you. This is our oath made with the honor of warriors." This was no simple thank you. It was the highest promise of a warrior race that had been passed down for hundreds of years. Locks crossed his arms, watching this scene with a playful smile. Convincing the proud giants with culinary skills was something that perhaps only his head chef could achieve in the whole world. Ryan calmly accepted their respect, knowing the weight of this oath. "I'm just a chef. All I did was return the ingredients to their rightful value." He paused, looking at the 2 giants. "However, I will accept your friendship." Dongli and Brokey stood up, their faces glowing with sincere smiles. They felt that this alone was not enough to repay Ryan's kindness. The 2 exchanged a glance, seemingly having made a decision. "Captain Locks, Little Master Ryan." Brokey became serious. "To express our gratitude, we would like to share an ancient legend that is only passed down among the warriors of Elbaf." "Oh." Locks raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "In the sailing logs of our ancestors, it is recorded that deep within the Grand Line lies a forbidden place known as Whispering Shadow Island." Dongli continued, That island is shrouded in mysterious fog all year round. Any creature that approaches will hear mesmerizing sounds that captivate the heart and ultimately lose themselves in despair. Sounds like a bad place, Gats scratched his head. But according to legend, there grows a unique ingredient known as the soul resonance fruit on that island. Broki's tone carried a hint of reverence. It is said that whoever eats that fruit can hear the voices of all things for a short time. The voices of all things. As soon as these 4 words were spoken, Lox's expression changed instantly. It was a mix of fervor, ambition, and an unyielding determination. Ryan's heart also skipped a beat. His system's ingredient encyclopedia had never recorded this kind of fruit. This was beyond the known ingredients. It was a true legendary item. Chapter 13. The dragon's gastrostone, such a good thing. Why don't you go get it? Silver calmly raised the question. A hint of bitterness and helplessness appeared on the faces of Dolly and Broki. Because there is a terrible guardian on that island, known by our ancestors as the Weeping King. For countless years, many powerful giant warriors have gone to challenge it and never returned. It has become the sorrowful place of our Elbaf. The Weeping King? Rocks licked his lips, his smile growing increasingly wild. Interesting, more and more interesting. Challenging taboos. Hunting legends. This is exactly the game he is most passionate about. Gats, are you interested in this fruit? Rocks tilted his head and asked. Gats was drooling, his mind filled with thoughts of, what does that fruit taste like? Sweet or salty? Seeing the eager expressions of the crew, Rocks knew that the next target had been decided. By the way, this is for you. Broki rummaged through the remains of the rockhorn dragon and pulled out a strange stone the size of a human head, completely black and metallic in texture. This is a dragon's gastric stone, the essence formed after it has consumed countless minerals. We don't know what it is, but it seems to have a faint reaction to the mist on that island. Perhaps it can guide you. Rain took the heavy stone, feeling its coldness, and sensed a peculiar, restrained energy emanating from it. After bidding farewell to the 2 giants, the Rocks Pirates set sail once again. The shabby ship, amidst the strong farewells from the 2 giants, sailed towards the turbulent, unknown seas. On board, Rain placed the dragon gastric stone on the table to study it, while Gats excitedly tested his surging strength, accidentally snapping a rope of a mast and drawing a flurry of curses from Durham. Silver stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, as if he could already see the legendary island shrouded in mist. Rocks stood by the helm, facing the fierce sea wind, laughing loudly. Boys, are you ready? Let's go drag out that Weeping King and see if it really cries. A new hunt centered around legendary ingredients had already begun. Several days had passed since leaving Little Garden, and the crew was still excitedly adapting to their surging strength. On the deck, Gats and Durham were engaged in a primal strength competition, arm wrestling. The 2 were leaning on a rum barrel that served as a table, their arm muscles bulging like rocks, veins popping out. Drink! Gats let out a loud shout, suddenly exerting his strength. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and it was not Gats who won, but the rum barrel beneath them. The barrel, made of fine oak, was crushed into pieces by their immense strength, rum spilling everywhere. Damn it! This is my treasured wine. Durham cried out in pain, forgetting the competition, frantically trying to salvage the remaining wood pieces. Gats scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. He hadn't expected his strength to have grown to such an extent. Elsewhere, Silver was practicing his marksmanship. He was not aiming at any target but stood at the ship's railing, repeatedly thrusting his spear forward. Each thrust produced a sharp sound as the spear tip cut through the air, and one could even faintly see a circle of white air waves spreading from its tip. His speed and strength had more than doubled compared to before. Rocks leaned against the main mast, watching everything with satisfaction. This fledgling pirate crew was growing at an astonishing rate, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before their names would make the entire sea tremble. Captain, the chef is calling for you. After cleaning up the mess, Durham walked over to say. Rocks entered the kitchen. Rain was standing at the stove, studying the black gastric stone from the rockhorn dragon. The energy of this thing is very stable, but its structure is quite strange. Rain lightly tapped the stone with the handle of a chef's knife, producing a crisp metallic sound. It seems to absorb and store certain specific energy fluctuations. Can it be eaten? Rocks asked directly, as always. No, Rain shook his head. But it might make a good cooking tool, for example. 4 dishes that require constant high temperatures. Just then, Silver from the lookout tower sounded the alarm, his voice calm, yet slightly serious. Straight ahead, 5 warships. Standard naval fleet formation. They've spotted us. The atmosphere on the ship changed instantly. Gats and Durham immediately grabbed their weapons, their faces lighting up with a combative smile. The Navy? Just in time. I'm itching for a fight. Gats hoisted the ship's anchor, his muscles screaming with excitement. Rocks walked to the bow, picking up a monocular. In the distance, 5 warships were surrounding them in a fan shape, their dark cannon mouths already aimed at their seemingly fragile little ship. On the flagship at the forefront, a flag depicting an iron fist and a seagull was flying. It was the emblem of the G5 branch of the Grand Line, known for its tough style and ruthless methods. On the flagship's deck, a tall naval colonel with a stubbly chin was holding a telescope, coldly observing them. Colonel Zickley, it's just a small pirate ship. The crew seems to be only 4 or 5 people. Do we really need such a huge show? An aide whispered beside him. The man known as Iron Fist, Zickley lowered the telescope, revealing a hint of disdainful sneer on his face. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Recently, the higher-ups have been very dissatisfied with the security in the first half of the Grand Line. It's perfect to use these clueless newcomers to set an example. Send the order for a 3-round cannon fire coverage. No surrender accepted. Sink them directly. Yes, the order was quickly relayed. The naval soldiers on the 5 warships skillfully adjusted their cannon mouths, wearing relaxed expressions. To them, this was just a simple extermination task. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons roared simultaneously, cannonballs trailing black smoke, like a dense rain of steel pouring down towards the Rocks Pirates' little ship. Faced with this firepower capable of leveling a small town, Rocks didn't even bother to move. He simply turned his head and smiled at his crew behind him. Gats, Silver. Durham, stretch your muscles a bit. Remember, don't sink their ships. We don't have much rum and food left. Oh, the 3 responded in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Watch me. Gats was the first to charge out. He kicked off with his legs, soaring into the sky like a cannonball, directly leaping several dozen meters high. In midair, he spun the giant anchor in his hands, creating a dense, impenetrable black whirlwind. Clang, bang, boom. The dense cannonballs collided with that whirlwind, as if hitting an indestructible wall, bouncing off and exploding, creating brilliant fireworks in the air, with not a single round landing on the ship. Chapter 14 Strike What? Colonel Zickley es pupille suddenly constricted. Before he could react, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. Silver's figure flashed like a silver lightning bolt, racing across the surface of the sea. His feet seemingly walking on the waves stirred up by cannonballs, charging towards a warship on the left flank at an almost imperceptible speed. Fire! Stop him! The Navy on the warship shouted in panic. Bullets rained down on Silver, but not a single one could touch the hem of his clothing. He was like a ghost moving through raindrops, and in just a few flashes, he was already on the deck. With a flick of his long gun, he unleashed several silver gunflowers, and wherever he went, the weapons in the hands of the Navy soldiers were knocked away, and they were sent staggering by a clever force. Yet none suffered fatal injuries. In the blink of an eye, the combat effectiveness of a warship's deck was completely dismantled by him alone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dolam chose a more direct approach. He stood at the ship's railing, watching the incoming cannonballs without flinching, and swung his giant axe with force. Clang! A whistling cannonball was precisely split in 2 by him, gliding past the sides of the ship and falling into the sea. This iron is not bad at all. Much better than the nails on my ship. Dolam commented seriously like a professional blacksmith. Then, with another swing, he split another cannonball. Colonel Zickley stared blankly at this almost magical scene, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Just 3 crew members had dissolved the fleet's offensive, which he prided himself on, into nothingness. He finally realized that he was not facing an iron plate, but an unshakable continent of steel. Just as he was about to order a retreat, a mocking voice rang in his ear. Is it too late to think about running now, Navy Colonel? Zickley turned around sharply, only to see Rocks standing on the railing of his flagship, arms crossed, looking down at him with a devilish grin on his face. You, how did you get over here? Colonel Zickley retreated a step in shock, realizing that not a single one of his elite soldiers had noticed the other S approach. Rocks didn't answer. He simply leaped lightly from the railing and landed steadily on the flagship's deck. He glanced around at the rigid and tense Navy soldiers, his smile growing wider. "Don't be nervous. I'm just here to borrow something. All hands on deck. Fire." Colonel Sickly, after all, was a battle-hardened warrior. He suppressed his fear and roared out the command. At the same time, his body began to change, muscles rapidly swelling, gray-hard skin growing, his mouth and nose protruding forward, transforming in just a few seconds into a half-human, half-rhinoceros form. Zone type, Rhino Fruit User. Rhino Charge. After transforming, Sickly got down on all fours, charging at Rocks like an out-of-control heavy tank, carrying a tremendous momentum. He was confident that this charge could break through 3 layers of steel. Faced with this potentially fatal charge, Rocks didn't even move his feet. He lazily raised his right hand and made a grasping motion toward the front. Buzz. An invisible, twisting force instantly enveloped Sickly. That violent charge came to an abrupt halt. Sickly felt as if he had crashed into a solidified mass of concrete. His entire skeleton was crying out in pain, yet he could not advance even a centimeter. He was trapped in place by an unseen force, maintaining a forward-leaning posture, unable to move. What kind of ability is this? Despair flickered in Sickly's eyes. This was not a battle. It was a game, a dimensional strike from a higher dimensional being against a lower dimensional one. So weak. Rocks shook his head, somewhat disinterested. With a casual wave, Sickly's massive body was thrown out with immense force, crashing into the main mast with a loud bang. Reverting to human form, bleeding from his mouth and losing consciousness. The entire deck fell silent. All the Navy soldiers stood frozen, like ducks with their necks being squeezed, staring in terror at the man who had casually dealt with their highest commander. Meanwhile, on the other battlefield, the fight was drawing to a close. "Chef, jerky!" Gat swept a group of Navy soldiers away and shouted back. Rain stood at the kitchen door of his ship, calmly tossing several pieces of warm jerky wrapped in oil paper. It was made from leftover rockhorn dragon meat and infused with special herbs that could quickly restore stamina. Gats caught it in one bite, swallowed it in a few gulps, and felt a warm current surge through his body, instantly recovering most of his lost strength. Ha ha ha. Awesome. I could eat 100 more without fear. He was invigorated, his laughter echoing over the sea, which sounded like a demon's roar to the ears of the Navy. Silver and Dolum also received the same supplies, making the fight even easier and more enjoyable. For the Rocks Pirates, this battle felt more like an exhilarating armed picnic. Rocks walked directly to the unconscious Sickly, kicked him awake, and then sat down confidently in the captain's chair. "Hey, wake up, the game isn't over yet." Sickly struggled to open his eyes, looking at the man before him who resembled a demon, fear filling his gaze. Who are you?" "Me?" Rocks laughed. "Just a newbie who just set sail." He crossed his legs and shouted toward his ship. "Rain, do we have any drinks?" Moments later, Rain's small figure appeared, carrying a food box, gliding effortlessly over several dozen meters of sea to reach the flagship. He took out a pot of steaming herbal tea and 2 cups, placing them in front of Rocks. Rocks poured himself a cup and pushed another towards Sickly. "Try it. My chef skills can soothe the mind and are good for your injuries." Sickly trembled as he looked at the clear tea, his body shaking uncontrollably. "All right, after drinking the tea, it's time for a chat." Rocks took a sip of tea, his tone casual as if catching up with an old friend. "So, tell me, with such a big show from UG5, who are you coming for? It can't be just for our little broken ship, right?" Sickly's psychological defenses had already been completely shattered by Rocks' inhuman strength. He knew that in front of such a monster, any concealment and resistance were meaningless. Trembling, he picked up the teacup and drank it all in one go. The warm flow entering his abdomen did indeed alleviate a lot of his pain and fear. It's to clear the shipping lanes for the celestial dragons who are about to patrol this area." Sickly hoarsely revealed the truth. "The world government issued the highest order, and we must ensure that everything goes smoothly. We are just the vanguard behind us. There's a large fleet led by a vice admiral from the headquarters." "Celestial dragons? Vice admiral from headquarters?" A cold glint flashed in Rock's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by even greater interest. I see. A boring noble outing, huh? He stood up, patted sickly on the shoulder with a force that made the latter grimace in pain. Thank you for the information. As a reward, I'll spare you today. Chapter 15. Mental pollution. The members of the Rocks Pirates quickly finished their resupply. They were like a group of industrious ants, ransacking everything edible, drinkable, and usable from the 5 warships, filling the deck of their small boat. When the Rocks Pirates set sail, they left behind a naval fleet that was stripped cleaner than a beggar, with everyone hanging their heads in despair. Rocks stood at the stern, waving at the disheartened navy. Go back and tell your marshal, or whatever important figure, that my name is Rocks, Roxdy Jibek. This sea will soon have a new master. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached every navy ear, like a prophecy of the future that was destined to come true. According to the latest nautical charts borrowed from Colonel Sickley, the Rocks Pirates avoided the main shipping routes of the Navy and sped towards the legendary Whispering Shadow Island. The closer they got to that sea area, the stranger the weather became. One moment it was clear skies, and the next it was overcast. A thick, gray fog rose from the sea, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. The fog carried a bone-chilling cold, as if it could seep into one's bones. Damn! The magnetic field in this cursed place is completely chaotic. Durham grasped the helm tightly, watching the compass needle spin wildly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The recording pointer is completely ineffective. We will be lost. Quiet. Rain's voice came from the kitchen, carrying a soothing power. He stepped out, holding the black dragon's stomach stone. At that moment, the once unremarkable stone was emitting a faint but steady ghostly light, firmly pointing in one direction, like an undisturbed lighthouse. Follow it, Rain said. With a clear guide, Durham's heart settled. The small boat navigated through the thick fog, surrounded by dead silence, only the sound of the hull cutting through the water. Just then, a faint sound, like countless people crying and whispering simultaneously, came from the depths of the fog. I'm so hungry. Why did you abandon me? You're a failure, always will be. The voice seemed to have a magical power, directly burrowing into people's minds, evoking their deepest fears and regrets. Get lost, Gat suddenly shouted, his eyes turning red. He seemed to see himself as a child, chased by villagers for stealing food. Durham's face turned pale as images of his first ship he crafted sinking in a storm flashed before him, a nightmare of his life. Even the usually calm Silver's breathing became somewhat rapid, his grip on the spear tightening, knuckles turning white. This was the true power of the Whispering. A direct attack on the mind. Only Rocks. He merely impatiently dug at his ears, a look of disgust on his face. Shut up, you're like a bunch of flies. His conqueror's Haki naturally had a strong resistance to such mental attacks. In the kitchen, Rain frowned slightly, though he could also resist with his powerful mental strength. This feeling made him uncomfortable. Mental pollution will affect the flavor of the ingredients, Rain muttered to himself. The next moment, a rich, warm aroma wafted from the kitchen, like an invisible sun, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. Rain emerged holding a pot of steaming soup. It was a thick broth made from fish bones and several calming herbs he had gathered along the way, the soup a milky white with a rich fragrance. Drink this. It will calm your mind. The crew, like they had grasped a lifeline, gathered around. After downing a bowl of hot soup, warmth surged from their stomachs, quickly spreading throughout their bodies, sweeping away the chilling presence and negative emotions that had invaded their minds. Gatz's eyes cleared, and Durham's complexion returned to a healthy color. Huh. I'm alive, Gatz exhaled, a look of fear on his face. This cursed place is too eerie. Rocks looked at Rain with approval in his eyes. Physical strength could destroy enemies, but Rain's culinary skills could protect the hearts of his companions. These two powers combined made them invincible. Guided by the dragon's stomach stone and protected by Rain's cooking, the small boat finally passed through the thick fog, revealing the outline of a massive and eerie island. The rocks on the island were a strange black-gray color, and the trees twisted like struggling, ghostly figures, the entire island shrouded in a suffocating silence. They docked their boat in a hidden harbor and set foot on this legendary Forbidden Island. As soon as they landed, Silver crouched down and discovered some traces in the moist mud. They were footprints, at least 5 people, moving professionally, well-equipped. He measured the depth and spacing of the footprints with his fingers and made a judgment. They landed no more than 3 hours ago. It seems we are not the only guests. Rocks chuckled coldly. Following the traces, they ventured deeper into the island, and soon, sounds of fighting reached them. Passing through a twisted grove, they saw 5 men dressed in black suits and wearing masks fighting against several beasts formed from black mist. The movements of those men in black were as fast as lightning, their footwork strange, with the sounds of thunder accompanying their punches and kicks. Shave, moonwalk, finger pistol, gale foot. It was indeed the signature martial arts of the world government's secret intelligence agency, CP, Cypherpol. CP agents? Rocks immediately recognized their origin. The world government's lackeys, their noses are quite sharp. The CP agents also noticed them, and their fighting movements clearly paused. The leading agent kicked one of the black mist monsters apart and flashed in front of Rocks and the others, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. This area has been designated as a top-secret restricted zone by the world government. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately or face execution. Rocks seemed not to hear his warning. His gaze passed over him, looking towards the source of the most intense sorrow emanating from deeper within the island, and he grinned. The world government? So what? I, Rocks, have set my sights on what is on this island. The air froze at that moment. An unexpected conflict was about to erupt. Seeking death. The leader of the CP agent's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he stopped talking. He suddenly stomped down, his figure vanishing, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Rocks, delivering a powerful finger pistol straight at Rock's throat. This strike was fast, accurate, and fierce, enough to penetrate steel plates. However, his finger stopped just 1 centimeter from Rock's skin, as if blocked by an invisible wall, unable to advance any further. Too slow. Rocks didn't even move, just looked at him disdainfully. The CP leader's pupils shook violently. He tried to retreat, but found his body seemingly welded in place by countless invisible steel bars. Unable to move. Gats, Silver, Durham. Rock's voice lazily rang out. Clear the field. Don't let these flies disturb my meal. Got it. Gats shouted and charged forward with an anchor. The remaining 4 CP agents immediately engaged in battle. A fierce melee erupted in an instant. Chapter 16. The King of Sorrow. The CP agents displayed their exquisite 6 styles, working in perfect harmony, but the crew of Rocks, having undergone the enhancement of the food of righteousness, was no longer what it used to be. Gats's massive anchor swung with tremendous force, each strike carrying the power to shatter mountains, forcing the 2 agents skilled in shave and moonwalk to dodge awkwardly. Unable to approach at all, Silver's spear moved like a ghost, always appearing at the most unexpected angles, leaving another agent flustered and exhausted from defense. Although Durham was not fast, he seemed to be covered in an invisible armor, with the CP agent's finger guns and storm kicks making only dull thuds against him, unable to inflict any effective damage. He wielded his giant axe steadily, pushing his opponents back repeatedly. The battle was clearly one-sided. Rocks no longer paid attention to this predictable fight. He casually tossed aside the imprisoned CP leader like a small chicken and stepped toward the center of the island. Rain followed him expressionlessly. Passing through a large archway made of gigantic bones, they arrived at a vast circular valley. In the center of the valley stood an ancient tree so enormous it was beyond description. Its bark resembled dried tear stains, and its massive canopy blocked out the sun, with countless glowing tree sap, resembling teardrops, slowly dripping from the leaves. At the highest branch of the ancient tree hung a fruit. The fruit was crystal clear, radiating a soft, soul-like glow and pulsating rhythmically, as if it were a living heart. Undoubtedly, it was the legendary soul resonance fruit. However, between the ancient tree and them stood a massive figure. It was a giant, several dozen meters tall, made entirely of the island's black rock and condensed resentment. Lacking facial features, with black sorrowful mist continuously oozing from the gaps in its body. It simply stood there, a tangible sorrow that could crush one's spirit enveloping the entire valley. This was the King of Sorrow, a figure feared by the Elbaf giants. Finally found it. Rocks casually tossed aside the CP leader in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the massive rock puppet. A giant made of stone. Huh? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for a target. Just as Rocks was about to make a move, the King of Sorrow stirred. It made no sound but slowly raised its arm made of giant stones and pointed at rocks. An invisible, pure mental shockwave composed solely of sorrow and despair swept toward him like a tsunami. Rain, standing behind rocks, furrowed his brow. The intensity of this mental shock far exceeded that of the previous mist. However, Rocks did not flinch or evade, but instead stepped forward, a more domineering and arrogant will erupting from him. Boom! The two invisible wheels collided violently in mid-air, producing a roar as if it were a tangible force, distorting the air in the valley. The King of Sorrow's movement clearly stalled, seemingly not expecting that this tiny human could withstand its mental shock head-on. Is that all you've got? Rocks grinned, exposing a row of white teeth. Now it's my turn. Just as he was about to charge forward, a figure moved faster than him. It was the CP leader he had tossed aside. He had somehow broken free of his restraints and was now racing at full speed around Rocks and the King of Sorrow, making a beeline for the soul resonance fruit on the ancient tree. That thing belongs to the world government. The CP leader roared, his eyes filled with a mad obsession. The King of Sorrow seemed enraged. It let out a silent roar, shaking the entire valley. It abandoned Rocks and swung a fist at the thief daring to touch the sacred object. I told you, don't interfere with my prey. A cold voice echoed. Rocks' figure appeared behind the CP leader as if teleporting, one hand casually pressing down on the back of his neck. Simultaneously, his other hand lifted, meeting the giant fist of the King of Sorrow, which was coming down like a small mountain, without flinching. One big, one small. The two fists of completely disproportionate sizes collided in midair. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The next second, a deafening explosion erupted. Crack. Dense. Web-like cracks began from the King of Sorrow's fist, rapidly spreading to its entire arm and even half its body. Rocks stood still, not moving an inch. The King of Sorrow's massive rocky body shattered under a single punch. Outside the valley, Gats, Silver, and Dorum, who had just dealt with their opponents, arrived just in time to witness this shocking scene. They surrounded the pale-faced CP leader, cutting off all his escape routes. Rocks shook his fist, as if he had just swatted a fly. Inside the valley, the shattered rocks were still rolling, the dust yet to settle. Members of Rocks' pirate crew, including the newly arrived Gats, Silver, and Dorum, were still in shock from their Captain-S punch that shattered the King of Sorrow. Yet Rocks, as if nothing had happened, dusted off his hands and gazed intently at the canopy of the ancient tree. His eyes gleamed with the naked desire of a glutton who had spotted a rare delicacy. All right, stop standing there like fools. Rocks turned around and shouted at his still-dazed crew. Rain, get ready with your biggest plate. Silver, go pick that fruit. But be careful not to damage it. Yes, Silver replied, his form flickering as he lightly touched the steep rock face with his toes, like an agile monkey, quickly climbing up to the branches of the ancient tree. He carefully avoided the continuously dripping, glowing tree sap, moving closer to the soul resonance fruit hanging at the highest point. Gats and Dorum flanked the CP leader, whom Rocks had tossed aside. The guy's face was ashen. The momentary clash not only shattered the King of Sorrow, but also completely crushed his pride and fighting spirit as an elite agent of the world government. He now realized what kind of monster he was facing. Captain, how should we deal with this guy? Gats asked, hefting the anchor, his voice deep and rumbling. Tie him up first. Just don't let him die. Rocks waved his hand, his entire focus on the fruit that was about to be within reach. A guy who isn't even an appetizer shouldn't affect our dining mood. Silver's figure darted through the massive tree canopy and soon reached below the fruit. Now that he was closer, he could feel the peculiar wave emanating from the fruit, as if it were the breath of a living being, each pulse drawing in the surrounding light and darkness. Chapter 17. Listening to the voices of all things, Ingredient Limited Edition. Silver did not touch it directly with his hands, but gently nudged it with the gun sheath, breaking the stem that connected the fruit. The soul resonance fruit detached from the branch, but did not fall. Instead, it quietly floated in midair, emanating a soft glow. Silver carefully wrapped it in a clean silk cloth before leaping down and landing steadily in front of Locks. Captain, Locks took the fruit wrapped in silk, feeling its warmth. Even through the fabric, he could sense its unique pulse of life. He grinned and handed the fruit to Rain. Chef, It's your turn to perform. How do we process this legendary flavor to bring out its fullest potential? Everyone's gaze focused on Rain. He took the fruit and appeared more focused than ever. He did not rush to process it, but closed his eyes. The observation haki unfurled, gently touching the fruit's unique soul wave. In an instant, countless shattered, sorrowful, and regretful thoughts surged into Rain's mind. These were the accumulated grievances of this island over countless years, the source of the Crying King's power, and the nutrients that nourished this fruit. I see. Rain opened his eyes, a flicker of enlightenment crossing them. This fruit could not be cut with a knife or roasted over fire. It was a pure aggregate of spiritual energy, and any physical processing would damage its essence. Then how do we eat it? Just swallow it? Gats curiously craned his neck. No. Rain shook his head and looked at Locks. I need a catalyst. A sufficiently powerful will to neutralize the complex grievances accumulated in the fruit to guide out the purest power of soul resonance. Upon hearing this, Locks immediately understood Rain's meaning and burst into laughter. Interesting. You mean to use my will as a seasoning? That's one way to understand it. Rain calmly nodded. Place your hand on the fruit. Infuse it with your will. Do not resist the fruit's backlash. Let the two wills collide and merge. This request sounded absurd and even a bit dangerous. Colliding wills with a fruit containing the grievances of the entire island could lead to mental harm if not careful. But who was Locks? The word fear did not exist in his dictionary. Ha ha. Good. Let me see whether the sorrow of this island is harder or my fist is harder. Locks unhesitatingly extended his hand, his massive palm covering the soul resonance fruit. He closed his eyes, and a domineering, world-dominating will surged into the fruit like a flood breaking through a dam. Buzz. The soul resonance fruit trembled violently, its emitted light flickering. A visible black mist overflowed from the fruit, carrying a mournful wail. It was the accumulated grievances of the island making a final resistance. However, when this sorrowful mist touched Locks's arrogant will, it melted away rapidly like ice meeting the scorching sun, becoming purified. In the valley, the wind howled and ghostly cries echoed. Locks's crew felt the terrifying mental storm and retreated, leaving only Rain standing still, quietly watching everything unfold. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. When the last trace of black mist was completely crushed and purified by Locks's will, the soul resonance fruit ceased its pulsing. Its surface glow became unprecedentedly pure and gentle. Resembling a solidified star, Locks released his hand, exhaling deeply, a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes were even more excited. Refreshing. It feels like fighting an invisible opponent. Rain took the now-cooked fruit, which had transformed from a pure energy body into a wonderful existence between the tangible and intangible. He pulled out a silver spoon from his bag and gently scooped a small piece from the surface of the fruit. The scooped portion turned into a pure light, floating on the spoon. That's enough. Rain handed the first spoonful to Locks. Captain, please enjoy. Locks took the spoon and swallowed the ball of light in one gulp. The light melted in his mouth, with no taste or texture, but in the next second, Locks's pupils contracted sharply. He felt as if his soul had been pulled from his body, soaring into the heavens. He heard the sound of the wind, the whispers of the clouds, the roar of the sea, and even the heartbeat of distant sea kings. He heard the earth's molten magma, flowing with rage, the voices of all things. This was an unprecedented, omniscient sensation. Is this the voice of the world? Locks murmured, his expression one of shock and ecstasy. Rain did not stop. He served Gats, Silver, and Dolam each a spoonful in turn. After swallowing, Gats was left dumbfounded. He heard the cheers of his muscle fibers, the low hum of the metal inside the anchor, and he could even feel a wild boar digging for food in the distance, clearly hearing the pig's thoughts. Hungry. Hungry. Want to eat acorns. Oh my goodness, this thing is too amazing. Gats clutched his head, feeling as if his worldview had been completely overturned. Silver's experience was entirely different. His world became incredibly clear in an instant. He no longer just saw with his eyes or heard with his ears. He could perceive the flow of air, understand the trajectory of light, and the spear in his hand seemed to be telling him something. He He could even feel the direction the spear tip most longed to pierce. This was an insight that transcended the five senses, reaching the essence. As for the shipwright Dolam, he displayed a look of rapture. He closed his eyes and listened intently. He heard the ancient tree weeping, narrating its millennia of solitude. He heard the rocks beneath his feet groaning, lamenting the erosion of time. He even heard the wails coming from his dilapidated ship. "It hurts. My keel is about to break. That fat guy is stepping on me again." Dolam surprisingly began to comfort the empty air with a pained expression. Finally, Rain scooped a spoonful for himself. The ball of light entered his throat, and his system interface was instantly flooded with massive amounts of information. Ding! The host has consumed the legendary ingredient, Soul Resonance Fruit, greatly enhancing spiritual power. Ding! The host's Observation Haki has undergone a qualitative change, unlocking the advanced ability, Listening to the Voices of All Things, Ingredient Limited Edition. Listening to the voices of all things, Ingredient Limited Edition, the host can clearly hear the heart's voice of any ingredient, understand its best cooking methods, the most suitable pairings, and its hidden potential flavors. Rain opened his eyes, and the entire world changed in his perception. He could hear every plant's breath around him and sense the emotions of every stone. This was a feeling of merging with the world, and for a chef, it was undoubtedly the realm of the divine. Rain looked at the remaining half of the soul resonance fruit in his hand, then glanced at the crew members still adapting to their new abilities, a smile creeping onto his lips. This hunt had yielded far more than expected. Chapter 18. The ghost prototype ship. The shocking experience brought by the soul resonance fruit lingered for a long time, and the members of the Rocks Pirates gradually came back to their senses from that mysterious state. Each of them felt as if they had been reborn, with a fundamental change in the way they viewed the world. Gats excitedly waved the ship's anchor, discovering that he could easily hear the flow of power within the anchor, each swing more fluid and powerful than before. Silver stood quietly, but his aura became more restrained and dangerous, like a legendary gun hidden in its sheath, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Dalrum circled the massive ancient tree, muttering to himself as if communicating with an old friend, his eyes sparkling with the fervent light of a master shipwright discovering extraordinary wood. Rocks stood with his arms crossed at the edge of the valley, overlooking the island shrouded in mist. He could hear the subtle information carried by the wind, the rhythm of the waves crashing against the rocks, and even vaguely sense several powerful life forces in the distant sea. This feeling of control over everything made his smile increasingly wild. A chef who could hear the sounds of the world, a crew that could communicate with their weapons and partners. Rocks murmured to himself, the flame of ambition flickering in his eyes. Rain, the surprises you brought me are worth more than all the treasures on this sea combined. His gaze shifted to the CP leader, who was bound tightly and thrown into a corner. The guy had regained a bit of his sanity from the initial despair, but his eyes were filled only with fear. He had witnessed this group devour the legendary fruit, and each person had undergone unimaginable changes. He knew there was no chance of survival for him today. Rocks walked over slowly, looking down at him as if he were an insect that could be crushed at will. World government's lapdog, tell me, where does your information come from? How did you know the soul resonance fruit was here? Rox's voice was calm, but the invisible pressure made the CP leader feel breathless. The CP leader clenched his teeth, a flicker of stubbornness belonging to an agent flashing in his eyes. I won't say anything. For justice. Justice? Rox seemed to hear the funniest joke. He squatted down to meet the CP leader's gaze, a mocking smile on his face. Don't bring up that ridiculous term. Your so-called justice is merely a leash that the celestial dragons keep you on. He extended a finger and gently tapped the CP leader's forehead. Let me take a guess. Rox's voice was like a demon's whisper. The soul resonance fruit can listen to everything. This ability is the best toy for those who have lived too long and find the world unbearably boring. Did some fat celestial dragon hear about this legend and send you lapdogs to seek it out? The CP leader's pupils suddenly constricted. This subtle change did not escape Rox's eyes. Looks like I guessed right. Rox withdrew his finger, stood up, and his smile turned cold. Which family does it belong to? The Gorosei under Lordhim? Or some cockroach in Mariewa? The CP leader tightly shut his mouth, but his mental defenses had been completely shattered by Rox's all-seeing gaze. The man before him not only possessed monstrous strength, but also devilish wisdom. Just then, the previously silent Rain walked over. He glanced at the CP leader and then said to Rocks, "Captain, his heartbeat is accelerating and the blood flow is changing. His emotional fluctuations are greatest when you mention the celestial dragons and toys. Your guess is correct." Rain's perception had now expanded beyond mere hearing. He could judge the authenticity of emotions by listening to the other person's body. "Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? My head chef says you've exposed yourself." Rocks laughed heartily. "All right. I'm no longer interested in your secrets. They're too boring." He turned to leave, seemingly losing all patience with the captive. "Wait," the CP leader suddenly shouted, knowing this was his last chance. "I'll tell you everything I know. Just give me a quick end." In the face of absolute power and the despair of being completely seen through, so-called loyalty and integrity were worthless. However, Rocks didn't even bother to look back. "Too late, I've lost interest." At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Silver's sharp gaze suddenly turned towards the sea. His voice calm, yet urgent. "A ship is approaching, moving fast. It's not a standard Navy vessel. It has the CP insignia on its hull." "Oh." Rocks raised an eyebrow. "Reinforcements have arrived? Perfect. Saves us the trouble of swimming back." Their small ship had already been overwhelmed by the previous storm and battle. Dalram had long predicted it wouldn't last to the next island. The group quickly rushed to the shore, where a sleek, all-black, technologically advanced speedboat was cutting through the waves. The vessel was smaller than a Navy warship, but moved several times faster, with a peculiar device at the bow that glowed faintly. "It's the Ghost prototype ship from CP-0, Gats exclaimed, holding the CP leader. "It's equipped with the latest stone interference cannons and tracking systems. You can't escape." "Escape?" Rocks laughed. "Why would we escape?" The Ghost ship had clearly spotted them, and the cannon at the bow began to charge, beams of ghostly blue light gathering. "It's stone beams. They can incapacitate devil fruit users instantly." The CP leader shouted in despair. "Gats, shut him up." "He is too loud," Rocks said impatiently. Gats chuckled and tore off a piece of the CP leader's sleeve, stuffing it into his mouth. "All right, lads." Rocks flexed his wrist, a hunter's excited smile on his face as he looked at his new toy. "Don't sink the ship. Dalram needs a new home. Let's make it quick. Our lunchtime is approaching." "Yes." Before the words were out of his mouth, the stone beams from the Ghost ship had already shot out, targeting the most conspicuous rocks in the crowd. However, the beams slowed dramatically as they approached Rocks. As if entering an invisible quagmire, the light quickly distorting, dissipating, and ultimately vanishing. The CP agents on the Ghost ship were all stunned. Before they could react, a silver flash shot up from the shore. Silver's feet touched the water's surface as if it were solid ground. The soul resonance fruit had given him a new understanding of the sounds of wind and water. He could easily harness their power, his speed multiplied several times over, leaving afterimages on the water surface, and bullets couldn't even track his movements. In the blink of an eye, Silver had boarded the deck of the Ghost ship. Chapter 19, The Phantom Ship Attack. The CP agents on the ship reacted swiftly, immediately drawing their weapons and surrounding the area. They were all reserve members of CP-0, far stronger than the previous CP-9. But they were facing a monster that had consumed the legendary fruit, with power that had leaped once again. Silver's spear seemed to come alive in his hands. He could clearly hear the next moves of every enemy and see the trajectory of the bullets about to fly. The spear danced like a silver dragon emerging from the sea. Every block and every thrust was executed with exquisite precision. Silver did not kill, but merely used the shaft and body of the spear to knock the enemies away, rendering them unconscious. The entire process flowed smoothly, resembling a graceful dance. On the other side, Gats watched Silver unleash his prowess, anxiously scratching his head. "Captain, I want to go too." "Go ahead, just don't break the deck." Rocks waved his hand. "All right." Gats roared, suddenly propelling himself with all his might, his massive body soaring like a cannonball, crossing hundreds of meters of ocean and crashing down on the stern of the Phantom ship with a thud. "Wahaha! Your grandpa, Gats, is here." He swung the giant anchor, sweeping it towards the remaining CP agents. After consuming the soul resonance fruit, Gats could feel the power surging within the anchor. Each swing created a dull sonic boom. The ironclad CP agents were as fragile as paper in front of Gats, being smashed to the ground with broken bones. In less than 5 minutes, this latest technological marvel of the world government, along with its elite agents, was completely subdued by the Rocks Pirates with overwhelming force. Dorum was the first to rush onto the ship, caressing the smooth metallic exterior, feeling the intricate structure inside, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. It's the dragon bone of Adam Tree, and the memory alloy armor. My God, this is a work of art. This is my dream ship. Rocks and Rain were the last to leisurely board the new vessel. Not bad. Rocks looked around, nodding in satisfaction. There's enough space, and the kitchen looks much better than that doghouse before. He kicked the stunned CP0 captain aside and boldly sat in the captain's chair in the command room, grinning at his crew. All right, boys, clean up the battlefield and set sail. Our new home has arrived. The Phantom ship quietly docked in the harbor of Whispering Shadow Island, standing out starkly against the eerie surroundings. This ship, representing the pinnacle of world government technology, had now changed hands. The crew was enthusiastically cleaning up the battlefield. Gats cheerfully piled the unconscious CP agents in the corner of the deck like sacks, rummaging through their pockets for anything valuable, muttering, "You got to pay the toll for sitting on such a fine ship." Silver stood silently on the lookout, adapting to his new perception. His gaze seemed to penetrate the mist, seeing the movements of fish schools miles away. The enhancement brought by the Soul Resonance fruit was the realm that assassins dreamed of. The most excited person on the ship was undoubtedly the shipwright Dorum. He ran around the ship like a child who had received a beloved toy, sometimes stroking the sturdy mast made of Adam Tree, sometimes tapping the gleaming memory alloy armor, letting out exclamations of awe. Perfect. This is simply a perfect creation. The power system is the latest steam turbine hybrid, and it even has wind cannons. The storage room has a constant temperature system, and the rudder is hydraulically assisted. My God, I love this ship. Dorum had been in the engine room for a long time, and from inside came his dreamy murmurs, sending shivers down Gats's spine. Rocks, meanwhile, sat boldly in the spacious captain's room, flipping through the navigational logs and documents found on the ship. He propped his legs up, with the former CP leader and current CP0 captain tied up like dumplings at his feet, both having revealed everything they knew about the mission out of sheer terror. St. Geru Marco Saint. Rocks looked at the name on the document, a sneer forming at the corner of his mouth. A celestial dragon monster who has lived for over 100 years, foolishly thinking he could obtain eternal pleasure through the soul resonance fruit? How utterly boring. He casually tossed the document aside, stood up, and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, watching his crew. Gats was practicing new moves on the deck. The giant anchor swinging with a sound reminiscent of thunder, a technique he had comprehended after hearing the voice of power. Silver's figure flickered like a ghost among the masts, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. This fledgling pirate crew was growing at a terrifying rate. "Captain," Rain's voice came from behind, and he had somehow stood at the door. I checked the kitchen. Rain's tone surprisingly carried a hint of satisfaction. The equipment is quite complete, with a cold storage room, an oven, a constant temperature fermentation room, and an independent exhaust system. Although it's not as ideal as I envisioned, at least I can exert 30% of my skill. Rocks turned around, looking at him with great interest. "Oh, what does your ideal kitchen look like?" A glimmer of light flashed in Rain's eyes, a longing for a chef's ultimate dream. "I need a cooking station that can accommodate 100 people working simultaneously, a food cultivation room that can simulate all climate environments in the world, and a top-notch storage room made of sea prism stone that can isolate all off flavors. I also need a set of cooking tools designed by myself that can precisely control heat, pressure, and time down to the millisecond." Rain paused, his voice not loud, but resonating with conviction. "My ambition is not just to create delicious dishes. I want to create meals that can change lives, miracles that can empower people, the ultimate form of culinary righteousness that can make even gods bow down. What I want is a mobile food city that can carry all my ambitions." Rocks listened quietly, his smile growing wider, finally erupting into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, good. A mobile food city. No wonder I chose you as my head chef. Your ambition is approved. He walked up to Rain, placing his massive palm on Rain's head, his gaze intense. You just pursue your culinary path. As for the stage, ingredients, and those enemies daring to stand in your way, leave them all to me. This phantom ship is just the beginning. One day, I will build you a real food city. Let's sail across these seas and have the whole world come to pay homage to your culinary art. One is an ambitious conqueror of the world. The other is a dreamer searching for the pinnacle of culinary art. Two seemingly unrelated souls were tightly connected at this moment because of their respective ambitions. Chapter 20. Island of Radiance. In the evening, the ghost ship completed its supply mission, mainly transporting unique edible plants and minerals from Whispering Shadow Island. As for the two CP captives, they were knocked unconscious by rocks and tossed onto a lifeboat found on the ghost ship, left to fend for themselves in the open sea. With a surge of excitement, Dorum started the engine, and the black vessel silently glided out of the harbor, like a true ghost merging into the vast night. Life on the ship became pleasant. In the spacious dining room, Rain was preparing dinner. With a brand new kitchen and a greater variety of ingredients, he could finally showcase his culinary skills. He simmered a delicious soup using a type of moss from the island that had a natural salty flavor and several kinds of mushrooms. He also roasted a giant lizard-resembling free-range chicken, resulting in a crispy exterior and tender meat. When the dishes were served, Gatz's eyes nearly fell into the soup bowl. Wow, this flavor. Chef, I feel like my soul is being lured away by this aroma. Eat up, Rain said lightly. This ship consumes a lot of energy, and you need to replenish your strength. The sumptuous dinner left everyone satisfied. The effects of the food of justice became even more evident with better ingredients and culinary skills. Everyone felt their bodies subtly becoming more resilient. After dinner, Rocks gathered everyone. He spread a huge nautical chart on the table. The latest internal world government map found on the ghost ship, which was 100 times more accurate than what's available on the market. Our next target, Rocks said, his finger tracing the chart until it landed heavily on a spot in the first half of the Grand Line, called the Island of Radiance. According to the intelligence from the two useless captives, the vacation villa of Celestial Dragon St. Guru Marco was right here. He comes here every year to escape the heat, enjoying delicacies and toys gathered from around the world. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Rox's mouth. Doesn't he want the soul resonance fruit as a toy? Then let us tell him his toy has already been eaten by us. Gatz excitedly slammed the table. Yay! Let's go beat up the celestial dragons. I've always found those guys dressed like light bulbs unpleasant. Dorum looked worried. Captain, but they're celestial dragons. The world government will definitely send heavy troops to protect them. And there might even be a marine admiral. So what? Rocks interrupted him, his arrogant aura flashing momentarily. Just right. Let the world government and those high and mighty celestial dragons remember our names well. He looked at Rain. Chef, are you ready? Let's see what good things are hidden in the kitchens of these so-called world nobles. Rain was wiping his kitchen knife, and upon hearing this, he paused. He looked up, his eyes calm. I'm not interested in their kitchen. After a moment, he added, I just want to see if the meat roasted with celestial dragons as firewood will taste better. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Immediately, Rocks burst into a laugh louder than ever before. The ghost ship sailed through the unpredictable waters of the Grand Line for nearly half a month. The ship's performance exceeded Dorum's imagination. It was not only incredibly fast, but also sturdy enough to handle various extreme weather conditions. Dorum spent almost all his time in the captain's cabin and the engine room, maintaining every part of the ship as if caressing a lover, muttering "my precious" to himself, giving Gatz goosebumps. Life on the ship became colorful due to Rain's presence. Each day's meals became the crew's most anticipated feast. Utilizing the ship's advanced equipment and ingredients collected along the way, Rain showcased his culinary skills to the fullest. From explosive octopus balls made from deep-sea giant squids to crystal jelly made from flying fish fins, and smoked ham made from island wild boar. Each dish refreshed the crew's perception of deliciousness. Under the dual effects of the food of justice and the soul resonance fruit, their strength grew at a visible speed. Gatz could already lift the giant anchor with one hand and unleash shockwave punches. Silver's marksmanship became increasingly elusive. He could even lock onto the left eye of a seagull hundreds of meters away without firing a shot. Doram's defense became even more astonishing. He tried to crash his body against a reef, resulting in the reef shattering while he didn't even get a scratch. The Rocks Pirates, this newly born sea beast, was accumulating power in the most brutal way, waiting for the moment to make a shocking debut. Finally, guided by the nautical chart, a dazzling island appeared on the horizon. That was the Island of Radiance. The entire island seemed to be constructed from gold and gems, with an architectural style that was extravagantly luxurious, reflecting blinding light under the sun. The harbor was filled with all kinds of splendid ships, and the air was permeated with a nauseatingly sweet smell of money and perfume. Ugh, this place is so blinding it hurts my eyes. Gat stood at the bow of the ship, looking disgusted. It doesn't look like a good place. This was the capital of the Kingdom of Prospera, a member of the world government, and a famous luxury goods trading center and resort. Silver observed the harbor with a telescope and said calmly, "The defenses are tight. There are Marines stationed at the port, and the city is full of royal knights and CP agents. How do we get in? Do we just charge in?" Gats had already started to roll up his sleeves. Not so fast. Rocks waved his hand, a playful smile on his face. In dealing with such a hypocritical place, we need to use a more civilized approach. They docked the ghost ship at a hidden cliff, then changed into civilian clothes confiscated from CP agents and boarded a small boat, blending in with ordinary merchant ships to silently land on the island. As soon as they set foot on the Island of Radiance, a sense of extravagance hit them. The streets were paved with pure white marble, and the shops on either side displayed various precious jewels, fashion, and artworks. The pedestrians on the street were either rich or noble, all dressed elegantly with arrogant expressions on their faces. "I really want to smash this place to pieces," Gats muttered quietly. They entered the most luxurious restaurant they could find, intending to gather some intelligence first. The restaurant's interior was resplendent, with crystal chandeliers hanging from the high dome, and the cutlery was made of pure silver. The waiters wore neatly tailored tailcoats and were very courteous. However, when a menu was presented, the expressions on Rocks and the others' faces became somewhat strange. Golden baked snails, 800,000 berries. Diamond-studded caviar, 500,000 berries. 7 colored glass soup, 3,000,000 berries. Gats stared at the menu, his eyes nearly popping out. This is highway robbery. Is this soup made of gold? So expensive. Rocks, however, didn't care about the price at all. He casually ordered a few of the most expensive dishes. Chapter 21. Something worse than pig feed soon. The dishes were served. The presentation was indeed stunning. The golden baked snails were covered with a layer of edible gold leaf that shimmered under the light. Next to the caviar were a few tiny diamonds, smaller than grains of rice, as decoration. The colorful crystal soup was served in a crystal bowl, displaying a dreamy rainbow hue that was quite beautiful. Gats couldn't wait to scoop a spoonful of soup into his mouth, but his expression instantly froze. After chewing a couple of times, he spat it out with a pft. "What is this? It's just plain water with 7 kinds of vegetable dyes. It has no flavor at all." He then picked up a golden snail and stuffed it into his mouth, only to show a pained expression again. The meat was tough and chewy, like chewing on rubber bands. He could taste nothing but the flavor of gold. Silver and Doran each took a bite and frowned. These dishes were useless aside from being expensive and good-looking. Rain had not touched his utensils from the beginning. He simply glanced at the dishes and gave his verdict. The freshness of the ingredients was poor, the cooking was a complete mess, and the seasoning was haphazard. The chef only pursued visual splendor, completely ignoring the taste of the food itself. This was an insult to cooking. At that moment, a commotion arose in the restaurant. A tall man dressed in a pure white chef's uniform with golden trim, his hair slicked back, walked in surrounded by a crowd. He wore an incredibly proud expression and had a pure gold chef badge pinned to his chest. It was the golden chef, Lord Bakala. My God, Lord Bakala actually came to this civilian restaurant. I've heard he is the favored royal chef of St. Garumiko. The diners around quickly stood up, bowing and flattering the man named Bakala, trying to curry favor. Bakala ignored their compliments and walked straight to the restaurant manager, flicking dust off the table with his gloved finger, and said arrogantly, "Lord Garumiko will host a grand banquet tomorrow and needs some assistance." Your restaurant should send a few capable hands to report to the villa on the mountaintop. Yes, yes, it is our highest honor. The restaurant manager's face turned red with excitement, nearly bending to the ground. Bacala nodded in satisfaction, preparing to leave, but his gaze inadvertently swept over the table where Lux and the others sat. He saw the several dishes that had hardly been touched, the masterpieces created by his former apprentice, and Gatz's unabashed expression of disgust. Bacala's brow furrowed instantly. Do you have any dissatisfaction with my cooking? Bacala's voice turned cold, laced with a hint of offended anger. No one on this island had ever dared to question his culinary skills. The air in the restaurant suddenly froze. Everyone looked at Lux and the others with the same eyes they would use to stare at a corpse. Just as Gatz was about to erupt, Lux smiled and raised his hand to stop him. Lux stood up, wearing a warm smile as he addressed Bacala. Chef, you misunderstand. We are not dissatisfied with your cooking. He paused, his smile turning playful. We just feel that this is something worse than pig feed, and it really does not deserve to be called cuisine. With those words, it was as if a ladle of cold water had been thrown into boiling oil, causing the entire restaurant to erupt. What did you say? The color of Bacala's face turned a deep shade of purple, his proud expression shattered like broken porcelain, filled with cracks. He glared at Lux, his eyes shooting fiery rage. In this radiant island, he was the king of the culinary world, a favorite before the celestial dragons, and had never suffered such a humiliation. To be publicly told that his cooking was worse than pig feed? Outrageous. Who are you to insult Lord Bacala? Ignorant country bumpkins. Kneel down and apologize to Lord Bacala. The surrounding noble diners began to shout, seizing this opportunity to show loyalty to the golden chef. The restaurant's guards drew their swords, surrounding Lux's table, and the atmosphere was tense. Gatz grinned, revealing his white teeth, and cracked his massive fists. Doran and Silver also silently stood up, their gazes turning cold. A brawl seemed imminent. Wait. A clear, youthful voice broke the commotion. Rain stood up from his seat, walked to the table, looked at the few flashy dishes, then raised his head to calmly meet Bacala's furious gaze. He is right. Rain's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears, covering the aging meat of snails with gold leaf, distracting people from the fishy taste of caviar with the sparkle of diamonds, creating a false soup color with dyes and lighting. You are not cooking. You are deceiving the diner's taste buds, and it is a desecration of the ingredients themselves. Each of Rain's words was like a precise scalpel, cutting through Bacala's layer of glamorous pretense, brutally exposing the unsavory truths behind his culinary skills. Bacala's body trembled violently, half in anger and half in shock. He could not believe that this child, who looked no older than 7 or 8, could see through all his proud techniques and secrets at a glance. You're talking nonsense. Bacala roared, his voice fierce but weak. What do you know about high-end cuisine, you little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet? High-end cuisine is about letting the ingredients shine on their own, not gilding them with gold and diamonds. Rain's tone remained calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Since he refused to accept this, let us resolve it the chef's way. He extended a small finger, pointing at Bacala. I challenge you to a shokyuchi. Shokyuchi. The moment the word left his mouth, the entire restaurant fell into a deathly silence again. Everyone looked at Rain as if he was insane. A nameless child dares to challenge the royal chef of the celestial dragons, Golden Chef Bacala? This was the biggest joke in the world. Bacala was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hysterical laughter. Ha! Shokyuchi? With you? Good, good. I accept your challenge. You asked for it. Just when he was struggling to find a reason to humiliate these ignorant fools, the other party had come forward on their own. Bacala aimed to crush this child's dignity in front of all the nobles on the island. Since it is a shokyuchi, there must be a wager. Lux spoke leisurely, wearing a smile that indicated he was enjoying the show. If we win, tomorrow's banquet will be headed by my head chef. And if you lose? Bacala asked viciously. If we lose, Lux's smile turned dangerous. Then all our heads will be at your disposal. Chapter 22 theme. Light this wager is undeniably heavy. All right, it's settled. Baccarat, fearing the other party might back out, immediately agreed. The time is tomorrow at noon. The location is at St. Garamaco's Villa Square. I want the whole island to witness how you lose like a dog." After speaking, Baccarat waved his sleeve and left. He needed to arrange for this public execution immediately, wanting this food duel to become another peak of his fame. The news spread across the entire Radiant Island like it had grown wings. The showdown between the Dragon King's exclusive chef and the mysterious little chef instantly ignited the gossip spirit of all the high society. In their eyes, this was not a duel at all, but rather an interesting performance, a drama about arrogance and destruction. By noon the next day, the square at St. Garamaco's villa atop the mountain was already packed with people. In the center of the square, two extravagant cooking stations were built, one made of pure gold and the other forged from silver. The Dragon King, St. Garamaco, sat on a high, jewel-encrusted throne wearing his signature bubble headgear, looking down with boredom. Beside him stood rows of expressionless black-clad bodyguards, along with the king and ministers of the Radiant Nation. Baccarat, dressed in his most splendid chef's uniform, ascended the golden cooking station amidst cheers, like an emperor about to take the throne, basking in the attention of the crowd. Meanwhile, Ryan simply wore a clean and plain short coat, silently walking up to the relatively modest silver cooking station. Behind him stood Rocks, Gats, Silver, and Dorum, incongruous with their surroundings, resembling a group of barbarians who had intruded into the palace. "Ha ha! What a spectacle! One might think it's a public execution." Gats, carrying an anchor, laughed carelessly. "Quiet down, don't disturb the head chef." Silver whispered a reminder. The theme of the food duel was quickly announced, casually designated as Light by Saint Garamaco. This was an extremely abstract and tricky theme. Upon hearing the theme, Baccarat revealed a confident smile. This was exactly his forte. Baccarat clapped his hands, and his assistants immediately brought up a giant crystal tank containing a luminous deep-sea fish, the glimmer eel, swimming inside. Following that, they presented glowing mushrooms, spices that displayed star trails in the dark, and an entire box of gold leaf and diamond powder. What he intended to create was a dish that radiated brilliance from ingredients to presentation. In contrast, Ryan had only a few ordinary items on his cooking station: a bag of flour, a few eggs, some milk, and a basket of the most common red berries found all over the island. Seeing this, laughter erupted in the audience. He wants to create light with these? Is he planning to make a leavened pancake? It seems he has given up. How pathetic. Baccarat sneered disdainfully, not even bothering to look at Ryan again as he began his extravagant performance. Using gem-encrusted knives to handle the glimmer eel, each cut drew gasps of amazement. He injected the glowing mushroom juice into the fish, making it even more dazzling. Baccarat's movements were full of theatrical flair, extravagant and vain. Meanwhile, Ryan quietly mixed the flour, eggs, and milk together, kneading the dough. His movements were slow, but each was filled with rhythm, as if he were not kneading dough, but communicating with the life in his hands. Ryan divided the kneaded dough into several portions and let it sit to ferment. Then he began processing the red berries, crushing them and filtering the pure red juice through fine cheesecloth. Time passed second by second. Baccarat's dish was the first to be completed. It was a dish named Deep Sea Stars. The glimmer eel was roasted to perfection, placed on a black plate, its body radiating a ghostly blue glow, adorned with glowing mushroom sauce and diamond powder, resembling the Milky Way in the deep night sky, breathtaking and stunning. When the dish was presented, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. St. Garamaco even showed a rare expression of interest. At this moment, Ryan had just placed his fermented pancake into the frying pan. Sizzle. The mundane sound sharply contrasted with Baccarat's extravagant visual and auditory effects. Soon, Ryan's dish was also completed. It was just a few golden brown ordinary muffins, accompanied by a small dish of red berry jam. Simple, plain, and even somewhat shabby. Compared to Baccarat's Deep Sea Stars, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. The laughter grew louder. It's over with no suspense. This is the fate of arrogance. Baccarat's smile was at its peak of triumph. However, at the moment Ryan drizzled the red berry jam over the steaming muffins, a transformation occurred. The warm muffins seemed to possess some kind of magic. As they touched the seemingly ordinary jam, an indescribable, warm, and gentle aroma suddenly erupted. It was not the scent of food. It was a fragrance that resembled the first ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds at dawn, casting light upon the earth. Warm, pure, filled with hope. This aroma was like an invisible hand, instantly calming the restlessness, arrogance, and vanity in the hearts of everyone present. The raucous laughter abruptly stopped, and everyone froze, greedily inhaling the air filled with a scent capable of purifying the soul. Saint Garamako's body suddenly shook through his bubble headgear. He stared intently at the plate of plain muffins. This is... Ryan lifted his creation and calmly said, "My dish is named Dawn." He did not present the dish to the judges, but walked over to a ragged little girl begging at the edge of the square and handed her the plate. "Eat." The little girl timidly accepted the plate, picked up a piece of the warm muffin, and took a small bite. At that moment, a light suddenly burst forth from her murky eyes. It was not an illusion. It was real light. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down her cheeks as she seemed to see her long-deceased mother smiling at her in the golden fields under the sun. The exquisite taste and warmth awakened her deepest, most longing and brightest memories. "Mama." The little girl's cry struck the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. All the nobles, all the guards, even the high and mighty Dragon King stared blankly at this scene, feeling something they had never possessed from that plate of muffins. True light. Chapter 23. Unable to withstand, Bakula's face was as pale as paper. He looked at his plate of cold, gorgeous, yet soulless deep-sea stars, and then at Rain's plate of dawn that could bring tears and awaken hope. He knew he had lost, utterly defeated. "No, it can't be." Bakula retreated in despair. "I am a golden chef." You lost." Lox's voice rang out behind him, like the pronouncement of death. Saint Garamakos stood up abruptly from his throne, pointing at Rain, his voice sharp and piercing with excitement. That dish. Make me another. No, make me 100. I want you to be my personal chef." The guards beside him immediately moved to capture him. However, Lox stepped in front of Rain first, looking up at the lofty, celestial dragon with an extremely cruel and arrogant smile. "Sorry, my head chef is not someone you can touch." Lox stepped forward, an overwhelming aura rising to the sky, instantly enveloping the entire plaza. "All right, the appetizer is over." Lox cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. "Now, it's time for the main course." Lox's words were like thunder, exploding in the silent plaza. The guards around St. Garamakos finally broke free from the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. They were the most elite force of the world government, daring to strike against any level of pirate. Dozens of CP0 members in black suits instantly drew their weapons. Like ghosts pouncing towards Lox from all directions, their movements swift and coordinated, blocking all escape routes. "Protect St. Garamakos." However, they were fast, but someone was faster. "Ha ha! Finally, it's my turn to stretch my muscles." With a loud roar, Gatz's massive body moved like a small mountain, crashing in front of Lox. He didn't even use the huge anchor, but directly swung his fist, as large as a sandbag, towards the first CP0 member who charged in. A flicker of disdain crossed the face of the CP0 member, his iron body strong enough to withstand cannonballs. A mere flesh punch was nothing to worry about. Bang! A dull, teeth-gritting sound echoed. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the CP0 member's proud, iron defense shattered like a fragile eggshell. He was sent flying back as if hit by a stampeding elephant. His sternum collapsed, blood spurted from his mouth, and he knocked over 7 or 8 companions before stopping. What? The remaining CP0 members were shocked, their offensive momentum faltering. It was in this moment of hesitation that a silver flash darted through the crowd. Silver moved. His figure was like a ghost, the spear in his hand seemingly alive, each tremor creating a series of afterimages. He didn't kill, but the tip and body of the spear precisely struck the most vulnerable joints of each CP0 member: wrists, knees, and throats, at the most cunning and unbelievable angles. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of dense, crisp sounds, not a single CP0 elite could stand. They either clutched their wrists or hugged their knees in pain. Collapsing to the ground, weapons scattered everywhere. The entire process flowed smoothly, fast enough to dazzle, resembling a graceful yet brutal dance. "TSK, Captain." These guys' bones are way more fragile than sea kings. They can't take a hit at all. Silver stood with his spear withdrawn, his tone flat, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. On the other side, the shipwright, Dolam, silently walked to Rain's side. He did not move to attack, but stood like an iron tower, guarding his little head chef, any guard attempting to get close being repelled by his cold, iron-like gaze. From Lox's first word to all the guards collapsing, the entire process took only a few breaths. The nobles in the plaza were already dumbfounded, mouths agape, watching this magical scene, their bodies trembling like leaves. Their pride, the elite force CP0, representing the highest combat strength of the world government, was utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of these few people. St. Garamakos was also stunned. Through the bubble helmet, he stared intently at Lox, fear evident on his pampered face. "You, who are you?" Lox ignored him and walked straight to the CP0 member who had been nearly beaten to death, stepping on his chest from a high vantage point and asking, "Tell me, where's the most valuable treasure on this island?" I will never betray the world government." The man still wanted to maintain his last bit of dignity. Lox laughed, turning to Rain. "Chef, it seems our main course isn't fragrant enough. This guest has no appetite." Rain understood, picking up a plate of remaining small muffins and squatting down in front of the man, presenting the plate to his nose. The warm, pure aroma of dawn that could awaken all beautiful memories flooded in like a tide. The CP0 member's body trembled violently, his will rapidly disintegrating. On one side was the dual agony of body and spirit. On the other was the ultimate temptation that could redeem his soul. This torment was more terrifying than any torture. I say, he finally broke down. In the deepest part of the villa on the mountain peak, there's a treasure trove filled with riches scoured from around the world. And the heavenly gold submitted by the kingdom of Prospera. Good. Lox nodded in satisfaction, lifting his foot, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally landing on the lofty, celestial dragon. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the plaza, carrying an undeniable arrogance and majesty. "Today I'm in a good mood, so I'll spare your lives for now. All the treasures on this island belong to me." Furthermore, Lox pointed at the utterly crushed golden chef Bacala. "This person, his culinary skills are an insult to food. From today onwards, I do not wish to hear the title of golden chef on these seas again." Upon hearing this, Bacala's face turned ashen, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He knew it was over. Not only his culinary skills, but his entire life had been sentenced to death by this man. St. Garamakos trembled with rage, pointing at Lox and screaming, "Outrageous! You dare to seize the treasures of my world nobility. The Marine Admiral will be here soon. None of you will escape." "Marine Admiral?" Lox seemed to have heard the funniest joke, laughing heartily, his laughter filled with a domineering disdain for the world. "Let them come. It's just right to let the world see whether the so-called gods bleed." After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the terrified audience, turning to his crew and waving his hand. "Gats, go bring back our spoils. Silver, Dolam, watch over our head chef." "Oh." Gats excitedly hoisted the anchor, striding towards the treasure trove of the villa on the mountain peak, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, like a bull about to charge into a porcelain shop. Lox then walked to Rain, ruffling his hair, a smile full of approval and fondness on his face. "Chef, how was the taste of today's main course?" Rain looked at the farce triggered by his dish, and a faint smile finally appeared on his calm face. "Just right." Chapter 24. The land of divine sleep, the island of radiance, experienced an unprecedented plunder. Gats was like a mouse that had fallen into a grain bin in the golden treasury, stuffing everything shiny he could find, be it gold bars, gems, or ancient artifacts, into several large burlap sacks he found in the vault. When he returned to the square, carrying mountains of treasure, the nobles watched with wide eyes, their hearts aching, but no one dared to speak. The Rocks Pirates sailed away under the gaze of the island's elite. They did not take the small boat they arrived in, but instead commandeered the most luxurious and fastest gilded three-masted ship in the harbor. As soon as Doram boarded the new ship, his eyes lit up, muttering about the decent material of the hull, but criticizing the sail design. While grumbling, he swiftly began making modifications, and in less than half an hour, the ostentatious noble yacht was transformed into a high-performance pirate ship. As the ship departed the harbor, the oppressive atmosphere on the island of Radiance finally erupted. Saint Gallimaco's hysterical roar echoed through the sky as he vowed to make these audacious pirates pay a terrible price. News spread like wildfire, faster than the previous food duel, with headlines such as, "New pirate crew challenges celestial dragons in broad daylight." Golden Chef Bakara in a dejected state, suspected of mental instability. The treasury of the island of Radiance ransacked. Losses incalculable. Explosive reports were broadcasted worldwide via newsbirds, as a pirate crew named Rocks burst into the global spotlight in the most flamboyant and domineering manner. The Navy headquarters was shaken, the upper echelons of the world government were furious, and countless factions began to pay attention to this rising star filled with danger. Meanwhile, this new star lounged leisurely on the deck of the new ship, basking in the sun. Waha! What a thrill! This is so satisfying. Gats lay atop a pile of gold and jewels, grinning from ear to ear. "Captain, are we now rolling in riches?" Rocks crossed his legs, playing with a pigeon egg-sized ruby in his hand, his expression slightly disinterested. Wealth is just a tool. It's not that interesting. His gaze shifted to Rain, who was experimenting with new ingredients in the kitchen, a playful smile tugging at his lips. "However, this money could help us get our head chef a better kitchen." At dinner time, Rain prepared an extravagant feast with the top ingredients taken from the island of Radiance. There were flaming steaks made from A5 grade Wagyu beef, a golden broth crafted from the legs of deep-sea king crabs, and a colorful salad made from various rare fruits. The effects of the food of justice were maximized with these top-notch ingredients. Everyone felt their bodies undergoing subtle transformations, with strength, speed, and perception growing slowly yet steadily. After dinner, Rocks gathered everyone. He unfurled a newly acquired world government internal sea chart from the king's study of the island of Radiance on the table. "We've made a name for ourselves," he said calmly. "Next, the Navy and CP agents will swarm us like sharks smelling blood. Places like the island of Radiance are no longer safe for us." "Where do we go then? Back to the East Blue?" Dorm asked. "No." Rocks shook his head, tracing his finger across the sea chart until it landed heavily on an area marked as extremely dangerous, located in the middle of the Grand Line. This area had no island markers, only a skull symbol and a line of ancient script reading Land of Divine Sleep. "This place?" Durham leaned in for a closer look, his face paling. "Captain, this place is only marked as a forbidden zone by the world government. Legend has it that ships that get too close mysteriously disappear. Not even a plank can be found." "Waha! Disappear? That just means there's good stuff hidden inside." Gats's thinking was always so simple and direct. He excitedly slapped the table, making the golden cups jump. Could it be hiding some legendary treasure? "Treasures?" Rocks scoffed, his eyes glinting with a near-manic intensity. "There are far more interesting things than treasure. I heard some intriguing rumors from those two CP agents. It said that at the center of this land of divine sleep lies a sleeping king." He didn't specify which king, but the unspoken ambition in the room made everyone feel a shiver. To seek out a sleeping king and take his place? Or perhaps use him for their own ends? This idea was even crazier than provoking the celestial dragons. "Just right. Our current fame isn't loud enough. The Navy and the world government's lapdogs must think we'll only go after soft targets." Rock's lips curled into a cruel arc. "Let us go to this land of divine sleep and unearth a surprise that will shake the world as our official debut for the Rocks Pirates." His words were filled with incitement, instantly igniting the adventurous spirit within the crew. Oh, let us go beat that king." Gats raised his fist, already fantasizing about smashing a crowned figure with an anchor. Silver remained silent, merely polishing his spear, the blade's cold gleam sharper than ever. Though Durham was still worried about the ship's safety, he was also infected by the fervent atmosphere, beginning to quietly plan how to modify the ship to withstand the rumored forbidden sea. "Chef," Rocks turned to the ever-silent Rain. "Are you interested in slaying dragons and gods?" Rain was maintaining his chef's knife with a piece of silk cloth. Upon hearing this, he looked up, a hint of anticipation finally showing on his calm face. "I'm only interested in unknown ingredients. If that king can eat and taste good, I wouldn't mind designing a suitable menu for him. Ha ha ha. Good. As expected of my head chef. Rocks laughed heartily, his voice ringing out like a bell. Crew, set sail. Our next destination is the land of divine sleep. Thus, while the entire world's navy and intelligence agencies frantically searched for their whereabouts, the Rocks Pirates turned their ship towards an unknown sea that even the world government dared not tread lightly into. Sailing was monotonous, especially on the unpredictable seas of the Grand Line. But for the members of the Rocks Pirates, these 10 days of sailing turned out to be a painful yet joyful training. Chapter 25, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate Rain's food ability, enhanced by top-quality ingredients, is transforming their bodies at a terrifying speed. Every day, Rain carefully prepares meals rich in immense energy using rare ingredients scavenged from Radiant Island. His experience points and cooking skills are steadily increasing, and it seems that it won't be long before he levels up to Master Chef. Rain has been looking forward to this level of cooking for a long time. Gats feels that every day he wakes up, he has gained a significant amount of strength. He can now wield the massive anchor with one hand, creating a fierce wind as he swings it, and occasionally leaves shallow footprints on the deck. In his spare time, Gats enjoys arm wrestling with Dolam, resulting in a constant replacement of tables and chairs on the ship, and Dolam's repair tools are nearly worn out. Silver's changes, on the other hand, are more subtle. His perception has become increasingly sharp. Sometimes when a flying fish leaps from the sea, he can predict its landing spot half a second in advance. His marksmanship is also improving, no longer confined to techniques, but pursuing a realm of unity between man and gun. At times, he simply stands there quietly, exuding the aura of a deadly weapon ready to strike. Dolam's body is becoming increasingly solid. Once, while trying to secure a rope for the mast, he accidentally fell from several meters high, crashing onto the deck, which created a dent, but he just brushed himself off and stood up without a scratch. This has boosted his confidence in his title of Iron Wall, but he is increasingly worried about the fragility of the ship's hull. Rain observes everyone's changes like a bystander and a controller, calmly adjusting the daily menu based on their physical conditions. On the 10th day of sailing, the weather is clear, and the sea is calm. Just as Gats lies on the deck, basking in the sun and fantasizing about the next meal, Silver suddenly calls out a warning from the lookout. Ahead, he spots a person. A person? Gats jumps up like a carp, grabbing the binoculars. How can there be someone in this godforsaken place? Is it a shipwreck? Everyone rushes to the bow of the ship, looking in the direction Silver pointed. In the distance, a black dot is slowly approaching. It's not a ship, it's a raft, and a person is standing on it, drifting with the waves. As they get closer, they finally see the person's appearance. It is an exceptionally tall young man, robust like a small mountain, with bronze skin covered in intersecting scars, each telling a tale of fierce battles. He is bare-chested, wearing only simple long pants, his muscles bulging with explosive power. Most striking are the two upward-curving white mustaches on his face, resembling new moons. These mustaches contrast sharply with his youthful features, adding an indescribable aura of authority and dominance. He has no weapons at his side, standing there calmly as if he is the center of the sea. Rock's pupils suddenly contract. He puts down his drink, and the smile on his face slowly fades, replaced by a mix of excitement and seriousness, as if he has encountered a worthy opponent. He can feel the aura emanating from the man, as profound as the ocean, wild yet restrained, rivaling his own. Hey, ship ahead, the man speaks, his voice deep and resonant, as if echoing with the waves. You look strong. Who is your captain? Come out and fight me. His words are simple, direct, and filled with undeniable confidence. The members of the Rocks Pirates are stunned. This is the first time they've encountered someone so arrogant, demanding to duel their captain right off the bat. Ha, who the hell are you? What big talk? Gats, with the anchor on his shoulder, steps forward to argue. Step back, Gats. Rock's voice rings out as he strides to the bow, facing the white-bearded man from a distance. Two equally domineering wills collide silently in the air, distorting the atmosphere between them, and the calm sea begins to stir. Rox grins wildly. Want to fight? All right, I am Rox D. Jibek, and you? The man also grins, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his smile filled with an imposing grandeur. Edward Newgate. In the future, the man hailed as the strongest in the world meets the Rocks Pirates in the most primal, purest way. There are no unnecessary words or any tests. The moment Edward Newgate announces his name, Rock's figure vanishes from the bow. The deck beneath him shatters with a loud crash, and he launches like a black cannonball, tearing through the air, crossing hundreds of meters of sea, and punches towards Newgate's chest. This punch embodies Rock's unparalleled strength, creating a clear trench in the sea. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Newgate does not evade. He steps forward. The sea beneath him seems to transform into solid ground, and his mountain-like figure advances rather than retreats, meeting the punch with one of his own. "Come on!" Rock shouts. Boom! The two fists collide in midair. In that instant, the world falls silent. Immediately after, a visible white shockwave expands wildly in a circular pattern from the two of them. The sea beneath them is forcefully pressed down, creating a massive depression over 100 meters in diameter, and the surrounding water is displaced, forming towering tsunamis that sweep in all directions. The Rocks pirate ship shakes violently in the wake of this terrifying aftershock, like a leaf in a storm. Dolam clings tightly to the helm, his face pale, muttering, "It's over. It's over. The ship is going to fall apart. My darling." Gats and Silver grip the ship's railing tightly, their faces filled with shock. For the first time, they truly sense the earth-shattering power contained in their captain's seemingly casual punch. And that man named Newgate can take this punch head-on and hold his ground. After the strike, both men retreat simultaneously. Rocks lands on the sea, standing on an invisible platform, his expression exhilarated. Newgate stands firm, shaking off his slightly numb fist, his fighting spirit rising higher. "You are strong," Newgate sincerely praises. "You're not bad either." Rock's smile grows more wild. But the warm-up is over. Before he finishes speaking, the two become blurred figures, engaging in the most primal and intense hand-to-hand combat on the vast sea. Punches and kicks collide, each impact accompanied by the wailing of the atmosphere and the roar of the sea. They do not use any flashy techniques, only the purest clash of strength and dominance. Flashes of immature black-red lightning burst forth between them. Conqueror's haki collides. The clouds in the sky are shattered, and the sea boils beneath their feet. Chapter 26. 3 days and nights of battle on the first day. It was a pure contest of physical skills and haki. They fought from dawn until dusk, and then from night until dawn again. The entire sea became their battlefield. The fish in the water had long since been stunned, and even the Sea King stayed far away from his place of death. The crew of the Rocks Pirates went from initial shock to later numbness, and finally to deep awe. They watched from distance, not daring to approach, fearing they would be torn to pieces by the terrifying aftershocks of the battle. Only Rain stood calmly by the kitchen window, observing. His observation haki was already activated, but he was not concerned with the outcome of the battle. Instead, he focused on the energy consumption rate of the two fighters, the degree of muscle fatigue, and the rhythm of their breathing. With a high-intensity energy output, the loss of body fluids and salts was severe, and muscle fibers were continuously tearing and reassembling. Rain's mind was already designing a menu to maximize the replenishment of their energy after the battle. On the second day, the pure hand-to-hand combat could no longer determine a victor, and both began to use their respective devil fruit abilities. Gura la 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 la. Newgate threw a punch, and the air in front of his fist shattered like glass. Crack! That was the power of the Tremor fruit. The invisible shockwave crossed space and directly affected the area where Rocks stood. The space beneath Rocks began to twist violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Facing this terrifying power capable of shattering islands, Rocks merely snorted coldly. He spread his 5 fingers and made a grasping motion towards the front. Dark Domain, a pitch-black sphere, seemingly able to swallow all light, quickly formed in front of him and completely enveloped him. The shockwave from Newgate was devoured silently the moment it contacted that dark domain, dissipating without a ripple. Rock's ability was a more tyrannical and unreasonable force related to gravity and space. He could create an absolute realm of nothingness, annihilating all attacks. Vibration and annihilation, these two completely opposing top-tier powers began to stage the most magnificent duel over the sea. Newgate shattered space with a punch, and Rocks swallowed it with darkness. Rocks threw out a high-density gravity ball, and Newgate used an even stronger shockwave to detonate it midway. The sea was tossed into chaos, sometimes raising 100-meter-high tsunamis, and sometimes revealing bottomless whirlpools. Gats watched until his throat was dry, muttering to himself, Is still human? Dorium clung to a mast, wanted to cry, but having no tears. My ship. My ship. After they finished fighting, who knows how many planks will be left of it. Silver's gaze was more focused than ever, as he tried to capture every flaw and essence from the battle between the two. For him, it was an unparalleled opportunity to observe. The battle continued into the third day. The clash of devil fruit powers and Haki had also reached a stalemate. Both Rocks and Newgate bore injuries. Their breathing grew heavy, but the fighting spirit in their eyes had not diminished at all. Rather, it burned even more fiercely. They were like two tireless, prehistoric beasts, instinctively transforming the battle into pure survival. Their spirits were highly concentrated, transcending physical fatigue, entering a mysterious realm. Ultimately, at dusk on the third day, as the sunset dyed the sea a golden red, both launched their final charge simultaneously. Rock's fist was entwined with strands of pitch-black gravity and a lightning of Conqueror's Haki. Newgate's fist was covered with a pure, white shockwave aura and equally violent Haki. Two fists capable of destroying everything collided fiercely for one last time. Boom! This explosion was terrifying several times more than the one 3 days ago. A pillar of light pierced through heaven and earth, tearing a huge hole in the clouds at the horizon. As the light faded on the surface of the sea, Rocks and Newgate maintained their striking postures, locked in place. In the next moment, both simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, as if drained of all strength, they both fell backward, lying on the sea, gasping for breath. Silence. A deathly silence. After a long while, "Woo-la-la-la-la. Bah-ah." Two weak yet exhilarating and bold laughs echoed on the sea. They looked at each other, seeing the exhilarating satisfaction and the highest recognition of each other's strength in each other's eyes. This 3-day-and-night death struggle ultimately ended in a draw. The battle was over, but the aftershocks lingered on the surface of the sea for a long time. The Rocks pirate ship was now in tatters. One mast was broken, the sails were torn into strips, and there were cracks all over the deck. Dorium was holding a broken keel, crying like a 300-pound child. My ship. The keel I polished with my own hands. It's broken. It actually broke. Gats was so excited that his face turned red. He looked at the two figures on the distant sea, like demonic gods, and felt his blood boiling. So strong. I've never bowed to anyone in my life, but today I've opened my eyes. Silver leaned against the remaining half of a mast, eyes closed, seemingly savoring the earth-shattering battle, his aura even more refined and dangerous than before. Rocks and Newgate supported each other, swaying back to the ship. Both were injured and had exhausted their physical strength, but their spirits were exceptionally high. You, my friend, are quite impressive. Rocks plopped down on the deck and patted Newgate's chest. You too. Newgate grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. It's been a long time since I fought so refreshingly. The two exchanged smiles, sharing a sense of camaraderie among heroes. Just then, an indescribable, warm, and rich aroma quietly wafted through the air, as if it had a life of its own, precisely entering everyone's nostrils. This scent was unlike any dish Rain had made before. It wasn't tea overpowering or strong, but like a gentle hand, it softly smoothed the tense nerves of everyone due to the fierce battle, calming their racing hearts. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward the small kitchen. Rain emerged slowly from the kitchen, holding a large wooden tray, his face still expressionless, but his eyes were unusually focused, as if he were holding not food, but some sacred offering. First, replenish fluids and energy. Rain placed the tray on a relatively intact table in the center of the deck. On the tray were two huge bowls made from sea king skulls. Inside the bowls was a milky white, steaming thick soup. The soup was rich like jade, with a few green, unknown herb leaves floating on the surface, and several bright red goji berries sprinkled within, quite pleasing to the eye. Sea King Bone Marrow Revival Soup. Rain succinctly introduced. This was the culmination of 3 days of slow cooking, using the finest spine bones of the sea kings he had hunted earlier, combined with a dozen precious nourishing herbs obtained from the island of Radiance. Rocks and Newgate were already hungry, and upon smelling the aroma that could awaken the soul, they could no longer hold back. They each grabbed a bowl and, without caring about the heat, began to gulp it down. The moment the soup entered their mouths, their eyes instantly widened. Chapter 27. I've made my decision. I'll join you. It was an indescribable, ultimate deliciousness. The richness of the marrow, the fresh scent of herbs, and a hint of sweetness from the sea perfectly blended together, transforming into a warm surge that flowed down the throat and into the stomach. In the next moment, that warmth turned into the purest energy, like a parched riverbed welcoming a sudden rain, quickly spreading through their limbs and bones. The muscle soreness and internal turbulence caused by 3 days of fierce battles were rapidly healing under the nourishment of this warm energy. They could even feel their utterly exhausted stamina recovering at an incredible speed. Gulalalala. So delicious. It was too good. Newgate drank the entire bowl of soup in one go, letting out a satisfying burp, feeling every cell in his body cheering. Ha ha ha. No wonder you're my head chef. Rocks also finished every drop, feeling like he could fight for another 3 days and nights. Gats, watching from the side, couldn't help but drool, pitifully looking at Rain. Chef. What about ours? Rain ignored him and turned back to the kitchen. A moment later, he came out pushing a small cart that Dorum had temporarily modified. When the lid on the cart was lifted, an even wilder, more primal scent of meat erupted like a volcanic explosion. It was a huge, perfectly roasted bone-in steak, nearly the size of half a table. The surface of the steak displayed an enticing deep brown color, the fat sizzling at high temperatures, emanating a lethal temptation. Volcanic Rock roasted giant beefstack steak. Rain easily sliced the steak into several pieces with a massive carving knife and distributed them to Rocks and Newgate. Newgate took the piece of steak that was bigger than his face, grabbed it with his hands, and opened his mouth wide to take a big bite. Crack! The crispy outer skin shattered, followed by an incredibly tender and elastic meat texture. The moment his teeth tore into it, the hot, rich juice burst open in his mouth, and the purest meat aroma ignited by fierce flames and volcanic rock, mixed with Rain's secret spices, flooded his taste buds like the wildest tsunami. Delicious. So delicious that he couldn't think. Newgate felt as if he had returned to the most primitive era, transforming into a hungry beast, savoring his spoils to the fullest. This was the purest satisfaction and joy derived from the instinct of life. In just a few bites, he swallowed a steak weighing several kilograms, feeling an explosive power generating within him, making him want to howl at the sky. Just when everyone thought this was the main course, Rain brought out a massive cast iron pot, still bubbling with steam. Inside were various types of seafood that had been stewed to tenderness, including giant crab legs, chewy octopus, sweet shellfish, and the trimmings from the previously mentioned bluefin tuna. All the ingredients were soaked in a golden, seemingly rich broth. A pot of unity from all corners of the sea. Rain placed the pot in the center of the table and then handed each person a large bowl. Let's eat together. This time, there was no distinction between main and side dishes. Rocks, Newgate, Gats, Silver, Dorum, everyone surrounded the large pot, using spoons, forks, or even their hands to scoop out their favorite foods. Newgate picked up a piece of fish soaked in broth and put it in his mouth. The complex, warm, interwoven flavors of countless delicious tastes left him stunned. He looked up and saw Rocks fighting with Gats over the biggest crab claw in the pot, both of them blushing from the argument. He noticed Silver, usually quiet, carefully helping Dorum remove fish bones. He saw Rain quietly distributing the soft, roasted bread to everyone. It was noisy and chaotic, yet there was an indescribable warmth. This was not just a pot of food. This was the taste of home. Watching this scene, observing this group of individuals with different personalities, yet able to sit together and share food, Newgate's heart, which longed for family, was deeply touched. He recalled his tumultuous past and the original intention of setting out to sea. What he wanted was just a group he could trust with his back, a family with whom he could eat heartily and drink freely, right? A drop of hot liquid unexpectedly slid down his resolute face and dripped into the bowl. It was not sweat, but tears. Not sadness, but the emotion of having found home. Gulalala. Newgate lowered his head, wiped his face with his large palm, letting out a series of ambiguous chuckles. He raised his head, looking at the 8-year-old chef who had conquered his soul with a single meal, and then at the proud captain who possessed a charm that drew strong followers. He made a decision. "Hey, little chef." Newgate's voice was a bit hoarse. Rain looked up, calmly gazing at him. "Your food is very delicious." Newgate smiled widely, revealing an even more radiant and bold grin than ever before. "I made my decision. I'll join you." Newgate's declaration was like another heavy bomb dropped in the battle between him and Rocks, instantly freezing the atmosphere on the deck. Gats, who was stuffing crab leg meat into his mouth, froze in place, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. The little joy Dorum had just restored was immediately replaced by a greater panic. One Rocks was already overwhelming for the ship. Now, another monster the same level? This ship was bound to sink in the next moment. Silver's movement of wiping his spear also paused, his sharp gaze flicking back and forth between Rocks and Newgate, seemingly assessing what changes this decision would bring to the pirate crew. The smile on Rocks' face disappeared. He quietly stared at Newgate, his deep eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. On the deck, only the bubbling of the food in the pot and the sound of waves crashing against the hull could be heard. Newgate ignored everyone's reaction. He took another large sip of soup and then looked at Rocks, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable strength. "But I want to make it clear first. I'm joining not as your subordinate. I, Edward Newgate, will not be beneath anyone. I recognize your strength, and like the atmosphere on your ship, we can be partners, allies, drinking together, fighting together, and turning this world upside down. But my crew will be my family, and I will protect them. Our relationship will be one of equal cooperation." These words were spoken with conviction. What he wanted was not to join an organization, but to forge an alliance. Such confidence and pride. Chapter 28. Whitebeard boards the ship after hearing Newgate's words. The seriousness on Rock's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a louder and more carefree laughter than ever before. "Ha ha ha." He stood up and walked in front of Newgate, his massive palm slapping heavily on his shoulder. "Well said. What I, Rocks, have never wanted is a bunch of lackeys who only know how to obey orders. What I need are kings who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me to overthrow the world." The flames of ambition burned fiercely in Rock's eyes. He looked directly into Newgate's eyes and said word by word, "I don't care about subordinates, partners, or family. As long as our goals are aligned and we can still sit at the same table to drink and eat meat, then we are on the same boat. From today onwards, you, Edward Newgate, are the second in command of my Rocks Pirates." Gulalala. It's settled then. Two men standing at the pinnacle of an era reached this agreement, capable of changing the future world structure in the simplest and most direct way. No complicate rituals, no lenxios. Only two massive scarred wine bowls clinking heavily together in the air. Cheers! Cheers! The liquor flowed down their throats, full of bravado. "Oh, this is great. Another drinking buddy." Gats finally reacted, excitedly raising his barrel to challenge Newgate to a drinking contest. However, as soon as he approached, he was nearly knocked over by the overwhelming aura unintentionally radiating from Newgate. "You still have a long way to go." Newgate glanced at him and laughed heartily. Gats was not angry. Instead, he chuckled foolishly, "Of course, Brother Newgate. No, Brother Whitebeard. Please take care of me from now on." He looked at the two iconic mustaches of Newgate and unilaterally gave him a nickname. Whitebeard. Newgate touched his mustache and felt that the title was quite fitting. "Gulalala. Call me whatever you want." Meanwhile, Dorum was on the side, feeling like crying. He was calculating the weight limit of the ship while sketching various whimsical reinforcement plans in his little notebook. "No, I must find the wood of the atom tree. Otherwise, this ship will eventually fall apart due to the aftershocks of their punches. It would be best to also add a sea stone bottom. What if they get drunk and use their powers on the ship?" Dorum's muttering became a background filled with dark humor in this grand banquet. Rin silently handed the last piece of toast to Silver and then began to clean up the tableware. For him, having one more person on the ship simply meant preparing one more meal each day. Moreover, this man named Newgate had an extremely strong physique, and his robust vitality made him the best test subject for food effects. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Ren's mouth. as if a scientist had seen a perfect specimen. This celebration banquet for the new partner continued until late at night. The deck was in disarray, with wine barrels scattered everywhere. Gats ultimately fulfilled his wish to drink with Newgate, and, as expected, he was soon intoxicated and was now fast asleep, clutching the anchor chain and mumbling for another barrel. Rocks and Newgate leaned against each other, gazing at the stars above, chatting aimlessly. "Why did you go to sea?" Rocks suddenly asked. Newgate took a swig of liquor, his gaze becoming somewhat distant. "Why, one is very simple. Family." He looked at the people on the deck, swaying and laughing, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "To be able to make noise together, to drink together, to have a family that I would risk my life to protect." Upon hearing this, Rocks fell silent for a moment before scoffing. What a boring dream. He paused, finishing the last sip of his drink, but his voice became incredibly firm. "However, since you've boarded my ship, I'll help you realize your dream as well. From today on, everyone on this ship will be your family." Newgate turned his head and looked at Rock's face, filled with pride and ambition. After a long while, he nodded heavily. "Gulalala, you may be a bastard, but occasionally you say some nice things." The laughter of the two men echoed far into the quiet night. A brand new, terrifying combination that would one day make the world government tremble was officially born after this feast filled with food and strong liquor. The addition of Whitebeard Newgate brought tremendous changes to this already extraordinary pirate ship. The most direct manifestation was that the daily life on the ship became much livelier. In the morning, it was no longer Dorums knocking on the hull that awakened everyone, but the terrifying noises generated by Newgate and Rocks during their morning exercises on the deck. The two wouldn't really fight, but the occasional clash of their conqueror's haki was enough to shake the entire ship, waking Gats from his sleep, thinking he had encountered a storm at sea. Gats became Newgate's #1 little brother. He no longer clung to Rocks, but spent his days calling him Brother Whitebeard. He would eagerly ask Newgate how to make his punches heavier, and when Newgate was in a good mood, he would casually give him a few pointers. Just a few tips on how to use strength greatly benefited Gats, making him feel that his destructive power had reached a new level. Silver found a perfect sparring partner. He would actively challenge Newgate, although every time he was easily blocked by a single finger. This opportunity to hone his marksmanship in front of an absolute powerhouse deepened his understanding of the assassin's path. His shooting became faster, more cunning, and deadlier. As for Dorum, he was completely immersed in a happy dilemma. He discovered that although Newgate appeared rough, he had a beast-like intuition for the structure of the ship. Newgate could clearly hear which plank of the hull was groaning and feel where the weakest points of the keel were. So, Dorum would cling to Newgate every day, asking him to help diagnose. "Mr. Whitebeard, could you listen again? Is this main mast lacking a bit of spirit? Mr. Whitebeard, could you feel this new plank I replaced? How's the water tightness?" Newgate was extremely annoyed by him, but seeing Dorum's nearly obsessive fascination with the ship, he could only patiently help him check. One asked, and the other answered, a shipwright and a future maritime overlord engaged in an extremely strange in-depth exchange about ship maintenance and repair. At the center of it all was still Ren's kitchen. Chapter 29. The target, G8 branch with the terrifyingly large appetite and energy demands of Whitebeard. Rain's culinary skills had more room to flourish. He began to experiment with bolder and more challenging dishes. For example, he created a lightning-infused mapo tofu using an electric eel that contained a faint electrical power paired with a paralyzing flour that stimulated the nerves, designed to significantly enhance the eater's reaction speed for a short period. Another dish involved simmering the hard shell of a deep-sea volcanic crab to make a rich soup loaded with special minerals, combined with powdered iron, or to create a seafood porridge that could temporarily increase the body's hardness. These dishes would be lethal toxins to ordinary people, but for monsters like Rocks and Whitebeard, they acted like highly effective enhancement potions. Under the influence of Rain's culinary philosophy, the overall strength of the Rocks Pirates was growing at a snowballing pace. One afternoon, while Rain was in the kitchen preparing a giant deep-sea octopus he had just caught, a new notification suddenly popped up on the system interface. Ding! Detected that crew member Edward Newgate's bond with the host and team has deepened. His powerful life magnetic field resonates with the culinary philosophy, enhancing the exclusive ability of culinary philosophy. Culinary philosophy resonance version dishes cooked by the host will provide companions with a medium-strength permanent physical enhancement effect, with a very small probability of depositing special energy within the eater, triggering at a critical moment. Rain paused his movements. Medium-strength enhancement? Depositing special energy? It felt like adding critical hits and hidden passive attributes to his dishes. He glanced at Newgate, who was on the deck arm wrestling with rocks, causing the ship to creak. His eyes became increasingly profound. This man was indeed a top-tier catalyst. At that moment, Rock's deep voice echoed throughout the ship. "You all, come here." Everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered at the bow of the ship. Rock spread out the nautical chart again, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, finally landing on Newgate. "Whitebeard, your addition has elevated our strength by more than one tier." A proud smile curled at the corners of Rock's mouth. "So, we can temporarily set aside the target of the Land of Dreams. That place is too ethereal, not suitable as our first strike to shock the world." He pointed firmly at a spot on the nautical chart. It was a fortress island marked by the world government as absolute justice, also the most important military base of the Navy in the first half of the Grand Line. G8 Branch. The G8 Branch, known for its ironclad defenses and a resourceful vice admiral station there, was hailed as the unfallable maritime fortress. "Our next target is here." Rock's voice was not loud but filled with undeniable dominance. "Aren't they searching for us everywhere? Then let's take the initiative to deliver ourselves to their doorstep. I want the whole world to see how weak this so-called unfallable fortress is in front of the Rocks Pirates." This declaration made Gats and Dorwin gasp in shock. Attacking the largest branch guarded by a vice admiral of the Navy? This was no longer madness. It was suicide. However, Newgate burst into hearty laughter after hearing this. "Gururara. Interesting. Sounds way more fun than hunting for some sleeping king." He took a big swig from the barrel. "Then let's go. I also want to see how many capable vice admirals the Navy has now." The decision of the two kings instantly overshadowed all doubts and anxieties. Gats's blood was reignited, and he raised the ship's anchor, excitedly shouting, "Oh. Let's take down the Navy's lair." Silver's eyes also sparkled with battle intent. Only Dorwin looked at the fortress on the chart, filled with countless turrets and warships, and silently covered his heart. "It's over. This time it's really going to fall apart." With a wave of his hand, Rocks issued the command. "Dorwin, adjust the course. Target G8 Branch. Rain, get the menu ready for the victory feast." The shabby sailboat, under the leadership of the two future maritime overlords, turned its proud bow, like a sword drawn from its sheath, boldly sailing toward the unyielding fortress that symbolized the authority of the world government. A storm that would soon shock the world was brewing. On the 15th day of sailing, as they drew closer to the G8 Branch's waters, the air seemed to carry the scent of gunpowder and rust. That afternoon, the sea was unusually calm. Gats lay on the deck, basking in the sun while patting his round belly, happily burping. For lunch, Rain had made a rich soup from the spinal marrow of a giant sea king and a type of electric grass with natural paralyzing effects. After drinking it, he felt warm all over, as if every cell was slightly vibrating with explosive power. "Ah, if I could live like this every day, it would be worth it to be a pirate for a lifetime." Gats sighed contentedly. "Shut up, you fool. If you get any heavier, this deck is going to collapse under you," Dorwin grumbled from the side, banging on the ship's side as part of his daily maintenance. Just then, Silver from the lookout suddenly issued a warning, his voice as calm as ever but with a hint of chill. "To the right front, 3 o'clock direction, a fleet has been spotted. It's the Navy." "The Navy?" Gats jumped up, grabbing the nearby anchor, and instead of showing any signs of tension, he wore an excited grin. "Perfect. I'm full and have nowhere to expend my energy. This is just right." Rocks and Newgate were leaning at the stern drinking, and upon hearing this, they lazily raised their eyelids. "How many?" Rocks asked. 6 warships. "From the flags, they're the G8 Branch's patrol fleet," Silver replied. "They've already spotted us and are adjusting their formation to surround us." "Gurura, looks like the appetizer is coming to us." Newgate took a big gulp of his drink, not taking the 6 warships seriously at all. Rocks laughed, calling out toward the kitchen, "Rain, it seems dinner ingredients have arrived. The supplies on those warships should be better than what we have on this old ship, right?" Rain's calm voice came from the kitchen. That depends on whether they have a professional cold storage. If not, the freshness of the ingredients will be greatly compromised. None of them took the impending battle seriously, instead starting to discuss the quality of the spoils. In the distance, on the flagship of the patrol fleet, a fierce-looking naval officer with the rank of colonel was observing the dilapidated pirate ship of the Rocks Pirates through a telescope. Report, Colonel. The opponent only has one small pirate ship, and it seems to have only 5 or 6 crew members. There are no flags flying on the sail, so they should be newcomers who just set sail, a naval soldier reported. Hearing this, the colonel's face broke into a cruel sneer. Newcomers? Just right. That bastard Rocks has been causing quite a stir lately. The headquarters has issued a strict order to severely strike down all new pirates as a warning to others. Convey my orders. All ships, open fire, blow them and their ship to pieces. Yes, the orders were given, and the 6 warships' dark cannon muzzles all aimed at the lonely little ship. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons roared simultaneously, the dense cannonballs trailing black smoke like a storm of steel raining down upon them. Chapter 30. Thunderous abyss faced with cannon fire powerful enough to level a small island. Rocks couldn't even be bothered to stand up. Whitebeard yawned again. Gats, Silver, Dorum, stretch your limbs a bit. Rocks lazily waved his hand. Remember, don't sink the ship. We still need supplies. By the way, ask the taste preferences of the Rear Admiral at the G8 branch so Rain can prepare the menu in advance. Oh, leave it to me, Captain. Gats was the first to respond, letting out an excited roar. He pushed off the ground with his massive legs, launching himself into the air like a cannonball, soaring to several dozen meters high. Rotating anchor strike. Gats spun the massive anchor in his hands, creating a dense black whirlwind in the air. Bang! The concentrated cannonballs collided with the black whirlwind, as if hitting an invisible wall, being deflected and exploding midair into dazzling fireworks, with not a single shell landing on the ship. What? The colonel of the Navy fleet's eyes nearly popped out. Before he could react from the shock, a silver afterimage flashed from the pirate ship. Silver's figure raced across the surface of the sea like a ghost, his feet seemingly walking on the waves stirred up by the cannonballs, charging towards one of the warships at an almost imperceptible speed. Stop him! The Navy on the warship panicked and opened fire, but the bullets couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. In just a few breaths, Silver had boarded the deck. His spear moved like a dragon. Every shake left behind a series of afterimages, and the tip struck precisely at each Navy soldier's wrist, causing them to drop their weapons without causing any fatalities. In the blink of an eye, the combat effectiveness of a warship had been completely dismantled by him alone. Meanwhile, Dorum stood at the bow, facing the incoming cannonballs without flinching, swinging his giant axe. Clang! A cannonball was perfectly split in 2 by him, passing on either side of the ship and falling into the sea. The craftsmanship of this iron shell is decent, but the gunpowder ratio is a bit off. The explosive power isn't concentrated enough. Dorum critiqued like a professional arms reviewer, and then swung his axe to split another cannonball. The Navy colonel stared blankly at the magical scene before him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This isn't a rookie pirate crew. This is clearly a group of monsters. Just as he was about to order a retreat, Rocks and Whitebeard had somehow appeared on either side of his flagship's deck. Hello, Colonel. Rocks wore a devilish grin. I heard you wanted to blow us to pieces? Guam, perfect. Our ship has run out of liquor, and we were hoping to borrow some from you. Whitebeard shook the empty barrel in his hand. The colonel rolled his eyes back and fainted. This battle, rather than a fight, was more like a one-sided armed robbery. Half an hour later, 6 Navy warships were completely looted. All the Navy soldiers stripped of their clothes and tied together with seaweed, left on the deck. The Rocks pirate ship was piled high with various food, liquor, and ammunition. Rain was pulling out a piece of premium chilled beef from a Navy ship's cold storage, nodding in satisfaction. It seems this Rear Admiral has a decent requirement for ingredients. Rocks lounged with his legs crossed in the command chair of the Navy flagship. Interrogating the colonel he had slapped awake, leisurely inquiring about the G8 branch's defenses and the details of that Rear Admiral. Whitebeard had found the liquor storage, happily drinking from a barrel of the finest rum. Gats and Dorum were excitedly counting their spoils. We struck it rich. So much berries. The specifications of these cannonballs are just right for my new design. This farcical victory filled the crew with unprecedented confidence for the upcoming G8 assault. Rain glanced at the rapidly increasing experience points on his system panel, then looked at the horizon where the sky met the sea, his gaze calm. Just one last step to reach master level. From that unfortunate patrol fleet, Rocks pried out everything about the G8 branch. The Navy Rear Admiral stationed at the G8 branch was named Will, a general known for his cunning and impenetrable defensive tactics, while his own strength wasn't top tier. He was extremely tricky to deal with. The G8 fortress was managed by him like an iron barrel, boasting hundreds of heavy cannons, 3 defensive seawalls, and an elite Marine Corps. Sounds like a guy tucked inside a turtle shell. Rocks commented dismissively after hearing the intel. Gwahaha, the more solid the turtle shell, the more interesting it is to crack it open. Whitebeard was clearly also intrigued by this challenge. Durham, adjust the course based on the intel. We'll bypass their main shipping routes and break in from the west side of Thunderous Abyss. Rocks drew a tricky route on the nautical chart. Thunderous Abyss? Durham's face went pale. Captain, that's a famously dangerous sea area plagued by constant thunderstorms, with terrifying sea beasts lurking, known as the graveyard for ships. Perfect. Rocks grinned widely. The most dangerous places are often the ones with the weakest defenses, and he glanced towards the kitchen, his eyes filled with anticipation. I've heard there's a very special ingredient in that area. Rain emerged from the kitchen, holding a food guide he had illustrated himself, featuring a fierce and majestic giant beast. Thunder Abyss Leviathan. Rain's voice was calm and steady. A super giant sea creature that resides in stormy seas, feeding on lightning. Its flesh and blood contain pure lightning energy, and its heart is known as the Thunder Goddess Heart, a dream ingredient that can activate the body and significantly enhance neural reaction speed for the consumer. But Rain paused before continuing. This creature only appears at the center of the most violent thunderstorms, making it extremely difficult to hunt. Wow, ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Thunder God's Heart. Gatz's eyes instantly lit up, feeling his saliva nearly dripping. If I eat that, will my fists also be electrified? Maybe it'll make you feel a bit more comfortable when struck by lightning. Silver quipped coolly. Decision made. The tattered sailboat turned its bow again, like a fearless challenger, resolutely sailing towards that forbidden sea area filled with thunder and lightning. 3 days later, they entered the thunderous abyss. The sky was shrouded in heavy lead clouds, making daytime resemble dusk. Silver serpentine lightning tore through the sky and exploded on the sea surface, the roaring sound continuous, shaking the eardrums painfully. The waves became violent, like moving mountains, crashing against the fragile ship that seemed ready to fall apart at any moment. Steady, hold on tight, Durham shouted hoarsely, gripping the helm tightly, battling fiercely against the raging nature. Just then, Silver on the lookout tower issued a warning. It's coming. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a massive water column rising into the sky, thicker than the ship itself. Within the water column, an unimaginably huge beast slowly revealed its form. It was covered in dark green-black scales, like steel armor, with a gigantic and fearsome horn atop its head, gathering dazzling electric light at its tip. With every breath it took, it accompanied the flashes of lightning. This is the Thunder Abyss Leviathan. Chapter 31. Promotion, Master-Level Culinary Skills. Gulalalala. What a big guy. Newgate stood up, stretching his muscles, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. I'll take care of it. Rocks also stood up, an overwhelming aura of dominance radiating from him. The two monsters looked at each other simultaneously, as if invisible sparks erupted in the air. Let's do it together. A quick battle. Rain's voice broke their standoff. Its heart must be removed within 3 minutes after its death. Otherwise, the lightning energy would dissipate. Wahaha. All right, let's see who makes the bigger noise. Gulalalala. Just what I wanted. In the next moment, both figures disappeared from the ship at the same time. Rocks appeared on the left side of the Thunder Abyss Leviathan, his fist wrapped in dark gravity and Conqueror's Haki, as if it could swallow everything. Newgate appeared on the right side, his fist covered with a pure white vibrating halo, enough to shatter space. Dark water. Earthquake. 2 loud shouts. Two fists capable of destroying islands smashed simultaneously into the massive body of the Thunder Abyss Leviathan from two directions. Boom! In that instant, the world fell silent. Immediately after, an explosion that could not be described with words occurred. The seawater of the thunderous abyss was forcibly pressed out, creating a massive depression with a diameter of over a kilometer, while the surrounding seawater was pushed away, forming a towering tsunami hundreds of meters high. The thunderclouds in the sky were completely shattered by this terrifying force, revealing long-lost sunlight. When everything calmed down, the once mighty Thunder Abyss Leviathan lay belly up, floating on the sea, completely lifeless. On either side of its body were two deep, terrifying fist marks. The crew on the ship, Gats and Dorium, were completely numb from the sight. Rain rushed over immediately, his figure gliding effortlessly across the surface of the sea. Silver, get ready. Silver was already prepared, his spear like lightning, accurately piercing into the Leviathan's chest. With a forceful flick, a heart still flickering with lightning, resembling a blue crystal, was sent flying out, landing steadily in a special food box made of sea prism stone that Rain had prepared in advance. A perfect hunt. That evening, Rain used this Thunder God's heart as the main ingredient to prepare the final feast for the upcoming battle. He didn't use complicated cooking techniques. Instead, he sliced it thinly to make sashimi that showcased the ingredient's original flavor, accompanied by a sauce made from Leviathan's blood and several special seaweeds, also shimmering with electric light. As the first slice of the Thunder God's heart entered their mouths, everyone felt as if their souls were struck by a gentle lightning bolt. A pure energy instantly flowed through their bodies, making every cell cheer with joy, and their neural response speed elevated to a whole new level. Gats felt he could see every flap of a mosquito's wings. Silver felt his thought process speed up several times, and Dorium felt his hands, which had become somewhat sluggish from years of ship maintenance, were now extraordinarily agile. Rocks and Newgate felt their conqueror's haki resonating wonderfully with this lightning energy, becoming more ferocious and destructive. Rain looked at the satisfied expressions of everyone, then at his experience bar that was about to fill up, a barely noticeable smile creeping onto his lips. He knew he was about to undergo a new transformation. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, the outline of an iron fortress was faintly visible. The aftertaste of the feast had not yet dissipated, and the fury of the thunderous abyss had already calmed. The old sailboat sailed on the brilliantly blue sea, the air fresh and carrying the unique scent of post-rain. The crew was adapting to their newfound changes. Gats excitedly waved the anchor, realizing his reaction speed was astonishingly fast now, even able to predict the wind pressure trajectory caused by the swinging anchor. Silver quietly closed his eyes. His observation haki range expanded several times, and his perception became more three-dimensional. He no longer just heard and saw, but could feel the flow of everything, as if the entire world had become a precise network composed of countless lines. Dorium took out his toolbox and began an unprecedented meticulous maintenance of the ship's body. His hands moved so fast they left afterimages, every action precise with efficiency improved by more than double. Rocks and Newgate continued drinking, but the occasional glances they exchanged held a hint of electricity. It was their haki testing each other, and under the catalysis of the Thunder God's heart, their powers were advancing to a higher level. As for Rain, he stood in the kitchen, calmly wiping his chef's knife, but his heart was far from calm. Just as the feast ended, a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has cooked the legendary ingredient, the Thunder God's heart, resulting in an extraordinary enhancement for all members of the Rocks Pirates, gaining a massive amount of experience. Ding! Top-tier culinary experience is full 200,200,000, promoting. Rain's consciousness was pulled into a pure white space. Before him, a massive system panel was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The badge representing the word top tier shone brightly, then shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless specks of light. These specks regathered, coalescing into a more complex, ancient, and softly glowing new badge. Engraved on the badge were two powerful characters, Master. Promotion successful. Congratulations to the host for upgrading culinary skills to Master level. Master level culinary skills. returning to the essence. The host's understanding of ingredients has greatly improved, and they can perceive their energy essence and soul connections. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to master level, significantly increasing mental strength and unlocking a new exclusive ability, Soul of Cuisine, through the interaction of Observation Haki and the essence of food. Soul of Cuisine. The host can merge their will and soul power into their dishes, bestowing food with a specific soul, allowing the consumer to inherit a temporary and powerful directional enhancement while savoring the deliciousness. Example: can create dishes infused with the soul of rage, significantly enhancing the consumer's desire to attack and destructive power for a short time, or create dishes infused with the soul of silence, allowing the consumer to conceal their presence and enhance perception. Ding! Congratulations to the host for being promoted to master level, rewarding 50,000 culinary points, unlocking the master level exclusive exchange list in the system shop, and receiving a master level recipe gift pack. A torrent of information flooded into his mind. Yet Rain felt his thoughts clearer than ever. Rain opened his eyes, and the entire world felt different in his perception. If before, Rain saw ingredients as their textures, fibers, and freshness, now he saw the energy flowing within the ingredients, everything they experienced from growth to capture, the source of their flavor and soul. Rain picked up a piece of ordinary dried fish. To him, it was no longer a lifeless object. He could see the scenes of the fish swimming in the sea when it was alive, feel the imprints left by sunlight and sea salt in its body, and hear the whispers of its deepest flavors. So this is what master-level culinary skills are. Rain murmured to himself, his eyes shining with enlightenment. This was no longer an enhancement of skills, but a leap to a near-life level. Rain felt his understanding of the essence of food had entered a whole new realm. Chapter 32, A Simple Appetizer. If the previous food essence was a passive enhancement for companions, now, with the food soul, Rain can actively and precisely design the strength of his companions. Rain can become a true war chef. Hey, Chef Hong. Gatz's loud voice pulled Rain back from that mystical state. He leaned in with an expectant face and asked, "When are we having breakfast?" After defeating that big monster. "I'm hungry again." Rain turned his head to look at Gatz's face, which was filled with hunger, and then glanced at the increasingly clear steel fortress on the horizon. A hint of confident, even playful, smile appeared on his calm face. Breakfast? Rain's voice was not loud, but clearly reached every crew member's ears. After conquering G8. But before that, he picked up a piece of the most ordinary beef on the cutting board, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "I can prepare some special appetizers for you, to help you warm up well." Locks and Newgate exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. They both keenly felt that this little chef seemed to have undergone some astonishing transformation in that moment. The G8 naval fortress, known as the Impenetrable Steel Fortress, was on high alert. The alarm on the lookout tower echoed through the sky, and countless naval soldiers rushed to the artillery and defensive walls under the command of officers. The dark cannon mouths resembled a forest of steel, all aimed at the solitary ship that was slowly approaching. Inside the command tower, Commander Will of the G8 branch, Rear Admiral of the Navy, was holding a telescope with a furrowed brow. "A ship? Just one ship?" he muttered, his face filled with seriousness. "Locks, Edward Newgate, what do these two monsters want?" He couldn't understand, but his beast-like intuition told him that this was definitely not a reckless suicidal attack. The calmness of the other party itself exuded the most terrifying sense of oppression. "All personnel on alert. Do not let your guard down. As soon as they enter the A3 firing range, immediately conduct a saturation bombardment," Will ordered in a low voice. Yet, on that ship targeted by countless cannon mouths, the atmosphere was in stark contrast to the tension of G8. It could even be said to be somewhat leisurely. The crew gathered at the kitchen door, like a group of fledglings waiting to be fed, eagerly watching the busy little figure inside. Rain stood in front of the stove, his movements completely different from before. If the previous Rain was synonymous with precision and efficiency, now, every action he took was filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm. Rain was not cooking. He was engaging in a creation a dance with the soul of the ingredients. He picked up a piece of high-quality beef confiscated from a navy, and instead of cutting it with a knife, he gently tore it along the grain with his fingers, perfectly separating the whole piece of beef. Rain infused a strand of his will, a pure and violent soul yearning for battle and destruction, into the beef. In an instant, the color of the beef turned a deeper red, as if magma was flowing within. Rain placed it on a scorching iron plate, and within 3 seconds, a thin crust formed on the surface before he immediately picked it up and skewered it with a wooden stick. "Gats, this is yours." Rain handed the seemingly ordinary, even slightly undercooked beef skewer to Gats. Gats took it and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. The next second, his eyes widened and his muscles swelled visibly. Even a faint red glow appeared on his skin. Roar! Gats couldn't help but let out a roar that sounded inhuman, feeling as if a fierce beast had taken residence in his body, with every muscle fiber craving destruction and tearing. Power! I feel endless power. He clenched his fists, and a dull explosion echoed in the air. Next, Rain took a small piece of Leviathan fish meat, soaked it in ice water to make it crystal clear. He infused it with a soul of silence, and the fish meat seemed to lose all sense of existence, becoming like transparent jelly. Silver took the thin, translucent piece of fish meat and placed it in his mouth. It melted instantly with no flavor, but in the next second, Silver's figure became blurry in place, his breath completely vanishing as if he had merged into the air. If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would not be able to tell that a person was still standing there. Silver's eyes were filled with shock. He felt as if he had become one with the surrounding environment. Doram received a cookie baked from a special mineral powder and flour, as hard as stone. Rain infused it with a soul of solidity. Doram took a bite, hearing a crunch, and felt as if his teeth might break. But then a heavy flow of energy spread throughout his body. He knocked on his chest and surprisingly produced a metallic clanging sound. My body seems to have turned to iron. Finally, Rain reheated a small pot of concentrated soup left from cooking Leviathan, without infusing any specific soul, but instead integrating his understanding of battle itself. The soup became crystal clear, yet seemed to contain the vastness of the stars and the sea. Locks, Newgate. The two each took a bowl and drank it in one gulp. As soon as the soup entered, they simultaneously felt that their already peak haki seemed to be ignited, becoming more refined, wilder, and more free-spirited. Gulalalala. Interesting. This feeling is really interesting. Newgate laughed heartily. Locks looked at Rain, his gaze burning as if it could melt him. Rain, you've given me another huge surprise. This is the terrifying aspect of master-level culinary skills. A simple appetizer boosted the entire Rocks pirate crew's combat power by several levels in an instant. At this moment, the ship had already entered the A3 firing range of the G8 fortress. Fire! Will's cold voice echoed through the telephone bug to all artillery. Boom! Hundreds of heavy cannons roared simultaneously, and countless shells formed a dense web of death, enveloping that small sailing ship. Facing this attack capable of annihilating everything, Locks slowly walked to the bow of the ship. He glanced at the group of crew members whose auras were surging and combat spirit boiling, then looked at the so-called impenetrable fortress. Then, he let out a wild laugh that looked down upon the world. Waha, my little ones, let the world hear our voice. Tear down this heap of scrap metal for me. Chapter 33. Landing on the island the first to respond was the long-suffering and ravenous Gats. Oh, that piece of half-cooked beef, containing a soul of raging fury, turned into a blazing inferno in his stomach, burning away his last shred of rationality. His eyes became blood-red. His muscles bulged and twisted, and dark red patterns like lava surfaced on his skin, transforming him into a colossal beast that seemed to have crawled out from the depths of hell. He didn't even wait for the ship to get closer. With a powerful push of his legs on the deck, he launched himself. Boom! The reinforced deck that Doram had specially strengthened was crushed beneath his feet, creating two deep impressions as his massive body soared like a black meteor, bearing an unmatched ferocity, directly crashing across hundreds of meters of ocean toward the steel outer wall of 4G8. Roar! In midair, Gats let out a roar that was far from human. He aimed his fist, as large as a sandbag, at the incoming barrage of cannonballs. There was no dodging, no blocking. Only the purest, most brutal confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. One heavy cannonball after another, capable of tearing ships apart, exploded upon contact with his fist, shattering like fragile eggs. The steel projectiles were twisted and deformed by his punch, and some were even sent hurtling back toward the Fort S artillery at a faster speed. Inside the command tower of Fort G8, Admiral Will, through his telescope, witnessed this scene. His mouth agape, and the cigar in his hand fell to the ground. What? What kind of monster is that? Punching cannonballs to pieces? His aides and staff were collectively speechless, as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable sight in the world. However, this was just the beginning. Just as everyone was captivated by Gats's fury, a shadow that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye silently slipped off the ship. Silver's figure danced across the surface of the sea, completely blending into the mist and shadows created by the exploding cannonballs. That piece of fish, containing a soul of silence, made him seem as if he had been erased from this world. His presence, breath, and sound vanished completely. He moved like a true ghost, strolling through the hail of bullets. No Navy soldier could detect him, and no surveillance phone bug could capture his trajectory. When he reappeared, he was already standing atop the first defensive wall of Fort G8, appearing like a specter behind a main artillery platform. The Navy soldiers inside the platform were still frantically loading and firing, completely unaware that death was standing right behind them. "Good night." The cold voice sounded like the whisper of the Reaper. In the next moment, a silver flash appeared. Silver's spear danced like a swimming dragon within the confined space of the artillery platform, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. He didn't kill anyone, but the spear tip accurately struck the wrists, knees, and napes of every Navy soldier. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dull thuds, the Navy soldiers on the entire platform collapsed like cut wheat, losing their combat effectiveness. Silver did not linger. His figure vanished again, employing the same method as he stealthily moved toward the next platform. Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, Doram also experienced his moment of glory. He bit into a mineral biscuit that contained a solid soul, feeling his body become harder than the ship's keel. Doram straightened his back, standing at the bow of the ship, facing the cannonballs like fish escaping a net without flinching. "Come on, let me see if your cannonballs are harder or my bones are." Clang! A cannonball struck solidly against his chest. Contrary to expectations of blood and flesh flying, nothing happened. The cannonball seemed to hit an immovable anvil, instantly deforming, then uselessly falling into the sea. All that remained on Doram's chest was a shallow white mark. He patted his chest, producing a metallic clanging sound, and a highly satisfied smile spread across his face. Not bad. Feeling good, bring it on." He stood like a moving steel fortress, blocking every cannonball aimed at the ship with his body. This scene made Admiral Will in the distance twitch uncontrollably at the corner of his eye. Crazy. These people are all crazy. If Gats, Silver, and Doram had already exceeded common sense, then the actions of Rocks and Newgate were nothing short of miraculous. Newgate casually swung his Naginata forward. Crack! The space ahead seemed like a massive piece of glass, instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. All the cannonballs flying toward the right side of the ship deflected upon entering the shattered space, colliding with each other and exploding, creating a brilliant display of fireworks in midair. As for Rocks, he didn't even bother to raise a hand. He just stood there, an invisible, twisted gravitational field emanating from him as the center. All the cannonballs flying toward the left side, upon nearing the ship within 100 meters, seemed to be caught by an unseen giant hand, their speed drastically reduced. Then, they were gently yet irresistibly pulled, tracing bizarre arcs, and ultimately sank silently into the sea. Together, they constructed an absolute safe zone around the ship. The once dreaded saturation bombardment of Fort G8 now resembled a comical fireworks display, failing to even touch the corner of the ship's sail. In just a few minutes, the proud first line of defense of Fort G8 was riddled with holes, and nearly half of the artillery platforms fell silent. How could this be? How could this be? Admiral Wool sat slumped in the command chair, dazed, as his once reliable fort seemed as fragile as a joke before this group of monsters. At this moment, the old sailing ship had leisurely passed through the most dangerous bombardment area, about to dock at the fort as harbor. Rocks glanced at the now chaotic steel fortress, then looked at his crew, who were brimming with fighting spirit and ferocity, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. The warm-up is over. Boys, let us land. Subdue everything that breathes on this island. With Rox's command, their ship, displaying a ferocious demeanor completely at odds with its appearance, crashed violently into the main harbor of Fort G8. Boom! The reinforced bow of Doram's ship slammed into the solid dock like a battering ram, creating a massive gap. Wood chips and stones flew everywhere, shaking the entire fortress. Ha ha ha! I'm here. Gats was the first to jump off the ship. His massive body hit the ground, directly cracking the granite pavement beneath him. He carried the giant anchor, charging like a bull into a china shop, trampling over the Navy soldiers who came to intercept him. Any defensive works or human walls trying to stop him were ruthlessly torn apart before his colossal strength, filled with the soul of rage. Chapter 34 Unilateral Crushing Silver's figure followed closely behind, but disappeared into the shadows the moment he landed. He was like a reaper traversing the battlefield, with each appearance accompanied by the fall of a group of naval soldiers. His attacks were silent yet precise and deadly, specifically targeting the enemy's command systems and heavy firepower points, creating chaos and panic far beyond that of a direct confrontation. Durham carried his giant axe, moving like a mobile wall, clearing the path for his companions. Ordinary swords and knives only sparked against him, unable to even break his skin. As he swung his axe to send enemies flying, he also acted like a professional building critic, pointing out the structure of the fortress. The foundation was decent, but the concrete grade wasn't high enough, and the load-bearing capacity was slightly lacking. TSK, the rebar in these walls was too frugal. No wonder they cracked upon impact. Rocks and Newgate leisurely followed at the back, as if taking a stroll in their own backyard. They didn't even need to make a deliberate move. The mere presence of their overpowering haki was enough to frighten most ordinary naval soldiers, causing them to roll their eyes and faint. Gulalala, such fragile kids. Newgate yawned, seemingly bored. Inside the command tower, Vice Admiral will watch the hellish scene through the surveillance den mushy, his face turning iron blue. He knew that conventional defenses had completely lost their meaning. All officers of lieutenant commander rank and above assemble in the central square. Activate the Iron Wall plan. Will roared, issuing his final command. I'll go meet them personally. He tore off his Vice Admiral-esque cloak, revealing a body full of well-defined muscles, covered in gruesome scars. As a Vice Admiral capable of guarding G8, he was not a person of mere reputation, but rather a seasoned martial arts expert. However, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, one person's actions were completely out of sync with everyone else. Zen, after jumping off the ship, he did not engage in any combat, merely carrying an unremarkable food box. Avoiding all areas of conflict, heading straight for the largest building within the fortress, the naval cafeteria. Rain's goal was clear, to check the enemy's kitchen ingredient reserves. A few naval lieutenants, scattered by the aftermath of the battle and preparing to regroup, spotted the lone child. They were initially taken aback, but then overjoyed. Capture that kid. He must be the pirate's weak point. A little brat dares to come to the battlefield, seeking death. 3 naval lieutenants immediately changed direction, surrounding Rain with eager, malicious grins. Rain stopped, looking at the 3 rushing towards him, his brow slightly furrowed. This is a restricted area for the kitchen. No idle persons allowed, Rain said calmly. Huh? What nonsense is this kid talking about? The leading lieutenant had already charged in front of Rain, swinging his long knife down without holding back simply because the opponent was a child. Rain did not dodge. At the moment the blade was about to connect, he stepped sideways and violently flicked the food box in an unbelievable angle upward. Bang! The hard bottom of the food box smashed solidly into the lieutenant's chin. With a muffled thud, the lieutenant's eyes rolled back, and he fell backward, spitting a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth. The other 2 naval soldiers were taken aback, momentarily halting their advance. But Rain did not give them a chance to react. His small figure darted out like a raccoon, the food box in his hand creating a blur. Bang! Bang! Two more dull thuds sounded, and the remaining two naval soldiers followed in their companions' footsteps. One struck in the temple, the other hit in the back of the neck, both collapsing to the ground. Throughout the entire encounter, Rain's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely swatted away 3 bothersome flies. He glanced at the unconscious naval soldiers on the ground, then weighed the food box in his hand, seemingly satisfied with its sturdiness. This was specially made for him from leftover scraps by Durham, incredibly durable. I already said, do not disturb a chef at work, Rain muttered to himself, continuing to stride towards the building that wafted a faint aroma of food. Meanwhile, in the central square of the fortress, Vice Admiral Will had gathered the last elite forces, confronting the main force of the Rocks Pirates head-on. Rocks, Edward Newgate. Will's gaze was fixed on the two figures, radiating a powerful aura. This is the fortress of justice. I will not allow scum like you to act recklessly here. Rocks couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. He simply extended a finger and lightly flicked in Will's direction. Noisy, an invisible immense force appeared out of nowhere. Vice Admiral Will's proud Observation Haki was like thin paper in front of this force. He was struck as if by a high-speed train, spewing blood and flying back, crashing into the wall of the command tower and creating a massive hole. No contest. Rocks retracted his finger and yawned in boredom, his gaze drifting over the now dumbfounded naval soldiers towards the cafeteria. I wonder if the head chef has found anything good. I'm a bit hungry. The fall of G8 Fortress was quicker and more complete than anyone had anticipated. When Vice Admiral Will, the highest commander of the branch, was sent flying by Rock's flick and embedded into the wall of the command tower, the fortress's resistance crumbled. The remaining naval soldiers completely lost their will to fight, dropping their weapons and crouching on the ground, their faces filled with fear and despair. This siege battle, rather than a fight, was more like a unilateral crushing of adults over kindergarten children. Members of the Rocks Pirates began to joyfully clean up the battlefield, or rather, conduct an organized and disciplined armed robbery. Ha ha ha. We're rich. We're rich. Gats kicked open the vault door of the fortress, looking at the mountains of berries and gold inside, his eyes turning into the shape of berries. He scurried like a rat that had fallen into a rice bin, hauling bag after bag of wealth onto the ship, constantly muttering, now I could buy so much meat. Durham, like a treasure-hunting craftsman, was busy knocking around in the ruins of the fortress. He dismantled several intact heavy cannons, preparing to install them on his ship. He also scavenged a large amount of high-strength alloy steel plates from the armory, ready for a comprehensive upgrade of his ship. For him, these military-grade materials were far more attractive than gold and berries. Silver was even more direct. He infiltrated Vice Admiral Will's office, rummaging through a thick stack of documents from a safe, including the latest nautical charts of the G8 branch's jurisdiction, naval troop deployment maps, and some confidential information from the world government. These intangible treasures were worth far more than money. At this moment, the most sacred place in the entire fortress, the kitchen of the naval cafeteria, had been completely taken over by Rain. He paced back and forth in the massive kitchen like a king surveying his territory. The original cooks had long been scared into a corner, trembling and not daring to make a sound. Chapter 35 New Bounty. Notice the potatoes are sprouting and still being used. Is this meant to give the Navy soldiers food poisoning? The cold storage temperature is a complete mess. This fish has been dead for at least 3 days. Its eyes are cloudy. And this piece of beef, the sinews haven't been cleaned properly. If it's cooked just a bit too long, it will be as tough as rubber. It's a disaster. Every time Rain points out a problem, the chefs tremble. They never imagined that an 8-year-old child could have such a sharp and professional eye. Eventually, Rain found some eye-catching ingredients in a locked private cold storage mint for Rear Admiral-level officers. It was a carefully processed armored horned boar, a rare creature found only on specific islands. Because it has been consuming a special metal ore for years, its meat is firm, and the fat layer is rich in minerals with a unique flavor. Next to it were several barrels of top-quality rum from the South China Sea, collected by the G8 branch. Well, it's barely usable. Ray nodded in satisfaction when the crew returned to the mess hall with their spoils. A rich and almost overwhelming meaty aroma enveloped the entire square. In the center of the mess hall, Rain was directing several Navy chefs using a giant iron pot, captured from the enemy, large enough to stew a whole cow, to prepare a brand new dish. The armored hornboar was cut into large chunks, rolling in the pot with potatoes, carrots, and other root vegetables. The golden pork lard was rendered out, mixing with the sweetness of the vegetables and the rich aroma of rum, forming an aggressively complex fragrance. The broth displayed an enticing deep brown color, bubbling up, each roll intensifying the aroma. "Chef, what is this? It smells amazing." Gats was the first to rush over, almost drooling. "Overlord stew," Rain replied succinctly. This was a dish he improvised based on the available ingredients, aimed at directly and dominantly unleashing the energy of the ingredients to replenish the vitality of the crew who had just gone through a warm-up exercise. When the first steaming bowl of Overlord stew was served, everyone gathered around. Rocks speared a piece of tender stewed pork with his fork and put in his mouth, his eyes instantly lighting up. The pork skin was chewy and soft, the fatty meat rich yet not greasy, melting in the mouth, while the lean meat was soaked with broth, fresh and juicy, with a hint of rum's aftertaste. The potatoes and carrots were also stewed to a soft, flavorful state, perfectly balancing the meat's greasiness. Most importantly, as the food went down, a heavier, warmer energy slowly spread throughout their bodies, even more substantial than the previous appetizer. This energy was no longer as violent as before. It was like gentle streams nourishing their bodies that had just swelled with power. It perfectly blended, settled, and transformed into a true power that belonged to them. Gats felt the violent energy within him subside, his strength becoming more solid and controllable. Silver felt a closer connection with his surroundings. The silence was no longer merely hidden, but approached a realm of control. Gulalala, so satisfying. After a fight, having a meal like this is a great pleasure in life. Newgate downed a large bowl of soup and let out a satisfied exclamation. Just as everyone was enjoying their victorious feast, a news bird flapped its wings and flew in through the blown open skylight of the fortress, dropping the latest newspaper on the table. Silver picked up the newspaper, glanced at it, and handed it to Rocks. The headline on the front page featured a tragic photo of the G8 fortress billowing thick smoke. Below the photo were several crooked, clearly hastily taken portraits. Rocks, Newgate Gats, Silver, Dorium, and a child with a blank expression holding a lunchbox. The title was written in the most eye-catching, sensational font. Shocking. The rookie pirate group Rocks conquers the impregnable Fortress G8 in one day. A disgrace to the Navy. Rocks looked at the newspaper and then at the bounty of 150 million berries marked under his photo, revealing an extremely flamboyant smile. "Ha ha ha ha. Look, everyone. It seems we've become famous." The fall of the G8 fortress was like a heavy bomb, creating huge waves on the calm seas of the world. The news quickly reached the naval headquarters in Marineford. In the marshal's office, the atmosphere was so tense it could almost drip water. The then marshal of the Navy, an older man with a goatee and sharp eyes, slammed the report down on the table with a loud bang. "Damn it!" His roar shook the entire office. G8, the so-called impregnable steel fortress, with tens of thousands of elites and hundreds of heavy cannons. How could it be conquered in a single day by an unheard-of rookie pirate group? Where is that useless Will? Where is he? Standing opposite him was a young figure dressed in a white suit, draped in a justice cape, with a slightly cynical expression. He was chewing on a sunbae, crunching away. It was none other than the future naval hero who would shake the seas, Monkey D. Garp. "Report, sir," Garp mumbled, according to the report from the soldiers who escaped. Rear Admiral was flicked away by someone with a finger and is now stuck in a wall, unable to get out. They say he's not in any life-threatening danger. Just suffered a devastating blow to his pride. A finger? The marshal's eyes widened even more. "Garp, are you kidding me? I'm not joking." Garp's expression became serious as he swallowed the senbei. That captain named Rocks and that man called Edward Newgate are monsters among monsters. Moreover, their crew is not to be underestimated. According to descriptions, their power surged astonishingly during the siege, almost as if they were possessed by something. The marshal fell silent, looking at the recently updated bounty notices, his brows furrowed. Rocks Gibek, 150 million berries. Edward Newgate, 120 million berries. Giant Anchorgats, 35 million berries. Phantom Silver, 30 million berries. Iron Wall Dorium, 15 million berries. And one that puzzles me the most. Gourmet Rain, Bounty 5 million berries. Note: this person is extremely dangerous, suspected of possessing a devil fruit ability that can enhance companions through cooking, with a photo of a child holding a lunchbox. Enhancing companions through cooking. The Marshal murmured, when did such a bizarre ability appear on these seas? Chapter 36, White Storm, on the other side of the world. A new world. On a massive pirate ship shaped like a giant whale, a tall man, with shoulder-length blonde hair and an extraordinary aura, was reading a newspaper, bursting into hearty laughter. Roger, come quick. There's some interesting characters on the sea. A man wearing a straw hat and a confident smile approached, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the newspaper featuring Rocks. Rocks Gibek. I'll remember that name. At that moment, the eyes of the entire world focused on the newly emerged Rocks Pirates, who had announced their arrival in the most flamboyant and domineering way. Meanwhile, the protagonists of the event had already set sail, leaving behind the G8 fortress that they had turned upside down. The ship, after an emergency makeover using seized materials by Dorum, had been completely transformed. Not only were several heavy cannons added, but the hull was also covered with a thick layer of alloy armor, resembling a steel porcupine armed to the teeth. Inside the cabin, everyone was gathered around a newspaper featuring their bounty notices, filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, 35 million. I'm a big shot now, Gats exclaimed, holding up the newspaper, unable to contain his laughter. Iron Wall Dorum. I like that nickname, Dorum said, contentedly stroking his beard. Only Rain, looking at his slightly blurry photo holding a lunchbox, along with the title of Gourmet, revealed a hint of helplessness on his calm face. Captain, where are we headed next? Silver organized the intelligence documents and looked at Rocks. The battle at G8 had made them famous, but it also meant they would become thorns in the eyes of the world government and the Navy, making their future journey even more dangerous. Rocks casually tossed the newspaper aside, his face showing no satisfaction, but rather burning with even greater ambition. G8 was just the beginning. A loudspeaker to tell the world, we have arrived. Rocks said with a smile, it's time to leave, boys. Let us go. With Rock's command, the Rocks Pirates turned the ship around and left the area. After leaving the G8 branch C, the climate of the Grand Line became increasingly unpredictable. One moment, it was blazing sun, and the next it could be a violent storm. However, thanks to Dorum's modifications, the new Rock ship, equipped with alloy armor and heavy cannons, was no longer the rickety ship that could fall apart at any moment. It charged through the waves like a steel beast, effortlessly tearing through enormous waves and moving steadily forward. Life on the ship was also made exceptionally pleasant due to ample supplies and Rain's presence. Gats's favorite thing to do every day was to pester Newgate for training. Although he was pinned to the ground by a single finger each time, he never grew tired of it. Under Newgate's guidance, he became increasingly adept at using his strength, and his punches began to carry a subtle shockwave. Silver often engaged in a battle of wills with Rocks, trying to find a flaw in Rock's terrifying aura, which rapidly honed his observation haki and stealth techniques. Meanwhile, Rain studied the Navy's standard recipes seized from G8 and made brutal modifications to them. Using the most ordinary ingredients, he created incredible functional dishes, such as combat biscuits that increased foot speed by 30% and kelp soup that temporarily enhanced night vision, through clever combinations and the secret use of endless spice bottles. This deepened the crew's awe of their head chef. In their eyes, Rain was no longer just a cook, but an alchemist in chef's clothing. On the 10th day of sailing, as they passed through a certain sea area, the sky was shrouded in heavy, leaden storm clouds, making the daytime feel like dusk. The air was filled with a damp, electrically charged, burnt smell. Silver snakes of lightning darted through the distant clouds, occasionally illuminating the sea's surface in a ghostly white, followed by deep, thunderous booms that sent chills down their spines. Hold on tight, Dorum shouted hoarsely, gripping the helm tightly as he battled the increasingly violent waves. Just then, a sudden, unprecedentedly massive storm descended without warning. The sky and sea seemed to connect in an instant. Torrential rain poured down like a celestial river, instantly blurring everyone's vision. Waves as high as dozens of meters crashed against the ship like moving mountains, groaning painfully. Damn it! It's the White Storm, the natural disaster of the Grand Line. Durham exclaimed, his face showing despair for the first time as he looked at the giant waves resembling white walls crashing down upon them. Gulalala. Interesting. Newgate, instead of being frightened, was delighted. He walked to the bow and threw a punch at the oncoming giant wave. Air shock. An invisible shock wave spread out, and the wave that could swallow everything was forcefully split open, allowing the ship to pass through safely. Rocks used his gravitational ability to stabilize the ship, preventing it from capsizing in the turbulent currents. Just as everyone was working together to withstand the natural disaster, a sudden, completely out-of-place figure intruded into their sight. In the eye of the storm, on a massive pink object resembling a moving island, stood a woman. She was very beautiful, with an exceptionally tall figure that was even taller than Gat's by half a head. She had a mane of fluffy pink hair, and, at that moment, she was grinning widely, revealing a set of white teeth, her eyes sparkling with excitement and greed. She was carrying a giant spiked club on her shoulder. The pink object beneath her feet seemed to be some kind of living cloud, allowing her to glide effortlessly through the raging storm. What is that? Gat stared at the woman, laughing loudly amidst the lightning, feeling his worldview shaken once again. The woman clearly noticed them as well. She licked her lips, her enormous eyes gleaming like a child spotting a new toy. She commanded the cloud beneath her to disregard the raging storm and flew straight towards Rock's ship. Boom! Her massive body landed heavily on the deck, causing the entire ship to lurch downwards. You all look quite interesting. The woman's voice was loud and piercing, carrying an undeniable arrogance. This ship and the food on it are all mine from now on. She brandished her spike club, her gaze sweeping over everyone on the ship before finally landing on Rocks and Newgate, her greed intensifying. And you two look strong enough to be my collectibles. The expressions on Rocks and Newgate darkened simultaneously. They felt a powerful and chaotic aura emanating from this suddenly appearing woman, one that was on par with their own. She was a monster of the same caliber. Hey, woman. Rocks slowly spoke, his voice icy. Are you giving orders regarding my crew and property? In that moment, the air felt colder than the surrounding storm. The woman grinned, revealing an innocent yet cruel smile. That's right. My name is Charlotte Linlin. You are the first to dare speak to me like that. Surrender or die. Chapter 37. Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin? Rocks pondered this name, his expression shifting from cold to a hint of playful mockery. Behind him, Newgate grinned widely, displaying an extremely excited smile, one that felt less like facing an enemy and more like examining an interesting toy. Gulalala. Quite a bold attitude, little girl. Little girl? Charlotte Linlin's enormous eyes narrowed dangerously. The massive spike club, the wangwa, she carried on her shoulder was slammed down casually, creating a loud crash that left a clear dent in the alloy deck that Durham had just reinforced. Durham's heart twitched violently at the sound. His face instantly drained of color, silently muttering, "My ship. My precious." That's right, I'm talking about you. Rock stepped forward, an invisible, domineering aura spreading like a tide, instantly suppressing Linlin's willful and violent aura. The raging white storm around seemed to pause for a moment in the face of this will. This ship is mine, the people on board are my crew, and the food on board is made by my head chef. Rock's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable, absolute authority. Now, get off my ship, and I can pretend nothing happened. Waha. Interesting. Truly interesting. Instead of being angered, Charlotte Linlin erupted into an even sharper, piercing laugh. Her huge eyes sparkled with greed and excitement, as if she had discovered something more interesting than treasures and food. Your haki is quite impressive. I like it. Linlin licked her lips, and her massive body suddenly moved with a speed that was entirely unexpected for her size. The thundercloud Zeus beneath her feet let out a cheerful cry, lifting her into the air in an instant. At the same time, a blazing fire appeared in her left hand, seemingly alive, transforming into the shape of a sun, radiating intense heat. Sun Prometheus. Thundercloud Zeus. Linlin held the sun in her left hand and stood on the thundercloud with her right foot, resembling a god descending to the mortal realm. This was her ability, the soul fruit, which could grant souls to non-living entities, turning them into loyal servants. Since you refuse to submit, then become my collection, Linlin screeched, and the Prometheus in her left hand, like a true meteorite, hurled towards Rock's ship, carrying the heat to incinerate everything. At the same time, the Zeus beneath her gathered massive lightning, a thick bolt following right after, aimed straight at Newgate. This dual attack was enough to evaporate a naval warship along with the surrounding sea. Gulalala, a mere trick. Newgate advanced instead of retreating. He didn't even use the Tremor Fruit's abilities, simply swinging the Naginata casually forward. A slash made purely of Conqueror's Haki cut through the air, and the lightning powerful enough to split mountains shattered upon contact with the Haki's slash, breaking like fragile glass and dissipating into countless tiny arcs in the air. On the other side, facing the fire meteor that could melt steel, Rocks didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. He simply extended his right hand and made a grasping motion towards the front. Dark water, a pitch-black vortex of gravity, as if it could devour all light, appeared in the path of Prometheus. The flame was swallowed silently, extinguished before it could even put up a struggle, as if it had never existed. What? Linlin in midair showed a shocked expression for the first time. Her two proud, strongest homies were effortlessly neutralized by the opponent. Waha, Gats, it's your turn. Rocks laughed heartily and commanded. Oh, Gats, who had long been unable to contain himself, let out an excited roar. He pushed off with his legs, his massive body shooting up like a black cannonball, charging towards Charlotte Linlin in midair. Giant anchor meteor crash. Gats spun the giant anchor in his hand into an impenetrable black whirlwind, smashing down towards Linlin's head. A hint of disdain flashed in Linlin's eyes. A mere crew member dared to strike at her? She raised the Wangwa to meet it. Clang! A deafening metallic crash echoed, and Gats felt an irresistible force coming from Linlin's spike club. His hands were instantly crushed, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the deck and sliding for over 10 meters before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With just one blow, the disparity was clear. Trash that can't withstand a single blow. Linlin snorted coldly, her gaze refocusing on Rocks and Newgate. Just as she was about to launch another attack, a silver shadow silently appeared behind her. It was Silver. He had stealthily approached Linlin's back at some point, his spear lunging towards her neck like a coiled, venomous snake, aiming for a silent strike. This thrust contained all of Silver's essence, the pinnacle of his assassination technique at this moment. However, the spear tip could not penetrate even a centimeter from Linlin's skin. An invisible barrier formed by Conqueror's Haki blocked his attack. Armament and Conqueror's Haki intertwined? Interesting. Linlin didn't even turn around, just swung her club backward. Silver's pupils constricted, and he quickly withdrew his spear, but the speed of the spike club was too fast. He could only manage to block with the spear body. Boom! Silver was also swept away by a tremendous force. Although he adjusted his posture in the air and landed steadily, his arm holding the spear trembled slightly. Gulalala, the warm-up is over. Newgate slammed his Naginata down onto the deck, and an invisible shockwave spread out, calming the surrounding violent waves somewhat. Rocks, this woman is mine. You watch the ship. No. Rocks shook his head, taking a few steps forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Newgate, staring intently at Linlin in midair. She's mine. You just focus on bringing down those two flying around. Waha. All right. Then let's see who can take down their opponent first. At this moment, the two future sea overlords reached a consensus. Charlotte Linlin looked at the two men on the ground, exuding a terrifying aura, her excitement growing even stronger. Shall we join forces? Perfect. This way, I won't have to deal with you one by one. She laughed heartily, commanding Zeus and Prometheus, and took the initiative to launch an attack. A chaotic battle erupted in this white storm, known as the Calamity. Chapter 38. Tough skin, resilient flesh. Ready to take a beating, the curtain of battle was raised by lightning and flames. Emperor's sword, breakblade. Charlotte Linlin gripped the sun Prometheus in her hand, and flames surged instantly, transforming into a massive burning blade that swept down toward Rocks and Whitebeard below. This sword seemed to split the sky and the sea in two, and the scorching sword wind even evaporated the distant torrential rain. Gulalala! Whitebeard laughed heartily, stepping forward instead of retreating. He gripped his naginata with both hands and swung it violently at the fiery giant blade. Space shock! Crack! The space ahead shattered like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The Emperor's sword, capable of melting islands, entered this fractured space, and the flames immediately became chaotic, ultimately exploding with a roar about 100 meters away from the ship, turning into a rain of fire. Zeus, 100,000 volts. Linlin's next attack followed closely, as the thundercloud Zeus spewed out dense lightning snakes, forming a massive electric net that descended upon Whitebeard. Your opponent is me. A cold voice rang out. Rocks had appeared in midair at some point, standing on an invisible gravitational field, as if walking on flat ground. He simply extended a finger and lightly tapped the massive electric net. A repulsive force appeared out of nowhere, tearing a huge gap in a lightning net capable of incapacitating fleets, which was then pushed apart by an irresistible force, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Your ability is quite interesting. Linlin looked at Rocks, her eyes gleaming with greed. Just right, I lack a guy who can control gravity in my collection. Is that so? Rocks grinned, his smile cruel. I happen to be short one meat shield that can serve as a punching bag among my crew. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing in front of Linlin, delivering a heavy punch wrapped in Conqueror's Haki directly at Linlin's face. Linlin reacted extremely quickly, crossing her spike club, Wugwa, in front of her to block. Boom! The fist collided with the spiked club, erupting with a deafening roar. A visible shockwave spread wildly from the two, creating a massive depression in the sea below. Linlin let out a muffled grunt, actually sliding backward for dozens of meters from the force of that punch. This guy's strength. Before she could finish her sentence, Rock's attacks came like a torrential storm. Fist, foot, elbow, knee. He pushed his martial arts to the limit, each attack precisely hitting the gaps in Linlin's defense. Rocks did not use flashy abilities, but instead relied purely on the most domineering haki and strength to crush her. On the other side, Whitebeard also faced off against Prometheus and Zeus. You two little guys, come down. Whitebeard punched the sky, and an invisible shockwave spread out, sending Prometheus and Zeus tumbling, letting out painful cries. Although they were powerful homies, they still felt inadequate in the face of the disaster-level power of the Tremor fruit. On the deck, Gats had already climbed up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, watching the scene in the sky as if gods were fighting, his face filled with shock and unwillingness. Damn, I can't get involved at all. Don't be discouraged. Silver's voice rang beside him. He was cleaning his spear while keeping his eyes glued to the battle in the sky. Look, this is the real world-class top tier. Witnessing this battle with our own eyes is the best training for us. Doram was holding onto a mast, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Each collision in the sky caused the ship to emit a series of teeth-grinding groans, and he felt his heart bleeding. Stop fighting. Go fight somewhere far away. My ship is going to fall apart. However, his wails were drowned out by the deafening roars, and no one paid him any attention. In the kitchen, Rain calmly observed everything through the window. His focus was different. As expected of a future emperor, the energy fluctuations were extremely vast and chaotic, emotions incredibly unstable, and each attack was accompanied by massive energy consumption. The body seemed to have a strong dependence on sweets, and high-sugar energy supplements were key to maintaining her combat power. Rain's mind had already begun designing a specialized menu for this potential enemy, or rather, potential food enthusiast. If candies were made from Sea King's nerve cords and infused with high concentrations of life energy, perhaps it could put her into a controllable berserk state for a short time. His professional illness had struck again. The battle in the sky had entered a fever pitch. Every collision between Rocks and Linlin made the white storm in the sky grow even more chaotic. Wugwa! Linlin seized an opportunity, wrapping Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki around her spike club, smashing it down toward Rocks. This strike was enough to crush a small island. Facing this earth-shattering blow, Rocks did not dodge. Instead, he laughed heartily. Good one. He similarly concentrated his dual-colored haki in his fist, stepping forward instead of retreating, and met the attack head-on. Boom! The fist and club collided once more, and this time the power was more terrifying than any previous clash. Black and red lightning ravaged the air, as if it would tear the sky apart. For the first time, Charlotte Lean's massive body was pushed back, the spiked club slipping from her grip, and she fell like a cannonball toward the turbulent sea below. Meanwhile, Rocks simply flipped in the air and landed steadily at the bow of the ship, barely out of breath and completely unharmed. The difference was already clear. Boom! Charlotte Lean's massive body crashed into the raging sea like a meteor, creating a towering column of water. The stormy sea was briefly calmed by this strike. On the other side, Prometheus and Zeus, having lost their master's control, were also knocked into a weak state by Whitebeard's sea quake, transforming into small flames and clouds that floated down from the sky, caught by Whitebeard's hand, which squeezed them effortlessly. The battle seemed to have come to an end. Gats gaped, staring blankly at Rocks at the bow, then glancing at the massive splash in the distance, finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. So, we just won like that? What else? Rocks shook his slightly numb fist, wearing a look of lingering satisfaction. Weaker than I imagined. Just tough skin and resilient flesh. This statement, delivered casually, sounded like a fantasy to Gats and Dorum. That was a monster capable of stirring up disasters single-handedly, treating them as insignificant in a captain's hands. This was merely a comment about being tough. Dorum trembled as he pulled out his small notebook from his pocket, crossing out several top-level adjectives in the captain's danger level section and replacing them with symbols he couldn't even understand. He felt that no words could describe the terror of his captain anymore. Chapter 39. This man, I'm determined to have. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, the calm sea in the distance suddenly erupted. Splash! Charlotte Lingling's figure burst out of the water again, drenched, her pink hair clinging messily to her face, and several bruises appeared on her body. However, there was no trace of defeat on her face. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented, almost frenzied excitement. Ha ha! So exhilarating. It's truly exhilarating. She laughed heartily, her laughter filled with satisfaction and joy. It's been so long since anyone could make me feel this much pain. Her huge eyes fixed fiercely on Rocks, and the look was no longer one of greed and possession, but something hotter and purer, an appreciation of a worthy opponent. The thrill of discovering a new toy. Although the seawater left her feeling weak, she relied on the reformed clouds to lift her body out and quickly returned to the ship, landing heavily on the deck, causing the whole ship to sway violently. She no longer assumed a fighting stance, but casually tossed the reclaimed spike club onto the deck. Then, with her hands on her hips, she puffed out her proud chest and, in a tone that brooked no argument, as if a queen were declaring her sovereignty, shouted at Rocks. Rocks! Rocks raised an eyebrow, looking at this woman whose demeanor had suddenly changed, unsure of what she was up to. You're very strong. The strongest man I've ever seen. A strange blush appeared on Charlotte Lingling's face, a flush of excitement to the extreme. Be my man. Huh? This earth-shattering sentence left everyone on the deck, including Rocks and Whitebeard, petrified. Gats's jaw dropped, dislocating with a loud pop. Dorium's eyes rolled back, feeling as if his weak heart was about to give out. Silver's action of wiping his spear froze, and for the first time, a crack appeared on his eternally icy face. Even Whitebeard, who is usually fearless, was so startled by this sudden development that he choked on his drink and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, gurgle. This little girl. Her head can't be damaged, right? The corners of Rock's mouth twitched madly as he looked at this woman, who was taller than him and was casually professing her love, feeling that his worldview had been shaken to the core. Charlotte Lingling seemed oblivious to the ghostly expressions of everyone around her, continuing to speak to herself. If you become my man, who in this vast ocean can be our opponent? We can have the strongest children in the world. Establish a nation. All races. Stop. Rocks finally snapped out of his shock, raising his hand to interrupt Lingling's lofty blueprint that had already begun to take flight. I'm not interested in having children. Rock's expression returned to calm, but his gaze became somewhat strange. Moreover, I'm not interested in women of your size. Lingling, who had been directly rejected, was initially stunned. Then, as if she thought of something, she slapped her forehead with her huge palm. Ah, right? She nodded in realization, then, in an even more matter-of-fact tone, said something that left everyone even more devastated. Then let's do it another way. She pointed at Rocks, grinning with a naive yet domineering smile. I've decided. From today on, I will join your pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Dorium's vision darkened, and he fainted outright. The ship is going to sink, was the last thought before he lost consciousness. Charlotte Lingling wants to join the Rocks Pirates. This news was more terrifying than the white storm itself, striking each of the still conscious people's heads like a thunderbolt, leaving them utterly shocked. Are you kidding me? Gats was the first to jump up, pointing at Lingling, stammering, You just tried to kill us and steal our ship, and now you say you want to join us? Has your head been messed up by the captain? That's right. It has been messed up, Lingling boldly replied, patting her chest. I've never been hit so well in my life. This man, I'm determined to have. Her gaze towards Rocks was like a dragon that had discovered a great treasure, filled with a possessive desire for it. No way. Absolutely not. Just revived by Silver's pinch. Dorium crawled over, grabbing Rock's leg, crying and wailing. Captain, please have mercy. There are already 2 monsters like you and Whitebeard on this little broken ship, which is teetering on the edge of disintegration every day. If we have another one of this caliber, it will really sink. I'm begging you. The shipwright's lament was heartbreaking to hear. Whitebeard, holding a barrel of alcohol, watched the farce with great interest. He shook the many versions of Zeus and Prometheus in his hand, smiling at Rocks. Gurgle, gurgle. Rocks, it seems you've gotten yourself into big trouble. However, this little girl's strength is indeed impressive. If she can join, our overall strength will rise another notch. He passed the ball back to Rocks. As captain, this decision must be made by him. Rocks fell silent, looking at the heartbroken Dorium, the wary Gats and Silver, and then at the eager, fervent-eyed Charlotte Lingling. He fell into deep thought. Rocks was not a fool. He understood very well what accepting this woman onto the ship would mean. The benefits were obvious. Charlotte Lingling's strength was indisputable, a top-tier combat force, and her addition could instantly elevate the strength of the Rocks Pirates, making them a formidable power not to be ignored in these seas. But the downsides were equally lethal. This woman was like an unstable bomb, eccentric, unpredictable, greedy, and capricious. Her desires were insatiable, especially her craving for food. If she was ever unsatisfied, she could erupt on the ship at any moment, and, at that time, let alone conquering the world, it would be a question of whether the ship could be preserved. It was a gamble with both risks and rewards. Just as Rocks was weighing the pros and cons, a calm voice came from the kitchen door. Captain, it was Rain. He had appeared there at some point, holding a plate of freshly made, aromatic pastries. It was a plate of golden, crispy waffles made from the flour they had previously confiscated and honey collected from the island, drizzled with a special sauce made from sea king fat that resembled cream. Charlotte Lingling's nose twitched suddenly, her huge eyes instantly captivated by the plate of waffles, and saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corner of her mouth. Chapter 40. New partner, Charlotte Lingling's so fragrant. Rain ignored her and calmly looked at Rocks. Continuing, I just observe her fighting style. Her energy consumption is immense, and her emotional fluctuations are directly linked to her blood sugar levels. In simple terms, as long as she is well fed, especially with enough high-quality sweets, it can greatly stabilize her emotions and even convert her frenzied power into controllable combat strength. He paused and pushed the waffle in his hand forward, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. And this I can do. Rain's words were like a calming pill, instantly awakening Rocks. Risk? As long as it can be controlled, it's not a risk but a weapon. And the head chef on board happens to hold the key to controlling this powerful weapon. Ha ha ha. Rocks figured it out and burst into a thunderous laugh again. He walked up to Linlin. Want to come on my ship? Fine. Rock's voice turned icy and domineering, but you must remember 3 things. Linlin's attention was completely captured by the plate of waffles. She absentmindedly nodded. Go ahead. First, on this ship, I, Rocks D. Jybeck, am the only captain, and my orders are absolute. Second, you're not allowed to damage my ship at will, nor are you allowed to harm my crew. Otherwise, I will personally dismantle you. Third, and most importantly, Rock's gaze turned to Rain, You are not allowed to disrespect my head chef, nor are you allowed to steal his food. If you want to eat something, wait for him to give it to you. No problem. No problem. Lean saliva was about to overflow as she pointed at the waffle in Rain's hand, eagerly asking, "Can I eat that now?" Rocks grinned and nodded at Rain. Only then did Rain hand the plate of waffles to Lin. Lin, as if she had found a treasure, disregarded her image and directly grabbed a piece with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. The moment the waffle entered her mouth, her huge eyes widened in shock, as if she had been struck by a bolt of happiness. Wow. So delicious. So good. She devoured it while emitting satisfied, cat-like purring sounds. The previously wild and unruly aura vanished without a trace before the delicious food, transforming her into a big, clueless oaf who only knew how to eat. Posing no threat at all. Watching this scene, Gats and Silver exchanged glances, and Dorum stopped crying as everyone looked at Rain with eyes filled with the wonder of a monster. Rocks nodded in satisfaction. He walked among the crew, waved his hand, and announced loudly, "All right, everyone, welcome our new partner, Charlotte Lin." Thus, when the future four emperors, Big Mom, officially joined the ship that had just set sail, in a way that no one had anticipated, Charlotte Lin's addition brought earth-shattering changes to this already somewhat crowded old ship. The most direct change was that the creaking of the ship's body became more frequent. Dorum's daily work was no longer about repairing normal wear and tear, but rather following behind Lin to fix structural damage caused by her heavy walking or even just stretching and accidentally bumping into the ship's side. His little notebook was densely filled with various data. The title had changed from Ghost Ship Maintenance Manual to How to Maintain the Basic Integrity of a Wooden Sailing Ship Under the Daily Activities of a Dozen-Ton Creature, filled with blood and tears. The consumption of food on the ship also increased geometrically. Gats used to be the big eater on board, but since Lin came on board, that title had been ruthlessly stripped from him. During mealtimes, Gats could still wolf down food for 5 people, but Lin could eat the equivalent of 50 without batting an eye, and after finishing, she would lick the plate clean, staring eagerly toward the kitchen. This was the first time Gats felt what it meant to be outclassed, realizing that there were greater appetites out there. He looked at Lin with awe for his kind glutton. All this pressure fell onto Rain in the kitchen. Rain's workload had increased tenfold compared to before, but he not only did not complain, he actually found joy in it. Lin was like a perfect experiment. Her unique physique demanded vast amounts of energy, allowing Rain to use various rare ingredients containing immense energy for culinary experiments without worrying about her being unable to handle it. He made explosive octopus balls using deep-sea giant squid tentacles mixed with volcanic chili, the wild energy enough to make Gats smoke after just one. Yet Lin could eat dozens as if they were snacks, commenting that the spiciness was just right, but not chewy enough. He concocted thunderous symphony soup from the leftover scraps of the Leviathan in a type of glimmering mushroom that heightened mental excitement. Even Newgate would take half a day to calm the raging Haki within him after drinking a bowl. But Lin could down it like mouthwash, burp, and spit out a string of tiny sparks. Under Rain's meticulous feeding, Lin's frenzied power not only did not become a threat, but instead became more solidified. Her emotions also stabilized due to enjoying exquisite delicacies every day, most of the time resembling a well-fed giant cat, lazily lying on the deck soaking up the sun. Of course, occasional accidents did happen. That afternoon, the ship sailed through a calm sea. Lin woke up from her nap, suddenly sitting up without warning, rubbing her belly, and showing a frustrated expression. "I am hungry. I want something sweet. I want cotton candy cake made of clouds, drizzled with rainbow syrup. That melts in your mouth." As she spoke, she unconsciously clenched her fists, and a dangerous aura began to emanate from her. Zeus and Prometheus, which she had just repaired, sensed their owner's emotions and began to circle anxiously around her, one crackling with electricity and the other ablaze with fire. The atmosphere on the deck instantly became tense. "Oh no, it's the food craving syndrome." Dorum's face turned pale. He had seen this term in a little intelligence booklet about the Charlotte family he had somehow obtained. It was said that she had to eat whatever she wanted immediately. Otherwise, she would lose her sanity and cause indiscriminate destruction until her desires were satisfied. Cotton candy cake? Where could they find that in this vast sea? Gats was anxious, pulling at his hair. Rocks and Newgate frowned as they felt the power within Linlin spiraling out of control. Just at that critical moment, the kitchen door opened. Chapter 41. Cloud Rainbow Cotton Candy Cake. Rain walked out with a huge tray, his face still wearing that calm expression. On the tray was an exquisitely crafted giant cake. The base of the cake was made from the meat of the sea king fish they had previously hunted, mixed with seabird eggs and flour, baked to a beautiful pinkish-white color. The main body of the cake was whipped from a special gelatinous extract of deep-sea plankton that Rain had prepared. Its texture was as light as a real cloud, topped with a layer of syrup made from 7 different colors of glowing berries, resembling a rainbow. Here it is, the Cloud Rainbow Cotton Candy Cake. Rain placed the cake in front of Lingling. Lingling's eyes instantly widened, and the frenzy caused by her hunger disappeared, replaced by endless desire. She carefully scooped a large spoonful and brought it to her mouth. The cake melted in her mouth, and a light, sweet, and slightly fruity flavor filled her mouth instantly, making her feel utterly blissful. Lingling let out a long moan of satisfaction, her eyes squinting in happiness as she immersed herself in the world of food. A crisis that was about to erupt was effortlessly resolved by Rain with a dessert. On the deck, Rocks, Newgate, Gats, Silver, and Doremu watched this scene, all letting out a sigh of relief at the same time. They looked at the small figure calmly, tidying up the utensils, and a thought emerged in their minds. Although the captain of this ship was Rocks, the true stabilizing force was probably this unfathomable chef. Lingling's satisfied snores sounded like a kitten purring, only amplified hundreds of times, creating a peculiar, soothing resonance in the air above the deck. Doremu slumped on the deck, trembling as he wrote something in his little notebook. Gats leaned over to take a look, and saw scribbled in a crooked handwriting. Final conclusion. The core element that maintains the basic integrity of this ship is not the keel or the sails, but ensuring the chef has ample sugar and flour. He finished writing, sighed deeply, and closed the notebook, his gaze towards Rain still filled with shock. Rocks and Newgate exchanged glances, seeing the same shock and a hint of fear reflected in each other's eyes. They prided themselves on being monsters, able to destroy everything with strength, but facing Lingling's unreasonable, instinct-driven rampage, their fists felt powerless. Yet this 8-year-old child, Rain, effortlessly held the throat of this sea monster with a spoon. This was no longer just culinary skill. It was the reins to control a monster, the power to wield strength. That chef, Gats rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, cautiously approaching Rain and pointing to the remaining half of the giant cake. You see, that leftover. Rain glanced at him, his eyes calm and unruffled, as if looking at a stone that couldn't speak. That belongs to Lingling. I'll just have a tiny bite. Just a tiny bite. Gats extended a thick finger, gesturing a minuscule length. Rain said nothing more, silently pulling out a gleaming cleaver used for chopping bones from under the counter and began to clean it leisurely. Gats's smile froze on his face, and he retreated sulkily. Crisis averted, Lingling entered a satisfied state of contentment. Her massive body lazily sprawled on the deck, taking up most of the space. The two homies composed of souls, Sun Prometheus and Thundercloud Zeus, also became incredibly docile. A small flame and a fluffy cloud affectionately rubbing against Rain's calf, as if thanking the benefactor who brought happiness to their master. Rain ignored their flattery, taking out his research notes to record the data from earlier. Subject, Charlotte Lingling. Trigger, food addiction. Symptoms, indiscriminate destructive impulses triggered by extreme cravings for specific sweets. Energy fluctuations rising exponentially, and a highly unstable mental state. Solution, Cloud Rainbow Cotton Candy Cake. Main ingredients, Sea King Fish Protein, Deep Sea Plankton Gel, 7-color glowing berry syrup. Conclusion, providing a super high concentration of customized dessert containing massive life energy can calm her frenzied emotions within 3 minutes and induce a state of satiated slumber lasting over 8 hours. In this state, the subject is docile, non-aggressive, and can even respond to limited controllable commands. As he wrote this, his pen paused, glancing at Lingling, who was using Prometheus as a torch to help Doremu roast damp wooden planks. He added a note. Side effects, accelerated structural wear of the ship. exponential increase in food supply consumption, and maximum dependency on the chef. She was no longer a crew member, but a self-aware ultimate weapon that required careful maintenance and care. And he, Rain, was the exclusive armor and energy supplier for this weapon. Just then, the shipwright Doremu ran to Rocks with a distressed expression on his face. "Captain, it's not good. The ship is really going to fall apart." Doremu opened his notebook, filled with dense structural diagrams and alarming red markings. "Look, this is the structural strength of our ship when we set sail, and this is now. Since Miss Lingling boarded, our ship's keel has been crying out every day. Last night, I even heard the main mast talking in its sleep, saying it wanted to retire, adding to that the aftershock from you and Newgate occasionally stretching on the deck, and Gatz's practice of swinging the anchor causing deck wear." Doremu's voice quivered with a hint of tears. "Every plank of this ship is working beyond its limits. It's old. It can't bear the weight of our group of monsters. The key point is," Doremu pointed to the mountain of food supply boxes, "our food supply will only last for 3 more days at most. Miss Lingling alone has eaten the equivalent of a month's worth. Once we run out of food, the consequences." He didn't dare to continue, but everyone understood what those consequences were. Everyone's gaze once again focused on the massive figure sleeping on the deck, as if looking at a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. Gatz touched his shriveled belly, feeling for the first time that hunger was a terrifying thing. Rock's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Doremu's words had awakened him. The ship is too damaged. The food is too scarce. This group of future sea overlords was now facing a basic yet deadly logistical crisis. Chapter 42. Infiltration through cuisine. This ship can no longer accommodate their ambitions. Rocks walked to the bow, facing the sea breeze, and stared silently at the endless ocean for a long time. He knew that a change was necessary. Turning around, his gaze swept over each of his crew members before finally landing on Rain. "Rain, yes. If I give you the strongest ship in the world and the best kitchen in the world, can you make this bunch of guys stronger?" Rain paused in his action of wiping the cleaver, raising his head to reveal a calm gaze that ignited a spark of ambition. "As long as the ingredients are top-notch. Absolutely. Waha. Good." Rocks laughed heartily, pulling out an old and somewhat tattered sea chart from who knows where, and abruptly spread it on the deck. His finger pressed heavily on the chart, his voice booming like a bell, carrying an undeniable dominance. "Listen up, everyone. Our next target is the Navy's G5 branch. We're going to seize a ship. No, we're going to build the strongest ship in the world for our chef." The name G5 branch struck like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves on the deck. "G5? Captain, you're not joking, are you?" Dorem's face turned even paler than when he saw the ship's hull crack. That's the Navy's most important large ship construction and research base in the first half of the Grand Line. It's known as the moving Great Wall of the Sea. Its defensive power is more than 10 times stronger than the G8 fortress we encountered before. "Exactly." Gatz, rarely dropping his combative demeanor, scratched his head and said, "I heard the commander, there is a vice admiral named Iron Gut Bastille. He is not only as strong as a monster, but is also notoriously hard to impress. G5 has become a fortress of iron under his command. Not even a seagull can fly in. Most importantly," Silver added, as his intelligence was always the most accurate, "there's a fleet of 30 large warships stationed there year-round. With tens of thousands of elite Navy personnel, and a number of cannons can block out the sky. A direct assault will be tantamount to suicide." The crew's concerns were not unfounded. Although the Rocks Pirates were all future maritime giants, they were still fledgling. They only had a small, rickety ship that could fall apart at any moment and 6 core members, including the chef. Attacking a heavily armed top Navy fortress with such limited strength sounded like a joke. However, Rocks paid no attention to everyone's reactions. He simply crossed his arms and watched Rain with great interest, as if waiting for him to speak. Rain approached the chart, his gaze lingering on the G5 fortress marked with a skull and crossbones for a moment. "A frontal attack is something only a fool would do," he spoke calmly, dismissing the flicker of fighting spirit that had just arisen in Gatz. "But any solid fortress has the potential to be breached from within, especially when its commander has obvious weaknesses." Rain lightly tapped the name Iron Gut Bastille. I've studied this person's profile. Bastille, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, is brutal and harsh in his command, but he has a fatal weakness, his love for food. It's said that he enjoys rare ingredients from around the world for every meal, and half of G5's supply line is dedicated to satisfying his appetite. To obtain a legendary seasoning, he even personally led his fleet to conquer a kingdom. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of Rain's mouth, a smile of a hunter who had discovered his prey's weakness. For a chef, a greedy diner is the best breakthrough. You mean? A glimmer flashed in Rock's eyes. We don't need a direct assault. Rain raised his head to look at everyone, his tone calm, yet filled with confidence. We just need a bait that he can't refuse, and he will personally open the doors of that fortress for us. Infiltration through cuisine? Durham felt that his mind was struggling to keep up. Exactly, Rain nodded. I need a special ingredient, one that absolutely cannot be found in G5's kitchen. An ingredient that would drive a gourmet like Bastille crazy. He took out his ingredient guide from his pocket and flipped to a page. It depicted a strange creature that resembled an octopus, radiating a brilliant light like stars. G5 branch, commander's office. In front of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, a man as stout as an iron tower stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at his proud steel fleet. He was the highest commander of the G5 branch, Vice Admiral Iron Gut Bastille. What did you say? Bastille did not turn around, his voice deep and thunderous. A merchant fleet calling themselves the 7 Seas Seafood has sent a sample, claiming to have the world's top dream ingredient, and wants to make a deal with me? Yes, sir. A subordinate stood respectfully behind him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. They are docked at Port A7, saying their ingredients are only offered to true connoisseurs. Connoisseurs? Bastille scoffed, turning around. His weathered face was filled with ferocity, a gruesome scar stretching from his forehead to his chin, making him look less like a Navy officer and more like a demon risen from hell. These days, even fish sellers are so arrogant. He initially intended to order the ignorant group to be driven away. But the words dream ingredient tickled his already discerning palate like a feather. Where's the sample? Right here. The subordinate quickly presented a beautifully crafted box made of deep-sea cold jade, still emitting a cold aura. Bastille took the box, opened it, and an indescribable aroma, seemingly containing the depth of the starry sea, instantly filled the entire office. In the center of the box, a small dish made of pure black crystal held a pool of ink-like sauce that resembled a melted galaxy. The sauce changed colors under the light, sometimes deep as the night sky, sometimes dazzling like the Milky Way, as if it possessed life. Just the smell made Bastille feel all his taste buds awakening, clamoring for attention. He extended his finger, dipped it, and brought a drop to his mouth. Boom! It felt as if an entire universe exploded in Bastille's mind. It was an indescribable ultimate deliciousness, as if the essence of the entire deep sea had been condensed into that single drop. The flavor transformed with temperature changes on his tongue, sometimes salty like the sea tide, sometimes slightly sweet like coral, and sometimes mysterious and profound like the depths of the ocean. This is... A shocked expression appeared on Bastille's demonic face. Bring them to me. He nearly roared the command. No, bring my mobile kitchen to the port. I want to see them cook a dish with this ingredient before my very eyes. Chapter 43. The signal to dine arrived at the A7 docking area of the port. An old merchant ship quietly docked there, incongruous among the surrounding majestic naval warships. Rian, dressed in a clean apprentice chef uniform, stood quietly at the bow of the ship. Silver, disguised as a taciturn bodyguard, leaned in the shadow of the mast. Soon, a massive mobile kitchen, converted from an armored vehicle, rumbled over under the escort of a group of naval soldiers and stopped in front of them. The door opened, and Bastille's huge frame stepped down, his gaze sharp as an eagle-s, locking onto Rian. Are you the chef from the 7 Seas Seafood? I am, Rian replied calmly. Was that sample of galaxy ink you made earlier? Yes. Good. Bastille grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Now, use the ingredients you brought to make me another dish. If it satisfies me, I can give you what you want. If it's just for show. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. I will sink both you and your ship to the bottom of G5 to feed the fish. Sure. Rian nodded, seemingly unfazed by the deadly threat. However, I need to borrow your best ingredients from the kitchen. This request surprised Bastille, but he agreed nonetheless. Rian, holding the cold jade box containing the galaxy ink, walked into the luxurious mobile kitchen under the watchful eyes of Bastille and a group of naval officers. He didn't start cooking immediately, but surveyed the various top-tier ingredients in the kitchen like a king inspecting his territory. Frost-fed beef air-freighted from the East Sea, snow crabs from beneath the Arctic ice, volcanic islands, specialty fiery peppers from the South Sea. Everything was available. The ingredients are good, but unfortunately, the handling is too rough. Rian shook his head, picking up a processed snow crab leg that a G5 chef was proud of. The crab meat's connective tissue hadn't been cleaned properly, and the chilling temperature was too low, damaging the cell walls, causing at least a 30% loss of freshness. With every word he spoke, the head chef from G5 turned paler. Under everyone's gaze, Rian began his performance. He didn't choose the extravagant ingredients, but picked the largest, most ordinary bone-in beef rib from the G5 cafeteria. First, he quickly marinated it using a secret method, then used a high-temperature torch to form a thin crust on the surface of the beef, sealing in all the juices. Next, he placed the large beef rib directly into a massive pressure cooker, adding dozens of spices and vegetables borrowed from the G5 kitchen. Finally, he carefully opened the cold jade box and poured the galaxy ink over the beef rib like a black waterfall. He covered the pot and ignited the flame. The entire process flowed smoothly, filled with a sense of mysterious ritual. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the dish to be ready. When the pressure cooker's steam valve began to jump wildly, a complex aroma, 100 times more domineering than the earlier sample, mixing the ultimate meat flavor with deep-sea seafood scent, leaked from the pot. Bastille's body shook violently, and his throat rolled uncontrollably. Finally, the time was up. Rian opened the pot lid. In that moment, it was as if thousands of stars burst forth from the pot. A rich, dark golden beam of light shot up into the sky, enveloping the entire port in a sacred yet sinful aroma. Bastille and all the officers behind him stood frozen the moment they smelled that scent, their eyes becoming dazed and fervent, like believers witnessing a miracle. At that moment of their days, a nearly imperceptible shadow, silver, silently blended into the port's shadows and disappeared. Meanwhile, in the distance on the old sailboat, Rocks looked at the towering black beam of light towards the port, a cruel smile appearing on his face. The signal to dine had arrived. It was an aroma capable of ensnaring the very soul. Bastille and the senior officers behind him had completely forgotten their identities and responsibilities. Their eyes were only on that massive pressure cooker, and their minds were filled with a single thought: eat it. Rian expressionlessly placed the enormous, tender, and glistening beef rib, which had been stewed to the point of falling off the bone, onto a large silver platter. The beef seemed to breathe, each tremor emitting a more lethal allure. "My dish is called Abyssal Roar," Rian succinctly introduced. "Give it to me." Bastille almost lunged forward, disregarding the dignity of a naval admiral, tearing off a large piece of steaming beef and stuffing it into his mouth. The moment the beef entered, his large eyes bulged wide open, and he froze as if struck by lightning. It was an indescribable, ultimate deliciousness. The beef fibers were cooked to an incredibly tender state while still retaining just the right amount of chewiness. A gentle bite detonated the juices soaked with galaxy ink and dozens of spices in his mouth. Deep umami, wild aroma, and overpowering richness. The three flavors battled like three ancient behemoths on his taste buds. Wah! Bastille roared, a sound more beast than human, mixed with pain and ecstasy. He felt as though his soul was dragged into the abyss of culinary delight by this flavor, indulging, perishing, and then being reborn in the ultimate deliciousness. The officers behind him rushed forward to snatch, each one weeping and wailing, their appearances grotesque, completely shedding any semblance of elite navy. They were fully immersed in this feast, crafted by Rian, dedicated to the demons. Just as the G5 branch command system was rendered completely paralyzed by this meal, the fall of this steel fortress began. Boom! With a loud crash, the outermost steel gate of the G5 fortress was forcibly blasted open by an invisible force, creating a massive gap. New gate, holding a naginata, slowly walked in, not even using his full strength. A casual shockwave opened a path for his companions. Wow, this door is quite sturdy. Ha ha ha. I'm here. Gatz's massive figure followed closely, carrying an anchor, charging like a crazed bull along the main avenue of the fortress. Any Navy soldiers or defensive structures attempting to stop him were torn apart in the face of his frenzied strength. Behind them, a massive pink figure was happily walking, swallowing a large piece of cake in his mouth. Chapter 44. The Century Heist Delicious. The combat cake made by Rain is so tasty. Charlotte Lingling's eyes turned crescent-shaped with joy, and she felt a surge of power throughout her body. This was a specially crafted Berserk Sweetheart Energy Bar made by Rain, composed of high concentrations of life energy and several rare fruits that could heighten mental excitement, allowing Lingling to unleash her strongest combat prowess while maintaining a joyful mood. Prometheus, burn that iron lump. Lingling pointed casually. The sun Prometheus immediately spewed a massive fire column, melting a cannon platform that was just about to fire into molten iron. Zeus, zap that house over there. Thundercloud Zeus struck with a loud boom. A thick bolt of lightning struck a naval barracks, scorching it inside and out, causing soldiers inside to scream and flee. Lingling was like a child playing in an amusement park, with every attack filled with innocence and joy, yet delivering devastating blows to the Gax 5 branch. This invasion was not a war from the beginning, but a planned and premeditated armed robbery. Silver S figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the shadows of the fortress. He had already taken advantage of the enemy's distraction by food to thoroughly understand the entire fortress's defense layout, communication nodes, and ammunition depot locations. At this moment, he was like a precise surgeon, systematically removing the fortress's nerves and minions. The communication tower was destroyed with Silver's cunning, unable to send any distress signals. The officer's dormitory was thrown into chaos by Silver, preventing the enemy from forming effective command. Meanwhile, the true core of this operation, the shipwright Dorimo, was currently glowing with excitement, rushing towards his holy place like a devoted believer. That was the secret dock located deep within the fortress. Guided by Silver's intelligence and Gatz's brute force, Dorimo arrived unimpeded at the dock's entrance. I'm here, my precious. Dorimo let out a heartfelt call, using all his strength to split open the alloy gate of the dock with an axe. Behind the gate, a massive, dark-hulled behemoth quietly docked on the ship platform came into view. It was the Navy's latest experimental warship, yet to be officially named. Its hull was made of a special alloy that shimmered with dark light, its lines exuding a sense of power. And the ship was covered with countless unfamiliar gun ports and weapon systems. It was like a steel behemoth lurking in the darkness, emanating a chilling aura of terror. It's it. Dorimu's eyes brimmed with tears as he caressed the cold hull of the warship, as if touching the skin of a lover. He pulled out a stack of stolen blueprints he had received from Silver, trembling with excitement. I finally found you. Just then, an angry roar came from the direction of the port. Bastards, what have you done to me? Iron Gut Bastille finally broke free from the illusion of food, looking at the wreckage of his fortress and feeling the strange sense of fullness that rendered him powerless. He finally realized he had been played. A great humiliation. He roared, transforming into a half-man, half-rhino form, and charged madly towards the dock. However, a figure moved faster, blocking his path. It was Rocks. He had been standing there unnoticed, a mocking smile on his face. Have you had enough to eat, Vice Admiral? Rocks. Bastille's eyes turned red. I will tear you apart. Is that so? Rock's smile turned cruel. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Bastille. A heavy punch wrapped in Conqueror's Haki struck firmly at the back of Bastille's heart. Puff! Bastille's proud animal awakening defense crumbled like thin paper before this punch. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs and was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through several buildings before finally embedding himself into a mountainside, unconscious. Rocks retracted his fist, too lazy to glance back at him, and turned to his crew, waving his hand. Boys, get on the ship. Our new home is ready. With a rumbling sound, The massive dock gate was torn open by the combined forces of Newgate's shockwave and Lingling's monstrous strength. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating the dark steel behemoth. "My king, awaken!" Doremu stood at the helm, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he, like a mad scientist, pressed the warship's start button. The dormant steel heart began to throb, the entire warship emitting a low rumble, and countless indicator lights on the hull lit up one by one. A massive and terrifying aura slowly awakening. "Ha ha ha! Set sail!" Gats excitedly stood at the bow, waving the anchor at the dumbfounded naval soldiers outside. Under the command of Doremu, this warship, which had yet to be named, but had already changed ownership, charged like an ancient beast that had broken its chains. With a ferocity that belied its massive size, it crashed through the last line of defense at the port, rushing into the vast ocean. Behind it lay the G5 fortress in flames and the desperate eyes of countless naval soldiers. The Rocks Pirates completed this insane operation, which could be called the Century Heist, in the most flamboyant and domineering way. The warship sailed on the calm sea, like a moving steel island. The crew was immersed in the immense joy of acquiring a new ship. Gats ran back and forth on the wide deck, sometimes touching this giant cannon, sometimes looking at that novel weapon, continuously exclaiming in awe, like a bumpkin who had just entered the city. Lingling, on the other hand, sat contentedly at the stern, holding a victory celebration cake made by rain that was bigger than her head, her face covered in cream, while Prometheus and Zeus flew joyfully nearby. For her, as long as there were endless desserts, it didn't matter where she went or what ship she took. Silver stood atop the highest lookout, calibrating the warship's long-range telescope and life detection radar, a rare expression of satisfaction appearing on his icy face. The ship's reconnaissance and stealth systems were tailor-made for an assassin like him. Newgate leaned against the ship's railing, happily drinking from a barrel of century-old rum borrowed from the G5 wine cellar. He looked at this indomitable steel vessel, and then at this group of partners who, despite their quirky actions, were incredibly reliable in critical moments. The longing for family in his heart seemed to have been unknowingly filled. And the happiest person on this ship was undoubtedly Doremu. He was like a patient who had suddenly been cured of a terminal illness, caressing every smooth control panel in the bridge, kissing the metal-glossed helm, and murmuring incessantly. Perfect keel weighting, seamless welded alloy armor, dual-core power furnace plus wind jet propulsion system. My God, I feel like I can drive it straight onto the red Earth continent. His obsession made even Gats nearby shiver with goosebumps. Chapter 45. The eerie sea rocks stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze, overlooking the white waves torn apart by the battleship, his face showing unabashed arrogance and satisfaction. This ship was truly the vessel that could carry his ambitions. "Captain," the voice of Rain came from behind him. Rocks turned around and saw Rain standing behind him, holding a menu. "The new kitchen's equipment has been debugged." There was a hint of barely perceptible excitement in Rain's tone. "To celebrate our move, tonight's menu is the Feast of the Overlord." Rocks raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how overwhelming is it?" The main dish is the entire spine of an A5 grade iron bowl from the G5 freezer, grilled at volcanic rock temperatures, drizzled with a sauce made from 100-year-old rum and 30 spices. I call it the king's backbone. The soup is made from 7 types of top-notch seafood, including snow crab, deep-sea lobster, and shimmering shell, simmered together with the head of that previous bluefin tuna. Using the ink of the galaxy to enhance the flavor, the 7 Illusions pot. And there's a dessert, Rainbow Paradise Island, made with Lingling's favorite glowing berries and Sky Island honey. With each dish announced, Rock's Adams' apple involuntarily bobbed. He knew this was not just a celebratory dinner. It was Rain's declaration of his extraordinary culinary skills on this brand new stage. That night, an extravagant feast was held in the spacious dining room of the battleship. When the king's backbone, resembling something forged from gold and exuding a deadly meat aroma, was brought to the table, and when the 7 Illusions pot, overflowing with freshness and seemingly containing the entire ocean, was unveiled, everyone went wild. With the dual enhancement of the essence of food and top-tier ingredients, waves of purer and more massive energy surged into everyone's bodies. The stamina they had consumed during the battle at G5 was instantly replenished. and they felt their strength breaking free again under the catalyst of battle and gourmet food, reaching a whole new realm. Of course, Rain's experience points were also skyrocketing, although he was still far from leveling up his culinary skills. At the end of the banquet, Rocks raised his wine glass, his gaze sweeping over every partner present. "We have the strongest ship in the world, the best chef in the world, and—" he paused, grinning widely, "a bunch of the most unruly bastards in the world. To our new home, to the empire we are about to start, cheers." Cheers! Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the atmosphere in the Marshal's office was so tense it could drip water. The then Admiral Steelbone Kong slammed a recently received urgent intelligence report onto the table, producing a loud bang. Damn it! His roar shook the entire office. The G5 fortress fell within 3 hours. Commander Bastille is seriously injured and unconscious. Most importantly, the Navy's top secret, the latest experimental battleship, the Behemoth, designed with the help of Dr. Vegapunk, has been stolen by a group of pirates. Standing opposite him was a young figure in a white suit, chewing on a rice cracker with a nonchalant expression. It was none other than the future Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. Report: Marshal. According to survivor descriptions, the leader of that group of pirates is a man named Rocks. Garp said, crunching on a rice cracker, his words somewhat unclear. Moreover, they have a giant woman capable of controlling fire and lightning on their ship, and a white-bearded man who can shatter space. Rocks. Again Rocks. Steelbone Kong's fists clenched, cracking as he looked at the photo of the man on the intelligence report, who was grinning wildly, his eyes bursting with unprecedented killing intent. He knew that an unprecedented era of terror, capable of shaking the rule of the world government, had officially begun with the theft of that behemoth. And on the vast sea, the dark battleship named Behemoth was carrying a group of future maritime overlords, bravely sailing towards the storm and the New World. On the 16th day of their voyage, the Behemoth entered a strange sea area. There was no wind. The sea surface was smooth as a mirror, but the sky was shrouded in a thick, impenetrable lead-gray fog, with visibility less than 10 meters. The surroundings were eerily silent. There were no cries of seabirds, nor could they feel the movement of fish schools, as if they had stepped into the graveyard of the world. "This place feels off." Gats, carrying the anchor, warily scanned the surroundings, feeling an uncomfortable, sticky humidity in the air. Dorium gripped the helm tightly. "The recording pointer is malfunctioning. The magnetic field here is completely chaotic. It's like we're trapped in an airtight box." Just as everyone felt alert, Silver on the lookout suddenly spoke. His voice as calm as ever, but with a hint of unnoticeable seriousness. "Straight ahead, I've spotted a ship." Everyone perked up, turning their attention to the bow. In the thick fog, a blurry black dot slowly emerged and gradually became clearer. It was a large ship, just a seemingly ordinary small, single-masted fishing boat. A man was sitting at the bow, holding a simple fishing rod, leisurely fishing as if he were completely unconcerned about the bizarre surroundings. He wore a faded burlap short coat, his hair messily tied back, a stubbly beard on his chin, and a huge wine gourd hanging at his waist. He looked like the most down-and-out fisherman, but Rocks and Newgate's expressions darkened simultaneously. They could sense that the seemingly ordinary man harbored a terrifying power within him, one that was as restrained as an abyss, yet could erupt like a volcano at any moment. It wasn't killing intent, but a pure, powerful strength that had been honed through countless trials. "Hey, the ship ahead. Who are you?" Gats shouted with his big voice, trying to dispel the unease within him. The man turned at the sound, lazily lifting his head to reveal an unremarkable, even somewhat disheveled face. He seemed to have just woken up, yawning and rubbing his bleary eyes, then scanning the massive hull of the Behemoth, his gaze eventually landing on the kitchen's chimney. He sniffed hard, his eyes suddenly brightening, the spark of excitement contrasting sharply with his previous lethargy. "So fragrant," he murmured to himself, then stood up, reeling in his fishing rod, and flashed a simple smile at Rocks and the others. Could you guys spare some food? I've been lost in this godforsaken place for several days, and I've eaten all my provisions." Gats and Dorium exchanged glances, thinking this guy must be out of his mind. In this eerie sea, seeing a dark ship that was clearly not friendly, his first reaction wasn't to run away, but but to ask for food? Chapter 46. Wang Ji. Rocks looked at him with great interest, remaining silent. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the sea, and the calm surface exploded. A sea creature over 100 meters long, resembling a giant python with a menacing horn on its head, broke through the water, opening its gaping maw to swallow the fragile fishing boat. "Watch out!" Gats exclaimed. However, the man didn't even turn his head. He simply waved his hand impatiently, as if shooing away an annoying fly. There was no deafening roar, no world-destroying shockwave. An invisible, finely honed strike flashed from the simple fishing rod in his hand. The next second, the once mighty sea creature's massive body suddenly stiffened, then split cleanly in half from head to tail. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and the blood and entrails exploded out after a brief delay, dyeing the surrounding sea a deep red. One strike, instant kill. The deck of the giant beast fell into dead silence. Gats's mouth hung open wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg, and Doram didn't even notice when the blueprint slipped from his hands. Even the usually calm Silver tightened his grip on his spear. Newgate's eyes, which always held a hint of laziness, revealed a trace of seriousness. Gulalala, an interesting guy. The playful expression on Rock's face vanished, replaced by excitement. The man seemed to have done something trivial. He glanced at the sea creature he had cleaved in two and shook his head regretfully. What a pity. The meat is too tough and has a fishy smell, not tasty. Then he directed his gaze back to the giant beast, his smile becoming even more radiant, even carrying a hint of flattery. "Hey, big brothers, can I get something to eat now? I smell meat on your ship. Seems like honey-glazed roasted pig leg." His words stunned the members of the Rocks Pirates once again. The roasted pig leg was made by Rain yesterday, using pork captured from G5, mixed with honey from Sky Island and a type of flame flower that only grows on specific islands. The key point was that they were still hundreds of meters away from that fishing boat, separated by thick fog. Did this guy have the nose of a dog? "What is your name?" Rocks asked, his voice tinged with subtle appreciation. The man scratched his messy hair and smiled foolishly. "I'm Wang Ji." "Wang Ji?" Rocks repeated the name, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha! Good. Wang Ji, you can eat, but only if you could take a punch from me." Before his words faded, Rock's figure had already vanished from the bow of the ship, and the next second he appeared before Wang Ji's small fishing boat, delivering a heavy punch wrapped in Conqueror's Haki straight at Wang Ji's face. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, the silly smile on Wang Ji's face instantly vanished. He didn't dodge or evade. He met it with his own punch. No weapons, no devil fruit powers, just the pure clash of Haki and strength. Boom! The two fists collided in midair, tearing a massive hole in the surrounding fog, and the sea beneath them was compressed into a bottomless vortex. The tiny fishing boat disintegrated upon impact. Wang Ji's figure was sent flying backward, taking 7 steps on the surface of the sea, each step causing the water to explode, ultimately stabilizing himself. Rocks was also pushed back half a step from the impact. Wang Ji shook his slightly numb fist, looking at Rocks with an explosive fighting spirit in his eyes. "You're strong. But can I have a meal before we fight? I'm starving." Rocks looked at this uniquely styled warrior, momentarily stunned, then burst into thunderous laughter again. "Ha ha ha! Interesting. So interesting. Rain, prepare the finest feast for our new partner." In the end, Wang Ji got his wish and boarded the giant beast. The first thing he did upon boarding was not to continue the unfinished duel with Rocks, but to head straight for the kitchen. When Rain placed a steaming plate of honey-glazed roasted pig leg rice in front of him, this man who had just displayed a master-esque demeanor instantly transformed into a beast that hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights. He devoured it ravenously, cleaning the plate spotless, and finally let out a long, satisfied burp, exclaiming, "Delicious! This is the best pork rice I've ever eaten in my life." This drastic change from a powerful figure to someone with no semblance of strength left Gats and the others wide-eyed. This guy, is he really the master who just cleaved that sea creature in half? Dora muttered softly. Wang Ji's addition brought another strange hue to the already monster-filled ship. He soon showcased a third attribute besides eating and fighting: drinking. The huge wine gourd at his waist seemed to hold an endless supply of strong liquor. Whenever he was seen, he was in a semi-drunken state. Wang Ji quickly became drinking buddies with Newgate, who also had a penchant for alcohol. The two would often sit at the stern of the ship, one holding a barrel, the other a gourd, singing loudly to the sea. They sang unknown tunes, so off-key that Doram considered throwing both them and their drinks overboard. Of course, amidst the drinking, sparring was inevitable. One afternoon on the deck, Wang Ji stood opposite Newgate. "Whitebeard, your wine is good, but the afterkick is a bit weak." Wang Ji shook the wine gourd in his hand, a drunken smile on his face. "Gulalala, your fists are quite good, but I wonder how much strength you'll have left when you're drunk." Newgate slammed his naginata onto the deck, an invisible shockwave spreading out. Neither of them used their full strength. It felt more like a spontaneous exchange. Wang Ji's steps became staggered, his body swaying as if he would fall at any moment, embodying the authentic drunken boxing stance. Newgate threw a straightforward punch, devoid of any added shockwave. Just pure haki made the air ahead emit a dull explosion. Wang Ji seemed unable to dodge, but his body leaned back at an impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the punch's wind. At the same time, he delivered a knife-hand strike at a tricky angle toward Newgate's wrist. Their exchange lacked the world-shattering intensity of Rocks and Wang Ji's first encounter, but was filled with skill and danger. Wang Ji's drunken boxing appeared full of openings, yet every move concealed a deadly threat, perfectly integrating haki into his seemingly chaotic actions, sometimes fierce as a tiger, sometimes gentle as a willow. Newgate's attacks were broad and steady, as solid as a mountain. No matter how Wang Ji dodged and weaved, he remained unyielding, each punch and kick containing the terrifying power capable of splitting mountains. Chapter 47. Sea of volcanoes in the distance. Gats was dazzled, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. What? How is this even happening? It feels like Brother Wang Ji has been on the edge of getting hit. Yet, Brother Whitebeard has never been able to land a blow on him. This isn't a contest of strength. It's the ultimate test of skill. Silver was beside him, polishing his spear with sharp eyes. Every dodge and attack from Wang Ji anticipated Lord Newgate's points of force and the flow of his breath, using minimal effort to deflect the strongest attacks. The sparring ultimately ended with both of them withdrawing at the same time, neither gaining an advantage. How refreshing. Wang Ji took a big swig of his drink. Next time, let's see who can drink the other under the table first. Gulp, 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 I'm always up for it. Newgate laughed heartily. Just as the atmosphere on the ship grew livelier with Wang Ji's presence, an unexpected discovery guided their giant ship, which had already strayed from the main course of the Grand Line toward a brand new direction. While sailing through thick fog, they stumbled upon a drifting ship. It was a uniquely styled vessel, made from an unknown white wood, with sails shaped like outstretched wings and a prow resembling a coiled giant serpent. The entire ship was empty, with only the sails making faint ripping sounds in the eerie silence. A ghost ship? Gats tightened his grip on the anchor, feeling somewhat nervous. No. However, Doryum's eyes lit up, his face filled with enthusiasm as if he had discovered a new continent. This structure, I've only seen it in ancient texts. This is a ship of the Amazon Lily, the shipbuilding technique that only the Land of Women is said to use. After confirming there was no danger, everyone boarded this ghost ship from Nine Snake. The cabin was covered in thick dust, clearly abandoned for a long time. Silver found a maritime log in the captain's quarters. The log was not written by the current Snake Princess, but by a long-forgotten emperor from generations past. The handwriting in the log was elegant and strong, initially recording the daily trivialities of the Land of Women and the pride of being an emperor. However, starting from a certain page, the words began to fill with sweetness and shyness. She encountered a man, one who made her willing to give up her identity as an emperor. Yet, the sweet record soon turned into pain and struggle. That man ultimately left her, returning to his own sea. Since then, this powerful empress fell into an incurable lovesickness. To prevent her shame from being seen by her people and to pursue the shadow that had long vanished, she resolutely gave up her throne, sailing away alone on this ship from Amazon Lily, never to be heard from again. On the last page of the log, the handwriting had become scrawled and desperate. Lovesickness has become a disease with no cure in sight. I will go to the ends of the world, allowing the scorching volcano to completely burn my cold heart. Fire may grant me rebirth, or perhaps eternal death. My name, Flameflower, will burn along with this sea. Below was a vague sea chart pointing to an unknown area marked with volcanoes. An emperor troubled by love? How boring. Charlotte Linlin commented disdainfully while eating the lava chocolate cake that Rain had just made for her. Rocks, however, stroked his chin with an interested smile. To make an emperor of a country fall for her, she must not be a simple woman. Moreover, leaving her home due to lovesickness, this obsession itself is a powerful force. He looked at his crew, grinning. Boys, are you interested in this Flameflower Empress? Gats was the first to raise his hand. Yes. An empress. Just hearing that sounds impressive. It must be exhilarating to fight her. Wang Ji, slightly drunk, said, the emperor's wine cellar must have a lot of good wine, right? Rocks nodded in satisfaction, tearing the vague sea chart from the log and ordering Dorium. Adjust the course. Destination, Sea of Volcanoes. Let's go meet this emperor who burns with love. The beast sailed through the fog like a ghost. Guided by Dorium's superb navigation skills and Wang Ji's seemingly prescient intuition, heading toward the ominous volcanic sea marked on the chart. After several days of sailing, the smell of sulfur in the air grew stronger, and the sea warmed up. In the distance on the horizon, a massive island appeared, with a majestic active volcano at its center, spouting black smoke and red sparks into the sky, like a restless heart. The entire island's landscape was an eerie dark red, as if stained with blood. There were no tall trees on the island, only some twisted, heat-resistant black shrubs and vast areas of blooming red flowers that looked like burning flames. This was the self-exiled home of the Flameflower. Wow, it's really hot here. Gats took off his shirt, revealing his bronze, muscular body, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. The energy in the air is violent, yet pure, Newgate remarked calmly. Gulp, gulp, gulp is a good place to fight. The beast docked in a hidden bay on the island, and everyone began to explore this volcanic island filled with a sense of primal and wild energy. Rocks teamed up with Newgate. They weren't very interested in the so-called Flameflower, but were intrigued by the powerful energy contained in the island itself, heading straight toward the most active volcano to see the view from the top. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin joyfully rushed into the sea of red flowers with Prometheus and Zeus. She discovered that the sweet yet spicy scent of those flowers was a unique treat she had never tasted before and began to indulge herself, eating to her heart's content. Wang Ji, not knowing where he found a fishing rod, found a stream of lava and attempted to fish with lava, proclaiming, perhaps I can catch a fire lizard for a snack. Gats, Silver, and Dorium were responsible for searching for traces of the Flameflower. Gats charged through the jungle with his beast-like intuition. While he didn't find anyone, he did end up fighting a three-headed magma giant dog, ultimately throwing it away like a wrecking ball. Dorium, on the other hand, became interested in the island's rock formations, knocking here and tapping there, collecting various mineral samples, trying to find new materials to reinforce the ship's structure. In the end, it was Silver who made the discovery. Like the most patient hunter, he navigated through the intricate valleys, not letting any clues slip by. Finally, he found some extremely subtle signs of human activity in front of a hidden cave obscured by a waterfall. Inside the cave was a different world. It was well maintained, with stone tables and benches, clearly indicating someone had lived there for a long time. But at that moment, the cave was empty. Silver found something on the stone table, a broken headband woven with a special technique. Just as everyone gathered, and Silver took out the headband, a fierce and unmatched murderous aura descended from above. Chapter 48. A bowl of white porridge, a fiery red figure fell like a shooting star from the direction of the volcano, instantly appearing before them. It was a tall, strikingly beautiful woman. She wore a tight combat suit made of some kind of beast skin, accentuating her incredibly alluring figure. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, but her gaze was colder than eternal ice. An overwhelming aura of dominance wrapped around her, a complex presence that mixed imperial majesty with deep sorrow. Without a doubt, she was the former emperor of the Amazons, Flameflower, outsiders who allowed you to set foot on my island. Her voice was as cold and piercing as her demeanor, devoid of any emotion. Ha ha ha, are you the emperor troubled by love? You look much more spirited than I imagined. Gats laughed loudly, unrestrained. This sentence seemed to ignite a powder keg. Flame Flower's gaze instantly turned dangerously fierce, and an overwhelming, tangible haki erupted. You're seeking death. She had no time for extra words. Her figure flickered and appeared in front of Gats in an instant, delivering a hand strike wrapped in advanced armed haki aimed directly at his neck. The speed was so fast that even Gats couldn't react in time. Clang! With a crisp sound, Whitebeard's Naginata arrived just in time to deflect the deadly strike. Gulalala, getting this worked up over a child isn't the demeanor of an emperor. Whitebeard's figure had unknowingly appeared in front of Gats. Flame Flower's first attack, failing, only made her gaze colder. She recognized Whitebeard's strength, and, instead of retreating, her fighting spirit surged even more. Then let us start with you. She abandoned Gats and engaged in battle with Whitebeard. Flame Flower's combat style was extremely fierce, with every punch and kick containing earth-shattering power, clearly having mastered both physical techniques and haki to a very high level. Each collision between her and Whitebeard caused the surrounding ground to crack and rocks to fly. Interesting. Let me join the fun. Charlotte Lingling rushed over excitedly when she saw a fight breaking out, commanding Prometheus and Zeus to join the fray. In an instant, the three engaged in a breathtaking melee on this volcanic island. Flame Flower's strength was unimaginably powerful, facing the combined assault of Whitebeard and Lingling. She showed no signs of losing ground. Her haki seemed endless, with each attack precise and deadly. The aftermath of the battle turned the entire island upside down, with the volcano erupting more violently and magma flowing down the mountain like tears of blood. What a nice welcome ceremony. Rock's voice lazily sounded from somewhere, having appeared at the edge of the battlefield, watching the fight with great interest. He glanced at the calm Rain and Wang Ji beside him and grinned. It seems it's time to end this farce. Rocks took a step forward, and a will far deeper and more tyrannical than Flame Flowers surged upwards, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The three in combat paused simultaneously, as if an invisible mountain had pressed down on their bodies. Rock's figure appeared before Flame Flower, as if teleporting, extending a finger and casually pointing at her forehead. Flame Flower's pupils constricted. She wanted to dodge, but found her body bound by an irresistible force, unable to move. She could only watch as that finger grew larger to view. Just at that critical moment, an indescribably warm and rich aroma, as if alive, quietly wafted through the air, precisely entering everyone's nostrils. This fragrance was unlike anything Rain had cooked before. It was not overpowering or strong, but like a gentle hand. It softly smoothed the tension in everyone's nerves caused by the intense battle, calming their racing hearts. It was a wondrous taste, a blend of the pure sweetness of rice, the clearest flavor of spring water, and a touch of warmth like sunshine. The battling Whitebeard and Lingling halted their movements, and even the proud Rocks paused his finger midair, all eyes involuntarily drawn to a spot not far away. Rain had, at some point, set up a small pot in the clearing, where the simplest white porridge was bubbling away. Wang Ji was beside him, using his prized fishing rod to skewer a few bright red fire-scale fish he had just caught from the lava stream, slowly roasting them over the charcoal fire. The aroma that could quell all disputes emanated from that seemingly ordinary bowl of white porridge and those grilled fish. For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on Flame Flower's cold, frosty face. This scent was too familiar enough to make her long-frozen heart tremble. It was a fragrance that could awaken memories deep within the soul. For the first time, waves appeared in her eyes, which had been frozen for countless years. She stared blankly at the small figure not far away and the pot radiating warmth and fragrance, her aggressive stance unconsciously dissipating. Seeing this, Rocks withdrew his finger, stepping aside with great interest. He knew that the next stage did not belong to him, but to his unfathomable chef. Rain ignored the frozen atmosphere around him, focusing solely on the pot of white porridge. When the porridge had reached perfection, with the rice grains just about to open, he extinguished the flame. He ladled out a bowl, adding no seasoning, and walked step by step to Flame Flower. "Please enjoy." Rain lifted his head and extended the bowl. Flame Flower looked down at the unremarkable bowl of white porridge, then glanced at the clear-eyed, eerily calm child before her, and irresistibly took it. The bowl was hot, and the warmth spread from her palm to her heart. Hesitantly, she scooped a spoonful and gently brought it to her mouth. The moment the porridge touched her tongue, Flame Flower's massive body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, freezing her in place. It was a taste that could not be described in words. It was not some earth-shattering delicacy, lacking complex layers or extravagant texture. What remained was only the purest sweetness of the rice, and the warm rice aroma catalyzed to perfection by the cooking. Such a simple and pure taste was like a key, crashing open the long-sealed gates of her memory. She seemed to see her younger self, sick in the Amazon Lily Palace, lacking appetite, with her mother personally cooking that bowl of white porridge for her. The same flavor, the same warmth, filled with clumsy yet sincere love. She also saw that man, during their loving days, as she clumsily learned to make porridge for him, resulting in either burning it or making it too bland, yet he always smiled and drank it all, saying it was the best porridge in the world. Chapter 49 New Partner. Flame Flower memories surged in like a tide, those gentle and happy moments that she had deliberately forgotten, masked by her coldness and strength, could no longer hide in front of this bowl of porridge. A suppressed sob, mixed with endless grievances and longing, escaped from the throat of this former empress. In the next moment, two streams of hot tears uncontrollably slid down her resolute eyes, dripping into the bowl and merging with the steaming white porridge. She cried like a lost child, cried heart-wrenchingly. She sipped the porridge, as if trying to swallow this late-arriving warmth along with all her sadness. On the deck, everyone silently watched this scene. Gats scratched his head, feeling for the first time that women were truly difficult to understand. Lingling pouted, thinking that the porridge looked less appetizing than her cake, but seeing Flame Flower cry so sadly, she unusually remained silent. Newgate and Wang Ji exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of understanding in each other's eyes. They understood that the porridge that Rain had cooked was no longer just food, but a matter of the heart. Rocks crossed his arms, his smile filled with pride and admiration. Conquering a strong person with force is not a skill. Making a frozen heart melt with a bowl of porridge is the irreplaceable power unique to his head chef. After finishing the bowl of porridge, Flame Flower also stopped crying. She wiped her tears, and although her eyes were still red and swollen, the lingering sorrow and coldness that had enveloped her for years dissipated by more than half. She handed the empty bowl back to Rain, her voice no longer cold, but with a hint of hoarseness and fatigue. "Thank you, and I'm sorry." "It's okay. Just wash the bowl," Rain replied calmly, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Flame Flower looked at him for a long time before giving a bitter smile. She walked in front of Rocks, re-examining the man who had almost killed her moments ago. "Who exactly are you? What do you want on my island?" "My name is Rocks." Rocks grinned, his smile arrogant and domineering. "I came here to invite you onto my ship." "Invite me?" Flame Flower was taken aback. "That's right." Rox's eyes were bright. "I see your strength, and I see your unwillingness. Don't you think it's a waste of your abilities to hide here and cry over a man? This sea is vast, far more exciting than your little love affairs. Instead of rotting here, why not come with me to see the true scenery of this world and turn everything that makes you unhappy into ashes?" He offered no comfort, no sympathy, but laid bare a whole new path filled with destruction and conquest. Flame Flower fell silent. She glanced at Rocks, then at the group of monsters behind him, each emanating a terrifying aura. There was the immensely powerful Whitebeard, who could easily defeat her but held back, the gigantic woman who could control the weather, the drunken yet unfathomable Wang Ji, and a mysterious boy who could make her drop all defenses with just a bowl of porridge. There were no weaklings on this ship. Here, perhaps she could truly forget the past and start anew. "Why should I trust you?" she asked. "You don't need to trust me." Rocks laughed heartily. "You just need to trust in your own strength and my head chef skills. On the ship, you will never taste sadness again." Those words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Flame Flower lifted her head, and the flames reignited in her eyes, not the flames of sorrow, but the indomitable fighting spirit of a warrior. "All right, I will join you." Thus, the former empress of the Amazon Lily, Flame Flower Gloria, officially boarded this ship destined to change the world in a way that no one had anticipated. "Great! Another partner." Gats shouted excitedly. Your Majesty, are you hungry? There's still a few fish grilled by Brother Wang Ji. They're delicious. Flame Flower shot him a glance, then looked at the grilled fire-scaled fish that Wang Ji was handing over not far away, her stomach betraying her with a growl. She took the grilled fish and took a bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. Spicy, steaming, full of vitality. Perhaps this is the taste of her new life. With the addition of Flame Flower Gloria, the concentration of monsters on the behemoth soared again. This Navy's top-secret battleship had now truly become a moving den of monsters. The first person to feel this pressure was the shipwright Doram. His daily work was no longer simple maintenance and upkeep, but rather using a special ruler to measure energy fluctuations, knocking around the ship while muttering incantations like a deranged fortune teller. The energy resonance index of the main mast has exceeded the limit again. It's the domineering aura released during drinking contests between Lord Whitebeard and Lord Wang Ji. The alloy armor on the ship's port side has shown imperceptible metal fatigue. It must have been when Miss Lingling rolled over after eating too much. The ship's keel is crying. It says it can't hold on much longer. God, how many monsters are on this ship? Doram squatted in a corner with his notebook, drawing circles, his face filled with the mixed joy and pain of a father whose children are too mischievous. He began to frantically study the structural diagrams taken from the abandoned ship of the Nine Snakes, trying to incorporate the unique and highly flexible shipbuilding techniques of the Amazon Kingdom into the behemoth's modification plans. Daily life on the ship became increasingly colorful. A peculiar competitive relationship quickly developed between Flame Flower and Lingling, two equally strong female warriors. They would argue over who left bigger dents on the deck after training today, and also bicker over who got more of the dessert that Rain made. But more often, they would team up to beat Gats and Wang Ji. Who came to challenge them? Black and blue. Wang Ji's drunken fist found no advantage against Flame Flower's exquisite and targeted martial arts, and his proud wine gourd nearly got kicked away by her several times. Every day on the deck, scenes resembling gods battling played out, and the aftermath of their fights sent all Sea Kings within 100 meters of the behemoth into hiding, taking detours. At the center of all this chaos remained Rain's small kitchen. He was like an outside observer, calmly recording everyone's physical data and energy consumption. Wang Ji's drunken fist, under the influence of alcohol, produced a chaotic and unpredictable flow of aura. If ingredients infused with lightning energy stimulated his nerves, perhaps this chaos could become even more violent. Flame Flower's aura was filled with heat and destruction, related to her own state of mind. Warm, life-infused dishes could neutralize the hostility in her aura, making it more cohesive and stable. As for Lingling, just make more cakes. Rain's recipes were continuously adjusting and evolving. He was like a top-tier armorer, providing the most precise maintenance and upgrades for these sentient humanoid weapons on the ship. In these noisy, chaotic yet vibrant days, the behemoth sailed for more than half a month again. Chapter 50. Our journey is the stars and the sea on this day. A news bird swooped down from the sky, screaming as if it had seen a ghost. It dropped a stack of the latest newspapers and a few brand new bounty notices on the deck, then fled at 3 times the speed it had come, as if staying another second would result in being crushed into meat paste by the terrifying aura emanating from the ship. Oh, another new bounty notice? Gats picked it up curiously, and when he saw the contents, his eyes widened as big as copper bells. My goodness! The others quickly gathered around. When they saw the slightly blurred yet still imposing portraits on the notices due to hasty printing, the deck erupted with thunderous laughter and astonishment. After the G5 branch incident, the bounties for Rocks, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and others had experienced explosive growth once again. Rocks D, Zebek, 2 billion berries, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard 1. 8 billion berries, Charlotte Linlin, Big Mom 1. 6 billion berries. The bounty amounts for these 3 individuals had far surpassed that of most well-known pirates on the seas today, placing them directly among the top ranks and marking them as the most dangerous threats in the eyes of the world government. What shocked the world even more were 2 brand new bounty notices. The first was a photo of Wang Ji. In the picture, he was drunkenly leaning against a wine gourd, his eyes glazed over, appearing harmless. Drunken Fist Wang Ji. 1. 5 billion berries, crimes, former notorious figure at sea, whereabouts unknown for many years, now confirmed to have joined the Rocks Pirates, extremely dangerous. The second was of the Flame Flower. In the photo, she looked valiant and cold, with the background showing the palace of Amazon Lily. Flame Flower Joel D. Ryosa, 1. 3 billion berries, crimes, former emperor of Amazon Lily. Terrifying strength, suspected to possess advanced conqueror's haki, now confirmed to have joined the Rocks Pirates. With the release of these two bounty notices, the entire sea was thrown into an uproar. Wang Ji and Jold Ryosa, these two names appeared simultaneously on the ship of rocks. In an instant, the Navy headquarters, the world government, and Mariawa were all plunged into unprecedented shock and panic. One Rocks was already enough to give them headaches, but now he had gathered Whitebeard, Big Mom, Wang Ji, Flame Flower. This was no longer just a simple pirate crew. It was a monster alliance composed of future sea overlords capable of shaking the foundations of the world. Ha ha ha. 5 billion. Looks like my face is worth quite a bit. Wang Ji looked at his bounty notice and took a big swig of alcohol, satisfied. Flame Flower merely glanced at it before losing interest. For her, these hollow titles were far less important than what Ren would make for their next meal. Rocks collected everyone's bounty notices and stood at the bow of the ship, facing the sea breeze and looking at his group of unruly yet immensely powerful partners. A smile of disdain for the world on his face. Listen up. His voice was as loud as a bell, resonating through the skies. The world government has sent us the best congratulatory gift. But for us, this is just the beginning. He extended his hand, pointing to the endless, magnificent horizon. Let those navy and celestial dragons continue to tremble in fear. Our steps forward will not pause for anyone. Our journey is the stars and the sea. Oh. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the beast ship emitted a deep rumble, like an ancient giant beast breaking free from all shackles. Carrying a group of future sea overlords boldly setting sail towards the new world. The beast ship, a steel monster crafted from the world government's top technology, had now become a cradle for a group of future sea overlords. Its navigation was so smooth, it resembled a moving island gliding on the sea. Even the capricious winds and waves of the first half of the Grand Line could not cause the slightest disturbance. The daily life on the ship gradually transformed into a series of high-intensity, tooth-gritting internal competitions after the initial novelty wore off. That afternoon, the deck once again featured the ongoing drinking contest between Wang Ji and Newgate. The two sat cross-legged, each holding the largest oak barrel seized from the G5 branch, with 7 or 8 empty barrels rolling at their feet. The sun scorched the deck, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of rum and the almost palpable, faintly tangible haki from both of them. Burp. Whitebeard, your drinking capacity is lacking. You're slower than me. Wang Ji, with bleary eyes and flushed cheeks, spoke with a slightly slurred tongue, but the barrel in his hand showed no signs of stopping. Gulalala. You must be pouring all the liquor into that broken gourd of yours. Newgate, though also rosy-cheeked, still had clear eyes and a voice as loud as a bell. On the other side, Lin and Flame Flower Joel D. Ryosa were training vigorously. The cause was a dessert made by Run after a meal, a cloud souffle drizzled with colorful syrup, made from Sky Island honey and unique spices from the South Sea. The two argued over who got the larger piece, which eventually escalated into a battle of strength. Imperial Sword, Broken Edge. Lin held the sun Prometheus in her hand. The massive flame blade radiating waves of heat, striking down at Flame Flower. Flame Flower's eyes were cold, showing no sign of evasion. A layer of pitch-black armament haki covered her seemingly delicate arms, and she met the attack with a knife hand strike. Boom! The clash of fire and haki erupted with a dull roar, the scorching airwaves slightly blackening the surrounding deck. After the exchange, the two retreated, leaving varying depths of imprints on the alloy deck beneath their feet. Not bad strength, but your technique is too rough. Flame Flower commented coldly. Oof. Your haki is pretty tough, but you're too small. Not enough for me to hit. Lin retorted defiantly. In a corner, Gats was pinned to the ground by Silver with a gun barrel, unable to move. He had wanted to learn Silver's elusive footwork, but was subjected to merciless agility training on the grounds that his weight would create thunderous footsteps while sneaking. And the source of all this chaos pointed to the man squatting at the ship's railing, holding a small notebook, his face filled with a sense of disillusionment. Shipwright Dolam. The main mast energy resonance index has exceeded the standard 3 times this morning and 5 times this afternoon at this rate. It will learn to make thunder itself. The left side alloy armor has shown signs of metal fatigue, with a crack length of 0.3 millimeters. Caused by the aftershocks of Miss Lin Lin and Lady Flameflower's punches. This is the 17th crack this week. Chapter 51 change to a stronger ship. The ship's keel is crying. It's really crying. It says it can no longer hold on. It says the people on this ship are not human, but a group of moving disasters. Oh my, why did I board this cursed ship back then? Durham's voice was filled with tears, like a worried old father watching a bunch of overly rambunctious children at home. Happiness mixed with despair, and despair tinged with a strange sense of pride. He flipped through the structural drawings he had taken from the 9-serpent ghost ship, trying to incorporate the soft yet strong shipbuilding technology of the Daughter Kingdom into the transformation of the beast. But the fundamental design of this ship was too rigid. Like a muscle-bound man, forcing him to learn ballet was simply asking too much. Just as Durham was holding his notebook, preparing to check on the 2 power furnaces that were also crying out in despair in the power room, he suddenly stumbled and almost fell. It wasn't the ship swaying, but his own legs had gone weak. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his vision darkened. No, I can't take it anymore. I feel like I'm about to work myself to death. Durham leaned against the wall, gasping for air. It wasn't just physical fatigue, but also mental exhaustion. Every day, he was on edge, afraid that this warship, which he cherished like a treasure, would be dismantled by this group of monsters in the next second. Durham, what's wrong with you? Rain's voice came from behind him, holding a bowl of steaming soup. It was a bowl of soup made from various calming herbs and sea beast bone marrow, the broth clear and exuding a faint aroma that calmed the mind. Your heartbeat and breathing are off. Drink this. Rain handed him the bowl. Durham took the soup and gulped it down. A warm current spread throughout his body, and the heart that was racing due to excessive anxiety gradually calmed down, and his taut nerves also relaxed a bit. Thank you, Chef. I'm fine. Durham forced a smile. Rain looked at his bloodshot eyes and haggard face, calmly saying, You're lying. Your body is telling me it's reaching its limit. Rain's culinary skills not only strengthen the body, but also allow him to understand the crew's physical conditions thoroughly. Durham's smile froze. He looked at the child whose clear eyes seemed to see through everything and could no longer hold back. Chef. Durham grabbed Rain's shoulder, his voice trembling. This ship really can't take it anymore. He opened his notebook, pointing at the densely packed, alarming red marks. The original design of the beast was to carry weapons and soldiers, and its structural strength was designed according to conventional warfare standards. But what do we have on this ship? It's old Whitebeard. It's Miss Lingling. It's Lord Wang Ji. And the captain. Every breath they take, every drink they down, every movement they make releases a dominating aura and power that inflicts irreversible permanent damage on the ship. It's like asking an ordinary person to carry a mountain every day. Eventually, he will fall apart. Durham's voice grew more agitated, nearly turning into a roar. This is no longer a problem that can be solved by repairs. This is a fundamental design flaw. This ship is nothing but a gorgeous yet fragile cage for us. It simply cannot contain this group of monsters. His roar drowned out all the noise on the deck. Wang Ji and Newgate, who were drinking, stopped their actions. Lingling and Flameflower, who were fighting, also separated. And everyone's gaze focused on this emotionally collapsed shipwright. Rocks slowly walked over. His smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He picked up the notebook that Durham had dropped, looking at the recorded data of the ship's lament, and fell silent. He knew Durham was not exaggerating. This ship, which he took pride in, was becoming the first shackle limiting their progress. Durham's roar struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. The deck fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of the wind and waves remaining. All this time, they had been immersed in the joy of gaining immense power and the freedom to sail, but had overlooked the silent cries of the vessel that carried everything for them. Gats scratched his head, feeling for the first time that his massive weight seemed to be a burden. Wang Ji silently screwed the lid of his wine gourd, seemingly reflecting on whether he had made too much noise while drinking with Newgate. Lingling and Flame Flower exchanged glances, also unusually refraining from bickering. Rocks closed the notebook filled with the ship's whales and handed it back to Durham. He surveyed his crew, these unruly monsters, each possessing enough power to destroy islands. He knew Durham was right. The beast was about to be unable to contain them any longer. Since this ship is about to fall apart, let's change to a sturdier one. Rock's voice broke the silence, calm yet filled with undeniable dominance. Where do we change? Durham instinctively asked, then smiled wryly. There is probably no ship on this sea that can withstand us. Then let us steal one that can withstand us. Rock's lips curled into a proud smile. Or rather, let us steal a base that can build such ships. He walked to the bow, facing the sea breeze, his gaze directed toward the distant, fog-covered depths of the sea route. Little ones, do you still remember how we got this ship? Everyone's spirits lifted. G5 branch. Gats was the first to shout. That's right. Rocks turned around, his eyes burning with the fire of ambition. If a G5 branch can design a warship of this caliber, then deeper in the Grand Line, at the core of the Navy's power, there must be a shipbuilding base larger and more advanced than G5. He pulled out an old sea chart that he had somehow obtained and spread it out forcefully on the deck. I dug up some interesting intel from CP0's brains. Rock's finger heavily pointed on the sea chart, landing on a massive island marked with a skull and crossbones. The Navy's G2 branch, located in the midsection of the Grand Line, is a secret training base for the Navy's 3 admirals-in-waiting and also the cradle of the Navy's newest and most experimental warships. It is said that there is currently a super battleship under construction, codenamed Azure Dragon, designed specifically to combat disasters of our level. Azure Dragon. This word was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up thousands of waves on the deck. G2. Captain, you're not joking, are you? Durham's face was even paler than when he saw the cracks in the ship's hull. That is one of the real core strongholds of the Navy in the Grand Line. Its defensive power is more than 10 times stronger than the G5 we encountered before. Chapter 52, Iron Fist, Zephyr. Yes. Gats rarely put away his combative expression. I heard that the commander there is a fleet admiral named Iron Fist Zephyr. It seems he was promoted to admiral only a few years ago, but he is a true monster who has fought his way out of a sea of corpses and blood, the idol of all the Navy. The crew's concerns are not unfounded. Although the Rocks Pirates are all future maritime giants, they are still inexperienced, and directly attacking a top fortress guarded by a Navy admiral sounds like a joke. However, Rocks was indifferent to everyone's reactions. He just crossed his arms and looked at Rain with interest, seemingly waiting for him to speak. Rain walked to the nautical chart and paused for a moment on the G2 fortress, marked as extremely dangerous. A strong assault is something only a fool would do. He calmly spoke, dismissing the flicker of battle desire that had just arisen in Gats. But any solid fortress can be breached from within, especially when its commander has obvious weaknesses. Rain's finger lightly tapped the name Iron Fist Zephyr. I have studied this person's profile. Zephyr, the Navy that does not kill, is upright and just understanding of his subordinates, and has almost no weaknesses, but a subtle curve appeared at the corner of Rain's mouth. He has a fatal hobby, or rather an obsession. He is obsessed with training strong new Navy recruits, and to hone them, he regularly holds a survival trial called Hell's Kitchen. In this trial, he personally cooks a dish called the Feast of Justice for those recruits who pass. As the highest reward, it is said that his requirements for the ingredients of this dish are meticulous to the point of being picky. You mean? A glimmer of light flashed in Rock's eyes. We don't need a strong assault. Rain raised his head to look at everyone, his tone calm, yet full of confidence. We just need a bait that he cannot refuse, an ingredient that he believes can hone his strongest recruits, and he will personally open the gates of that fortress for us. Just like last time, infiltrating with gourmet food? No. Rain shook his head. This time it's not with gourmet food, but with ourselves. He looked at Rocks, and then at Whitebeard and Wang Ji. We will disguise ourselves as an independent pirate group that has encountered a shipwreck, powerful but in urgent need of supplies, and we will voluntarily surrender to the G2 branch. Someone like Zephyr would never easily believe us, but he also wouldn't miss any opportunity to educate and reform powerful pirates. Nor would he pass up a perfect target that could serve as the final boss for his recruits trial. He will lock us in the deepest special prison of G2. Watch us closely, and then on the last day of the Hell's Kitchen trial, he will release us, allowing us to be the graduation gift for those Navy elites. Rain's plan was bold and crazy, with every step built on a precise calculation of human nature. Isn't that just walking into a trap? Gats asked in confusion. Exactly. Ray nodded. But for us, that most secure prison is our Trojan horse to enter the heart of G2. And that so-called Hell's Kitchen trial is the best opportunity for us to overturn the chessboard. We just need a special token, an ingredient that absolutely cannot exist in the G2 kitchen, but will drive Zephyr crazy upon hearing about it, as a gift for our pirate group S introduction. He took out his ingredient encyclopedia and flipped to a page. It depicted a strange creature that resembled a seahorse, but radiated a brilliant golden light like the sun. The legendary ingredient, the light horse, a creature that only exists near underwater volcanoes at depths of 10,000 meters, feeding on light. It is said that its meat contains the power of the sun, allowing the eater to burst forth with the purest life energy in an instant. This ingredient is an irresistible temptation for someone like Zephyr, who is eager to cultivate strong warriors. G2 Branch, Commander's Office. In front of a huge, floor-to-ceiling window, a man as sturdy as an iron tower stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at his proud steel fleet and the young Navy sweating it out on the training grounds. He is the highest commander of the G2 Branch, Admiral Zephyr of the Navy headquarters. What did you say? Zephyr did not turn around, his voice deep like thunder. A pirate group, calling themselves the Wanderers, is asking for help outside the branch, claiming they're willing to surrender and offering a legendary ingredient as proof of their sincerity? Yes, Admiral. A gallant female rear admiral stood respectfully behind him. She is one of Zephyr's most prized disciples, the future vice admiral, Peach Rabbit. They're just outside the port's alert zone, and they say their captain has heard of your reputation and hopes to receive your guidance. Guidance? Zephyr scoffed, turning around. His weathered face was filled with ferocity, radiating undeniable righteous authority. In this day and age, even pirates can speak so well. He initially intended to order the group of ignorant fools to be driven away, but the words legendary ingredient and guidance lightly tickled his heart, which craved to hone new recruits. Where's the sample? Right here. Peach Rabbit presented a beautifully crafted box made of deep-sea cold jade, still emanating a hint of cold air. Zephyr took the box and opened it. An indescribable warmth, as if containing the brilliance of the sun, instantly filled the entire office. In the center of the box lay a piece of golden meat, thin as a cicada's wing, quietly resting there. The meat seemed to be breathing, each tremor exuding pure life energy. Just smelling this aroma, Zephyr felt every cell in his body awaken, clamoring. He extended his fingers, carefully picking up the piece of meat and putting it in his mouth. Boom! It felt as if a sun exploded in Zephyr's mind. It was an extreme flavor that could not be described in words, as if the most primordial energy of life had been condensed into this piece. The taste changed with the temperature on his tongue, sometimes warm like sunlight, sometimes fiery like flames, sometimes filled with the joy of life sprouting. This is the meat of a light horse. A shocked expression appeared on Zephyr's fierce face. The next moment, he gave the order directly. Take them to the final trial ground of Hell's Kitchen. I want to see for myself if the one who can produce such ingredients truly has the qualifications to become a sharpening stone for my students. Chapter 53, The Iron-Handed Scrutiny G2 Branch, Hell's Kitchen Final Trial Ground. This is not an ordinary prison or execution ground, but a meticulously designed, enormous open-air arena. Surrounding it are alloy walls towering over 100 meters, covered with dense surveillance bugs and automatic turrets, while a cold steel dome obscures the sky, casting a suffocating light. The ground is paved with hard volcanic rock, marred by mottled bloodstains and scars of battle. The air is thick with a complex scent of rust, gunpowder, and sweat, silently narrating the countless brutal trials that have occurred here. Rocks and his group are escorted here by a squad of elite Navy soldiers. They are not shackled with sea floor stone cuffs. but the dark muzzles of the hundreds of soldiers surrounding them and their unmasked vigilance serve as the heaviest of shackles. Zephyr has been waiting here. He does not sit on a high command platform, but stands like an iron tower in the center of the arena, his admiral's cloak, symbolizing the Navy's highest combat power, rustling in the breeze, filtering through the steel dome. Just standing there, he exudes a heavy, mountain-like presence that makes everyone who steps into this place feel a pause in their breath. You're the pirate crew that calls itself the Wanderers? Zephyr speaks, his voice deep as thunder, each word seeming to carry immense weight, striking hard on the hearts of those present. Rocks, or rather the down-and-out Captain Luke he is currently portraying, steps forward, a hint of fatigue on his face. Yet he straightens his back and meets Zephyr's gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. Yes, we encountered a shipwreck, and our crew is starving. Hearing that Admiral Zephyr of G2 Branch is a true Navy man with a sense of justice, we have come to surrender, hoping for your guidance. His acting is impeccable. The hint of despair and unwillingness in his tone, the flicker of struggle and hope in his eyes are just right. Newgate and Wang Ji stand behind him like two loyal, yet equally exhausted crew members, silently. Lingling appears distracted, her large eyes scanning around as if searching for something to eat. Her simple hunger makes her seem less threatening and more innocent. Zephyr's hawk-like, sharp eyes slowly sweep over each of them. His gaze lingers on Rocks for 3 seconds, sensing the terrifying power lying dormant within him, like a sleeping volcano. It stays on Newgate for 5 seconds, the towering spirit of grandeur that, even when deliberately restrained, cannot be completely concealed. His gaze rests longest on Lingling, feeling that this enormous woman is like a walking energy source, filled with unstable, destructive rage. As for Wang Ji, beneath his half-drunken, half-awake appearance lies a state of returning to simplicity that is hard to grasp. The boy Rain, carrying a box of ingredients, is subconsciously overlooked by him. Guidance? Zephyr scoffs, his weathered face filled with fierce energy. The end of the pirate's road is only destruction. The guidance I can give you is to let you repent for the rest of your lives in the deepest cell of Impel Down. That said, the appreciation and excitement in his eyes grow stronger. Good materials. Each of these people is an excellent whetstone. The fierce spirit of survival they possess is exactly what my sheltered genius recruits lack. However, before I send you to prison, Zephyr moves his steel-like arm, producing a cracking sound from his joints. I need to see with my own eyes whether you qualify to be gifts at my student's graduation ceremony. As soon as he finishes speaking, the young and slender Peach Rabbit, no more than 10 years old, has already drawn her famous sword, Kinpyra, and walks out with a heroic demeanor. Teacher Zephyr, please let the students test their strength against them. Not you. Zephyr waves his hand, directing his gaze towards an entrance of the arena. Let him come. The heavy iron gate slowly rises, revealing a tall, stern-looking man dressed in a sharply tailored major general's uniform. He carries a slender western sword at his waist, his steps steady, and his eyes sharp like a drawn blade. G2 Branch Major General, Shadow Sword Anka. The man introduces himself, his voice cold and sharp like his sword. He is one of Zephyr's most prized disciples, known for his extreme speed and swordsmanship. Anka, go. Zephyr orders. With your fastest sword, let me see their caliber. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Anka's figure instantly disappears from his position. He does not use the six-style shave, but purely relies on a speed that surpasses human limits. In the next moment, he appears before Rocks, his western sword transforming into a silver blur that is difficult to catch with the naked eye, stabbing straight at Rock's heart. This strike is so fast that even the air cannot emit a cry of despair. Faced with this ultimate speed, Rock's pupils constrict sharply, a hint of shock appearing on his face. It seems he relies on a beast-like instinct, using all his strength to twist his body slightly to the side at the last moment. Swish! The sword tip grazes his rib, drawing a small trail of blood and tearing a hole in his clothes. Rocks lets out a muffled grunt, staggering back a few steps, his face displaying the shock of having escaped death, but a flicker of amusement flashes deep in his eyes. Too slow. Anka, missing the strike, shows a hint of surprise in his eyes, preparing to launch a second attack, but Zephyr speaks up. Enough. Anka immediately sheathes his sword and steps back respectfully. Zephyr looks at the shallow wound under Rock's rib, then at his disheveled yet still upright form, nodding in satisfaction. Very strong, but not unbeatable. Surviving under Anka's sword indicates you have the qualifications to become the final boss. And that desperate appearance of barely dodging makes it seem like you are not premeditated invaders, but rather a group of powerful yet exhausted strays. Perfect. Very good. Zephyr says in a deep voice, I acknowledge your strength. As a reward for your offering of the light horse, I give you an opportunity. I will not immediately send you to Impel Down. You will be held in the deepest penitentiary of G2, where you will receive my re-education. Then, in a week's time, my students will hold their graduation trials here. And you, Zephyr points at Rocks and the others, grinning to reveal a smile filled with the oppressive aura of a demon, will be their final test. If you could defeat all my best students, I will personally guide you, letting you understand what true justice is. If you lose, then clean your necks and prepare to spend your twilight years in Impel Down. Chapter 54. The Repentance Prison. Zepha's words were filled with unquestionable dominance and confidence. Rocks clutched at the wound under his ribs, gasping for breath, but a spark of unwillingness ignited in his eyes. All right, we agree to your terms. Just don't let us, the strays, bite your throat off. Ha ha ha. Interesting rules. Newgate chuckled softly beside him. Wow ha ha. If we win, do we get food? Lean's focus was always so peculiar. Zepha gazed at this group of oblivious pirates, his smile growing wider. He enjoyed this rebellious look in their eyes. For it was only when he completely shattered this look that he could bring the greatest growth to his students. Take them down. Zepha waved his hand. Keep a close watch. Don't let them die before we open the prison doors. Yes. The naval soldiers surrounded and escorted this group of special prisoners towards the legendary special prison deep within the arena. Reinhardt followed at the end of the line. He glanced at the steel fortress named the Repentance Prison, then looked at Zepha's confident back, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his calm face. The Trojan horse has successfully entered the city. The Repentance Prison had a gentle name, but inside, it was indeed a steel hell. It was not built on the ground, but suspended in a massive void hundreds of meters deep beneath the G2 fortress, fixed with alloy chains thicker than the main mast of ships. The entire prison was carved from a massive vein of high-purity sea prism stone, seamlessly integrated with walls, floors, and ceilings radiating a unique energy wave that could weaken anyone with abilities. There were no prison doors. Each cell was an independent cubic space sealed by energy barriers, monitored 24/7 with no blind spots. Not even a fly could enter. It was said that those imprisoned here were ferocious and powerful pirates captured by the Navy, and they would be stripped of their will until they became qualified teaching tools. Rocks and his crew were held in adjacent cells. The moment the energy barriers rose, completely isolating them from the outside world, the expressions of these monsters who had just been acting like strays instantly changed. Wow, haha, this place is quite spacious. Much better than our broken ship. Gatz stretched lazily, his massive frame taking up half the cell. He curiously knocked on the sea prism stone wall with his fist, producing a dull sound. Wow, it's really hard. It must be thrilling to fight here. Shut up, idiot. Wang Ji leaned against the corner, pulling out his precious wine gourd, but as soon as he uncorked it, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, almost dropping the gourd. Damn it, I forgot this damn place is full of sea prism stone. He resentfully shoved the gourd back, his face full of frustration. Living without alcohol is worse than death. I'm hungry, came Lean's weak voice from next door. The walls here aren't edible. They're hard and hurt my teeth. She had actually tried to gnaw on the sea prism stone wall, leaving behind 2 shallow rows of bite marks. Newgate sat cross-legged in the center of his cell, eyes closed in meditation. Although he was also affected by the sea prism stone, his deep physique and domineering presence were merely suppressed, not vanished. He resembled a coiled tiger, quietly observing this unfamiliar environment and sensing the flow of energy in the air. Rocks sat cross-legged on the ground, a blatant, amused smile on his face. Zephyr, an interesting guy, trying to tame us as his teaching tools. I wonder if his little Hell's Kitchen can handle us dragons. His voice clearly resonated through the special sound holes of the cell, reaching everyone's ears. "Captain, this base's structure is quite strange." Dorium's voice came from another direction. He was lying on the ground, his ear pressed to the floor like a professional prospector. "I can feel huge energy pipelines and ventilation systems running beneath us. The structure is complex, but it seems to converge at a central point where the vibration frequency is the highest. That should be the power core of this fortress." "Oh." Rocks raised an eyebrow. "Can you find a way? Give me a blueprint, and I can dismantle this place into a pile of parts and put it back together." Dorium confidently replied, the shipwright's instinct filling him with a desire to study this massive steel creation. Just as everyone was exchanging information, a heavy sound of footsteps approached from outside. A burly man, his jaw wide like a shovel and dressed in a specially made Major General uniform, appeared outside their cell, followed by a group of guards wielding C-prism long staffs. "Shut up, you scum," the man barked, his voice like iron plates grinding together, harsh and unpleasant. "This is the Repentance Prison, not your pirate ship for pleasure. From today onward, I, Ironjaw Jando, will be your instructor." He was the highest authority of this special prison, a fervent admirer of Zifa, known for his strict military discipline and iron-fisted methods. "Here, you will learn what discipline is, what justice is. Every day, apart from fixed confession times, you must recite the basic principles of the Navy's 6 styles 300 times. Before meals, you must shout justice will prevail 3 times. Anyone who dares to disobey." Major Jando grinned, revealing a mouthful of metallic teeth, which were actually steel dentures. "I'll personally knock out their teeth, so they can experience the taste of eating with gums." This intimidation made Gatz's brows instantly furrow, his fists cracking. Wangji rolled his eyes, muttering, "Crazy." Rocks watched this overly theatrical prison warden with an increasingly amused smile. Just then, Reinhardt's calm voice rang out. "Excuse me, where's the kitchen?" Everyone's gaze focused on the unusually quiet boy. Jando paused, looking down at the small child who barely reached his waist, frowning. "Kid, this is a prison, not a restaurant." "I know." Reinhardt looked up, his eyes clear and untainted. "But I am a chef, and I can only maintain my composure in the kitchen. Otherwise, my mental state will be unstable, and if my mental state is unstable, I won't be able to create the light horse dish that Major Zifa will be satisfied with." He cleverly tied his request to Zifa's desires. Jando's expression shifted. Zifa's order was to keep a close watch and not let them die, while ensuring they could serve as the final trial's boss. The light horse dish, a legendary recipe, was the main course of the justice feast that Zifa specifically requested. If something went wrong with the main course because of him, the consequences. Chapter 55, Cooking in the Cell. Jando didn't dare to think. After hesitating for a moment, he finally snorted coldly. "Humph, consider yourself clever. There's no special kitchen for prisoners in the prison, but I can provide you with some basic ingredients every day. You can handle them in your own cell." In his view, no matter how capable a child was, they couldn't make much of a splash in a sea-stone cell. "Thank you." Ryan nodded slightly. Jando glared fiercely at the others, dropped a warning for them to behave, and then took his men to inspect the next area. After he left, Rock's laughter echoed lowly in the prison area. "Ryan, well done. I just want to see how G2 supply chain for ingredients is," Ryan replied calmly. He knew that as long as he could access the ingredients, he could deduce the logistic supply route, personnel configuration, and even the weak points of defense of this fortress from the types, freshness, and transportation traces of the ingredients. For a master chef, the whole world was a menu filled with intelligence. The so-called Hell's Kitchen trial would soon reveal its true nature on this special menu. Time passed slowly in the monotonous and oppressive rhythm of the penitential block. For Rocks and the others, it felt more like a paid vacation. Listening to Ironjaw Jando outside passionately preaching justice, watching him try to inspire them with various mental speeches, had become the crew's greatest source of entertainment. "This guy can shout louder than the seagulls on our ship." Wang Ji yawned, turned over, and continued to sleep. "I think he is quite energetic. It'd be great to have a fight with him," Gat said, doing push-ups nearby, every muscle filled with a thirst for battle. Meanwhile, in other areas of the G2 base, a real hellish scene was unfolding. In a vast training ground, Hundreds of elite recruits, carefully selected from various branches of the Navy and even CP agencies, were undergoing their final and most brutal sprint training. They fought for their lives in an obstacle course personally designed by Zifa, named the Justice Forge. Beneath their feet was magma that could erupt at any moment. Above them were live bullets firing indiscriminately, and beside them were comrades who could also be competitors ready to stab them in the back. Too slow. Your speed is slower than the waist of a sea king. Zifa stood on a high platform like a tyrant, roaring with a voice like a bell, mercilessly criticizing every soldier he deemed not to be putting in enough effort. Are your fists made of cotton? You can't even break a steel plate and you want to uphold justice? Don't joke around. Remember, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to the people. What you will face in the future is a monster as vicious as rocks, a threat capable of overturning the world. If you fall now, countless innocent civilians will fall in the future. Every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of these young sailors, repeatedly forging their blood and will. Peach Rabbit and Anka stood behind Zifa, watching their struggling comrades in the mud and blood, their expressions complicated. They knew that only by experiencing such a hell could they truly transform into powerful individuals capable of standing on their own. Teacher Zifa, Peach Rabbit couldn't help but speak up. Do we really have to let them face that group of strays? I always feel that something is off about them. I know. Zifa did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the training ground. Each of them is like a locked beast. The power within them far exceeds what they display. That's why they are the perfect test subjects. A fervent light flickered in Zifa's eyes. The excitement of a top teacher discovering an excellent teaching tool. I want my students to crush the fangs of these beasts with their own hands, to make them understand that no matter how powerful evil may be, it is utterly vulnerable in the face of absolute justice. This lesson will become the most precious asset of their lives. He firmly believed that under his absolute control, these stray pirates were merely the last link in his teaching plan, to be discarded once used. In the penitential block, in Ryan's cell, a steaming bowl of soup emitting a strange aroma was placed in front of the energy barrier. This was a soup made from the prison's worst quality ingredients: dried fish bones, hard potatoes, and some unknown pickled leaves. However, under the influence of endless seasoning bottles, this seemingly ordinary soup emitted an aroma that could make even the gods drool. It was a complex flavor combining the fragrance of the earth and the freshness of the sea, warm and rich, as if it could soothe all pain and fatigue. The guard responsible for delivering the food smelled this aroma, and saliva uncontrollably dribbled from the corner of his mouth. You, little brat, you made this with those garbage ingredients? Ryan nodded and pushed the bowl forward. I made an extra portion. Please have some. The guard hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of the food. He took the bowl and carefully took a sip. In the next second, his eyes widened, and he seemed to be struck by a current of happiness. Wow, so delicious. It's so good. He finished the bowl of soup in just a few gulps, feeling all his fatigue lift away, his spirit invigorated. From that day on, Ryan's cell became the most popular place in the entire penitential block. Every day, the guard responsible for delivering food would try various ways to bring Ryan some ingredients that had accidentally fallen on the food cart, just to exchange for a bowl of leftover soup cooked by Ryan himself. Ryan was more than happy with this arrangement. Through the casual chats with these guards and the types and consumption rates of the ingredients they brought, he gained a clear understanding of the internal operations of the G2 fortress. Recently, the consumption of meat had increased by 30%, especially high-energy red meat, indicating that the intense physical training had entered the sprint stage. There was an additional type of herb in the vegetable supply that only grew on specific islands, capable of relieving muscle soreness, suggesting that someone had been injured. They mentioned that the energy supply for the Hell's Kitchen trial came from 3 independent power furnaces, one of which seemed a bit old and occasionally needed to be shut down for maintenance. Ryan constructed a vast intelligence network in his mind, with every detail becoming part of his plan. One day, outside Lingling's cell, Iron Jaw Jando looked at Lingling, who was happily devouring a huge rice ball with a furrowed brow. That rice ball was made by Ryan using the most ordinary rice, mixed with roasted fish floss and some pickles. Yet it brought Lingling a happiness akin to delicacies from the mountains and seas. Hey, Jando knocked on the energy barrier. What else can you do besides eating? Do you have any awareness of being a prisoner? Lingling looked up, licking the rice grains from the corner of her mouth, and innocently asked, Awareness? What is that? Can it be eaten? Is it as good as the rice balls made by our chef? Jando was left speechless for a long time, feeling that his re-education plan for these monsters had taken an incredibly bizarre turn from the very beginning. He turned away in frustration, muttering, Wait until the trial starts. Let's see if you can still laugh. Chapter 57, the game, should end. The figures that emerged were not the ferocious, menacing pirates they had imagined. The leading man was tall, but looked disheveled, as if even standing straight was a struggle for him. His companions behind him were equally dejected. Some were drunk, some were pale from hunger, and a small boy was carrying an oversized box of ingredients that seemed too heavy for him, as if he might collapse under its weight any second. They looked like a group of homeless people who had just suffered a crushing defeat, their confidence utterly shattered. Is this the infamous pirates of legend? Is this the final boss of their graduation ceremony? The young naval elites exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disappointment and disdain. Is this it? The warrior wielding a large axe spat dismissively. Not even enough for me to chop. Lorene furrowed her brow. She sensed something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what. In the command center, Zephyr watched the scene unfold, nodding in satisfaction. Good. Everything was going according to his plan. First, he would push the students' potential to the limit with brutal trials, then use a group of seemingly powerful yet hollow adversaries to build their absolute confidence. Do you see it, Peach Rabbit? Zephyr said solemnly. This is despair. Even the fiercest beast will eventually lose all its claws and fangs before the iron wall of justice. However, at that moment, atop Glory Peak, Rocks, who had been pretending to be a down-and-out captain, slowly lifted his head. In an instant, his previously dull eyes ignited with a brilliance capable of devouring the sun and moon, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. He straightened his back, no longer hunched, and the terrifying, oppressive aura that had been deliberately suppressed burst forth like an ancient giant breaking free from all chains, awakening with a thunderous roar. In that moment, the entire Glory Peak changed dramatically. The skies seemed to darken, the air thickened like water, and a fear emanating from the depths of their souls gripped the throats of every naval elite present. Ha-ha Rock's laughter was no longer weak, but filled with reckless arrogance and cruelty. He cracked his neck, producing sharp pops, and contemptuously scanned the group of stunned victors before him. Thanks to Zephyr for preparing this stage for us. It's magnificent, yet fragile. The crew behind him also tore off their disguises. Newgate's lazy eyes sparkled with energy, an invisible force of vibration causing the ground around them to tremble. Lingling licked her lips, her eyes filled with ecstasy and greed at the sight of countless delicious desserts. As Prometheus the sun and Zeus the thundercloud emerged from her hair, chirping joyfully. Wang Ji's wine gourd had seemingly opened without anyone noticing. He took a large swig, and beneath his drunken gaze lay a sharp insight. Gats slammed the massive anchor onto the ground with a deafening crash, creating a huge pit in the hard volcanic rock, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Finally, I can stretch my muscles. My bones are almost rusting. Meanwhile, the boy holding the box, Rain, calmly placed the enormous ingredient box on the ground and opened it. Inside, there were no ingredients, only a series of gleaming, variously shaped kitchen knives. He picked up the one that felt most comfortable, its blade reflecting a cold light in the sun. The warm-up is over. It's time for the main course. This sudden, earth-shattering reversal left everyone present in shock. The disdain that had been on the faces of the naval elites had vanished without a trace, replaced by endless fear and despair. They finally understood that what they were facing was not a pack of strays. They were lambs entering the dragon's lair. In the command center, Zephyr's smile froze completely, his pupils constricting as he stared fixedly at the imposing rocks on the screen, a chill running up his spine. Yu as Rocks and his crew shed their disguises. Zephyr, as an admiral, instantly recognized their origins. The Rocks Pirates. Zephyr finally realized what a foolish and deadly mistake he had made. He was not taming beasts. He was inviting wolves into his home. He had personally led the most vicious Trojan horse into the heart of his most proud fortress, All personnel, be on alert. All personnel, be on alert. Zephyr's voice, twisted by anger and horror, echoed throughout the G2 base. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All combat personnel, immediately head to Glory Peak. Target, the Rocks Pirates. Kill, without mercy. However, it was already too late. Rocks looked at the naval elites in front of him, who had lost all fighting spirit and were trembling like chaff, and a cruel smile spread across his face. He raised his right hand and gently grasped the air. All right, the game should end now. An invisible, twisted gravity instantly enveloped the entire mountaintop. The weapons in the young naval officers' hands, whether swords or firearms, were all wrenched from their grasp, flying uncontrollably into the air. Like iron filings attracted by a magnet, they coalesced into a massive, twisted storm of steel hovering above Rock's head. This maneuver completely shattered their last psychological defense. Now Rock's voice was like the Grim Reaper's decree, ringing in the ears of every despairing Navy officer. Who wants to come first? Glory Peak had already transformed into a one-sided slaughterhouse. The air was thick with the stench of blood and despair, a stark contrast to the victorious joy that had once filled the naval elites. Ha ha ha, so weak. You guys are even more fragile than the iron doors of 4G5. Gatz's maniacal laughter echoed atop the mountain. Each swing of the massive anchor felt like a relentless battering ram, sending several naval elites, shields and all, flying, their bones snapping, instantly losing their combat ability. He didn't even use his full strength. He simply reveled in the sheer power of his onslaught, venting all the pent-up frustration from earlier on the ship. With disordered steps and weak will, they didn't even have a qualification to let me take a second shot. Silver's figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the chaotic battlefield. The spear in his hand was no longer a mere poke. It had transformed into a deadly viper. Each thrust pierced through the enemy's haki with precision, striking vital spots while cleverly avoiding fatal areas, leaving deep wounds that exposed bone, rendering them incapable of resistance amidst the excruciating pain. For him, this was not even a battle. It was merely a slightly dull practice to test his skills. Chapter 58, The Greatest Joke. Hey, aren't your bones a bit too brittle? I haven't even used much force, and you all went down? Durham stood still, like an immovable iron tower. He was even too lazy to swing his axe, just letting the Navy's attacks hit him. Blades struck his skin, sparking a series of fiery sparks, emitting a metallic clang, leaving not even a white mark. Several Navy soldiers who tried to attack him with physical techniques were instead shaken by the recoil of his body, their arms going numb and their palms cracking. The despair brought by this absolute defense was more devastating to the will than direct attacks. The real nightmare was those two figures resembling demonic gods. Whitebeard didn't even leave his spot. He simply slammed his naginata to the ground, and an invisible shockwave spread out from him. The hard volcanic rock surface of the Peak of Glory rippled like a lake into which stones had been thrown. All the elite Navy members who stepped into this area, regardless of their strength, felt their feet soften, their bodies losing balance. Then, a terrifying shockwave from the earth surged through their feet to the top of their heads, churning their insides, causing them to spit blood and collapse in droves. Gulalala, a bunch of kids who couldn't even stand upright dare to talk about justice. Whitebeard, holding a barrel of wine, yawned boredly, his eyes filled with disappointment. Lingling was even more direct. She was like a child who had burst into a candy store, wearing an innocent yet cruel smile. The sun Prometheus transformed in her hands into a giant flame whip, every swing igniting a sea of fire, burning several Navy members until they were charred and screaming. Thundercloud Zeus circled above her head, occasionally dropping thick bolts of lightning, frying those Navy members trying to form a formation. Ha ha, you smell really good. Roasted, it should taste even better, right? Lingling's appetite seemed ignited by the battle. She looked at those struggling figures in the flames and lightning, her giant eyes sparkling with a light seen when encountering top-quality ingredients. The genius girl Lorene, who was highly regarded by Peach Rabbit, was now drenched in blood, desperately holding a dagger to the ground to keep herself from falling. Her pride in speed and skill seemed like a joke in front of these monsters. She couldn't even get close to anyone. Just the aura they radiated made her feel breathless, her body heavy as if filled with lead. She watched her companions fall around her, gazing at those disaster-like figures. And for the first time, her resolute heart, filled with justice and glory, showed cracks. Is this the top power in the world? Is this the evil we must overcome according to Teacher Zephyr? This is not an exam. It's execution. As the executioner, Rocks only did one thing from beginning to end. He stood at the highest point of the mountain, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face, quietly enjoying this drama of despair that he had directed. He didn't need to take action. His very existence was the greatest mental torture for these young Navy members. His terrifying conqueror's haki, like an abyss, enveloped the entire mountaintop, pressing down on each person's soul like an invisible mountain, making it difficult for them to even harbor thoughts of resistance. In the command center, the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. Zephyr's weathered face twisted in anger and horror, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain, his steel-like arms trembling slightly. On the screen, his proud students, those elites who stood out after hellish trials, were now like sheep to slaughter, being ruthlessly trampled by a group of real monsters. His carefully designed graduation ceremony had turned into the biggest joke in the world. And he himself was the most foolish clown, handing the butcher's knife to the executioner. Teacher Zephyr. Peach Rabbit's voice quivered slightly as she looked at the brutal scene on the screen, her eyes filled with compassion and fear. Quickly let them retreat. If this continues, they will be completely annihilated. Retreat? Zephyr suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, like a beast ready to devour. There is no retreat in the Navy's dictionary. In the face of evil, we can only die fighting. Though he said this, his heart was bleeding. These people were his future hope, the pillars of the Navy. All units attack. All units attack. Zephyr's roar echoed through every corner of G2 base. Au combat personnel. Immediately head to the peak of glory. Repeat, this is not a drill. Rush to support at the fastest speed. At all costs, stop them. Boom! The entire G2 fortress seemed like a steel giant awakened, instantly coming to life. Countless battle-hardened Navy officers and ensigns rushed out from various camps, madly heading toward the peak of glory. In the sky, dozens of patrol airships also ascended urgently, their dark muzzles aimed at the mountaintop, which had now turned into a hell on earth. The battle at the mountaintop was nearing its end. Apart from Loreen and a few others still holding on with tenacious will, the remaining Navy elites had long lost their combat capability, groaning on the ground, their eyes filled with numbness and fear. Rocks looked at the Navy forces flooding in from below like a tide, then glanced at the airships circling in the sky, his smile growing ever more cruel. Oh, is the main course finally arriving? He cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds, then slowly raised his right hand. However, before the meal, the table must be cleaned. He lightly snapped his fingers at those last few standing Navy elites. Heavenly might, an invisible, irresistible repulsion erupted violently from Rocks. Loreen and the others felt an overwhelming force rush at them, their bodies flying backward like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, completely losing consciousness. After doing all this, Rocks finally turned his gaze toward the mountain below, his deep eyes filled with darkness and arrogance that could swallow everything. He spread his arms as if to embrace the entire world, his voice booming like a bell, echoing through the clouds. Zephyr, and your lovely subordinates. Come, let me see how fragile your so-called justice truly is. The moment his words fell, the first batch of Navy reinforcements had already rushed to the mountaintop. What awaited them was the bloodthirsty and excited gaze of the entire Rocks Pirates. A true feast was only just beginning. Chapter 59, Rocks vs. Zephyr, as the elite forces of the G2 branch surged onto the peak of glory like a tidal wave. What they saw was a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. The mountaintop was in ruins, littered with the bodies of their proud comrades. The geniuses who had survived the Hell's Kitchen trial, now lying in pools of blood like ragdolls, oblivious to life and death. And the culprits responsible for all this stood in the center of the wreckage, exuding a suffocating aura of terror that felt almost tangible. They didn't rush to attack. Instead, they looked at the new arrivals with the gaze of predators, mockingly sizing up their fresh prey. Anka, the shadow sword, was the first to charge forward. He saw Loreen lying in a pool of blood, and his eyes, usually sharp as blades, turned crimson in an instant. "You bastards!" he roared, his sword transforming into a silver flash, piercing towards Wang Ji, who was closest to him. Wang Ji, still in a half-drunken stupor, didn't even look at Anka. He lazily raised his wine gourd and lightly tapped it against the sword's light. Clang! A crisp metallic sound that shouldn't have come from a wine gourd echoed. Anka's sword tip, capable of piercing steel, seemed to strike an immovable mountain the moment it met the gourd. A strange, spiraling force emanated from a gourd, completely dissipating his sword's momentum, causing him to stagger uncontrollably to the side. "Too hasty, young man," Wang Ji burped, glancing at him with bleary eyes. "Too much killing intent will affect the taste of the wine." Anka was horrified. He had never encountered such a bizarre opponent. The man before him seemed full of openings, yet was an inseparable whole, like an unsolvable vortex that could dissolve all his fierce attacks into nothingness. Just as he prepared to regroup, a deafening roar came crashing down from the sky. "Get out of my way!" Zephyr had arrived. His massive body descended like a black meteor, crashing between the Rocks Pirates and the Navy, creating a huge web-like crack in the hard volcanic rock around. He wasn't wearing the symbolic Justice Cloak of Honor. His upper body bare, showcasing bronze skin covered in intersecting scars, exuding explosive power. "Rocks!" Zephyr's voice was hoarse from extreme anger, his gaze fixed on the culprit, each word squeezed out between clenched teeth. "You deserve to die." "Ha ha ha. Whether I deserve to die is not up to you," Rocks replied, arms crossed, looking down at him with a provocative smile. "What about you? You personally put us hungry wolves in your sheep pen. How does it feel? Exciting, isn't it? Let's talk." Zephyr roared, no longer saying anything. He stomped the ground hard, and his body charged forward like an out-of-control war chariot, his fist raised high, creating a sharp, piercing whistle as it smashed toward Rock's face with tremendous force. This strike was a pure concentration of power and fury, capable of crushing a small mountain. Facing this earth-shattering blow, the smile on Rock's face finally faded, replaced by a thrill of meeting a worthy opponent. "Come on." He stepped forward as well, his right fist instantly wrapped in dark gravity and black-red lightning of Conqueror's Haki, not dodging or retreating, and punched back. Boom! The collision of fist and arm unleashed a terrifying roar, more horrifying than any before. A visible, circular shockwave emanated from the two, sending both Navy and pirates around them flying. The glory peak beneath their feet groaned under the immense pressure, trembling violently, with countless stones tumbling down. Both Rocks and Zephyr staggered back 3 steps, the ground beneath them cracking inch by inch. "A tie. Interesting." Rocks shook his slightly numb fist, his gaze becoming fiery. "No wonder he's a Navy admiral. This brute strength is quite acceptable." However, Zephyr's heart was stormy. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch, and even the then-Commander Steelbone Kong wouldn't dare take it head-on. Yet this man before him was able to match him blow for blow with nothing but his flesh. What on earth is this guy's body made of? "Altogether, take them down," Peach Rabbit shouted, wielding the famous sword Jinbira, attacking Newgate and Linlin for both sides. The other Navy officers also found their opponents, and an unprecedented large-scale melee erupted on the peak of glory. Newgate laughed heartily at Peach Rabbit's fierce slash, casually swinging his naginata, sending an invisible shockwave that completely disrupted her sword's momentum. "Gulalala, little girl, your swordsmanship is good, but your strength is a bit lacking." On the other side, Linlin excitedly engaged several Navy vice admirals in battle. Emperor's sword, broken blade. A massive flame blade swept out, forcing several vice admirals to dodge frantically. "Ha ha! You are much tougher than those little snacks from earlier." The entire glory peak had turned into a battlefield of divine beings fighting. Haki and sword energy crisscrossed, with explosions and roars ringing in the air. However, while everyone's attention was captivated by this earth-shattering battle, Rain quietly vanished from the edge of the battlefield. He moved like a ghost, out of place in the chaos, walking calmly toward a certain direction down the mountain. His goal was not the fight, but the power core area behind the scenes of this feast, the G2 base. In the midst of his fierce battle with Zephyr, Rocks caught a glimpse of Rain's departure from the corner of his eye, and the smile on his lips flickered away. The good show is just beginning to reach its climax. Zephyr also noticed Rock's distraction and roared, unleashing even greater power. You dare to focus on anything other than fighting me? Tianwei. Rocks didn't retreat, but advanced, a mighty repulsive force exploding from him, forcibly pushing Zephyr back several dozen meters, creating a brief opening for himself. He gave a command to his crew, using a signal only they could understand. It's time to eat. Don't let the main course get cold. Newgate Linlin, Wang Ji, and others understood and instantly intensified their attacks, fiercely entangling their respective opponents to create opportunities for the others. Gats roared, throwing down his opponent, and charged toward another direction down the mountain with an anchor on his shoulder, shouting, "I'm going to see if there's still food in the kitchen." His task was to create chaos and draw fire. Chapter 60, The Great Battle of G2 Branch. Silver's figure completely merged into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. His goal was to sabotage G2's communication and defense systems. Durham closely followed behind Gats, the usually timid shipwright, whose eyes were now shining with an unprecedented fervor. He knew he was about to see the secret dock at the deepest part of the Holy Land he had longed for, the G2 branch. Zephyr watched the pirates suddenly change their tactics, and his ominous premonition grew stronger. He realized that their purpose was not just to destroy the Glory Summit so simply. They had a greater scheme. Bastards, what the hell do you want to do? Zephyr's eyes were bloodshot, but he was tightly entangled by Rocks and couldn't escape at all. Rocks looked at his frantic appearance and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, don't be so anxious, Zephyr. This class has just begun. Inside the G2 fortress, chaos reigned. The piercing alarm echoed through every steel corridor, and countless Navy soldiers ran around like headless flies, unaware that the real enemy had already infiltrated their heartland. The battle at Glory Summit attracted most of the military forces, providing perfect cover for Rain and others' actions. Rain carried his ingredient box, walking leisurely on a massive supply transport pipe. This was the underground area of G2, complex in structure, like a maze. But in Rain's mind, a clear 3D map had already been constructed. He had deduced the entire base's logistics supply routes, energy transport pipelines, and even the structure of the ventilation system through casual chats with prison guards and analyses of the ingredients delivered over the past few days. There was a patrol team 37 meters ahead, 2 people who would turn the corner in 10 seconds. There was high-pressure steam in the pipe below, released every 3 minutes, with 20 seconds until the next release. Rain's observation Haki functioned like the most precise radar, bringing everything around him under control. He moved like a ghost, skillfully avoiding all patrols and surveillance without drawing anyone's attention. Soon, he arrived in front of a huge gate made of special alloy. A warning in red letters stated First Power Core Zone, unauthorized personnel prohibited. This was one of the 3 power furnaces of the G2 fortress, and the oldest and most in need of repair, as Rain had learned from the guards. Rain did not attempt to break in violently. He simply took out a small bottle of liquid from his ingredient box, a highly corrosive grease extracted from the low-quality butter provided by the prison and several special plants. He carefully smeared the grease into the electronic locks seams on the gate. Sizzle. A faint sound like roasting meat arose, accompanied by a puff of blue smoke as the internal circuits of the sturdy electronic lock were rapidly corroded and short-circuited. With a click, the gate opened. Rain calmly walked in, as if he had just returned to his own kitchen. Meanwhile, at the other end of the base, Gats was putting on a spectacular show of getting lost. Oh no, why is this place so big? Where's the kitchen? He was rampaging through a massive armory with an anchor on his shoulder, shouting loudly. Hey, does anyone know where the kitchen is? I'm hungry. The Navy team guarding the armory was terrified when this demon suddenly appeared. Enemy. Enemy attack. It's that monster with the anchor. Quick, stop him. We can't let him near the high explosive ammunition. The soldiers braved themselves and charged at Gats, attempting to stop him. The result was as expected. Gats swept them away with his anchor like striking bowling pins. What's wrong with you guys? I'm just asking for directions. Why are you getting physical? Gats scratched his head innocently, then accidentally kicked over a box full of grenades, triggering a series of earth-shattering explosions. Boom! The explosion in the armory instantly attracted a large number of reinforcements' attention, perfectly achieving his task of creating chaos and drawing fire. In the shadows, Silver's figure was like a ghost. He had already infiltrated the G2 Command Sub-Control Center, responsible for the internal communications and defensive artillery deployment of the entire fortress. He moved like the most elegant Grim Reaper, using the end of his gun to precisely strike the back of each operator's neck, putting them into a silent coma. Then, he walked to the huge control console. Looking at the dense wires and buttons above, a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Although he did not understand these complex operations, he knew the most direct way to cause destruction. With a shake of his spear, it transformed into a silver whirlwind, smashing the entire control console into pieces, sparks flying. The internal defense system of the G2 fortress was completely paralyzed. At this moment, the shipwright Durham, after Gats and Silver had cleared all obstacles for him, was running wildly. He had never run so fast, and the face that always bore worry was now filled with an almost pilgrimage-like fervor. He passed through secret passages and finally arrived in front of a hidden, enormous steel gate within a mountain. Here lay the highest secret of G2, the secret construction dock of the super battleship codenamed Azure Dragon. "I'm here, my dear." Durham trembled as he reached out to touch the cold gate, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. He took out a partially soaked, sweat-drenched design blueprint of the Azure Dragon battleship, seized from CP0, and kissed it as if holding a Bible. Then, he raised the giant axe in his hand. "For the perfect masterpiece. Open for me." Durham unleashed all his strength, bringing the axe down fiercely on the control hub of the gate. The battle at Glory's summit continued. Zephyr grew increasingly alarmed, realizing that Rock's power seemed endless, and each clash made his blood surge. Even more unsettling was the noticeable tremor and chaos of the base. He knew he had been tricked. The enemy's real goal was not to fight him to the death, but to pursue something else. "Rocks, you despicable bastard," Zephyr roared, trying to shake off Rock's entanglement. Rocks laughed heartily, using even more ferocious attacks to pin him down. "All's fair in love and war, Zephyr. This is also a lesson you should teach your students." Just then, a deafening explosion came from deep within the fortress, followed by a sudden flicker of lights throughout the G2 base, which then went completely dark. The energy barrier used to imprison prisoners at Glory Summit also dissipated. The first power core had been successfully detonated by Rain. Zephyr's face turned as pale as paper at that moment. He knew that the thing he feared the most had happened. Chapter 61, a most powerful ship of King's the G2 base, was engulfed in darkness and chaos. The backup power activated urgently after a few seconds, but the internal defense systems and most of the surveillance were completely paralyzed. At the pinnacle of glory, Zephyr watched the extinguished monitoring screens, feeling the intense tremors from the core area of the fortress beneath his feet. His iron heart sank to the bottom. He had lost, utterly defeated. Not only had he lost this battle, but he had also lost all his dignity and pride as the commander of G2. Ha ha ha. It seems my crew has already prepared the appetizers. Rocks withdrew his fist, ceasing his active attacks, and looked at the ashen-faced Zephyr with a mocking smile of a victor. "Now, it's time to enjoy our main course." Before his words fell, he turned to leave. "Stop." Zephyr let out a roar that sounded inhuman. His massive body erupted with powerful momentum, and the madness of desperation burned in his crimson eyes. "Even if G2 turns to ruins today, I will leave you scum here forever." Like a wounded lion forced into a corner, he launched his final and most ferocious attack. Iron Fist, Justice Explosion. Zephyr poured all his domineering spirit into his arm, the surrounding air stirred by this force, forming a small storm. He aimed this strike, infused with all his anger and glory, fiercely at Rock's back, vowing to perish together with him. "Gulala, your opponent is me." A larger figure blocked in front of Rocks. It was Whitebeard. He had somehow freed himself from his opponent and was now gripping his Naginata with both hands, unleashing all his strength and the powers of the Tremor fruit to their utmost. The blade of the Naginata was covered with a layer of pure white, crack-like radiance, a vibration force capable of shattering everything. Seaquake. Whitebeard swung his blade, and the space ahead shattered like a broken mirror, crashing down. Zephyr's Justice Explosion and Whitebeard's Sequake. Two attacks, representing the world's top destructive power, collided in mid-air without any embellishment. Boom! There was no shockwave, no explosion. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world's sound had been drawn away. Immediately after, a deep, bottomless crack appeared in the solid mountain at the pinnacle of glory. Starting from the center of the collision between the two, the crack spread rapidly across the entire mountain like a grotesque scar. The next second, this peak, symbolizing G2's glory, collapsed with an ear-splitting roar that made one's teeth ache. Go! Rocks seized this opportunity, shouting at Ling Ling and Wang Ji. For figures rushed towards the secret dock under the cover of the mountain's collapse. Zephyr was jolted back repeatedly by Whitebeard's full-force strike, his blood surging. He watched helplessly as Rocks and the others disappeared into the dust, unable to pursue. He turned to look at Whitebeard, this man who also possessed kingly qualities, and hoarsely asked, Why would a man like you follow that madman, Rocks? Whitebeard sheathed his naginata on his shoulder, grinning. Gulala, I'm not following, just collaborating. Besides, he has the best wine and the best food on his ship. This answer left Zephyr stunned in place. Secret dock. Dalram had violently breached the bridge door of the Qinglong and was now sitting in the massive command chair, his hands moving like phantoms over the complex control panel. His eyes sparkled with fervent light as he chanted to himself. Power core connection normal. Energy circuit self-check passed. Hull integrity at 100%. Oh my god, this is simply the most perfect masterpiece of the shipwright god. Dalram, hurry up, Gatz urged from outside, using his body and the ship's anchor to block the passage, keeping the incoming Navy soldiers at bay. Here they come. Everyone hold on tight. Dalram suddenly pressed the last red start button. Virum, a deep rumbling sound, as if an ancient giant dragon was awakening, echoed from deep within the ship. The massive black vessel quietly docked at the shipyard, lit up with countless indicator lights, and a vast, terrifying aura slowly awakened. Outside the bridge's massive observation window, Rocks, Ling Ling, Wang Ji, Rain, and Silver could be seen rushing from a distance. Open the door. Welcome, Captain, Dalram shouted, pressing a huge hatch switch on the side of the ship, just as Rocks and the others were about to board the ship. A furious roar came from the top of the dock. You won't get away with this. Zephyr, dragging his injured body, crashed through the top of the dock, descending from the sky, his fist carrying the last remnants of power, smashing towards the opening hatch. He wanted to stop these pirates' escape at the last moment. Too late. Rocks snorted coldly, not looking back, only swinging his hand upward. An invisible gravitational field instantly appeared, slowing Zephyr's falling body in midair for a moment. It was this momentary delay that allowed Rocks and the others to rush into the ship's cabin. Dalram, fire the cannons. Rocks issued his first command as the new captain. All right, Dalram shouted excitedly, yanking a lever covered with skull markings. The Qinglong roared. The bow of the Qinglong, resembling a fierce giant mouth, suddenly opened wide, and a highly compressed energy ball, flashing with destructive light, rapidly gathered within. Boom! A thick column of energy shot into the sky, not aimed at Zephyr, but directly crashing towards the front of the dock, the final gate forged from fine steel, over several meters thick, in front of the Qinglong's main cannon. That so-called iron wall crumbled like paper, instantly melted and penetrated, leaving a massive hole. The sea route ahead was forcefully opened. Set sail. Dalram pushed the lever, and this super battleship, which had not yet officially launched but had changed hands, surged forth like a black dragon that had broken all its shackles. In a fierce manner that belied its massive size, it crashed through the final dock lock, bursting out of the dock and into the vast, boundless sea. Behind them were the crumbling pinnacle of glory, the wreckage of the G2 base, and Zephyr's bloodshot eyes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. In the end, he still could not stop them. He had personally offered this most powerful ship of kings to this group of future maritime overlords. Chapter 62. The Cradle of Monsters and New Bounties. The Qinglong ship sliced through the chaotic waters surrounding the G2 branch like a bolt of black lightning, leaving the pursuing naval vessels far behind. Inside the bridge, the atmosphere was starkly different from the tumultuous waves outside, filled with the ecstatic joy of survival and awe at the new vessel. Ha ha! Dorum, your craftsmanship is incredible, Gats exclaimed, excitedly pounding on the sturdy alloy control console, producing a series of dull thuds. This ship is more stable than me in a fight. Don't touch that. That's the tactical simulation screen exclusively for the commander. It's made from crystal glass from the South China Sea. If your dirty hands leave a mark on it, I'll fight you. Dorum rushed over like a protective hen, carefully wiping the smooth screen with his sleeve, his face a mix of pain and pleasure. He looked around the bridge, filled with futuristic technology, tears glistening in his eyes. Oh my God, this perfect hull structure, this unparalleled power core, it's like a sacred artifact bestowed upon me by the god of shipwrights. I feel like I could charge straight onto the Red Earth continent with it. Gulalala, provided we don't get torn apart by these guys fighting on the ship. Newgate leaned back in the wide command chair, holding a barrel of century-old rum pilfered from the G2 wine cellar, taking a hearty swig. Lingling, on the other hand, was utterly uninterested in the metal contraptions, leaning against the massive observation window, staring longingly towards the kitchen, mumbling, "I'm so hungry." When is Rain going to serve food? After fighting for so long, my cake is already digested. Rock sat with his legs crossed in the original commander's throne belonging to Zephyr, ignoring the crew's ruckus, eyes closed, savoring the unparalleled sense of control that this super battleship provided. He could clearly feel the vibrations of the hull and the flow of energy, as if they had become extensions of his own body. This was truly a ship worthy of his ambitions. At that moment, a news bird, seemingly frightened, screeched as it dove down from the sky. It appeared to be terrified by the terrifying aura emanating from the ship, dropping a stack of the latest newspapers and several brand new bounty notices onto the deck before fleeing at nearly 3 times its arrival speed, as if staying even a second longer would turn it into pulp under that dreadful pressure. Oh, more new bounty notices? Gats curiously picked one up, and when he saw the contents, his eyes widened like saucers. My God! His thunderous exclamation drew everyone's attention. When they looked closely at the somewhat blurry yet still imposing faces on the hastily printed notices, the deck erupted into roars of laughter and astonishment. Without a doubt, the G2 branch had been breached, the super battleship seized, and this scandal, considered the greatest in the Navy's 100-year history, had utterly infuriated the world government. Their bounty amounts had experienced an unprecedented explosive increase. At the top, of course, was Rocks. The photo captured him at the moment he smashed open the fortress gate, his wild smile and disdainful eyes creating a visual shock. Rocks D. Jibek, bounty 3 billion berries. Crimes: breaching the Navy's G2 branch, seizing top-secret battleship, provoking the world government. Unforgivable crimes. Ha ha. 3 billion. Looks like those old geezers in the world government aren't completely clueless. Rocks laughed heartily as he looked at his bounty notice. This figure had surpassed most well-known pirates on the seas today, placing him directly among the top ranks. Following closely was Newgate. The photo showed him shaking the very fabric of space with a single punch, his destructive aura seemingly ready to burst through the paper. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, bounty 2, 5 billion berries. Crimes: core combat power of the Rocks Pirates, possessing the power to destroy the world. Extremely dangerous. Lingling's bounty notice was even more exaggerated. The photo depicted her commanding Prometheus and Zeus, resembling a natural disaster descending. Big MOM, Charlotte Lingling. Bounty 2, 2 billion berries. Crimes: a natural destroyer, capable of manipulating weather, suspected user of the soul fruit. Her destructive power and danger are incalculable. Lingling tilted her head, seeing the frighteningly high amount, and broke into a delighted smile. Ha ha, so much money. How many delicious cakes can I buy with that? Even Gats, Silver, and Dorum's bounties had astonishing leaps. Big Anchor Gats, bounty 300 million berries. Ghost Silver, bounty 280 million berries. Ironwall Dorum, bounty 100 million berries. This newly formed pirate crew had already surpassed 8 billion berries in total bounties for its core members. This figure was enough to make any kingdom tremble and deter any naval fleet. The name of the Rocks Pirates resounded across the seas in the most ostentatious and domineering manner overnight. All right, Rocks collected everyone's bounty notices, stood up, and swept his gaze over each excited crew member, finally landing on the direction of the kitchen. Rain, Rock's voice was as loud as a bell. To celebrate our move to a new home and becoming the #1 enemy of the world's navy, tonight's menu must be the finest feast. The kitchen door swung open, and Rain emerged wearing a brand new, specially tailored chef's uniform he had found in the G2 officer's wardrobe. His expression still calm and unruffled. Already prepared, Rain said calmly. To celebrate our having a proper kitchen, tonight's dish is the triumph of the conqueror. That night, an extravagant feast took place in the spacious dining room of the Qinglong ship. Experience points were steadily increasing, and cooking points had accumulated quite a bit, over 300,000. Rain's cooking level had now reached master. But the battle at G2 had also made him acutely aware that his personal strength was still the weakest link on this monstrous ship. In the future, opponents of Zephyr's caliber would only become more numerous and stronger. It was time to exchange these accumulated cooking points for some real power. The kitchen of the Qinglong was a mobile fortress of culinary delights. It not only had ample space, but was also equipped with the Navy's top-notch equipment. The temperature-controlled cold storage could perfectly preserve the freshness of any rare ingredients. The versatile oven could simulate various cooking environments from volcanic heat to polar ice. And the high-powered exhaust system could eliminate the smell of lingering eating durian cake in just 3 seconds. Standing in front of the pristine cooking counter, Rain felt like a general with an entire armory at his disposal. But at that moment, he was not thinking about what dish to prepare next. His mind was immersed in the system's shop interface, the dazzling array of exchange options leaving him dizzy. Chapter 63. Culinary Skills, Acupoint Striking Numbing Muscles, Master-Level Exclusive Exchange List, Eternal Sacred Flame, Cooking Utensil, a stove made from the branches of the world tree and sunstone. Its flames never extinguish and can be freely adjusted according to the chef's will. Price, 150,000 culinary points. Time-Space Refrigerator. Cooking utensil, a refrigerator with internal space where the flow of time is stagnant. Any ingredient placed inside will forever remain in its freshest state. Price, 200,000 culinary points. Legendary Ingredient Blind Box. Randomly opens a legendary ingredient, which could be a phoenix egg or a talking carrot. Price, 300,000 culinary points. These items made Ryan's heart race, but he didn't have enough culinary points to indulge. Ultimately, he shifted his focus to the personal ability enhancement category. Ryan was very clear that no matter how good the cooking utensils and ingredients were, they still required a sufficiently powerful chef to master them. In this chaotic sea, strength was the only passport. Although Ryan's physical skills were decent, they were still insufficient when facing true powerhouses. What he needed was a systematic set of combat techniques that could maximize his advantages. Soon, a special category caught his attention. Culinary skills. The skills under this category were intricately connected to cooking, as if tailor-made for him. Butcher's Knife Technique, originating from ancient Eastern legendary knife techniques. It allows the user to see through the textures and veins of all things, finding their weakest points to cause maximum damage with minimal effort. Mastering it to the peak can cut through causality. Price, 100,000 culinary points. Breath of the Raging Fire Stove, a special breathing method that simulates the combustion and explosion of stove flames, instantly unleashing the body's energy to its limits. Greatly enhancing strength and speed. Price, 110,000 culinary points. Acupoint Striking Hand, precisely attacks specific acupoints on a living being's surface, causing paralysis, unconsciousness, or even directly damaging internal structures. It can also be used to unblock meridians and assist in healing. Price, 80,000 culinary points. This is it. Without hesitation, Ryan exchanged for all 3 skills. The total cost was 290,000 points, leaving him with almost 40,000 points as a reserve. The moment the exchange was successful, a vast amount of information and muscle memory surged into Ryan's body and mind like a tide. His body felt as if it had been tempered countless times. Every cell remembered that unique breathing rhythm, and every nerve mastered that exquisite technique of exertion. Ryan slowly opened his eyes, and the entire world felt different in his perception. Looking at the kitchen knife in his hand, it was no longer just a simple tool, but an extension of his arm. He could clearly feel the trajectory of the blade's friction with the air and hear the faintest resonance within the metal. Ryan even had a sense that, if he wanted, he could perfectly split a droplet of water in half with this knife without it scattering. Just as Ryan was immersed in this newfound sense of power, a deafening roar accompanied by violent shaking came from the deck, jolting him from his reverie. "Where's my cake? The piece of victory celebration cake I left on the table." It was Lingling's voice, filled with rage and grievance over her beloved item being taken away. Ryan frowned and immediately walked out of the kitchen. The deck was in disarray. Gats was being held up by Lingling with one hand around his neck, his feet flailing helplessly, his face full of terror and innocence. "No, I didn't eat it. I just passed by and glanced. Really? Who else but you? The glutton. My cake. That was specially made by Ryan for me." Lingling's eyes had turned blood red, emanating a terrifying, violent aura capable of stirring the heavens. Above her head, storm clouds crackled with Zeus's lightning, and in her hand, the sun Prometheus blazed fiercely, as if ready to reduce Gats to ashes at any moment. "Stop it, Lingling." Newgate stood in between them with his Naginata, looking serious. "For a piece of cake, you're going to attack a comrade? Comrade? Whoever dares to steal my cake is my enemy." Lingling had completely lost her sanity, her other hand gripping a mace and swinging it towards Newgate. "Emperor, sword, broken blade." The massive fiery blade collided violently with Newgate's Naginata, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that left a deep scratch on the sturdy alloy deck. Durham, holding his head, let out a desperate wail. "No, my Qinglong ship. It just launched. You monsters." Rocks stood on the bridge, his expression dark as he watched this farce unfold. He knew this was bound to happen sooner or later. This unruly group of monsters would immediately erupt into internal conflicts once they no longer had a common enemy. Just as he was about to intervene forcefully, a small figure moved. Ryan's figure, like a breeze, silently passed through the two battling individuals. He didn't use any weapons, merely extending two fingers and precisely tapping a special spot below the neck on both Lingling and Gats at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Culinary skill, acupoint, striking numbing muscles. Almost simultaneously, the enraged Lingling and the struggling Gats' bodies suddenly stiffened. A strange sense of paralysis spread throughout, leaving them unable to muster any strength. Lingling unconsciously released her grip on Gats, who fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, gasping for air. Lingling's violent aura deflated like a punctured balloon. She looked incredulously at her unresponsive body, then glanced at the child who had returned to the kitchen door, casually wiping his hands with a white cloth. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone stared at Ryan in astonishment. Newgate withdrew his Naginata, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't even seen Ryan's movement clearly. Rox's pupils contracted sharply, fixating on Ryan, waves of turmoil rising in his heart. This little head chef could not only create miracles with cooking, but his own strength had also grown to an unfathomable level. Ryan ignored the gazes of the crowd and simply brought out another identical cake from the kitchen, walking up to the still paralyzed Lingling. "I saved you a backup of your cake, just in case something like this happened," Ryan said calmly. "Now, can you eat quietly?" Lingling looked at the recovered cake, then at the eerily calm child in front of her. Her massive head hesitantly nodded. Only then did Ryan release her acupoint. An internal conflict that could have prematurely retired the Qinglong ship was effortlessly resolved by Ryan with just 2 fingers and a spare cake. Chapter 64, Little Ghost. Your strength has increased quite a bit. Although the commotion on the deck had calmed down, the atmosphere had become somewhat subtle. Gats kept a wary distance of 8 feet from Lingling, swearing that he would never go near that woman's food again, even if it meant starving. Lingling, on the other hand, was sitting at the stern, savoring her precious cake in small bites, occasionally glancing at the kitchen with a look of awe. Durham was inspecting the scratch on the deck with a specially made small hammer, a pained expression on his face as he muttered, "Prodigal. A bunch of prodigals." "This is the latest memory alloy." Rocks and Newgate stood side by side, both their gazes fixed on the small figure quietly cleaning the kitchen. "Gulalala," Rocks said. Newgate chuckled softly. "Where did you find such a monster? I feel like he's more dangerous than the 2 of us combined." "I feel the same way," Rocks replied, excitement and wariness flickering in his eyes. A chef who can manipulate people's hearts with his culinary skills is already terrifying, but now he has the power to subdue us instantly. But that makes it interesting, doesn't it? Rocks grinned. On my ship, there's no need for the weak. Just then, Rain walked out of the kitchen, holding a newly exchanged kitchen knife named Chef's Knife. The knife had an ancient design, with a warm, jade-like luster on its blade. Seemingly ordinary, but exuding an aura sharp enough to cut through anything. He approached Silver, who was in the corner polishing a spear. Silver, Silver looked up, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Practice with me, Rain said in a calm tone, as if inviting him to chop vegetables. Silver was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood Rain's intention. He stood up, gripping his spear tightly, and a sharp aura surged into the air. All right, on the deck, everyone's attention was once again captured. One was the most mysterious and deadly assassin on the ship, and the other was the chef who had just revealed a glimpse of his unfathomable strength. The anticipation for this duel was palpable. The two stood facing each other, without any unnecessary words. Silver moved first. His figure was like a phantom, the spear transforming into a silver dragon, piercing towards Rain's throat with a sharp howl that tore through the air. This strike was the pinnacle of his lifelong training. Fast, precise, and ruthless, leaving no room for error. However, facing this deadly blow, Rain's expression remained unchanged. Just as Silver's spear was about to reach him, he moved. Rain did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his chef's knife rising at an incredible angle. His movements were not rushed, almost artistic, as if he were not blocking, but carving a piece of top-grade beef. Clang! The knife and spear collided midair with precision. There was no massive explosion, just a crisp sound, like jade striking against jade. Silver felt a peculiar, spiraling force emanating from the spear tip, easily dissipating the full force of his strike, even causing his body to stumble sideways involuntarily. Immediately, Rain's knife followed suit, sliding along the spear's shaft, aiming directly at Silver's wrist. Startled, Silver quickly withdrew his spear. The two figures darted across the deck, colliding and leaving behind trails of afterimages. Silver's spear technique was fierce and domineering, each move powerful and heavy. In contrast, Rain's knife technique was entirely different. He had no fixed moves, merely following the trajectory of Silver's attacks, searching for the smallest openings. Each of his strikes was perfectly timed, like a butcher carving beef, always able to dismantle the opponent's most violent attacks with minimal effort. Silver felt like a bull being toyed with, no matter how much strength he exerted. It felt as though he was striking at a mass of cotton, unable to exert any force. Meanwhile, the opponent's knife was like a persistent thorn, always threatening from the most cunning angles. Gats, watching this exchange, was bewildered, scratching his head in confusion as he asked Durham, What exactly is happening? It feels like Silver is constantly attacking, but the chef seems to hardly move at all. What do you know? Durham replied with an expression that said, You're too young, pointing out, this is called realm. Silver uses strength, while the chef uses technique. Can't you see? Every attack from Silver has been predicted by the chef. He is using Silver's own strength against him. Gats listened, still in a fog. But as he watched Rain's leisurely demeanor, his respect for the chef deepened another level. He felt that all his previous understanding of the chef had been overturned, as if he had seen a docile sheep suddenly pull out a Gatling gun. In the end, the sparring concluded with Rain's knife gently resting against Silver's neck. Beads of sweat appeared on Silver's forehead as he looked into Rain's calm, unwavering eyes and sincerely admitted, I lost. Your spear is fast, but the killing intent is too heavy, affecting your accuracy. Rain withdrew his knife, offering a professional assessment. This sparring match made the atmosphere on the ship even more harmonious. The monsters had finally found a third common hobby aside from eating and fighting, watching the chef dominate Silver. In such a noisy, chaotic yet vibrant environment, the Qinglong sailed for more than half a month. This super battleship, representing the pinnacle of naval technology, had now completely transformed into a moving monster's nest, or rather, a maritime amusement park. On the deck, Gats was engaged in his daily training routine with Newgate. What was called training was, in reality, a one-sided beating. Newgate was even too lazy to use the powers of the Tremor fruit, relying solely on one hand and pure Haki to suppress Gats. who was swinging a giant anchor like a madman, rendering him completely unable to fight back. With every collision, Gats was shaken, his blood surging, and his hands numb. Yet the expression on his face was not one of pain, but rather exhilarating excitement. Gulalala, little ghost, your strength has increased quite a bit, but your brain still can't keep up. Newgate struck Gats on the back of the neck with a hand chop, and the latter's eyes rolled back as his massive body fell to the ground with a thud. In the corner, Lingling was savoring a piece of energy cake made by Rain, crafted from Sea King fat and Sky Island honey. Above her, Zeus and Prometheus floated like two docile pets, one fanning her and the other illuminating her, creating a peaceful atmosphere that seemed completely out of place with the violence on the deck. Silver was practicing his marksmanship by the ship's railing. His movements became increasingly concise. Every thrust was devoid of unnecessary flourishes, yet always left a subtle, slowly healing point in the air. He no longer pursued speed, but was honing a deeper essence known as certainty. The shipwright, Durham, drifted around the ship like a ghost, holding a small notebook and a specially made tuning fork, occasionally tapping the alloy armor of the ship, then listening intently and quickly recording something in his notebook. Chapter 65, Supplementing Supplies. The left side of the number 3 power duct showed slight metal fatigue, with a resonance frequency shift of 0.1 Hz, caused by the aftermath of Lord Newgate and Gats's sparring. The memory alloy baffle at the stern had tiny dents, caused by Miss Lingling accidentally bumping into it while turning. This was already the 5th time this week. His face was etched with weariness and anxiety, a complex emotion mixed with pride and despair. Proud that the ship could withstand the antics of so many monsters, and despairing that he felt he could collapse from exhaustion at any moment. The root of all this chaos pointed to the small, expressionless figure currently standing in the empty storage room. Rain looked at the last potato, his brow furrowing slightly. The storage room of the Qinglong had become cleaner than Durham's wallet. After more than half a month of sailing, along with this group of monsters with appetites comparable to sea kings, especially the bottomless pit that was Lingling. Even the supplies from the G2 branch that could support a fleet for a long voyage had been completely exhausted. Chef, Getz had woken up at some point, his huge head peeking in from the storage room door, his face plastered with a fawning smile, looking like a dog that had spotted a meat bone. That, for lunch. What are we having? Rain glanced at him and picked up the solitary potato. Potato soup for lunch. Just potato soup? Gatz's face fell instantly, his massive body seeming to shrink by size. No minced meat? No meat left. Rain's reply was succinct. What about fish? We can go fishing. The seawater in this area has a special composition, containing a trace amount of inert minerals, causing the fish here to have a metallic taste and making them inedible. Rain calmly stated a harsh fact. Gatz's face displayed a look of apocalyptic despair, feeling his stomach singing a terribly sad song. Just then, Lox's voice came from outside. What's wrong? You all look so glum. Have you been surrounded by the Navy fleet? He had just finished meditating in the captain's quarters and stepped out to see the crew looking half dead. Captain, Gatz seemed to see a savior, scrambling over to cling to Lox's thigh. We're running out of food. Lox was taken aback, then realized the seriousness of the situation. He walked into the storage room, looking at the shelves cleaner than his face, and his lips couldn't help but twitch. He could care less about treasure or fame, but he absolutely could not overlook the food supply. This was not only related to the crew's morale, but also to whether he could enjoy top-notch cuisine every day. For a pirate crew, nothing was more terrifying than running out of food. Durham, Lox yelled out to the outside. Here, coming captain. Durham rolled and scrambled over. Bring me the latest sea charts. Immediately search for islands where we can replenish supplies. The tone of Lox was not to be questioned. Yes. Soon, a huge sea chart was spread out on the deck. Durham's finger moved rapidly across the sea chart, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Captain, our current position is awkward, situated in an unknown area of the Grand Line, with no clear markings on the chart. The nearest known route is at least 5 days away. Just when everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts, Silver on the lookout suddenly spoke up. His voice as calm as ever. Straight ahead, at 10 o'clock, an island has been spotted. What? Everyone perked up, looking in the direction Silver pointed. In the distant horizon, a vague black spot was slowly emerging. As the Qinglong approached, the outline of the island became clearer and clearer. It was a fairly large island, lush with vegetation and vibrant greenery, with a towering peak in the center, looking full of life. Great, we're saved. Gats danced with excitement. Lucky us. Newgate grinned widely. Don't celebrate too early. Durham, holding a telescope, frowned. This island. There's no record on the sea chart. It's an unnamed island. We don't know what S on it. Who cares what's on it? Locks waved his hand, his face breaking into a proud smile. As long as there's something edible, even if there's a dragon living on the island, it will be perfect for our chef's extra meal. Boys, speed up. Target that unnamed island. Prepare to land, hunt, and replenish supplies. Oh. Under Lox's command, the Qinglong emitted a low rumble, like a shark that had caught the scent of blood, speeding toward the island filled with unknowns and hope. The crew's faces rekindled with a flame of hope. Only Rain, watching the island grow closer, glanced at the excited monsters around him, who were thrilled about the prospect of a meal. A hint of something elusive, as if anticipating something, flashed in his calm eyes. He had a feeling that this resupply journey wouldn't be that simple. The Qinglong docked at a hidden cove on the island. The crew couldn't wait to rush ashore, breathing in the fresh air filled with the scent of earth and plants, feeling all the fatigue from the long voyage swept away. Wahahaha, I smell it. It's wild boar. So fat wild boar. Gats, with a nose sharper than a dog's, charged into the dense jungle, carrying the anchor, roaring with excitement, startling countless birds in the forest. You guys go hunting, Durham. Check if there's suitable wood nearby for repairing the ship. Locks issued the orders. Rain, you and Silver check if there are any special spices or edible plants on the island. Yes. Everyone took their orders and immediately split up. Rain and Silver walked side by side through the forest. Silver led the way, holding a spear, vigilantly observing their surroundings to clear obstacles for Rain. Rain, like a professional botanist, occasionally crouched down to pick some unknown mushrooms and ferns, placing them in his portable ingredient bag. This type of mushroom has a slight paralyzing toxin, but can produce a peppery flavor when processed at high temperatures. The roots of this fern are rich in starch and can be ground in a flour to make pastries. As Rain picked, he explained softly, and although Silver didn't understand, he listened attentively. The two moved in sync, the atmosphere peaceful and harmonious. However, when they crossed a dense thicket and arrived at an open valley, the sight before them made both of them stop in their tracks. Chapter 66, Golden Lion Shiki, in the center of the valley. A man is sitting cross-legged in midair with an extremely arrogant posture. He has wild, golden hair like a lion's mane, a cigar clamped in his mouth, and is dressed in a luxurious kimono. Beneath his feet, he stands on two famous swords, Sakura, Ten, and Mukich. Even more astonishing is that dozens of massive boulders, weighing tons, are also floating in the air around him, defying the laws of physics, slowly rotating with his breath as if they are part of his body. The man seems to sense their arrival, slowly opening his eyes, and two sharp, knife-like gazes sweep over, carrying a disdainful arrogance. Oh, guests have arrived? His voice is hoarse yet magnetic, filled with the authority of a superior. Silver's body instantly tenses up, his fingers gripping the spear, tightening slightly. An imposing aura rising from him. He senses a terrifying presence from this golden-haired man that is no less than any monster on the ship. Rain's pupils constrict sharply upon seeing the man. The golden lion head, the twin swords, although his legs are still intact at this moment. Rain would never mistake this image, this ability. Golden Lion, Shiki, the future legendary pirate, on par with Roger and Whitebeard. Rain's heart trembles slightly. How could it be him? He clearly remembers that in the original story, Golden Lion Shiki joined the Rocks Pirates a long time ago and became one of their fierce generals. But perhaps due to his own appearance, this timeline has subtly diverged. The Golden Lion before him clearly hasn't joined any faction yet. He is like a lone lion, roaming the sea on his own strength, and has already made quite a name for himself. Just as Rain's thoughts are racing, there is a commotion from the other side of the valley. Hey, golden-haired lion over there. Have you seen a wild boar as big as a house? It's Gats's voice, carrying a huge wild boar that he has knocked out from the woods, followed by Rocks and Newgate. When they see Shiki floating in midair, they're all stunned. Rock's gaze sweeps over Shiki, The casualness on his face disappears, replaced by an excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Newgate grins, letting out his signature laugh. Gulalala, it seems this island has not only wild boars but also a more interesting lion. Shiki's gaze shifts from Rain and Silver to Rocks and Newgate, and when he senses the equally domineering auras from the two, he not only feels no fear but instead bursts into laughter. Waha, interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect to encounter two decent guys on this godforsaken island. He slowly descends from midair, his feet landing on the ground while the two swords still hover beside him. You guys look like pirates too, right? State your names. Nameless ones are not qualified to die by my sword. And who are you? Rocks retorts, his tone flat but carrying an undeniable pressure. Me? Shiki laughs heartily. The flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. This sea will eventually belong to me. Golden Lion? Rocks repeats the name with a teasing smile. Never heard of it. This statement pierces through Shiki's proud facade like a needle, causing his expression to darken immediately. What did you say? I said, I've never heard of your little kitty's name. Rocks replies provocatively. However, since you seem so eager to die, I'll grant you that wish. Seeking death. Shiki is thoroughly enraged, and the Sakura, Ten, and Mukage beneath his feet emit a buzzing sound, instantly soaring into the air, transforming into two deadly beams aimed at Rock's throat. At the same time, he waves his hands, and the dozens of floating boulders around him come crashing down like a meteor shower, determined to crush them along with the valley. Lion's Might, Earthquake. Facing this earth-shattering attack, the members of the Rocks Pirates show expressions of amusement. Newgate even crosses his arms, saying to Lingling beside him with interest, it seems we don't need to intervene. Rocks watches the two flying swords and the cascading boulders, merely snorting coldly. He doesn't even move. An invisible, twisted gravitational field erupts explosively centered on him. Heavenly Might. The two lightning-fast swords, when within 3 meters of Rocks, seem to fall into an invisible quagmire, their speed drastically reducing, and ultimately, they are held motionless in midair by an irresistible force. The rain of boulders fares even worse. They abruptly halt in midair and then, at a speed faster than when they came, are sent hurtling back towards their owner. What? Shiki's eyes reveal a look of shock for the first time. The ability of his proud float fruit has been so easily countered before this man, even turned against him. He hurriedly maneuvers Sakura, Ten, and Mukage to defend, while quickly retreating, narrowly avoiding the returning boulders. Boom! The valley is filled with dust, and the earth groans. When the dust settles, Shiki reappears. Although uninjured, the arrogance on his face has vanished, replaced by unprecedented gravity. He stares intently at Rocks, asking word by word. Who exactly are you? Rocks grins, revealing a cruel smile. Rocks D. Jibek. The name Rocks strikes like thunder in Shiki's mind. Although he had just claimed not to have heard of him, how could he not know about the uproarious Rocks Pirates recently? Attacking the G2 branch, stealing the super battleship Sarayu, core members with bounties that are frighteningly high. Every incident highlights this emerging pirate crew's lawlessness and terrifying power. Shiki just didn't expect to encounter them in this manner here. Even more unexpected is that this man named Rocks is even more terrifying than the rumors suggest. Rocks. Shiki's gaze sharpens, and he withdraws all disdain, his fighting spirit erupting like a volcano. Good. Very good. Only by defeating a man like you can one qualify to become the overlord of the sea. He no longer relies on flashy ranged attacks, instead wrapping his haki around his legs, charging at Rocks like a true lion. Chapter 67. Refusal to board the ship / the waves. He kicked out with both legs, unleashing two sharp, almost tangible golden slashes that tore through the air, aimed directly at Rock's vital points. Good move. Rocks advanced instead of retreating, throwing out a punch of his own. It was devoid of any devil fruit powers, just the pure, iron fist wrapped in the lightning of Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The fist collided with the slashes in midair, producing a deafening roar. The golden slashes were shattered by a single punch, turning into countless specks of light. The figures of the two men instantly intertwined, engaging in the fiercest and most primal hand-to-hand combat. Each collision of fists and feet cracked the ground around them, and the air emitted a mournful wail under the strain. Shiki's combat style was grand and imposing, filled with the dominance of a king. In contrast, Rock's attacks were more direct and wild, each punch seeming capable of tearing through space itself. Black and red lightning erupted continuously between them, representing the pinnacle clash of Conqueror's Haki. Gulalala, these two guys really get along well. Newgate crossed his arms, watching with great interest. Gats was so pumped up that he wished he could jump in and fight as well. Rain, however, observed the battle calmly, focusing on different aspects. Shiki's Haki is strong, but not yet refined, and his combat experience is clearly inferior to Rock's. His attacks rely more on the oddities of his devil fruit ability and the ferocity of his martial arts. Meanwhile, Rocks has begun to perfectly integrate his devil fruit powers with his Haki and martial arts, forming his unique combat system. Rain analyzed silently in his heart. The outcome was already predetermined. Sure enough, the battle lasted less than 10 minutes before the situation became clear. Although Shiki's attacks remained fierce, his breathing had begun to quicken, and he sported several bruises. In contrast, Rocks still looked at ease, as if he were a tiger toying with its prey, enjoying the thrill of battle. It's over. Rocks seemed to have grown tired of the game. He sees an opening in Shiki's attack, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Shiki. A hand chop imbued with terrifying gravity struck precisely at Shiki's neck. Black hole. Shiki felt a numbness in his neck, and the world before him instantly plunged into darkness. The strength in his body was drained by an irresistible force, and he collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. The battle concluded with Rock's overwhelming victory. Rocks shook his hand and walked up to the unconscious Shiki, looking down at him with a satisfied smile on his face. Not bad. A good candidate for a crew member. He turned to his crew and grinned. Looks like we're going to have a new partner. However, the development of events caught everyone by surprise. About half an hour later, Shiki slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to see the bizarre members of the Rocks Pirates gathered around a bonfire, merrily roasting the giant wild boar that Gats had caught earlier. Rain was methodically applying a secret sauce to the pig, the rich aroma of meat causing Shiki's stomach to growl embarrassingly. Awake? Rock's voice came from his side as he handed over a jug of alcohol. Want a drink? Shiki did not take it. Instead, he struggled to sit up, looking at Rocks with a complex expression. There was reluctance, shock, but more than anything, a thrill of having met a worthy opponent. I lost. Shiki admitted his defeat straightforwardly. So, do you want to come aboard my ship? Rocks directly extended the invitation. Follow me, and you'll see the best sights on this sea. Everyone thought that facing such a powerful Rocks, Shiki would choose to join. However, Shiki shook his head. He stood up, dusting off his clothes, his face regaining the distinctive arrogance of the golden lion. I admit you're strong, Rocks. Shiki's gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Rocks. But there's no way I'll be subordinate to anyone. I, Shiki the Golden Lion, will become the only ruler of this sea. Though I lost today, the next time we meet, I will take your head. With that, he turned without looking back and prepared to leave. Hey, you think you can just run after losing? That is pretty spineless. Gats shouted in indignation. Shiki paused, turned his head back, and grinned, a smile full of unruliness and grandeur. Ha ha ha. When I can win against him, then I'll come back to fight for my share. Before he finished speaking, the powers of his cherry blossom tin and wooden decay activated, launching him into the sky, and he vanished in the blink of an eye. So flamboyant in arrival, so decisive in departure. On the deck, everyone exchanged glances. This guy really has a personality. Newgate stroked his chin and chuckled. Rain looked in the direction Shiki had left, somewhat surprised. It seems that even without my appearance, this timeline is full of variables. Perhaps the members of the Rocks Pirates were not destined after all. He then felt relieved. The current Rocks Pirates had two future top overlords, Rocks and Newgate, along with Lin Lin, the Calamity, and crew members like Gats, Silver, and Durham with limitless potential. More importantly, they had him, the chef who could unite everyone with his culinary skills. The future of this ship was no longer something a mere golden lion could influence. Whether he boarded or not was indeed not that important. All right, let's not worry about that runaway lion anymore. Rock's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts as he pointed to the now golden and oily wild boar. He shouted with great enthusiasm, "Let's eat. We won't return until we're drunk." Oh, A conflict sparked by an unexpected encounter ultimately ended with a lively bonfire barbecue feast. The enticing aroma of meat and the unrestrained laughter of monsters once again floated over the island. For them, this was merely a trivial interlude in their great adventure on the Grand Line. As the noise of the bonfire feast gradually subsided, only the crackling flames and the gentle melody of waves crashing against the rocks remained. Shiki's departure did not leave much of a ripple in the hearts of the crowd. For these monsters used to the adventures of the Grand Line, it was just an inconsequential episode. What they cared more about was the volcanic rock barbecue that Rain had cooked with the giant wild boar and the newly discovered spices on the island, enough to make their souls tremble with delight. Gats contentedly burped, feeling that every bite of meat he had eaten transformed into pure power, surging through his limbs. He even felt that he could punch through this island now. Of course, that was just an illusion. Chapter 68, Another Guy with AD. Chef. Gats leaned next to Rain, who was tidying up the kitchenware, a fawning smile plastered on his face. When can we eat such awesome barbecue again? Rain glanced at him, said nothing, and silently polished a greasy barbecue fork to a shine. Durham, like a treasure-hunting craftsman, collected a large amount of hard, fire-resistant, and corrosion-resistant volcanic rock and a type of extremely tough ironwood on the island, preparing for a small-scale reinforcement upgrade of the Qinglong. He knew very well that as the strength of the crew grew, the pressure on this super battleship also increased day by day, and it was always wise to be prepared for the future. Rocks and Newgate stood side by side on the cliff, gazing at the sea illuminated by the moonlight in the distance. "Gahaha, that kid named Shiki has some guts," Newgate said, taking a large gulp of alcohol, his tone carrying a hint of appreciation. "Guts? Just the self-comfort of the weak," Rocks scoffed coldly, though a barely noticeable smile flickered in his eyes. However, his ambition to become the sea's overlord was genuine. There were more and more interesting people on this sea. The supply work continued for 3 days. During these 3 days, the Qinglong storage room was filled to the brim with various fresh meats, fruits, and unique spices discovered by Rain. Durham also reinforced several key stress points of the hull with volcanic rock and ironwood. Although it was just a drop in the bucket, it did provide a bit of comfort to his anxious heart. With everything ready, the Qinglong set sail again, like a well-fed black beast quietly gliding into the deep sea, heading deeper into the Grand Line. Life on the ship returned to the usual training and noise. Gats's daily training regimen changed from being unilaterally beaten by Newgate to being beaten in turns by Newgate and Rocks. Although he ended up bruised and battered every day, his ability to take hits and his strength grew at a terrifying speed. Durham complained more than once that the sound of Gats practicing walking on the deck was almost as loud as a meteor impact. Lingling, on the other hand, was obsessed with the various desserts made by Rain from the island's specialty, lava fruit. Most of the time, she resembled a large, docile cat, basking in the sun at the stern with a cake in her arms. Zeus and Prometheus above her head also became livelier due to the improved food, one responsible for creating thunderous excitement, the other for grilling meat. Occasionally, they would even get into a fight over the snacks Rain tossed them, adding a lot of fun to the monotonous voyage. Silver remained silent, spending most of his time on the lookout, using his extraordinary vision to observe the ever-changing sea currents and clouds. He was no longer satisfied with just improving his marksmanship. He began to try to merge his breath with the wind and the waves, pursuing a higher level of stealth. Meanwhile, Rain was conducting various bold cooking experiments in his new kitchen. The Gilded Lion Shiki's float fruit on Glittering Island gave him some new inspiration. He attempted to create a dish using a food ingredient called levitating algae that would give a wonderful floating sensation once consumed. Although he failed repeatedly, he remained undeterred. In such a noisy, chaotic yet vibrant period, the Qinglong sailed for more than 20 days again. One day, a news bird swooped down in an almost suicidal dive, squawking as it dropped a stack of the latest newspapers and several brand-new bounty notices onto the deck, then fled without looking back as if being chased by a natural disaster. "Oh, new news?" Gats curiously picked up the newspaper. When he saw the headline on the front page, his eyes widened bigger than the ship's anchor. Shocking. The Roger Pirates rise unexpectedly, crushing the Navy Vice Admiral's fleet head-on. The newspaper featured a large photo capturing a man wearing a straw hat, sporting an incredibly confident smile, as he cleaved a Navy warship in half with a sword. Behind him, a calm man with shoulder-length blonde hair and glasses was directing the battle, along with a guy wielding dual axes, striking a majestic pose. Roger? Rocks also approached, looking at the photo of the man with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Gol di Roger. I keep hearing that name lately. Newgate joined in, grinning at the man in the photo. Gahaha, another guy with AD. This sea is getting livelier by the day. On the other side of the newspaper was the latest report about their Rocks Pirates. The world government clearly had not forgotten their feat of capturing the G2 branch, and their bounty had seen a slight increase again, especially for Rocks, who was nearing the 35 billion mark, a figure that would turn the heads of any long-established notorious pirate. TCH, only this little increase. Those old geezers in the world government are too stingy. Rocks disdainfully tossed the newspaper aside. Such hollow fame could no longer excite him. His focus was now drawn to Roger, who was also rising rapidly. Captain, Silver's voice came from the lookout, calm as always. We are about to enter the Whirlpool Sea. The currents here are extremely chaotic and are one of the Grand Line's notorious danger zones. But if we pass through here, we can reach the New World. New World. The flames of ambition ignited in Rock's eyes. That is the true stage for the strong, the battlefield where overlords hunt each other. Great. Rocks waved his hand, his voice resonating like a bell. Hold on tight, my little ones. Let's go see what interesting guys are waiting for us in the New World. Oh. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the Qing Long let out a deep rumble, charging into the chaotic and dangerous Whirlpool Sea like a beast about to enter a new hunting ground. The Whirlpool Sea was aptly named. The moment the Qing Long entered this area, it was as if it had plunged from a calm lake into a massive washing machine spinning at high speed. The surface of the sea was covered with terrifying whirlpools of various sizes and directions, each possessing enough terrifying power to tear steel apart. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the fierce wind whipped the torrential rain like a whip against the ship's hull. Hold on. Everyone hold on tight. Durham roared hoarsely, gripping the massive ship's wheel with arms as muscular as rocks. Under his superb control, the Qing Long moved like a nimble black dragon, weaving between countless deadly whirlpools, dodging and carving out breathtaking arcs. Wahaha! Exciting. This is even more thrilling than riding a Sea King roller coaster. Gats tied himself to the main mast with ropes, letting the wind and rain batter him, his face filled with an excited grin. Chapter 69. Sengoku Kapu and Lingling were sitting in the cabin on a custom-made, jelly-like shock-absorbing seat made by Rain, enjoying the fun of the rocking while stuffing their mouths with the storm puffs freshly made by Rain. Rocks and Newgate stood side by side in front of the observation window on the bridge, looking at the apocalyptic scene outside, their faces showing no signs of tension, but rather a sense of pleasure in appreciating the scenery. Gulalala, this terrible weather is just right for a nap, Newgate yawned. Waking up could be just in time for a fight. Rox's gaze pierced through the rain curtain, looking towards the distant unknown, a playful curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. I smell a familiar scent that a prey. Just then, the previously silent Silver suddenly spoke, his voice colder than the raging winds outside. Directly ahead, at 12 o'clock, a large fleet was approaching. Everyone perked up. In this terrible weather, in this godforsaken place, it was actually a fleet? Durham immediately cranked up the long-range radar power of the Qing Long to the max. Soon, a dense cluster of red dots, representing enemy ships, appeared on the radar screen, coming from all directions to form a massive encirclement, slowly closing in on the Qing Long. It's a navy. Durham's expression instantly became serious. At least 30 large warships. Have they gone mad? Gathering a fleet in this weather? No, they're not mad. Rox's smile grew increasingly cruel. They're specifically coming for us. This chaotic Whirlpool Sea is a natural disaster and a dead end for others. But for a well-trained and well-prepared fleet, it's the perfect ambush battlefield. The chaotic magnetic field here can shield most reconnaissance methods, and the violent currents can limit the maneuverability of ships. They've clearly calculated that we would take this shortest route and set up a trap here in advance. Interesting. Dangerous light flickered in Newgate's eyes. It seems the old guys in the world government have finally decided to spend some real resources. As the distance closed, the massive fleet finally revealed its sinister outline through the rain. The two leading ships were of the same class as the Qinglong, imposing and filled with a sense of oppression. One of the ships had a bow that resembled a majestic golden Buddha, and on the deck, a tall man wearing round-frame glasses and a Navy admiral's uniform stood with his hands behind his back, looking at them with a serious expression. On the prow of the other battleship, a man in a white suit draped in a justice cloak was casually munching on senbei, looking bored as he picked his ear with his pinky. He appeared carefree, but the occasional glint in his eyes contained a terrifying power that could make the sea tremble. Sengoku and Carp. Rocks pronounced these two names, and a genuine excitement finally appeared on his proud face. Rain's eyes also flickered. These two would become legends in the Navy in the future, standing at the pinnacle of the world. They were still young now, but their strength was already a pillar of the Navy. Gulalala, it's actually these two leading the team. The world government really thinks highly of us. There was a hint of seriousness in Newgate's laughter. Captain, the situation is not good. Durham's voice trembled. Our radar shows that there seems to be some large chains or nets set up beneath the surrounding sea, likely made of sea prism stone. They want to completely seal off our retreat. Waha, retreat? Well, have we ever needed that? Get scoffed loudly. Whoever comes, we just need to knock them away. That's right. Rox's eyes burned with fierce battle intent. He turned around, grinning at his crew, his smile filled with the domineering aura of someone who looks down upon the world. Boys, did you hear that? The Navy has sent us a great gift, an elite fleet, and a magnificent stage woven from sea prism stone. If we just slink away, wouldn't that be too ungrateful for their kindness? Prepare for battle. Rox's voice rang out like a bell, echoing in every corner of the Qinglong. Let these self-righteous messengers of justice see what a real natural disaster looks like. Oh, the battle intent was completely ignited in the hearts of every crew member. The Qinglong no longer avoided. It let out an angry dragon roar, turning its bow like a black spear, actively charging towards the death net woven from warships and sea prism stone. In the center of the Whirlpool Sea, two fleets representing the world's top combat power stood defiantly against each other in this land of natural disaster. The howling winds gathered the torrential rain, and the giant waves crashed against the hull, as if even heaven and earth were roaring for the impending fateful battle. Roxy, Jibek! Sengoku's loud voice pierced through the rain curtain, imbued with the Buddha-like majesty and fury, echoing across the sea. You scum of the sea, today is your end. Here, in the name of justice, you will be thoroughly purified. Waha, purified? Rox stood at the bow of the Qinglong, letting the wild wind blow through his arrogant black hair, his face full of disdainful laughter. Sengoku, you still love to spout grandiose nonsense. If you have the ability, come and try it with your fists. Let's see whose justice is harder, yours or my ambition. Obstinate. Sengoku snorted coldly, saying no more. The golden Buddha bow behind him seemed to come alive, its eyes wide open, and a massive, holy, and oppressive aura surged into the sky. On the other ship, Carp finally stopped eating senbei, casually tossing the packaging into the sea, then stretching widely, cracking his knuckles. Ah, what a hassle. In this weather, I should be at home drinking hot tea and sleeping. He complained, but his gaze instantly turned sharp, locking onto Newgate next to Rocks. Hey, that Whitebeard. You look like you could fight. Be my opponent. Carp grinned, revealing a hearty smile filled with battle intent. Gulalala. Newgate laughed heartily as well, slamming his Naginata onto the deck, sending an invisible shockwave spreading out. Carp, I also want to see how heavy your fists really are. There were no unnecessary pre-battle mobilizations or complicated tactical arrangements. The battle erupted instantly with the collision of the wills of the four kings. Chapter 70 Great War, come on, Carp shouted, not even using the cannons on the warship, but directly grabbing a massive, solid iron cannonball from the deck. His arm muscles instantly bulged, and then with a force that transcended physical understanding, he hurled the cannonball as if throwing a baseball. The cannonball traced an almost imperceptible trajectory through the air, tearing through the rain curtain, carrying terrifying kinetic energy capable of penetrating an island and headed straight for the bridge of the Qinglong. This seemingly casual strike was even more powerful than the main cannon's bombardment. Bring it on. Rocks advanced instead of retreating, stepping forward as dark gravitational energy and black-red lightning wrapped around his right fist. Black hole. He punched out, and the space in front of him seemed to be forcibly excavated, creating a high-speed, rotating dark sphere that could devour everything. The cannonball thrown by Carp was instantly swallowed and annihilated when it made contact with the black sphere, without causing a ripple. Not bad. Carp's eyes became even more excited. Meanwhile, Sengoku also moved. He did not choose a long-range attack, but suddenly sank his body, golden light erupting from within him. Human fruit, mythical beast type, great Buddha form. Amidst a dazzling golden light, Sengoku's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a golden Buddha towering several dozen meters high. His massive Buddha palm was wrapped in golden shockwaves, slapping towards the direction of the Qinglong from afar. Buddha's impact. Boom! A visibly terrifying circular shockwave swept out, pushing the surrounding seawater aside and creating a vast vacuum zone. Seaquake. Whitebeard was equally unwilling to back down, gripping his Naginata and pushing the power of the Tremor fruit to its limits. The blade of a Naginata was covered with a layer of pure white, spiderweb-like cracks, and he swung fiercely at the golden shockwave. Crack! The space ahead shattered like a broken mirror. The two forces of top-tier destruction, gold and white, collided in mid-air without any embellishments. In that moment, it felt as if the entire world's sound was drawn away. Immediately after, an explosion that could not be described in words erupted. The already chaotic currents of the Whirlpool Sea were completely detonated, with towering water tornadoes reaching the sky, creating a huge hole in the clouds above. Just the first clash among the four resulted in a terrifying scene comparable to a natural disaster. Fire, boys! Fire! Food's ready, boys! The commands from Sengoku and Rocks echoed almost simultaneously. Countless cannons from the Navy fleet spat flames, and dense cannonballs formed a death net, enveloping the Qinglong. The people on the Qinglong also found their respective opponents on this earth-shattering battlefield. Waha! Finally, it's my turn, Gats roared, feeling the blood within him burning. He swung the anchor into a black whirlwind, smashing all incoming cannonballs. Then with a powerful push, his massive body leaped directly off the Qinglong, like a meteor crashing towards the nearest Navy ship. Lingling, the ships on the left are yours. It's fine if you break them. Let Dolam fix them later. Rocks laughed and ordered. Waha, leave it to me. Lingling licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement. She commanded Prometheus and Zeus. Charging like a calamity descended upon the world towards the side of the Navy fleet, flames and lightning intertwining, instantly engulfing several Navy ships in a sea of fire. Silver's figure melted back into the shadows, moving like a reaper on the edge of the battlefield, his spear always striking from the most cunning angles, precisely destroying the Navy fleet's command nodes and weapon systems. An unprecedented large-scale melee erupted in the Whirlpool Sea. Meanwhile, Rain stood in the kitchen, protected by an energy shield, calmly observing everything through a specially made observation window. His observation haki had already covered the entire battlefield, but he was not focused on any individual's victory or defeat, but rather on the overall flow of the battle. Carp's attack method, pure strength and haki, bold and straightforward, with many flaws. But every punch was so fast that the flaws themselves lost meaning. Sengoku's attack, seemingly fierce, yet containing strategy, each shockwave's angle was precisely calculated, attempting to restrict the movements of Whitebeard. In Rain's mind, a massive battlefield analysis chart composed of countless data and lines was rapidly forming. He knew that this battle could not be won by brute force alone. The battle instantly entered a fevered stage. The confrontation between Rocks and Carp was the most direct and violent. The two abandoned all flashy techniques, engaging in the most primal fist-to-fist combat on the tumultuous sea. Their figures moved so fast that only afterimages remained, each collision causing the surrounding space to emit unbearable wails, black-red haki, lightning swirling like mad snakes, evaporating the seawater into vast cavities. Carp's fists were as heavy as mountains, each strike containing terrifying power capable of shattering continents. his fighting style filled with the military's unique ferocity and determination. Rock's attacks were even more bizarre and domineering, his gravitational abilities integrated into his martial arts, sometimes trapping Carp's fist as if in a quagmire, sometimes disrupting his center of gravity with repulsion, his offensive unpredictable, filled with the mockery and cruelty of a king. On the other side, the battle between Whitebeard and Sengoku resembled a collision of disasters. Sengoku, transformed into a golden Buddha, wielded earth-shattering power with every movement. And the shockwaves he unleashed were not only immensely powerful, but also had cunning angles, always blocking Whitebeard's escape routes, forcing him to confront head-on. Whitebeard, however, remained unfazed, wielding his Naginata with sweeping motions, each swing carrying the force to shatter space, crushing Sengoku's shockwaves one after another. The aftermath of their battle created the most destructive area on the entire battlefield, with nearby Navy ships being directly tossed and torn apart. Lingling transformed into a pink calamity on the battlefield, commanding Prometheus and Zeus, rampaging through the Navy fleet. She paid no mind to the ordinary cannonballs, allowing them to hit her steel-like skin, sparking showers of embers. Her eyes were only on the larger, sturdier warships. She loved hearing their mournful cries beneath her flames and lightning. Waha, this tin toy is quite sturdy. Lingling laughed joyfully as she cleaved the mast of a cruiser clean off with an Emperor Sword strike, enjoying the moment. Chapter 71, 3 commands, however. The Navy is still the Navy. Under the leadership of many elite generals, they quickly stabilized their position. They did not dare to confront Lingling head-on, but used their numerical advantage and exquisite coordination to form a large net woven from artillery fire, constantly consuming and restraining Lingling, preventing her from having a devastating impact on the overall battle situation. Getz was also in trouble. Although he was fierce, taking down one small fry with each swing, there were simply too many Navy soldiers. He knocked over a soldier from one ship, only for another soldier from a different ship to swing over on a rope and charge at him fearlessly. He felt like a giant elephant trapped in a swarm of ants. Although he could crush countless ants, he was also being harassed to the point of exasperation. Damn it! How can these guys be like cockroaches that never die? Gatz yelled, panting, as he knocked 7 or 8 Navy soldiers into the sea. The battle seemed to have fallen into a strange stalemate. Although the individual strength of the Rocks Pirates was terrifying, the Navy, with its large numbers, superior equipment, and tight organization, had dragged this beast into the quagmire of war. On the bridge, Dorham's face was pale as he looked at the constant damage reports coming from various parts of the ship, feeling faint with worry. The left side's third armored deck has developed cracks from the shockwave. The energy shield generator at the stern is overloaded by 30%. At this rate, the Qinglong will have to retire early. Quiet. A calm voice came from behind him. It was Rain. He had left the kitchen at some point and arrived at the command console on the bridge. His gaze did not look at the scene outside, which was like gods fighting, but was fixed on the red dots on the radar screen that were constantly changing positions. Dorham, bring up the battlefield holographic projection and synchronize the energy fluctuation data of all combat units. Rain's tone brooked no argument. Huh? Oh. Although Dorham was confused, he instinctively executed the command. Soon, a massive three-dimensional battlefield map made of light points and lines appeared in the center of the bridge. Rain walked to the map, his eyes quickly scanning the complex data streams, rapidly deconstructing and reorganizing the entire battlefield situation in his mind. So that's it. A hint of understanding flashed in Rain's eyes. This is not a siege. It is a trap, a huge trap with Sengoku and Carp as bait, and the entire fleet as a cage. He realized that every movement and every shot fired by the Navy fleet was not random. They appeared to be fighting independently, but in reality, they were slowly tightening the encirclement in an extremely covert manner, driving the Qinglong and all crew members toward the predetermined central point. There, in the core of the turbulent sea, where the currents are the most violent and the magnetic fields the most chaotic, is also where the sea prism stone chains are laid out most densely. Once forced into that area, the Qinglong would completely lose its mobility and become a living target. And Sengoku, the strategist, must have his true killing move hidden there. What a clever trap to lure you into a pot. Rain murmured with admiration. Then a cold smile crept onto his lips. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. He raised his head and, through the internal transponder, issued an astonishing command to his comrades who were fighting on the battlefield with his calm and unruffled voice. Silver. A response came from the shadows. Abandon your current target and head at full speed to coordinates D7, where there is a communication relay ship numbered Justice Dove 07. Sync it with your fastest speed. Lingling. What? Can't you see I'm having fun? Lingling's impatient voice came through. To your right at 3 o'clock, in that seemingly empty sea area. Unleash your strongest lightning for a no-holds-barred attack there. Gats. Chef. What is up? Immediately return to the ship and go to the propulsion chamber at the stern. Do you see that red emergency pressure relief valve? After I count down 3 seconds, smash it open with all your strength. 3 commands, concise, bizarre, yet filled with undeniable authority. Silver did not hesitate at all, and his figure instantly disappeared. Lingling was somewhat displeased, but thinking of Rain's delicious food. She huffed and directed Zeus to fly towards that empty sea area. Gats wasted no time, rolling and scrambling back to the Qinglong. On the main ship, Sengoku, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Whitebeard, suddenly sensed something was off. He noticed that the Rocks Pirates' offensive had suddenly become chaotic, even somewhat disorganized. Want to break through? Too late. Sengoku snorted coldly, confident that his net could not be breached. However, the next second, the confidence on his face froze completely. Boom! A thick, indescribable purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking fiercely into the safety sea area that he had ordered the fleet to avoid. The seawater was instantly evaporated, revealing dozens of ghost submarines that had been quietly deployed for encirclement beneath the surface. They were the real main force of this encirclement and the trump card Sengoku planned to use for a fatal strike. On the other side, as the communication ship in Area D7 was pierced through by Silver's shot, the entire command system of the Navy fleet experienced a 3-second chaos and delay. It was in this 3 seconds. Boom! At the stir of the Qinglong, the massive pressure relief valve was smashed open by Gats, and a tremendous surge of high-pressure steam mixed with energy erupted forth, creating an unparalleled massive thrust. The Qinglong shot out like an arrow in a self-destructive frenzy, breaking through the weakest link of the encirclement that was about to close. Sengoku's encirclement was torn open by Rain with 3 seemingly unrelated commands in the most brutal and unreasonable way. How? How is this possible? Sengoku stared at the black giant ship breaking through the encirclement, watching his submarine fleet being shattered by lightning, his Buddha-like face revealing a shocked expression. Sengoku's plan was unraveled by Rain in an unbelievable manner, and the rhythm of the entire battlefield was instantly disrupted. The Qinglong, which had broken through the encirclement, did not choose to flee, but under Doram's urgent control, executed a beautiful tail swing, aiming the hundreds of dark cannon muzzles on its side of the Navy fleet that had fallen into chaos due to command failure. Fire! The roar of rocks echoed on the bridge. Boom! A saturation bombardment, initiated this time by the Rocks Pirates. Countless shells, trailing black smoke, rained down like a vengeful iron storm, smashing fiercely into the formation of the Navy fleet, instantly blowing several warships into flames. Chapter 72. Dinnertime Bastard. Sengoku roared, and the golden Buddha palm struck out, intercepting most of the shells in midair, but it still couldn't stop the chaos in the fleet. Karp also gave up his struggle with rocks, quickly dodging back to his warship, roaring loudly, trying to regain stability. Don't panic. Steady. It's just a few submarines that have been discovered. We still have the advantage in numbers. Although the situation had turned against them, the Navy's foundation remained strong. Under the command of the 2 top generals, the chaotic fleet quickly reorganized for an effective counterattack. A more intense and chaotic artillery battle and boarding action erupted at the center of the Whirlpool Sea. The Qinglong, Azure Dragon, charged like a rampaging steel beast, utilizing its extraordinarily strong armor and powerful firepower to wreak havoc among the Navy fleet, going in and out 7 times. Rocks and Newgate were not idle either. They stood at the bow, like 2 insurmountable gate gods, neutralizing all attacks aimed at the key points of the Qinglong. Rock's gravitational abilities caused countless shells, to bizarrely change trajectory in midair, even turning around to hit their own allies, creating even greater chaos. Newgate's shock waves were more direct. Each swing of his Naginata tore open massive gashes in unfortunate warships, slowly sinking them to the seabed. This battle lasted from dawn until dusk. The entire whirlpool sea turned into a burning hell, with wreckage of warships and corpses of soldiers floating on the blood-red sea. The air thick with the strong smell of gunpowder and death. Both sides paid a heavy price. Nearly one-third of the Navy fleet was sunk, and everyone was injured. The Rocks Pirates were also not doing well. The armor of the Qinglong was battered and pockmarked, with several energy shield generators completely destroyed. Gats was covered in blood, with countless wounds, but he still looked like an unyielding war god, roaring as he wielded the anchor. Linlin also appeared somewhat sluggish from the prolonged battle, with the Prometheus and Zeus above her head dimming considerably. Both sides were bloodthirsty, yet neither could completely defeat the other. Just as tensions were high, and everyone thought the battle would continue until the last moment, an extremely inappropriate voice clearly came through the Qinglong's broadcasting system, reaching everyone's ears. "Everyone, hard work is appreciated." It was Rain's voice, calm as if taking a stroll in his backyard. "Dinner time has arrived. Today's dishes are Storm seafood pot and Warrior energy rice balls. Please gather in the dining hall within 5 minutes. Latecomers will be left behind." As the broadcast ended, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Whether it was the Navy soldiers fighting bloodily or the bloodthirsty members of the Rocks Pirates, they were all stunned. "Dinner? Dinner?" a Navy lieutenant muttered, doubting whether he was hallucinating from blood loss. "What the hell?" Gats also stopped swinging the anchor, looking dumbfounded at the bridge of the Qinglong. On the Navy flagship, Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances. These guys, are they out of their minds? Sengoku's Buddha-like face was filled with disbelief. Carp, after a moment of surprise, burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha, interesting. So interesting. Eating in front of my fleet? I like these guys." However, what made them even more frustrated happened next. Hearing Rain's broadcast, Rocks actually paused his assault, grinning at Carp in the distance. "Hey Carp, let's take a break. I need to go eat. Otherwise, my chef will get angry." Newgate also sheathed his Naginata, nodding at Sengoku. "Grr, you guys must be hungry too, right? Want to come eat together?" Linlin cheered and dashed into the cabin. Dinner time. Dinner time. I want to eat 10 rice balls." Gats and Silver also unhesitatingly withdrew back onto the ship, under the astonished gaze of tens of thousands of Navy personnel. The members of the Rocks Pirates swaggered to the center of the battlefield, sheathed their weapons, and then lined up to enter the dining hall. "This is outrageous. It's an absolute humiliation." Sengoku was furious, his golden aura flickering wildly. He felt his intelligence and dignity were being rubbed into the ground by the enemy. "Attack! Blow them and their ships to pieces." Sengoku roared his orders. However, just as the Navy fleet prepared to concentrate their fire, a previously unseen, incredibly thick energy shield suddenly illuminated the surface of the Qinglong, wrapping the entire ship tightly. It was Dorum activating the Qinglong's ultimate defense system, the Dragon Scale Barrier, formed at the cost of draining the power core for absolute defense. Countless shells struck the shield, only causing ripples, unable to shake it in the slightest. Meanwhile, inside the shielded dining hall, a steaming feast was underway. In a huge seafood pot, a rich soup made from the freshest sea kings and fish and shrimp captured on the battlefield was boiling, emitting an overwhelming aroma. The rice balls made from special grains and minced meat contained immense energy. The members of the Rocks Pirates sat together, wolfing down the food, as if the catastrophic artillery fire outside was merely festive fireworks. "Wow, delicious. After eating this, I feel like I can fight another 100, Gats exclaimed, stuffing rice balls into his mouth. "Chef, what did you add to this soup?" Newgate took a sip of the soup and felt a warm and powerful energy instantly spread throughout his body, not only healing his injuries, but also rapidly restoring his consumed haki. "A bit of love," Rain replied calmly. This meal was not just to fill their stomachs. Under the blessing of the meaning of food, every bite transformed into the purest energy, repairing their bodies, replenishing their stamina, and even nourishing their spirit and willpower exhausted in battle. 10 minutes later, as the dragon scale barrier of the Qinglong slowly dissipated due to energy depletion, the doors of the dining hall opened again. The members of the Rocks Pirates emerged one by one, full of energy and vigor, their injuries nearly healed, their momentum even stronger than before. Rocks let out a satisfied belch, looking at the now somewhat exhausted Navy fleet, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "All right, boys. We're full. It's time to get to work. Clear out these flies that disturbed our meal." Oh. Chapter 73. The Defeated Navy Amidst the Thunderous Roars. A massacre began, where the scales of power had completely tilted. Newgate was the first to strike. He couldn't be bothered with fancy techniques, simply channeling the power of the tremor fruit into his fists, unleashing a series of blows towards the sea ahead. Gulalala. Seaquake strikes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 punches. Just 3 punches. The sea surface ahead was violently torn apart, creating 3 enormous fissures. The wild shockwaves spanned kilometers, resembling 3 invisible sea monsters crashing violently into the Navy fleet's formation. The already battered warships crumbled before this apocalyptic force, fragile as paper toys. The keels of 3 frigates were instantly shattered, accompanied by the sickening sound of twisted metal, splitting them in half on the spot. As countless naval soldiers were swept into the cold depths of the sea amidst their desperate wails. "Steady. Everyone hold your ground." On the Navy flagship, Sengoku's eyes were bloodshot. He transformed into a golden Buddha once more, pushing out waves of shock to counter the terrifying tremors. However, the balance had shifted. He was already at the end of his strength, while Newgate was full of energy. The golden light of the Buddha appeared utterly powerless against the pure white shock waves, and even the residual waves caused the flagship to shake violently, as if it would fall apart at any moment. "Sengoku, it seems like your dinner time hasn't arrived yet." "Has it?" Newgate, wielding his naginata, wore a mocking grin akin to a cat toying with a mouse. On the other side, Garp faced a rare predicament in his life. Rock's figure was ghostly, avoiding direct confrontation and instead using his elusive gravitational powers to traverse the battlefield at will. Sometimes he appeared above a warship, pressing down with one hand, activating the black hole, causing that warship to be plummeted into the sea as if grabbed by an invisible giant hand. At other times, he appeared at the flank of another warship, unleashing a repulsive force that violently propelled it towards his allies, creating further chaos. "Bastard! Rocks, have the guts to fight me head-on!" Garp roared, his iron fists capable of smashing mountains, yet he could never catch that slippery opponent. "Fight?" Rock's voice echoed from all directions, laced with mockery. "I'm just cleaning up trash, Garp. You and your fleet don't even qualify to be my opponents right now." Lingling transformed into a pink disaster on the battlefield. She was well-fed and in high spirits, with Prometheus and Zeus above her head growing larger and more active than ever. "Waha! Rain's rice balls are so delicious. I feel so full of power." She commanded Zeus to unleash a true thunderstorm over the Navy fleet. Countless thick bolts of lightning rained down, shattering the masts of warships and charring the decks. Prometheus morphed into a massive fire dragon, spiraling over the sea, devouring fallen naval soldiers and wreckage, creating a burning hellscape. Gats and Silver each found their fun. Gats leaped onto a cruiser, wielding a huge anchor like a whirlwind, sending naval soldiers flying off the deck like bowling pins. He felt it wasn't enough, directly using the anchor chain to tie 2 closely positioned warships together, then roaring as he dragged them to collide, producing a thunderous crash. Silver, like an elegant reaper, flickered between the command towers of various warships. When he struck, it was with precision, destroying steering wheels or communication devices, leaving warships completely devoid of command, turning them into floating targets. This battle could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided demolition filled with dark humor. The morale of the Navy fleet completely collapsed in the face of absolute power disparity. "Monsters. They're all monsters. Run. We can't win." Panic spread like a plague. And finally, some warships began to ignore orders, turning their bows to attempt an escape from this hell. No one is allowed to retreat. Sengoku roared, the golden Buddha palm striking down to shatter a destroyer trying to flee, attempting to stabilize the morale with iron-fisted measures. However, it was futile. Waha! Sengoku, stop struggling. Garp's laughter was filled with helplessness and a hint of bitterness as he abandoned the pursuit of rocks and returned to the flagship. If we keep fighting, we'll lose everything we have here. He looked at the distant figures that resembled demons, his gaze complex. These guys are no longer something we can handle. Sengoku fell silent, gazing at the battered fleet, at the soldiers whose eyes were filled only with fear. For the first time, his iron-like heart felt powerless. He slowly retracted his Buddha form, returning to his original state, his voice hoarse as he issued the most humiliating command of his naval career through the transponder snail. All fleets, retreat. Want to leave? Rock's figure appeared above their flagship, looking down at the two highest combatants of the Navy with undisguised mockery. Did you ask me? Rocks. Garp lifted his head and shouted at him. This time, we've been defeated. But don't forget, this is the Navy's territory. If you let us go today, we'll have another chance to fight in the future. If you push us too hard, we'll fight to the bitter end. And you won't have it easy either. Fight to the bitter end? Rocks laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. You guys, who haven't even had a full meal, are going to do that. Just as Rocks prepared to strike the drowning dogs and leave the fleet behind, a calm voice echoed through the ship's broadcast once more. Captain, it's ready. It was rain. We replenished our stock of rum and steaks on the ship. The quality of the Navy's ingredients is indeed good. Moreover, the keel of the Qinglong has developed 3 new cracks during the battle just now. If we keep this up, Dola might really cry himself to death. Hearing this, Rocks smirked, glancing at the Qinglong beneath him, which, although majestic, was indeed battered, and then at the distant Navy, who were already terrified and lacking the will to resist. He suddenly found it a bit uninteresting. All right. Rocks waved his hand as if shooing away a bunch of annoying flies. Get lost. Go back and tell that bunch of old fogies in the world government to clean their necks and wait. I'll be coming for them soon. The Navy fleet felt as if they had been pardoned, awkwardly turning their bows and fleeing this whirlpool sea that they would never forget at the fastest speed. A sea battle that could be recorded in history came to an unexpected end in a way that no one could have anticipated. The Rocks Pirates declared their strength to the world in the most flamboyant and domineering manner. Chapter 74 New Bounty, the retreating figure of the Navy fleet. In the blood-red waves of the whirlpool sea, appeared small and ridiculous. On the Qinglong, the joy of surviving mixed with the intoxication of alcohol, turning into a deafening celebration. Ha ha ha! Did you see Sengoku's frustrated face? It's uglier than eating expired sea king meat. Gats hoisted a massive rum barrel borrowed from a Navy supply ship onto his shoulder, pouring the liquor into his mouth like a fountain, the drink flowing down his bronze chest. Gulalala! That guy's Buddha light is still not as useful as Chef Rain's rice balls. Newgate laughed heartily, sitting atop a mountain of spoils, using his naginata as a giant barbecue fork to skewer a piece of an unknown sea beast's leg over the small flames emitted by Prometheus. Lin let out a satisfied burp beside him, while Zeus and Prometheus had puffed up after consuming the steel and gunpowder from several warships, looking adorably clumsy. She was not very interested in fighting now. She was eagerly watching Rain, anticipating the next dessert. Silver remained silent, sitting alone on the highest lookout, meticulously cleaning his spear with a piece of white silk cloth. A shallow scratch had appeared on the gun barrel, left from a shockwave of the clash with Sengoku. His gaze was sharper than ever, as this confrontation with the world's top powerhouses deepened his understanding of strength. Among all the revelers, the most tormented was the shipwright Dorum. He wandered like a ghost around the Qinglong's deck and cabin, holding a small hammer and a stethoscope, knocking here and listening there. Each time he discovered new damage, a trace of sorrow would deepen on his face, muttering to himself as if mourning for his lost youth. 17 fine cracks appeared on the left side of the number 3 armor plate, caused by the shockwaves from Newgate and Sengoku's punches. This is memory alloy. Self-repairing memory alloy. It's almost losing its memory now. The energy shield generator at the stern is overloaded by 120%. Now, it's just a pile of scrap metal. Miss Lean's lightning has turned its fuse to ash. The keel. Oh my, the 3 new cracks on the keel are deeper than the wrinkles on my face. The captain's kick almost kicked a hole in our own ship's bottom. Dorum, clutching a broken railing, cried like a 300-pound child. This is no pirate ship. It's clearly a moving monster arena. Why did I get on this pirate ship in the first place? Rain came over holding a bowl of steaming, soothing soup, calmly handing it to him. Drink this, then go sort out the seized Navy alloy plates. The repair work on the Qinglong will start tonight. Doram took the soup, inhaling the aroma that could calm the soul, and his crying gradually ceased. He knew that complaining would not solve the problem. Only continuous repairs and reinforcements could keep this ship, which carried a group of monsters, from falling apart in the next terrifying collision. Just then, a news bird dove down in a near-suicidal manner, screaming as it fell from the sky. It seemed to be frightened by the still unsettled, terrifying aura from the Qinglong. It dropped a stack of the latest newspapers and a few brand-new bounty notices on the deck before fleeing at nearly 3 times the speed it came, as if staying a second longer would turn it into minced meat under that terrifying pressure. Oh, is there new news? Gats curiously picked up a newspaper, and when he saw the headline printed in the most eye-catching, sensational font, his eyes widened bigger than the ship's anchor. Shocking the world. Navy G-1 fleet suffers devastating blow. Sengoku and Carp both defeated. The newspaper featured a photo captured by some reckless battlefield journalist, occupying the entire page. The background was a burning ocean and capsized warships, while in the center of the image, Rocks hovered in the air, looking down with a disdainful posture and a proud smile that radiated a charm capable of making the world tremble. Below the photo were a few new bounty notices that appeared slightly blurry due to urgent reprints, but still exuded a fierce aura. Undoubtedly, the event of directly defeating the elite fleet led by Navy heroes and strategists, marking one of the biggest scandals in the Navy's century-long history, had infuriated the world government. Their bounty amounts saw an unprecedented explosive increase. At the top, of course, was Rocks. Rocks D. Jibek, bounty of 4 billion berries. Crime, directly defeating the Navy headquarters Grand Fleet, severely injuring Carp and Sengoku, openly declaring war on the world government. Heinous crimes, capture or kill permissible. Ha ha ha, 4 billion. Looks like those old guys in the world government finally know their stuff. Rocks laughed with satisfaction as he looked at his bounty notice. This number had surpassed all the well-known pirates on the sea today, making him the most dangerous man in the world. Following closely was Newgate. In the photo, he was shattering space with a punch, his destructive aura seemingly ready to burst out of the paper. Edward Newgate Whitebeard, bounty of 5 billion berries. Crime, core combat power of the Rocks Pirates, possessing world-destroying power, his danger level only second to Captain Rocks. Lean's bounty notice was even more exaggerated. In the photo, she was commanding Prometheus and Zeus, akin to a natural disaster descending. Charlotte Linlin Big Mom, bounty of 2 billion berries. Crime, innate destroyer, able to control the weather. Her destructive power and danger level are incalculable, leaving nothing alive in her wake. Linlin tilted her head, seeing the frighteningly high amount, revealing a happy smile. Haha, so much money, I could buy the whole Cake Island. Even Gats, Silver, and Doram's bounty amounts had seen astonishing leaps. Giant Anchor Gats, bounty of 500 million berries. Ghost Silver, bounty of 480 million berries. Ironwall Doram, bounty of 200 million berries. The most peculiar was Rain's bounty notice. In the photo, he was calmly standing on a smoky battlefield holding a food box, completely out of place with the surrounding apocalyptic scene. Chef Rain, bounty of 800 million berries. Crime, the heart of the Rocks Pirates, ability unknown. Suspected of possessing a devil fruit ability that significantly enhances allies through cooking, posing a high strategic threat level. This newly formed rookie pirate crew's total bounty for its core members had already surpassed 7 billion. This number was enough to make any pirate crew take notice. Chapter 75, Peak State. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, the Hall of Power, 5 elderly men with different hair colors, beards, and scars, all exuding an unfathomable aura, were seated around a massive round table, the atmosphere heavy enough to almost drip with tension. In front of them lay several freshly printed bounty notices. 4 billion. Hook de Xibek. The bald old man holding the original ghost cut spoke the name hoarsely, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. The joint efforts of Sengoku and Garp had ended in such a complete failure. This was no simple pirate matter, but a disaster capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. The old man with a long white beard sighed. According to reports from Sengoku, their failure was not due to a lack of strength, but rather a key variable, a chef named Rain. A chef? Another old man with blonde hair frowned. The report stated that he had restored the exhausted Rocks Pirates to their peak state with just one meal, and they were even in a position to win. This was simply absurd, but the facts were right before them. The old man with the sword said solemnly, Sengoku would not lie about such matters. And that damn D appeared again in Rock's name. The will of D is stirring up trouble once more, isn't it? This storm must be nipped in the bud. Immediately send orders to gather CP0 at all costs. Eliminate the Rocks Pirates. Just as the five were discussing, a massive door in the deepest shadow of the room opened silently. A thin and tall figure slowly stepped out. Upon seeing this figure, the five powerful elders simultaneously stopped their discussion, stood up in unison, and respectfully knelt on one knee. Lotim, the figure known as him, said nothing, merely walked silently to the round table. He extended his pale, long fingers and precisely pulled out Rock's bounty notice from the pile. He quietly gazed at the arrogant smile in the photo, his eyes showing no emotional fluctuations, yet the temperature in the Hall of Power seemed to drop to freezing point. After a long while, Im turned around and walked towards the empty throne symbolizing the king of the world in the depths of the room. He stopped in front of the throne and slowly raised the bounty notice in his hand. With a whoosh, a sword, stained with the marks of time and seemingly appearing from nowhere, pierced through the shadows, accurately penetrating Rock's eye in the bounty notice. After doing this, Im's figure once again melted into the darkness, as if he had never appeared. The five elders slowly stood up, looking at the bounty notice nailed in mid-air, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They knew that Lord Im had truly set his killing intent. The man named Rocks had already ascended to the highest kill list of the world government. The tremors of the world did not affect the daily lives of the monsters aboard the Qinglong. For them, the soaring bounty was merely a topic of conversation after meals, a badge proving their strength, far less concerning than what Rain would cook next. Ha ha ha, 500 million berries. I'm a big shot now. Gats ran around the deck holding his bounty notice, showing it off to everyone he saw, even seriously calculating which island he could buy a mountain of meat with this huge sum. 200 million. The world government is too stingy. The repair costs for this ship alone exceed this amount. Durham sighed at his bounty notice, having already listed a repair list spanning dozens of pages, with each part priced handsomely. Lingling had no concept of money. She only knew that she seemed to have become more valuable. So she confidently reserved all desserts for the next month from Rain, ranging from lava chocolate volcano cakes to deep-sea pearl mousse, without repeating a single item. Rain simply nodded calmly in response and silently noted it down in his little notebook. Charlotte Lingling, symptoms of high-calorie dessert dependency worsening. New low-sugar, high-energy substitutes need to be developed to prevent structural obesity in the ship. Rocks and Newgate were still the two most leisurely ones, each holding a barrel of wine, sitting at the bow, discussing which unsuspecting naval base to borrow some better-aged rum from next. The repair work on the Qinglong was progressing steadily under Durham's blood, sweat, and Rain's precise logistical coordination. Spare alloy plates, high-strength cables, and even backup energy conduits seized from the naval fleet were categorized systematically. Like the most intricate puzzle, they were being gradually filled into the wounds of the Qinglong by Durham and his few forcibly recruited shipwright apprentices. This repair lasted a full 3 days. During these 3 days, the monsters aboard the ship were surprisingly well-behaved, perhaps seeing Durham's haggard appearance, which looked like he could collapse at any moment. Even the most restless Gats quietly did strength training in a corner of the deck, afraid that stomping his feet would add a new crack to the ship's bottom. Lingling, on the other hand, was completely captivated by the desserts made from top-quality flour and rare fruits that Rain had seized. Every day, she sat at the stern, holding a piece of cake larger than her head, happily enjoying a variety of cakes. Even Zeus and Prometheus above her head became docile, one responsible for creating small rainbows, and the other for providing a weak flame for roasting marshmallows, looking like two harmless pets. Rocks and Newgate, the two most leisurely guys, moved the naval officer's specialized recliners onto the deck, each with a glass of Rain's specially mixed chilled fruit wine, discussing topics that ordinary people could not comprehend. Gulalala. For billion, this number sounds much more pleasant. Newgate swirled the liquid in his glass, the ice cubes clinking with a crisp sound. This is just the beginning. Rock's gaze crossed the azure sea, looking towards the distant unknown. When we flatten Mary Geos, this number will need an extra zero added. Before that, we need a ship that can reach Mary Geos. Newgate glanced at Durham, who was nearby using a stethoscope to listen to the helm, and chuckled softly. I feel Durham's mental state is weaker than the keel of this ship. That's why we need a good chef. Rock's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. A chef who can fill everyone up and keep them in good spirits. He knew that Rain's existence was not just about providing logistical support. This little head chef was using his miraculous culinary skills to bond this unruly group of monsters together in the most peculiar yet solid way. Chapter 76. Roger's Pirates Rain was in his kitchen organizing a new food ingredient catalog. The G1 fleet supply reserves exceeded his imagination, containing not only rare ingredients from around the world, but also several experimental nutritional supplements developed by Dr. Vegapunk to study soldiers' physical limits. Rain wasn't very interested in those chemically synthesized products, but he discovered several natural plant extracts in the ingredient list that could significantly enhance energy conversion efficiency. It turned out that by boiling the juice of this blood-boiling grass with the nerve cords of sea kings, one could create a combat broth that instantly triples muscle activity. Rain quickly jotted down notes in his little notebook, his eyes sparkling with the light of a scientist discovering a new continent. To him, this ocean was his largest kitchen, and all enemies and allies were ingredients and diners on his menu waiting to be developed. 3 days later, the repairs on the Qinglong were finally completed. Although the ship still bore some irreparable battle scars, its overall structural strength was even higher than before. Durham used all his strength to weld double-layered alloy plates wherever possible. Now, the Qinglong resembled a black giant beast clad in heavy armor. "Captain, we can set sail," Durham shouted excitedly, standing before the newly refurbished helm, like a general about to command an invincible fleet into battle. "All right." Rocks leaped up, his voice booming like a bell. "Crew, set the sails. Set sail." Oh. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the Qinglong's power core emitted a deep rumble, and the massive ship tore through the calm of the sea, boldly setting off towards the legendary sea area teeming with powerful figures, the most dangerous waters in the world. Having bid farewell to the Whirlpool Sea, the journey ahead became exceptionally smooth. The performance of the Qinglong exceeded everyone's expectations. It glided like a moving fortress on the surface of the sea, disregarding the unpredictable weather of the first half of the Grand Line. After nearly 10 more days of sailing, the Qinglong entered a sea area shrouded in thick fog year-round. The mist here was peculiar, appearing a faint milky white, not only obstructing vision, but seemingly blocking sound and breath as well. Even Silver's observation haki was greatly limited here. "This cursed place feels off," Gat said, carrying the anchor and cautiously looking around. He sensed a thick, uncomfortable humidity in the air. Durham gripped the helm tightly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "The recording pointer has malfunctioned again. The magnetic field here is completely chaotic. It's like we're trapped in an airtight box." Just as everyone was on high alert, Silver in the lookout tower suddenly spoke, his voice as calm as ever, but with a hint of seriousness. "Straight ahead, I've spotted a ship." Everyone perked up and turned to look towards the bow. In the thick fog, a massive shadow slowly emerged, gradually becoming clearer. It was a uniquely styled, single-masted sailboat, constructed from an unknown dark wood that appeared extremely sturdy. The bow resembled a grinning skull, and on the sail was also a skull wearing a straw hat, with crossed swords as the background instead of bones. The flag was flamboyant, confident, and full of an insatiable thirst for adventure. "Roger," Rocks murmured as he looked at the flag, slowly pronouncing this name he had heard often lately. For the first time, a genuine interest appeared on his arrogant face. "Gulalala." Another guy with a D in his name. "This sea is getting livelier by the minute." Newgate also approached, grinning as he gazed at the ship. Just as the two ships were about to pass each other, a hearty laugh erupted from the other ship. Ha ha ha! You over there, you look strong. Want to come down for a drink? A man wearing a straw hat and sporting two black mustaches stood at the bow, one hand on his hip and the other holding a giant wine cup, waving at them. He looked carefree, but his eyes sparkled with a dominance rivaling that of Rocks. That laughter seemed to possess a unique penetrating power, ignoring the fog's barriers and clearly reaching the deck of the Qinglong. Gats paused for a moment, scratching his head uncertainly. Captain, is he talking to us? Does he want to invite us for a drink? No, he's provoking us. Rock's lips curled into a slow smile, one filled with aggression that a hunter shows when spotting prey. He could clearly feel that beneath the seemingly generous invitation lay a similarly arrogant desire to compete with strong opponents. This was the mutual attraction between equals, a fateful encounter between kings. Gold, Roger. Rocks whispered this name, flames of excitement burning in his eyes. He stepped forward, responding in a booming voice. We can drink, but we have to win first. Ha ha ha. Interesting. I like straightforward people like you. The man on Roger's ship burst into laughter again, downing the wine in his cup and casually tossing the giant cup behind him, where a blond man with long hair and glasses caught it steadily. Roger, don't start trouble right away. The blond man adjusted his glasses helplessly. His demeanor was calm and sharp, like a famous sword hidden in its sheath. This isn't trouble, Rayleigh. Roger grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, his gaze locking onto Rocks on the Qinglong, filled with unmasked excitement and anticipation. This is the guidance of the sea. It brought us together here for an epic battle. Gulalala. Newgate also laughed, lightly thudding his naginata on the deck, sending an invisible shockwave that dispersed some of the surrounding fog. You, my friend, are quite to my taste. The two pirate ships, representing the pinnacle of future sea power, unexpectedly encountered each other in this eerie, foggy sea, igniting a battle that would shock the world with just a few exchanged words. There was no unnecessary pre-battle mobilization or complex tactical arrangements. For beings of their caliber, the reason for battle was often as simple and pure as this. You look strong. I want to fight you. Crew. The voices of Rocks and Roger rang out almost simultaneously. Prepare for battle. Let's hold a feast. Chapter 77. Rocks Pirates versus Roger Pirates, completely different commands, yet representing the same meaning. Upon hearing the word feast, the members of the Roger Pirates not only did not show any signs of relaxation, but their eyes lit up, grabbing their weapons, bursting forth with astonishing fighting spirit. For them, battling strong opponents was the ultimate feast. On the Qinglong ship, Gats was the first to roar with excitement. Oh, oh, oh. Finally, I can stretch my muscles. He hoisted the massive anchor and leaped off the Qinglong ship like a meteor, crashing toward Roger's pirate ship. Waha, you with the axe. You look strong. Be my opponent. On Roger's ship, a similarly tall man wielding dual axes laughed heartily as he approached. He was Spat Jabba, one of Tom's disciples and Roger's right-hand man, destined to become a legendary shipwright. The two powerful warriors collided in midair, producing a thunderous sound. Charlotte Linlin, seeing the fight, perked up, licking her lips as she commanded Prometheus and Zeus, charging toward Roger's ship like a calamity, descended upon the mortal realm. Waha, your ship looks delicious. Silver's figure once again merged into the shadows, like a reaper lurking on the battlefield, searching for the perfect moment to strike. His target was the bespectacled blond man, feeling a threat from him that was as formidable and restrained as his own. An unprecedented melee erupted in this fog-laden sea. At the center of this chaos were the two captains. Rocks and Roger did not rush to engage. They merely faced each other across the sea, their equally domineering wills clashing fiercely in the air. Sila, Sila. Black-red lightning continuously erupted between them, a top-tier collision of Conqueror's Haki. The surrounding fog was completely torn apart, and the sea rose with waves as if even heaven and earth trembled at the confrontation of these two kings. Your Haki is impressive, Roger said, his smile still bright. But his gaze became incredibly sharp. Yours is as well. Rock's lips curled into a cruel arc. But soon it will submit to me. Before his words fell, Rock's figure instantly vanished. The gravity field beneath him exploded, and he shot forward like a black cannonball, tearing through the air with a punch aimed at Roger's face. Black hole. Facing this punch capable of devouring light, Roger did not evade, but laughed heartily. Good one. He drew his sword, a seemingly ordinary Western sword entwined with supreme sharpness. Without using any flashy moves, he simply channeled his fully concentrated armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki around the sword and struck forward. God avoid. The fist and sword crashed together in midair. In that instant, it felt as if all the sounds in the world were sucked away. Following, that was an explosion that could not be described in words. Centered on the two, a visible circular shockwave violently spread outwards, creating a massive depression over 1,000 meters in diameter on the sea surface. The two enormous pirate ships were pushed back hundreds of meters by the terrifying aftershock, forcing the melee on the ships to pause momentarily. Durham clung tightly to the helm, watching the ship's structure wail again from the impact, his face drained of color, crying out in despair, "It's coming again! It's coming again! My Qinglong ship! It just got repaired." On the other ship, the bespectacled blonde man, the future Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, stood firmly at the bow, using his body and sword energy to block most of the shockwave, protecting the crew behind him. However, an unprecedented seriousness appeared on his face as he gazed at the two figures like demonic gods in the distance, murmuring, "The will of D." Colliding once again? This era is truly going to be overturned by these monsters. As the smoke cleared, Rocks and Roger appeared in midair simultaneously, both evenly matched. Rocks had a shallow white mark on his fist, while Roger's sword blade trembled slightly. Waha! That was satisfying. Truly satisfying. Roger's laughter was filled with unrestrained joy. "You, my friend, are much tougher than an admiral. You too." Rocks shook his hand, his eyes growing even more excited. But the warm-up is over. The two transformed into two blurry afterimages, engaging in the most primal and intense clash on the vast sea. At that moment, an extremely out-of-place voice came through the Qinglong ship's broadcast system, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Captain, Lord Newgate, Miss Lin Lin, everyone." It's Rain's voice, calm as if taking a stroll in his backyard. "Dinner time is approaching. Today's dishes are deep-sea Dragon King, fish head stew, and golden ratio grilled ribs. Please conclude your battles within 10 minutes and return to wash your hand for dinner. Latecomers will be left behind." Rain's voice spread clearly across the battlefield, the tranquility contrasting sharply with the destructive scene around, causing everyone engaged in a fierce battle to momentarily freeze. Gats, who was engaged in a primal clash with Jabba, using the ship's anchor and dual axes, visibly slowed his movements upon hearing the words grilled ribs, his stomach rumbling uncontrollably. "Waha, you got distracted." Jabba seized the opportunity, knocking Gats back a few steps with an axe, but he too was left panting from the exertion. Meanwhile, Lin Lin, commanding Zeus and Prometheus, was in a chaotic battle with several of Roger's officers. Upon hearing the dinner signal, her enormous eyes lit up, her desire for battle instantly replaced by hunger. "Dinner! Dinner!" She cheered, abruptly abandoning her opponent and turning to fly toward the Qinglong ship, leaving Roger's crew in stunned silence. At the very center of the battlefield, the confrontation between Rocks and Roger also underwent a subtle change due to the sudden broadcast. "Hey, Rocks." Roger pressed Rocks back with his sword, a teasing smile on his face. "Your ship's cook is quite an interesting fellow, urging us to go home for dinner in the middle of a fight. I've never seen that before." "Umph, that's because you haven't tasted his cooking." Rocks snorted coldly, but his offensive did not wane. "Once I knock you down, I'll take you back to savor my victory feast." Not necessarily. The two clashed again, but the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Instead, it felt more like a relaxed sparring session between old friends. Chapter 78. Free meal on another battlefield. The clash between Whitebeard and Rayleigh was equally thrilling. Rayleigh's swordsmanship was as fast as lightning and extraordinarily exquisite, with every strike aimed at Whitebeard's vital points. Yet each time Whitebeard managed to deflect them effortlessly with his massive naginata. Whitebeard did not use the destructive powers of the Quake fruit, but instead engaged Rayleigh purely with physical techniques and Haki. He could sense that the swordsmanship of the man before him had reached a very high level, serving as the best whetstone. Your swordsmanship is impressive, Whitebeard said, striking Rayleigh away with a laugh. Your haki is impressive as well, Rayleigh replied, standing still with a steady breath. But it seems dinner time has really arrived. He could feel the combat spirit of the other side waning. At that moment, an indescribable aroma, a mix of rich meat and deep-sea seafood, wafted from the chimney of the kitchen on the Oro Jackson. The scent seemed alive, disregarding the sea breeze, and accurately penetrated the nostrils of everyone on the battlefield. Gats, who was preparing to continue the fight, dropped his anchor with a clang on the deck upon smelling the aroma. Even the fiercely battling Rocks and Roger involuntarily slowed their movements. Gulyalu. Roger's throat bobbed as he looked at Rocks, his expression turning somewhat strange. Hey Rocks, your cook skills. They smell really good. A hint of pride appeared on Rock's face as he crossed his arms, looking down at Roger. Now you know why I said you lack experience? What was supposed to be a life-and-death battle between kings took a dramatic turn due to the smell of dinner. Waha! No more fighting. No more fighting. Roger suddenly sheathed his sword and burst out laughing. He pointed at Rocks, his face showing unabashed frankness and generosity. Let's call a draw today. If we keep fighting, the booze on my ship will be shattered by your haki. And, smelling the aroma from your kitchen, I'm hungry too. This decision left everyone stunned. Roger, Rayleigh called out somewhat helplessly. What's there to fear? Roger waved his hand with a carefree smile. We can fight any time, but dinner must be eaten while it's hot. Besides, I'm very curious about the dishes made by a cook who can make this group of monsters obedient. He directly shouted towards the small cook, Rain, on the Oro Jackson. Hey, little cook over there, is there any extra food? How about sharing some with us? I'll trade you with my treasured secret brew from Roadtown. This move left the members of the Rocks Pirates dumbfounded. What kind of brain circuit does this guy have? 1 second he was fighting to the death. The next he wanted to hop on the ship for a meal? Rock's expression darkened as he looked at Roger's smiling face and coldly said, My crew's food is not something any random person can eat. Don't be so stingy. Roger directly jumped onto the side of the Oro Jackson, winking at Rocks. What's wrong with sharing a meal? We'll be friends from now on. Just as Rocks was about to punch this thick-skinned guy away, Rain's calm voice rang out again. Sure. Rain walked out from the kitchen, looking at Roger and then at Rocks. There are extra ingredients. Making a few more servings is fine. He turned to Rocks and explained in a flat tone, Captain, Mr. Dorium just telepathically informed me that if you and Captain Roger exchange another punch, there is a 93% chance that the keel of the Oro Jackson will break on the spot. I think it would be better to celebrate the launch of the new ship with a peaceful dinner. Rocks. Dorium behind the helm nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. In the end, with Rain's mediation and Roger's shameless persistence, what should have been a world-shocking peak duel transformed into a bizarre maritime dinner party that no one had anticipated. The members of Roger's Pirates, under their captain's enthusiastic invitation, half-heartedly boarded the Oro Jackson. When Rain presented the fragrant Dragon King fish head soup and perfectly roasted meat steaks, the two groups of pirates, who had just been fighting fiercely, instantly became friends, scrambling for food at the table. Waha! Delicious! This fish soup is more invigorating than all the alcohol I've ever had, Roger exclaimed, slurping the soup while mumbling praises. This meat, perfectly roasted. Little chef, come work with me. I'll make you my first mate. Rayleigh, though eating elegantly, did not slow down his pace. He looked at Rain, his eyes filled with admiration. Little brother, your understanding of cooking is beyond that of most swordsmen. Rocks and Whitebeard sat at the head of the table with dark expressions, watching their crew blend with these uninvited guests, then glancing at Rain, who was being patted on the shoulder by Roger, enthusiastically discussing how to roast sea kings with a wine aroma, feeling their authority challenged like never before. This dinner filled with laughter and food disputes continued until late at night. In the end, Roger's pirates contentedly returned to their ship with a few barrels of leftovers packed by Rain, slightly drunk. Before leaving, Roger patted Rock's shoulder vigorously, laughing. Rocks, you're a really annoying guy, but your cook is great. Next time we meet, we'll have a proper fight, and then continue the feast. As they watched Roger's ship disappear into the fog, calm returned to the deck of the Oro Jackson. Dorium was calculating the dozens of new scratches and dents from tonight with a small notebook, feeling heartbroken. Gats was holding his belly, happily reminiscing about the taste of the roasted meat. Rocks walked to the bow, looking in the direction Roger had left for a long time before letting out a cold snort. What an idiot of a man. He paused, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up slightly. However, his strength is passable. He knew that from today onwards. He had gained a rival he must surpass on this sea, as well as a opponent he could occasionally share a meal with. And all of this was just the beginning. The winds of the new world had just begun to blow. Chapter 79. 2 years later, the sails of the Roger Pirates disappeared over the horizon under the night sky, but the deck of the Qinglong was still restless. Doram was holding his precious little notebook, checking the new scratches on the ship's hull, gasping in pain, muttering to himself, while calculating the losses caused by this unexpected social event. With each addition to the numbers, his face turned paler. Gats, on the other hand, lay on the deck with his round belly, completely satisfied, still reminiscing about the deliciousness of the Dragon King fish head soup. "Burp, chef, when can we eat such amazing fish again?" Rain was methodically clearing the chaotic dining table and simply glanced at him. "When we catch the Dragon King fish next time, then let us go fishing now." Gats sprang up energetically. "Idiot." Silver's voice came from the shadow of the mast, as concise as ever. "It's a miracle to encounter that level of Sea King even once in a lifetime." At the other end of the deck, Rock stood side by side with Newgate, gazing in the direction Roger had left, silent. The sea breeze ruffled Rock's wild black hair. His expression was complex, filled with both excitement at finding a worthy opponent and a hint of displeasure. "Gula-la-la-la." Newgate's deep laughter broke the silence. "An interesting man, isn't. That guy's domineering spirit is very similar to yours, yet completely different." Rock snorted coldly, crossing his arms. "Just a lucky idiot, acting on a whim without any plan. But he managed to barely match you by relying on that whim," Newgate ruthlessly pointed out. The corner of Rock's mouth twitched, and he didn't retort. He knew Newgate was speaking the truth. Roger's strength lay not in planning or strategy, but in a pure free will that seemed capable of turning the impossible into the possible. It was a path entirely opposite to his own, yet equally standing at the pinnacle of power. "Captain." Rain had approached at some point, handing over 2 steaming cups of tea that emitted a faint herbal aroma. "Doram just used his psychic ability to tell me that if you continue to unconsciously release gravity out of anger, there's a 98% chance that the number 3 alloy armor plate on the ship's port side will completely fail due to metal fatigue." "Rocks." He took the teacup, drank it in one gulp, and the warm flow soothed the last trace of irritation in his heart. He looked at Rain's calm, unwavering eyes and suddenly smiled. "Rain, how many people like Roger do you think there are in this world?" This question made everyone present perk up their ears. Rain thought for a moment and calmly replied, "Based on the current distribution map of ingredients I have, we've explored less than 5 of the Grand Line. And most of the known legendary ingredients reside in those remote places or are guarded by powerful forces. Places that can produce top-tier ingredients naturally can also produce top-tier powerhouses. This sea is far larger than we imagine." Rain's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in everyone's hearts. Yes, although they had gained fame, it was still just the beginning for this vast world. "Wahaha! Well said." The fire of ambition reignited in Rock's eyes as he crushed the teacup in his hand, spreading his arms wide as if to embrace the entire starry sky. "Listen up, everyone. There are countless sights we haven't seen, spirits we haven't drunk, strong opponents we haven't fought, and ingredients we haven't tasted." His gaze swept over every crew member, his voice booming like a bell. "From today on, our goal is to reach the end of the world, to trample all those who stand in our way, to gather all the top treasures of this sea." Oh! Gats was the first to roar in excitement, raising the ship's anchor as if he could already see countless powerful opponents and mountains of roasted meat. Newgate's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. He yearned to clash with stronger opponents and to have a home that could carry his dreams. Although Silver and Doram didn't voice their excitement, their tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling bodies revealed their inner thrill. Thus, an unexpected encounter with the Roger Pirates not only did not stop this group of monsters, but became a catalyst for their advancement to a broader stage. The voyage of the Qinglong began anew. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. 2 years was enough for a hungry infant to learn to run, and for a newborn beast to reveal its world-shaking fangs. The Rocks Pirates, a name that had become a superstorm sweeping across the world in these 2 years. During these 2 years, they visited the legendary Sky Island, where Gats excitedly fought with the Sky Knights, only to be shot down by angry residents after consuming half a year's worth of pumpkin production from Angel Island. Rain harvested a large number of rare plants and shellfish ingredients there and successfully created a dedicated ingredient guide for the Sky Island region. They also dived into the depths of Fishman Island, where Charlotte Linlin nearly stayed forever, captivated by the colorful dessert factory, but was eventually persuaded to leave by Rocks, who promised Rain he would replicate all the desserts for her. Newgate, on the other hand, experienced a vague yearning for the concept of coexistence among races for the first time there. They even broke into Wano country, a mysterious nation that had closed its doors to the outside world. Rain learned new cooking techniques and gained a deeper understanding of Japanese cuisine in that land filled with Eastern charm, elevating his culinary skills once again. Each adventure was accompanied by earth-shattering battles and incredible gains. Rocks' Conqueror's haki became increasingly solid. He no longer needed to act. As a mere glance could make the king of an island submit. The aura of a king he exuded began to take on a true semblance of ruling over the world. Newgate's shock fruit abilities were developed to a new height. He no longer simply pursued destruction, but learned to control it more intricately. He could shatter the sea with one punch or condense the shockwave's power to silently crush an enemy's bones from within. He became more like a father figure to the crew, always protecting everyone at critical moments, even if he didn't say so. Under Rain's consistent and careful feeding over the 2 years, Charlotte Linlin's frequency of craving attacks significantly decreased, and her emotions stabilized much more. Her power became more controllable, and Prometheus and Zeus grew stronger by consuming the thunderclouds of Sky Island and the foxfire of Wano country. Chapter 80. Crystal Garden. Gats's physique had been honed through countless battles and the nourishing medicinal dishes from Ryan, making him as formidable as a true primordial giant beast. His pure strength could even contend with some warriors of the giant race. Silver, on the other hand, had perfectly integrated his assassination techniques with Observation Haki. He could merge into shadows and transform into a gentle breeze, becoming the most fearsome ghost in the dark world. As for the shipwright, Dolam, the past 2 years have been a mix of pain and joy. The Qinglong had undergone major repairs 17 times and minor repairs over 300 times, with nearly all its components replaced. However, this had allowed Dolam's shipbuilding skills to advance by leaps and bounds. He absorbed the propulsion techniques from Sky Island, the coding processes from Fishman Island, and the seastone reinforcement methods from Wano country. He transformed the Qinglong into a truly unique mobile fortress on the sea, and his name, as the Iron Wall, resonated across the seas. Of course, all of this could not be separated from that little kitchen. Ryan's life over the past 2 years seemed plain. Every day he either researched new ingredients or prepared 3 meals a day for this group of monsters. But only he knew that these 2 years were the golden period for his rapid culinary growth. Ryan's ingredient encyclopedia had expanded to an astonishing level, documenting and analyzing everything from the cloud shells of Sky Island to the lantern fish of the deep sea, from the cherry blossoms of Wano to various exotic flowers and plants of the New World. His culinary level had rapidly increased through feasts cooked with legendary ingredients. Host, Ryan, culinary level. Master, 1 900 0002 000 culinary points, 850 000, with just another 100,000 experience points. Ryan would break through once again and step into an entirely new realm. Ryan was no longer just a simple chef. He had become the true heart and engine of this dominant ship. The Rocks Pirates naturally attracted the highest level of vigilance from the world government and Navy. Over the past 2 years, their friction had never ceased. The Navy headquarters had dispatched elite fleets led by top generals to encircle them multiple times. However, the final results were all failures of encirclement, causing the world government and the 5 elders to reach their peak of fear regarding Rocks. They realized that conventional military power could no longer stop the rise of this behemoth. A much larger and crazier plan was quietly brewing among the powers of Mariewa. At this moment on the Qinglong, A daily farce, triggered by the last piece of roasted meat, was unfolding. Lingling, you've already eaten 30 plates. This last piece is mine. Gats glared at the mountain-like Charlotte Lingling, holding a huge plate. Gats, a good child, wouldn't snatch food from a lady. Lingling licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with a craving for food. Just as the two were about to clash, Ryan emerged holding a pot of soup that emitted a strange aroma. Freshly made, calm Sea King soup. Who wants to be the first to taste it? I. Gats and Lingling instantly became allies, raising their hands in unison. These days were noisy, chaotic, yet filled with irreplaceable vitality. Unbeknownst to them, the Qinglong sailed into a miraculous sea area known to the world as the Crystal Garden. The water here was as clear as liquid gemstones, with crystal islands of various sizes floating on the surface, shimmering with colorful lights. Sunlight filtered through these natural crystal prisms, refracting countless brilliant rainbows on the sea surface, making the entire world appear to be wrapped in a giant kaleidoscope. Beautiful, yet harboring hidden dangers. Wow, so beautiful. Gats leaned over the ship's railing, watching the schools of fish made of crystal swimming in the water, his eyes shining with curiosity. Chef, can we eat these fish? Are they crunchy? The bodies of crystal fish were composed of high-density energy crystals and could not be consumed directly. Ryan calmly recorded the data, but their cores contained pure light element energy, which is a key material for making certain legendary seasonings. The recording pointer lost its direction here, as all magnetic forces were interfered with by the energy fields of these crystal islands. Dolam gripped the helm tightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Weavy stumbled into a giant crystal maze. One misstep could lead to a shipwreck. These crystal islands were not stationary. They floated in this sea area in a slow and irregular trajectory, constantly changing positions and forming a natural, eternally shifting maze. Interesting, Rock said, standing at the bow, looking at this sea full of unknowns and challenges, a hunter-like smile appearing on his face. The more beautiful a place, the more likely it hides top-tier prey. Their target was the legendary Eternal Heart at the center of this crystal garden. A perfect crystal the size of a fist that could only be born at points of pure energy convergence. According to Ryan's ingredient encyclopedia, the energy contained in the Eternal Heart was sufficient to elevate any dish to perfection, making it the most perfect legendary ingredient that could provide him with the final 100,000 experience points. Silver, can you locate the central island? Rocks asked. The energy field here is too chaotic. Observation Haki is greatly interfered with. Silver's voice came from the lookout. But I can feel that all the energy seems to flow in one direction, just as the Qinglong cautiously navigated in the direction of the energy flow. Weaving between the gaps of the crystal islands, an unexpected event occurred. The calm sea surface suddenly rippled violently without warning, and then dozens of thick, pure crystal spikes shot up from the seafloor, resembling the open jaws of a giant beast, fiercely stabbing towards the bottom of the Qinglong. Watch out, Dolam shouted, quickly turning the helm. The massive body of the Qinglong slid at a perilous angle, narrowly avoiding most of the crystal spikes' attack. However, a few spikes still grazed the ship's side, leaving deep scratches on the solid alloy armor, producing a teeth-grating friction sound. What the hell? Gats roared, ready to jump into the sea with the anchor. Don't be impulsive. Newgate held him back, his gaze fixed on the water below. There's something down there. Beneath the clear water, a massive shadow slowly emerged, almost merging with the crystal islands. It was a terrifying giant beast over 1,000 meters long, its body entirely made of crystal, resembling a giant crab, with the dozens of crystal spikes being its shell. At this moment, it was swinging two giant pincers made of complete crystal, like mountains, once again smashing towards the Qinglong. The Crystal King Crab, the guardian of the Crystal Garden. Ryan's tone remained calm, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Legend has it that its crab roe is solidified light, and its crab meat is flowing rainbows. A phantom ingredient that exists only in legends on the Ingredient Encyclopedia. Chapter 81. Crystal King Crab. It sounds delicious. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips and urged Prometheus and Zeus to charge forward. Emperor's Sword, Broken Blade. The massive flaming blade collided violently with the crystal pincers, producing a deafening roar. However, the seemingly fragile crystal pincers were surprisingly hard, leaving only a shallow white mark from Lin's full force strike. Instead, the other giant pincer of the crystal king crab swept towards Lin, forcing her to dodge awkwardly. Gulalala, this guy's shell is really tough. Newgate laughed heartily and joined the battle. He threw a punch, and a white shockwave spread through the water, crashing forcefully against the crystal king crab's shell. Crack! This time, a crack finally appeared on the hard shell, but the terrifying beast merely shook its body, seemingly unharmed. It opened its massive mouth, and a destructive beam of high-density light energy shot out, targeting the bridge of the Qinglong ship. Heavenly might! Rocks snorted coldly, and a tremendous repulsive force erupted from him, forcefully pushing the destructive beam aside. The beam struck a distant crystal island, shattering it to pieces. A hunting battle over the illusory ingredient erupted in this beautiful yet dangerous crystal garden. However, just as the Rocks Pirates were engaged in fierce combat with the Crystal King Crab, another group of uninvited guests quietly appeared. In the shadow of a massive crystal island in the distance, a completely black submarine, shaped like a ghost, slowly surfaced. On the deck stood several figures, with the leader being a man wearing a monocle, exuding elegance but radiating a dangerous aura. He was observing the distant battle with great interest through a telescope. Hey. What an unexpected surprise. I didn't expect the Rocks Pirates to show up here. A playful smile crept across the man's lips. The Crystal King Crab, the Eternal Heart. It seems our goals align. Captain, shall we take action? One subordinate asked. No, not yet. The man waved his hand, a calculating glint in his eyes. Let them fight first. When they are both wounded, we will reap the fruits of victory. Rocks Pirates, allow me, the Phantom Baloric raid field, to teach you a lesson titled When the Clam and the Snipe Fight, the Fisherman Benefits. This man would later be known as the Solitary Red, a legendary pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard. At this moment, he had yet to reach his peak, but was already showcasing his cunning and powerful tyrant nature. A scheme of a lurking predator was quietly unfolding. The strength of the Crystal King Crab exceeded everyone's expectations. It not only had unparalleled defensive capabilities, but could also manipulate surrounding crystals to launch attacks, and even absorb sunlight for self-repair, resembling a living, indestructible mobile fortress. The battle lasted for several hours. The hull of the Qinglong ship was covered in numerous wounds, and Dorum was crying in pain on the side. The anchor of Gatz's ship had several gashes, and Charlotte Lin was panting heavily. Even Newgate's shockwaves could only inflict limited damage on the opponent's shell. Where exactly is this guy's weakness? Rocks frowned as he used gravity to pull in flying crystal fragments. Its core, the Eternal Heart, is located in the thickest part of its shell. Rain's voice came from the kitchen. He had somehow set up a huge iron pot, boiling something that emitted a pungent, spicy sweet odor. Although its shell is hard, it is essentially an energy crystal, lacking resistance to specific high-frequency vibrations and strong acidic substances. As Rain spoke, he poured a bucket of Tears of the Demon, a sake brought from Ueno, specifically used for brewing strong liquor, into the pot. Newgate, please use your strongest vibrations to continuously attack the hexagonal crystal shell right in the center of its head. Miss Lin, please use Prometheus's flames to heat this specially made melting sauce to the limit. Then follow my instructions to pour it onto its wound. Rain's commands were concise and clear, filled with undeniable authority. Newgate and Lin exchanged glances. Although they didn't understand what this little chef was up to, they immediately complied out of trust in Rain. Gulalala, let's give it a try. Newgate took a deep breath, pushing the power of the tremor fruit to its limits, his fists covered in an unprecedented, almost tangible white halo. Tremor Emperor. He struck with both fists, sending two highly condensed shockwaves crashing down onto the hardest part of the Crystal King Crab's shell. This time, a crisp cracking sound finally echoed, and a deep crack appeared on the hexagonal shell. The Crystal King Crab let out a painful roar, its massive body shaking violently. Now's the time. Miss Lin, leave it to me. Lin, commanding Prometheus, suddenly lifted the pot of boiling, oddly scented sauce. pouring it like a scalding waterfall directly onto the crack. Sizzle. A sharp sound like hot oil splashing onto ice rang out, accompanied by a thick cloud of white smoke. The indestructible crystal shell, upon contact with the sauce, melted and softened as if corroded by strong acid, revealing the dazzling, pulsating eternal heart beneath. Wahaha! Well done! Rocks seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his figure vanishing in an instant. Black Emperor, starburst. He unleashed a punch infused with all his haki and gravity, striking fiercely into the melted gap. Boom! A muffled, thunderous sound erupted from within the crystal king crab, followed by countless beams of colorful light bursting forth from the fissures in its body, as if a sun had exploded inside it. The next moment, this guardian that had occupied the crystal garden for countless years collapsed into a shower of crystalline fragments, scattering across the sea. A fist-sized, softly glowing perfect crystal flew out from the shattered core, caught in Rox's hand. "We did it!" Gats shouted excitedly. However, just as they were celebrating their victory, dark, phantom-like slashes silently attacked from all directions, targeting the exhausted Newgate and Lin, as well as Rocks, who held the eternal heart, finally unable to hold back. The mouse hiding in the back attacks. Rocks snorted coldly, not looking back, and swung his hand, the tremendous repulsive force dispersing most of the slashes. But still, a few cuts broke through the defense, heading for the others. In this critical moment, a silver figure appeared before everyone like a ghost. Phantom, thousand-fold spear. Silver's spear danced into a seamless silver barrier, blocking all the stray slashes. Chapter 82, Promotion Unrivaled Cooking Skills. The figure of Phantom Baloric Laidfield leaped from the submarine, hovering in mid-air with a hint of surprise on his face. "Oh, quick reaction. It seems I underestimated you." The solitary red? Newgate recognized the suddenly appearing man. "You want to get a piece of the pie too?" "No, not a piece of the pie." Laidfield elegantly adjusted his monocle, a determined smile on his face. "I'm here to take it all." His aura suddenly surged, rivaling that of Rocks and Newgate. "Just right. Having dealt with that big crab, I'll use you as dessert." Rocks tossed the eternal heart to Rain, flexing his wrists, his fighting spirit rising. A top-tier battle of overlords seemed imminent. However, at that moment, everyone caught a whiff of an unprecedented, almost soul-elevating wondrous fragrance. Rain, who had returned to the kitchen unbeknownst to anyone, placed the eternal heart at the center of a crystal pot, then arranged the freshly hunted, tender crab meat and crab roe around it. He did not ignite the fire, merely dropping a drop of his own blood onto the eternal heart. Buzz! The eternal heart radiated a brilliant light. A pure energy surged forth, instantly cooking the surrounding crab meat and roe at low temperature. Strands of colorful light, like auroras, rose from the pot, the aroma causing everyone present, including the imperious Laidfield, to involuntarily pause, revealing expressions of ecstasy. "My dish is called Heartlight Rainbow." Rain's voice calmly rang out. "To celebrate the upcoming promotion, today, let's feast." That meal became an eternal legend that could never be surpassed in everyone's hearts. Laidfield ultimately couldn't resist the temptation and, under Rock's invitation to eat before the fight, reluctantly boarded the ship. When he took the first bite of the seemingly luminous crab meat, this future legendary pirate couldn't help but shed 2 tears, as if he saw his long-lost youth and comrades. In the end, this conspiracy turned into a bizarre culinary exchange at sea. After a hearty meal, Laidfield looked at the invigorated members of the Rocks Pirates, seemingly strengthened, and then glanced at the calm child cleaning the kitchenware, ultimately shaking his head with a bitter smile, driving his submarine away. He knew that with this chef around, he could never wait for this group of monsters to mutually destroy each other. At the moment he left, a long-awaited system prompt echoed in Rain's mind. Ding! Detected host cooking legendary ingredient Eternal Heart and mythical ingredient Crystal King Crab, resulting in super spec enhancement for all members of the Rocks Pirates and solitary Red Baloric Laidfield. Gaining massive experience points. Ding! Master level cooking experience points are full 2,000,002,000,000. Promoting. Promotion successful. Congratulations. Host cooking level has been upgraded to unrivaled. Unrivaled cooking skills. The way follows nature. The host's understanding of cooking has transcended the level of technique. Entering the realm of the Tao, one sand is a world, one leaf is a Bodhi. Even the most ordinary ingredients can be transformed into supreme delicacies in the host's hands. Ding! Congratulations! Host has been promoted to unrivaled. Spirit and physique have received a significant boost, unlocking a new exclusive domain, the Kingdom of Food. Kingdom of Food. Beginner the host consider themselves to unfold a domain with a radius of 50 meters. Within the domain, the host is the rule, and can arbitrarily change the texture of materials, such as turning steel soft as tofu, making air thick as soup. At the same time, friendly units within the domain will continuously gain satiety and invigorating effects, while enemy units will constantly feel hunger and fatigue. Note, this ability consumes a lot. Please use it cautiously. Ding! Congratulations, host has been promoted to unrivaled, rewarded with 300,000 cooking points, unlocking the unrivaled exclusive exchange list in the system store, and obtain the unrivaled recipe. Shanhai Jing, Chapter of Exotic Beasts. A vast amount of information burst forth in Rain's mind like a cosmic explosion, his consciousness seemingly breaking free from the constraints of his body, resonating with this sea and this world in a marvelous way. He could feel the salinity of every drop of seawater, hear the breath of volcanoes on distant islands, and see the trajectory of light traveling through the atmosphere. When Rain opened his eyes again, his gaze remained calm, but beneath that calmness was a depth that seemed to comprehend all things. Rocks and Newgate exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They felt that, although Rain looked unchanged on the surface, his life essence seemed to have undergone a leap, becoming as unfathomable as the sea itself. Chef, you. Gats scratched his head, feeling a primal awe he only felt in front of the captain when facing Rain. Rain did not explain, merely picked up a piece of alloy scrap shattered by the crystal king crab from the deck and gently squeezed it. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, that incredibly hard special alloy was easily kneaded and deformed like dough at his fingertips, finally transforming into a vivid mini-skewer model. Just deepen my understanding of power a bit more. Rain casually discarded the model, calmly saying, "This is no longer a matter of just a little. This is a qualitative change." The members of the Rocks Pirates looked at Rain, and a ridiculous thought simultaneously surfaced in their minds. On this ship, the one you absolutely cannot provoke is probably not the captain, but this seemingly harmless head chef. Meanwhile, at Mariehua, the Holy Land, among the powers, 5 old men with auras as obscure as the abyss were seated around a round table, the atmosphere as heavy as ancient ice. In front of them lay a thick stack of top-secret reports detailing all actions of the Rocks Pirates over the past 2 years. Manipulating the strategist Crane and Zephyr fought to a standstill, and according to the latest intelligence from CP0, they had just encountered the solitary Red Ladefield in the Crystal Garden, managing to retreat unscathed, even turning the legendary Guardian, the Crystal King Crab, into their meal. The bald elder with the original Demon Slayer gripped the report, his voice hoarse as he read each line, the temperature in the room dropping with every statement. The most critical point is that according to our informants in the Dark World, the strength growth rate of the Rocks Pirates members has completely exceeded common sense. The elder with the long white beard spoke solemnly. 2 years ago, they were merely a significant threat, but now, each one possesses strength comparable to that of the Navy headquarters admirals, or even beyond. This is absolutely abnormal. The problem lies with that chef. The golden-haired elder slammed the table, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Chapter 83. The Chef of God, Bounty 3 billion berries. All the intelligence points to him. The chef named Rain possesses a devil fruit ability that can make his companions infinitely stronger through cooking. His existence has shattered the balance of power. The will of D, combined with this unheard of supportive ability, if left unchecked, history from 800 years ago will repeat itself. We cannot wait any longer. The sword-wielding Elder Stars stood up, their eyes cold as blades. We must use our ultimate means to uproot this tumor that can overturn the world. Send the order down, gather all naval forces, and at the same time, contact Joel D. Roger. to inform him that the existence of rocks is not only a threat to us, but also his greatest obstacle on the road ahead. We will prepare a grand, irresistible stage for them on this sea, a final graveyard. The decision of the Elder Stars foreshadows a huge conspiracy that will shake the world is about to unfold. And the tremor of the world soon reached the Qinglong ship in another way. On this day, a news bird, in a nearly suicidal manner, screeched as it dropped a stack of brand new bounty notices onto the deck, then fled for its life without looking back. When Gats curiously picked up those beautifully printed bounty notices, exuding the fragrance of ink, the entire Qinglong ship fell into a deathly silence, followed by an explosive uproar of laughter. The bounty amount surged to an unprecedented level, enough to leave the entire world speechless. Uhobdi. Jibek. Bounty 5,490,000,000 berries. Crime of world subversion. His existence itself is the highest provocation to the world government. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. Bounty 4,880,000,000 berries. Crime. Possessing the power to destroy the world. The wings of rocks. Extremely dangerous. Charlotte Linlin. Big Mom. Bounty 4,530,000,000 berries. Crime. A walking natural disaster. Her destructive power is comparable to ancient weapons. Even Gats, Silver, and Dorm's bounties broke the 1 billion barrier, officially joining the ranks of great pirates. But the most eye-catching was Rain's bounty notice. In the photo, he was calmly holding a pot of cooking, radiating colorful light, with a shattered crystal king crab in the background. Chef of God Rain. Bounty 3 billion berries. Crime. Heart of the Rocks Pirates. Ability unknown. Suspected to possess a devil fruit ability that creates miracles. Strategic threat level equal to Captain Rocks. Must be captured alive at all costs. This number and this evaluation made Rain the highest valued chef in the world in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha. 3 billion. It seems the old guys in the world government finally recognize value. Gats, holding his new bounty notice, grinned broadly. Rocks looked at his bounty amount, his expression filled with contemptuous pride. He casually tossed aside his bounty notice, his gaze penetrating the endless waves, looking towards a distant horizon where there seemed to be an island hidden by the gods. Boys, the celebration feast can begin. Rock's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a sense of impending pressure. After this meal, we will pull those self-proclaimed gods down from their thrones. The storm of the bounty notices stirred the waters like a giant stone thrown into the sea, with ripples that lingered for a long time. On the Qinglong ship, the heat of the celebration feast was even more intense than the sunlight in the Crystal Garden. Gats was running around the deck with his new bounty notice of 1.2 billion berries, showing it off to everyone he met. Newgate's laughter echoed through the skies as he stuck the bounty notice featuring his majestic figure on a barrel, declaring it the only label for the best vintage wine he had ever drunk. Anyone who dared to touch it would taste the power of the quake fruit. Charlotte Linlin didn't have much concept of money, but she knew that her bounty of 4.5 billion was a big number. So, she confidently ordered Rain to prepare all the desserts for the next month, ranging from lava chocolate volcano cake to deep-sea pearl mousse, without any duplicates. Rain simply nodded calmly and quietly noted it down in his notebook. Charlotte Linlin, symptoms of high-calorie dessert dependency worsening. Need to develop new low-sugar, high-energy alternatives to prevent structural obesity of the ship. Only Rocks sat alone at the bow of the ship, playing with his bounty notice featuring his proud smile, yet there was not much joy on his face. 5,490,000,000. This number was indeed enough to leave the world speechless, but felt more like a death warrant, a declaration of war from the world government. In the past 2 years, although they had roamed the seas and seemed to be thriving, that feeling of being chased by the Navy and the world government's lackeys ultimately made him feel weary. He, Roxy Jibek, was a man destined to become the king of the world, not a rat hiding and dodging. Captain, what are you thinking about? Rain had come over at some point, offering a cup of hot tea brewed from Sky Island's calming herbs. I was thinking about when I could set fire to the home of those guys who print this worthless paper. Rocks took the tea, drank it in one gulp, his tone slightly irritated. Rain did not respond, just calmly gazed at the distant horizon. At that moment, Silver on the lookout suddenly spoke, his voice as calm as ever. At 9 o'clock, something is approaching underwater at high speed, It's not a sea king, it's mechanical. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea on the left side of the Qinglong ship suddenly exploded, and a uniquely shaped, black shark-like single-man submarine broke through the surface. The hatch opened, and a man in a black suit and mask stood inside, holding a peculiar device that resembled a trumpet. Rocks Jibek, on the orders of the world government. I have come to confirm your location. Surrender. You are already surrounded. The man's voice came through the loudspeaker, filled with a mechanical chill. Gats, who was in high spirits, was interrupted and immediately furious. What the hell? Surrounded? Just you little iron fish? He picked up an anchor to attack, but Rocks waved him off to stop. Rocks looked at the CP agent, a dangerously sly smile appearing on his face. Oh, surrounded? Where are your men? The agent seemed not to expect this reaction. Stunned for a moment, then sneered. The Navy's encirclement will arrive in 3 hours. You won't be able to escape. 3 hours? Rock seemed to have heard the funniest joke. So right now it's just you here? Confirming the target's location is my mission. My mission has already. The agent's words were cut short as his pupils suddenly constricted. Rocks had disappeared from the bow of the ship at some point, and the next second, he appeared like a ghost in front of the submarine, one hand casually pressing down on the agent's head. Chapter 84. The next target, Mary Geo's mission? Rock's voice was like the whisper of a demon. Your mission is to tell me everything you know about the world government and the Navy. The CP agent wanted to resist, but an irresistible force emanated from Rock's palm, making him feel as if his soul was being pulled from his body, and the world before him instantly fell into darkness. Minutes later, Rocks returned to the Orochi, casually squeezing the now mindless CP agent and his submarine into an iron ball and throwing it into the sea. A bunch of annoying flies. Rocks clapped his hands, but the irritation on his face grew more intense. He knew this was just the beginning. Such harassment would only be endless from now on. Captain, Dorium's voice trembled slightly as he had just read the CP agent's shallow memories through telepathy. He's telling the truth. The Navy headquarters has assembled 3 fleets, surrounding us from 3 directions. They are using the latest sea stone chains to try to trap us in this sea. The atmosphere on the deck instantly became tense. Ha! What are we afraid of? Bring it on. Gats still had that fearless demeanor. Newgate shook his barrel, his eyes filled with battle intent. Gulalala, just right, I haven't moved my muscles in a while. No, Rock's voice interrupted them. He slowly walked to the center of the deck, his gaze sweeping over every crew member, his deep eyes burning with an unprecedented, crazy flame. I've had enough. Rock's voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a sense of impending pressure. I've had enough of being chased around, enough of these self-righteous lackeys buzzing around us. We are pirates, kings who aspire to stand at the pinnacle of the world, not prey to be hunted down. Rock spread his arms as if to embrace the entire sea, his voice suddenly rising like thunder. Rather than passively waiting for them to set traps, let's take the initiative and stab a knife deep into their hearts. He suddenly turned, pointing to the map at the sacred land surrounded by the Red Line, a place all navigators regarded as taboo. Listen up, everyone. Our next target is not a Navy branch, nor a certain kingdom, but the lair of those self-proclaimed gods, Mary Geos. I want the whole world to see whether the so-called gods will bleed under our iron hooves. I want those old geezers of the 5 elders to know that the times have changed. This declaration was like tossing a lit explosive into a calm oil pot. Gats's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg, his expression shifting from combative to fervent. Newgate's pupils shrank sharply and then erupted into thunderous laughter. Gulalala. Interesting. So, we're going to topple their lair? Rocks, you have more guts than the Sea Kings. Charlotte Linlin licked her lips, her eyes filled with excitement. I've heard the desserts there are the best in the world. Even a usually calm Silver's hand holding the spear trembled slightly with excitement. Dorium rolled his eyes back, nearly fainting on the spot. To attack Mary Geos? This isn't something that can be solved by repairing a ship. This is like hitting a planet with an egg. Captain, are you serious? Dorium's voice was trembling. Of course. Rock's smile was filled with undeniable dominance. He looked at the previously silent Rain. Chef, what do you think? Rain was wiping his kitchen knife. Hearing this, he raised his head, and for the first time, a hint of anticipation appeared on his calm face. I'm not interested in their throne. Rain paused and added, I just want to know if meat roasted over celestial dragons would taste better. As soon as he said this, the entire place fell silent. Then, Rocks burst into laughter louder than ever before. Ha ha, good, as expected of my chef. He waved his hand, his voice resonating like a bell. Everyone, the celebration feast is over. Back to your posts. Dorium, adjust the course, full speed ahead. In a month, we will make the sacred fire of Mary Geos our bonfire for the victory feast. Thus, while the entire world's Navy and intelligence agencies thought the Rocks Pirates would choose to avoid the spotlight and bide their time, this black giant ship carrying a group of future maritime overlords turned its proud bow, like a dark spear about to pierce the heart of the gods. Boldly sailing towards the center of the world, a storm that would shock the world was brewing. 1 month later, Red Line. This massive red rock stretched across the entire world like an insurmountable chasm, dividing the seas. At its highest point above the clouds lay a city regarded by the world as the abode of the gods, Mary Geos. This was the highest power center of the world government, the divine realm where the celestial dragons resided. For 800 years, no mortal had dared to act recklessly here. However, today, this peace that had lasted for 800 years would be completely shattered. A gigantic shadow rose in an incredible manner from the sea below the red line. It was the Orochi, with Rock's terrifying ability to distort gravity and Newgate's power capable of shaking the continent. This massive maritime fortress was forcibly lifted to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Like a black dragon breaking free from the Earth's shackles. It appeared on the outskirts of Mary Geos. Enemy attack. It's the Rocks Pirates, the soldiers on guard. Seeing the gigantic pirate ship that had appeared out of nowhere, were terrified, and a piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the entire sacred land. Ha ha ha! Everyone, deliver a grand gift to these high and mighty folks. Rock stood at the bow of the ship, arms wide open, laughing heartily. Dorium was already at the helm, his eyes flashing with madness as he yanked down the cannon's firing lever. Orochi roars. The ferocious dragon mouth at the bow suddenly opened wide, and a beam of destructive energy, condensed from the ship's power, burst forth, violently striking the enormous golden gate, symbolizing the glory of the world's nobility. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the golden gate, capable of withstanding an all-out strike from a Navy admiral, melted and penetrated like paper before the main cannon of the Orochi, leaving a massive, distorted hole. The shockwave from the explosion swept through, flattening dozens of magnificent buildings around. For the first time in 800 years, Mary Geos was ignited by the flames of war. Chapter 85. The Kingdom of Food Kill. Gats was the first to jump off the ship, carrying an anchor. His massive body landed on the pristine marble floor, directly creating 2 gigantic spiderweb-like cracks. Charlotte Linlin followed closely behind, commanding Prometheus and Zeus, bringing disaster as flames and lightning intertwined, setting the attacking guards ablaze. The houses here smell so sweet. Newgate wielded his Naginata and unleashed a sea quake, sending invisible shockwaves spreading outward, causing the ground ahead to violently churn like a lake struck by stones, with entire buildings collapsing in thunderous crashes. Silver's figure blended into the shadows, moving like a reaper on the edge of the battlefield. His spear always finding the most elusive angles to precisely dismantle enemy command points and weapon systems. An unprecedented offensive and defensive battle erupted at the center of the world. Rain stood calmly on the deck of the Qinglong, observing everything. His observation haki had already enveloped the entire battlefield, but he wasn't focused on the victory or defeat of any individual. Instead, he was paying attention to the flow of the entire battle. He saw countless CP0 members in black suits pouring out from the shadows of Panga City, as well as several powerful Navy officers leading elite troops from various directions. However, he did not see those familiar figures. Akainu, Akiji, Kizuru had not yet appeared. Rain pondered to himself. It seems they haven't joined the Navy yet. They're still just a bunch of kids. This was good news for him. Just as Rain was observing the battlefield, 3 immensely powerful presences soared from the direction of Panga City, instantly locking onto Rocks, Newgate, and Linlin. They were the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters. Leading them was a burly man with a stern face, exuding an aura of steel, his arms gleaming with a metallic sheen, clearly a user of a metal-related ability. Steel Arm Walter. Beside him was a tall, slender man with an effeminate demeanor and pitch-black nails, surrounded by a purple, poisonous mist. Poison Dragon.Ferdinand. The last one was an elderly man who appeared kind-hearted, holding a massive plant whose vines danced around him as if alive. Senrobak. These were the three admirals of the Navy, aside from the newly appointed Admiral Zifa, each possessing terrifying power capable of suppressing an entire sea. At that moment, Steelbone Kong, Zifa, Sengoku, and Garp were all on missions and could not return in a short time. Of course, they could never have predicted that the Rocks Pirates would dare to launch an attack on the Holy Land, man.. Rocks, you scum dare to touch the Holy Land. Today is your end. Steel Arm Walter roared, his arms metallicized, charging like a cannonball towards Rocks. Rocks looked at the charging three admirals, his smile growing more sinister. And? No, for you, this is just the beginning. He charged towards Walter, their fists colliding in midair with a deafening boom. Newgate faced off against Senrobak, with the power of tremors clashing fiercely against endless vines. Linlin joyfully engaged Poison Dragon.Ferdinand, flames and poison coloring half the sky in bizarre hues. The top-tier battle erupted instantly. Rain watched the earth-shattering scene of combat and then glanced at the surrounding guards, who, though fearless, were vastly outmatched by the Rocks Pirates. He knew it was time to add some of his own seasoning to this feast. He slowly raised his right hand, an invisible domain that only he could perceive quietly expanding from the Qinglong, instantly enveloping the battlefield within a radius of 50 meters. Kingdom of Food. Within the domain, rain was the rule. Those impenetrable defense walls forged from special alloys suddenly became as weak as tofu before Gatz's anchor, easily shattered with a sweep. The air thickened like a dense soup, making the speed-oriented CP0 members feel as if they were stuck in a quagmire, their movements slow and full of openings. Meanwhile, the members of the Rocks Pirates felt a surge of power, as if they had just enjoyed the finest feast, their fatigue swept away and their fighting spirit soaring. What is happening? My body. A CP0 member was horrified to discover that his proud Soru could not be activated, the air beneath his feet too thick to move. Ha ha ha. These walls are as brittle as cookies, Gatz shouted excitedly, feeling his strength increasing. This was the first display of Rain's unlocked domain ability from his unparalleled culinary skills in actual combat. It could not directly cause harm, but could alter the rules of the entire battlefield in the most unreasonable way, wildly tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Rain stood at the center of the domain, like a god controlling everything, calmly watching it all unfold. He knew that this battle for the Holy Land would end in a way completely different from the original tale because of his presence. The Kingdom of Food's activation instantly changed the direction of the entire battlefield. The Navy and CP units, who could have relied on their numbers and geographical advantages to maneuver against the Rocks Pirates, were now plunged into chaos and despair. The solid defensive structures crumbled like paper before Gatz, whose massive anchor stirred up a storm of rubble and screams with every swing. Silver thrived in the thick air, the speed-diminished CP0 members becoming live targets in his eyes, each thrust of his spear bringing down a powerful enemy. Dorium even drifted the Qinglong along the streets of man., the sturdy ship becoming even more indestructible under the influence of the Kingdom of Food, smashing through magnificent buildings. He even had the leisure to telepathically complain to Rain, "Chef, can you not direct this ability at the ship? I feel like the keel is about to turn to noodles." Meanwhile, at the highest point of the battlefield, the three admirals also sensed that something was amiss. My vines, their activity is decreasing. Senrobak was horrified to find that the resilient plants he had nurtured became exceptionally fragile in the face of Newgate shockwaves. Even their recovery speed slowed down several times. The toxins in the air are being dissipated. Poison Dragon.Ferdinand exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that his prized poison was being burned away completely by Lin's flames. Only Steel Arm Walter, with his pure, powerful armament Haki and metallic body, continued to fight fiercely against Rocks. However, he also felt his stamina depleting at an abnormal rate. as if he were in a massive field of hunger. Chapter 86. The world's most notorious criminal. It's that chef. Walter's gaze pierced through the chaotic battlefield, locking onto the terrifyingly calm child on the deck of the Qinglong. Eliminate him. He roared orders to the CP-0 troops below. However, it was in vain. Ha ha, Walter, dare you to be distracted while fighting me? Rocks seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, his offense suddenly becoming ferocious. Black Emperor, Starfall. He unleashed a punch infused with all his haki and gravitational force, slamming it hard into Walter's chest. Walter hurriedly crossed his arms to block, his metallic arms covered with the highest grade of armament haki. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted at the point of contact, followed by countless black-red lightning bolts shooting out. Walter's proud steel defense cracked like a spider's web under this punch, and he was sent flying back as if struck by a meteor, spewing blood and crashing into the city wall of Pangu, creating a massive human-shaped hole. Go-la-la-la! It's over. Whitebeard seized the opportunity, pushing the Tremor Fruit's power to its limits. Quake Emperor. He threw both fists forward, two perfectly condensed shockwaves acting like invisible battering rams, completely shattering Senro Bak's plant defenses and crashing hard into his body. Senro Bak let out a painful grunt, his aged body flying out like a kite with a broken string, vitality rapidly fading. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin also grew bored, merging Prometheus and Zeus. Heavenly Might, Thunderfire Cannon, a beam of light, infused with flames and lightning and filled with a destructive aura, engulfed the poisonous dragon Ferdinand. The three admirals, under the joint force of the three major powers of the Rocks Pirates and the support of Rain's domain, suffered consecutive defeats in just a few minutes. Retreat. Quickly retreat, seeing their top combat power collapse. The remaining Navy and CP troops completely lost their fighting spirit and began to flee frantically into Panga City. The members of the Rocks Pirates did not pursue. Their goal was not to occupy the Holy Land, but to establish their authority. All right, everyone, it's time to wrap up. Rocks stood atop the ruins of Panga City, looking down at the chaotic Holy Land and the fleeing figures, letting out a laugh that looked down on the world. Go back and tell those old geezers of the Five Elders, this is just an appetizer. Next time, I will personally twist off their heads and use them as decorations for my throne. After saying that, the members of the Rocks Pirates returned to the Qinglong. Under the gaze of countless terrified eyes, the black giant ship started up again, slowly ascending into the sky and finally disappearing into the clouds, leaving behind a burning, scarred Holy Land Mariewa. The news spread like wings, reaching the entire world faster than light. Holy Land Mariewa invaded by pirates, suffering heavy losses. 2 admirals dead, 1 severely injured. Steel Arm Walter died from his injuries. Rocks Pirates, the world's most notorious criminals. When newspapers bearing these shocking headlines were spread by news birds across the seas, the entire world fell silent. Countless people looked at the photo of Rocks laughing maniacally amidst the ruins, feeling a shudder from the depths of their souls. A man capable of making the world tremble had left his terrifying mark in everyone's hearts. The immense threat of the Rocks Pirates had, for the first time, been presented to the world in the bloodiest and most undeniable manner. Holy Land Mariewa, between power. The atmosphere was as heavy as ancient ice. 5 elders, their auras as obscure as the abyss, were seated around a round table, each face shrouded in an unshakable gloom. Walter is dead. The bald-headed elder, holding the original demon slayer, spoke hoarsely, breaking the silence. Ferdinand and Bach were also seriously injured, and it would take them at least a year or two to recover their combat power. The Navy headquarters was facing an unprecedented vacuum in high-level combat power. The elder with a long white beard spoke solemnly, according to reports from Sengoku and Garp from the front lines. Combined with an analysis of the situation in the Holy Land, the growth rate of the Rocks Pirate strength has completely exceeded our understanding, especially that chef named Rain. His domain ability is too bizarre and must be listed as a top priority elimination target. We can't wait any longer. The blonde elder slammed the table, his eyes betraying undisguised killing intent. Conventional encirclements have lost their meaning. We must resort to final measures, setting a trap they cannot refuse. To eradicate them, and all threats from the D-clan once and for all. Contact the Knights of God and have them prepare. The elder with his sword stood up, his gaze as cold as steel. Meanwhile, on the Qinglong, Rain was calmly wiping his cooking utensils, gazing at the rapidly retreating clouds outside the window. His eyes deep. He knew that after this battle, the legendary name would soon make its appearance. God Valley, with his current abilities, he could no longer prevent the arrival of this fateful battle. The only thing he could do was to strengthen the monsters on this ship as much as possible before the final showdown arrived, strong enough to change that predetermined outcome. This time, there were no golden lions, no Kaido, but there was a stronger and even more unfathomable version of himself. The ending is really hard to say. The aftermath of the Battle of man was more violent than any tsunami in history. The name of the Rocks Pirates became the hottest topic in all the taverns around the world, and the most terrifying incantation to silence crying children in countless households. Their bounty amounts skyrocketed to astronomical figures once again, with Rock's personal bounty even surpassing 5 billion, setting a record that had never been seen before and may never be seen again. However, the Rocks Pirates, at the center of the storm, seemed to have evaporated from this world, vanishing without a trace. At this moment, the Qinglong was docked on an uninhabited sky island at the edge of the New World, a place not even recorded on maps. The massive island resembled a floating emerald at an altitude of 10,000 meters, with clouds rolling below, isolating them from all worldly disturbances. This was a secret supply point Rain had found based on the exclusive ingredient catalog of Sky Islands, and it was their only refuge amidst the raging storm. Dalram was directing a group of cloud craftsmen hired from the Sky Island, skilled in repairing shell ships, as they fixed the wounds the Qinglong had sustained during the battle at man. He tenderly stroked the new scratches on the ship, while proudly boasting to the island residents about the glorious achievements of this ship, his expression a mix of pride and heartache that was both amusing and perplexing to behold. Chapter 87: Farewell Banquet Gats and the strongest warrior of the Sky Island. Sky Knight Gon Fo became friends through sparring. Every day, they either practiced their marksmanship and anchoring techniques or competed to see who could eat more of the Sky Island specialty, Cloud Fox Barbecue, with their hearty laughter echoing over the vast island. Charlotte Linlin, like a mouse that fell into a rice bin, discovered that everything on the Sky Island, from the clouds to the land and plants, had a peculiar, sweet taste. Under Rain's guidance, she even learned to use her abilities to give life to the cloud soil, creating a walking living cotton candy that she played with joyfully every day. Silver, meanwhile, was absorbed in the thin air and unpredictable currents of the Sky Island, practicing higher-level stealth techniques. Sometimes he would simply stand quietly on the sea of clouds, blending in so perfectly with the mist that even Newgate's Observation Haki struggled to detect him. As for Rocks and Newgate, the two laziest guys, they moved their lounge chairs to the edge of the Sky Island, each with a cup of fruit wine mixed with the nectar from the clouds, overlooking the mortal world below. Gulalala, this life isn't bad at all, Newgate said, shaking his cup of wine. With food and drink, family noise, and tranquility. Tranquility? Rocks scoffed, his gaze cutting through the sea of clouds as if he could see the storm far beyond. This was merely the calm before the storm. Those old geezers in the world government weren't the type to take a beating without fighting back. So what are you waiting for? Newgate shot him a glance. Waiting for a signal, waiting for the stage they have meticulously prepared for me. A flash of confidence and pride sparkled in Rock's eyes. They think they've set a trap, but they don't realize that this is exactly the hunting ground I've longed for. For the past few days, Rain had been in the kitchen, conducting crazy cooking experiments with the Sky Island's bizarre ingredients. He combined the impact shell that could produce high-pressure gas with boiling clouds to create a wind shell-thick soup that exploded with tremendous force upon entry. Guts took a sip, burped, and was blown away. He also simmered the photosynthetic fern that could absorb and store light energy with the holy rice from Angel Island to create a bowl of dawn porridge that could slowly heal injuries and replenish life energy. Rain knew that the upcoming battle would be the ultimate battle that determined the fate of this ship. One day, a news bird, in a nearly suicidal manner, pierced through the thin air at 10,000 meters high and dropped the latest newspaper on the deck. The front page headline was a shocking news that stunned the whole world. The world government announced that to celebrate the descendant of the gods, a saint from a celestial dragon family had welcomed a noble child and would hold a grand blessing ceremony on an island called God Valley in a month. Several celestial dragon families and high-ranking officials from the world government would be present. God Valley? Rocks looked at this unfamiliar name and then at the promotional image on the newspaper that touted peace and glory, revealing a cruel smile. Wahaha! The signal has arrived. Newgate also put down his wine glass, his expression becoming serious. This is too obvious, Rocks. It's a trap. I know. Rocks stood up, his arrogant aura flashing away. But so what? They gathered the most succulent prey in the world into a small cage and opened the door wide, afraid that I wouldn't find it. How could I refuse such an invitation? Rain walked out of the kitchen, looking at the newspaper with a soft sigh in his heart. What was meant to come had finally arrived. He approached Rocks and calmly said, "Captain, are you sure you want to go? According to my analysis, almost all the Navy's mobile forces are gathering near the waters of God Valley, and even the Roger Pirates, who have always been on the fringes, have recently had strange sailing trajectories." Roger? Rocks raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Is that guy coming to join the fun too? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of looking for him later. To eliminate all threats from the D clan, along with us, on one island. This truly is a plan those old geezers from the Five Elders would come up with. Rock's smile grew more playful. Unfortunately, they miscalculated one thing. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over every partner present. They think they are the hunters, but they don't know what kind of monsters they are facing. Rock's bold words instantly ignited the fighting spirit of everyone. Emaha, 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 emaha. Celestial dragons. Is their blood sweet? Oh. Fight, fight. Rain looked at all this, knowing that he could no longer change anything with words. All he could do was use his cooking on that final stage to add the greatest variable to this battle that was destined to go down in history. In that case, Rain raised his head, looking at Rocks with a calm yet determined expression. Please give me 3 days before we set off. I want to prepare a farewell banquet for everyone, one that would make even the gods tremble. 3 days later, at the edge of the Sky Island, an unprecedented, even historically unparalleled feast unfolded above the sea of clouds. The dining table was carved from a massive block of island cloud, white and elastic. The dining chairs were cloud sofas that Rain had asked Lin Lin to imbue with souls, automatically adjusting to the most comfortable angle. The dishes on the table were nothing short of miraculous. Each dish contained Rain's highest understanding of the soul of food, crafted into the ultimate weapon tailored for each partner on the ship for the impending ultimate battle. The first dish was prepared for Gats. It was a huge, sizzling bone-in meat chop from a cloud-top giant rhinoceros. The rhinoceros was the king of the Sky Island, immensely strong, and Rain infused a pure, destructive, violent soul into it during cooking. As Gats took a bite, he felt an explosive power erupt within him, and he couldn't help but let out a roar that sounded inhuman. His muscles visibly swelled and bulged, and dark red lines like magma surfaced on his skin. He felt like he could punch through the Sky Island with one blow. The second dish was prepared for Silver. It was a bowl of clear fish soup from a tranquil lake. The lake water itself had a calming effect, and Rain infused it with the soul of silence. Silver took a sip and felt as if his soul was peeling away from his body, merging with the surrounding wind, clouds, and light. He closed his eyes, and the whole world presented itself in a new form, composed of countless lines and trajectories in his mind. His breath completely vanished. He stood there, yet felt as though he did not exist in this world. Chapter 88. Valley of the Gods. The third dish is prepared for Dorum. It is a seemingly ordinary cookie made from the hardest iron or ground into powder from the Sky Island, mixed with divine rice. Within it lies the soul of solidity. Dorum took a bite, and with a crunch, he felt as if his teeth were about to break, but immediately, a heavy stream of energy coursed through his body. He knocked on his chest, and it made a metallic sound. He felt like he was the second dragon bone of the Qinglong. The fourth dish is prepared for Charlotte Linlin. It is a gigantic cake made from thousands of unique fruits from the Sky Island, infused with different emotional energies. Rain infused it with the soul of balance. After Linlin ate it, instead of falling into a frenzy over a single flavor, as usual, She felt her chaotic spiritual power being organized by a gentle force. The Prometheus and Zeus above her head transformed from mere flames and lightning into forms resembling armor and weapons, with their power becoming more condensed and controllable. The fifth dish is prepared for Newgate. It is a bowl of thick soup brewed from the roots of the legendary tree of life from the Sky Island, with a rich jade-like color, containing the soul of protection. After Newgate drank it, he felt that the power of his tremor fruit was no longer just about destruction. It now had a touch of resilience. He sensed that he could create an insurmountable protective barrier for his family while shattering everything. Finally, there is a drink prepared for Rocks. It is a cup of wine brewed from thousand-year-old cloud essence and a drop of Rain's blood, presenting a deep black-red color. Within it lies Rain's most intuitive understanding of Rocks, the soul of the conqueror. Rocks drank the wine in one gulp. In that moment, he felt his conqueror's haki transform from mere pressure into an absolute domain that could devour and distort everything. Within that domain, he is the king, he is the law. This feast allowed every member of the Rocks Pirates to undergo a transformative evolution. Rain looked at the satisfied crowd and then at his rapidly increasing experience bar and dwindling cooking points, a slight smile appearing on his calm face. He had done everything he could. The rest was up to fate. Ha ha ha. What a delight. Truly delightful. Rocks laughed arrogantly as he felt an unprecedented power within him, as if he could control everything. You lot, have you eaten and drunk enough? His gaze swept over each crew member, their breaths inflating and fighting spirit boiling. His voice booming like a bell. Set sail. Our next destination, Valley of the Gods. Oh. Amidst the thunderous cheers, the newly repaired Qing Long let out a loud dragon roar and, like a black meteor, plunged decisively from the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters toward the fateful place destined to be recorded in history. On the other side of the New World, aboard a pirate ship crafted from the golden treasure Tree Atom, whose bow resembled a grinning lion, a man wearing a straw hat and an incredibly confident smile was looking a secret invitation from the world government in his hands. He said to the golden-haired, bespectacled man beside him, Rayleigh, it seems we have to go. Roger, are you sure? This is obviously a conspiracy from the world government. Ha ha ha. So what? I can smell it. There's the strongest wine, and a rival I must surpass. In Goldie. Roger's eyes burned a flame of freedom that rivaled that of Rocks. A massive storm involving the world's top combat powers is about to collide fiercely on the island known as the Valley of the Gods. Valley of the Gods. An island deep in the New World, usually unknown, even unmarked on most maps. However, today, this island has become the focus of the world. The island is picturesque, with lush green trees, a vast open plain in the center, and distant mountains that make it look like a peaceful paradise. But at this moment, beneath the tranquility lies a brewing undercurrent, the air thick with an oppressive atmosphere, as if a mountain storm is approaching. The island's port has long been completely sealed off by a massive naval fleet. Dozens of warships form an iron wall, surrounding the entire island so tightly that not a single drop of water can leak through. The decks of each warship are filled with armed elite Navy soldiers, their dark cannon mouths aimed outward, as if waiting for some terrifying beast to arrive. Monkey D. Garp stands at the bow of the flagship, crunching on a rice cracker. Dressed simply in a white tank top, his occasionally glinting eyes contain a terrifying power capable of making the sea tremble. Garp, are we really going to team up with that Roger? P.S. a pirate. The strategist Sengoku stands beside him, looking puzzled and serious. Ha ha ha. We have no choice, Sengoku. Garp finished the last rice cracker and brushed the crumbs off his hands. To deal with a monster like Rocks, relying solely on our navy would cost us many lives. Occasionally borrowing the power of pirates isn't a bad idea. His tone is relaxed, but his gaze is unusually serious. On the other side of the island, a magnificent cruise ship flying the celestial dragon flag is slowly docking. Several world nobles, wearing bubble helmets and displaying arrogant expressions, disembark under the protection of the Knights of God. They're the most important yet vulnerable bait in this hunt. Further out at sea, a pirate ship with a lion-shaped bow, the Oro Jackson, quietly anchors outside the naval fleet's encirclement, maintaining a subtle distance from them. Captain GOLD. Roger stands at the bow, arms crossed, gazing toward the Valley of the Gods, his face revealing unmasked excitement and anticipation. Rayleigh, what do you think that Rocks guy will come from? Who knows? But the main character of this banquet should be making an appearance soon. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and replied calmly. Just then, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened. A massive shadow, like dark clouds, rushed in at high speed, accompanied by deep rumbling, sounds akin to a dragon's roar. It's here. Garp's eyes sharpened instantly, his fists clenched, the joints cracking. All the cannons of the Navy fleet instantly raised, aiming at that shadow in the sky. The shadow drew closer and finally revealed its true form. It was the Qinglong. Chapter 89. The Great War Begins. This Black Sea fortress suddenly appeared in the sky above the Valley of the Gods, exuding an imposing presence. Ha ha ha! Rock's maniacal laughter resounded like rolling thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. World government, Navy, and Roger, I'm very satisfied with the stage you prepared for me. As a return gift, let me show you what true despair looks like. Before his voice faded, dozens of launch ports suddenly opened at the bottom of the Qinglong ship. Countless candy bombs, created by Charlotte Linlin and infused with explosive souls, poured down like rain. These bombs looked colorful and harmless, but each contained terrifying power comparable to heavy artillery. Fire! Intercept them! Sengoku roared, giving orders. The Navy fleet's cannons roared to life in an instant, forming a net of death with countless shells, attempting to intercept those candy bombs in midair. However, at that moment, an invisible shockwave descended from the sky. Whitebeard stood at the side of the Qinglong ship, pressing downwards with one hand. Spacequake. Crack. The space above the Navy fleet shattered like a mirror struck by a heavy hammer. The shells that had just been fired changed trajectory upon entering the shattered space, colliding with each other, exploding, and creating a dazzling yet deadly fireworks display in midair. In the first round of confrontation, the Navy was utterly defeated. Countless candy bombs broke through the interception net and smashed into various locations of the Valley of the Gods. Boom! The earth-shattering explosions followed one after another, turning the entire Valley of the Gods into a sea of fire. Little ones, it's time to eat. Amid Rock's roar, the monsters on the Qinglong ship leaped down from 10,000 meters high like tigers descending the mountain. Gatz's massive body crashed into a formation of Navy Marines like a meteor, sweeping out with a giant anchor, instantly clearing a large area. Silver's figure flickered in the air, silently landing on a mast of a Celestial Dragon cruise ship, his cold gaze locking onto the trembling world nobles. A legendary battle of unprecedented scale, gathering the top combat powers of an era in the Pirate King world, officially began in the most ostentatious and domineering manner. Rain stood on the deck of the Qinglong ship, overlooking the island that had turned into a hell on earth, his eyes calm. He did not participate in the battle. His battleground was not here. Rain turned back to the kitchen, retrieving the battle bento that had long been prepared, infused with various food souls. He knew this battle would be incredibly long and brutal, and he would be the most solid and only support for these monsters in this protracted war. Just then, a tall figure walked up to Rain's side, exuding a faint, volcanic ash-like heat. It was Flame Flower, the ancient Gloriosa. She did not look at Rain, just stood beside him, her gaze also directed at the battlefield below that was about to turn into hell. What a boring farce. She spoke, her voice still cold, but with less of the icy aloofness that kept people at a distance. Rain did not stop his movements, simply asking calmly, "You don't like fighting?" "I just don't like being treated like a monkey for others to watch during a fight." Flame Flower scoffed, her tone carrying a hint of the former Empress's pride. "If you want to fight, it should be like the warriors of Elbaf, upright and to the death. That's just your way of fighting." Rain wrapped a piece of marinated and still warm grilled meat in oil paper and placed it in a food box. For the captain, this felt more like a grand ceremony to announce his ascension to the world. The more spectators, the livelier the ceremony would be. Flame Flower fell silent for a moment, looking into Rain's calm eyes, suddenly feeling that this child, not yet 11, seemed to see through Rock's heart more than anyone else on the ship. She seemed to want to say something, but didn't know where to start. Rain seemed to know what she was thinking, picking up a delicate wooden box from the side and handing it over. This is for you. Flameflower took the box and opened it. Inside lay a candy, made from lava fruit pulp and an unknown spice with a spicy aroma, presenting a magma-like dark red color. Eating one before battle will enhance your haki and make your mood a bit more passionate. Rain explained. Flameflower held the warm candy, feeling the intense energy resonating with her own haki, gently touching the softest part of her heart. She looked up deeply into Rain's eyes, then put the candy in her mouth. A spicy yet sweet flavor burst on her tongue, turning into a warm flow throughout her body. It was not the warmth brought by food, but a warmth of being understood and cared for. I want to die, Flameflower suddenly said, her eyes becoming more determined than ever. I will not die until I find a new way to live on this ship. This was a vow spoken not only to Rain, but also to herself. Rain nodded, closing the last bento box. Come back to eat when you're tired. I'll make sure you're full. A simple conversation, yet felt like an unbreakable promise. Flameflower turned to leave, her silhouette still proud, but no longer so lonely. The coastline of the Valley of the Gods shattered in the explosive firelight. The seawater stained a boiling orange-red. Oh! Gat's roar even drowned out the explosions, his massive body crashing into the Navy's central position like a burning meteor. Boom! The ground cracked, shockwaves rolled, and a massive impact crater appeared out of nowhere, sending dozens of elite Navy soldiers flying from the sheer force, blood spurting from their mouths as they lost consciousness midair. Monster! A Navy rear admiral's eyes widened in horror. He drew his long sword, shouting angrily, "Heavy fire suppression. Don't let him get close to the main position." However, Gats completely ignored the bullets and shells shooting towards him. After eating Rain's dish infused with the soul of rage, he felt like an embodiment of destruction and power, every inch of his muscles craving battle. Ha ha ha, are you trying to tickle me? He hoisted the giant anchor, spinning like a whirlwind, smashing all the incoming shells, even sending a few back with precision, causing them to explode in the Navy's own position. Get out of my way. Gats swung his anchor. The massive ship's anchor, slicing through the air with a piercing howl, sweeping away an entire Marine battalion along with their defenses, clearing out a vacuum zone. He was like a prehistoric beast rampaging through a porcelain shop, leaving only destruction and wails in his wake. Chapter 90. Heated battle on the other side. Aboard the Celestial Dragon's cruise ship, Silver's figure silently appeared at the top of the mast, like a shadow merging with the night, not even stirring a breeze. Protect the Holy Throne. The commander of the Knights of God, a man with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in ornate armor and wielding a long cross spear, was the first to notice him. Dozens of Knights of God immediately formed a tight defensive formation, shielding the trembling world nobles in the center. Quick response. Silver's tone remained cold as he looked down at the group of knights with strong auras, his eyes showing no signs of emotion. After consuming the dish made from the soul of silence, his world had become different from that of ordinary people. He could clearly see the flow of air, the trajectory of sound, and even the heartbeat frequencies of each individual. In Silver's perception, the seemingly perfect defensive formation below was filled with fatal flaws. Unfortunately, your breathing is too loud. As soon as the words fell, Silver's figure vanished from the mast. The next moment, he appeared like a specter at the flanks of the knight formation, thrusting his spear at an angle incomprehensible to mortals. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a slight sound, as if a piece of cloth had torn. The spear tip accurately struck the weakest joint between the armor of two knights, a surge of force penetrating through, instantly collapsing their combat effectiveness. A tiny gap appeared in the formation, and in Silver's eyes, this gap was infinitely magnified. His figure flickered again, the long spear transforming into silver phantoms, each appearance accompanied by the fall of a knight of God. He was like the most elegant artist, using the bodies and screams of his enemies to compose a waltz called Death. Is the blood of the celestial dragons sweet? Ling Ling's laughter rang out like a nightmare from the other end of the battlefield. She commanded Prometheus and Zeus, transforming into a moving disaster, rampaging through the Marine Corps positions. Flames and lightning intertwined, turning the earth into scorched soil and the sky into a bizarre purple red. She was in an unprecedented state, The cake of the soul of balance from Rain having organized her chaotic spiritual power, enabling her to control her strength at a whole new level. Prometheus was no longer just fire, but had transformed into a massive burning shield, blocking all attacks directed at her. Zeus had become a lightning spear, each throw carving a path of destruction through the enemy ranks. Truly a monster. On the flagship, Sengoku watched the images transmitted back from the surveillance snail. His expression grave. He knew that conventional tactics and troop strength had lost their meaning in front of these monsters. Kapu. Sengoku turned to the man beside him who had been digging his nose. It's our turn. Wow, ha. Is it finally my turn? My bones are about to rust. Kapu laughed heartily, casually flicking the booger off his finger. He didn't even step off the ship, but instead bent his legs slightly and then shot off. Boom. The deck of the flagship caved in under his foot, and he shot upwards like a cannonball, carrying an unmatched momentum, aiming directly for the hovering Qinglong. Rocks, I'm taking your head. Wow, haha. Kapu, you're still so impatient. Rox's laughter came, his battle intent boiling as he watched the rapidly approaching figure. Just right. Saves me from going down to find you. He two-stepped forward, charging towards Kapu. The two monsters of physical combat, standing at the pinnacle of the era, collided violently in the air of God's Valley. Boom! A sound that seemed to shatter the sky echoed across the entire sea. Black-red conquerors Haki lightning danced like mad snakes, tearing a massive hole in the thick clouds. The battle instantly reached its climax. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the Qinglong, Rain was carefully placing a freshly made, steaming battle bento into a special insulated food box. A label was affixed to the box, elegantly inscribed with Flame Flower Special, super spicy volcano grilled wings. He walked to the edge of the ship, looking down at the battlefield that had turned into hell, his expression calm. His observation haki had already covered the entire area, and the state of every crew member was clear in his mind. He saw that Flame Flower was entangled with a Marine Rear Admiral and another skilled swordsman. Her attacks were fierce, but it seemed she had not yet fully entered her state. Rain picked up the food box and lightly tossed it down. The box traced a precise parabolic arc in the air, landing accurately at Flame Flower's location. Flame Flower, engaged in a fierce battle, sensed something falling from above and instinctively reached out to catch it. When she saw the words on the box, she paused slightly. Then she smiled. That smile was like a red lotus blooming atop a volcano, breathtakingly beautiful, yet filled with the heat to destroy everything. Thanks, little chef. She opened the box and swallowed the grilled wing, charred and emitting a strong spicy aroma in one bite. The next second, an explosive power erupted from within her. The battle entered a heated phase. God's Valley had completely transformed into a massive meat grinder, with lives fading every second, and every inch of land stained with blood and flames. Though the monsters of the Rocks Pirates possessed terrifying individual strength, the overwhelming numerical advantage of the Marines and the World Government Coalition was too great. Continuous waves of elite Marines surged down from the warships like a tide, charging fearlessly towards them. The Knights of God also demonstrated their strength as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, forming battle arrays and working in perfect harmony to temporarily restrain Silver and Ling Ling's onslaught. Damn it! How can these guys be like cockroaches that can't be killed? Gats shouted, panting as he smashed an armored Marine tank. Though he was brave, after hours of intense fighting, his stamina was clearly declining. He had more wounds on his body, and his movements were becoming sluggish. On the other side, Flame Flower's situation was also not optimistic. After consuming Rain's special grilled wings, although she was in peak condition and had momentarily suppressed a Rear Admiral and another swordsman Rear Admiral working together, the resilience of her opponents was beyond imagination. They clung to her like two sticky plasters, using exquisite swordsmanship to continuously drain her stamina and haki. Not done yet. Big MOM. In front of Ling Ling, several giant Rear Admirals wielding massive shields formed a steel wall, forcefully withstanding one of her lightning spears. These giants were the Marine's secret weapon, each possessing strength close to that of ancient giants, specifically designed to deal with massive combatants like Ling Ling. The battle situation seemed to have fallen into a strange stalemate. Chapter 91. The power of the Rocks Pirates, the monsters of the Rocks Pirates were like tigers trapped in a quagmire, full of strength but held back by countless ants. Gwahaha. It seems that brute force alone won't do. Whitebeard punched Sengoku away, frowning as he surveyed the battlefield around him. He could feel their advantage being slowly eroded. Waha, Rocks, it seems your crew is about to collapse. High in the sky, Carp's laughter rumbled like thunder. His battle with Rocks had turned the sky dark, as they fought from the heavens to the ground, and from one end of the island to the other, leaving destruction in their wake, yet neither could gain the upper hand in a short time. A bunch of useless trash. Rocks snorted coldly, kicking Carp away, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He knew that if this dragged on, it would be extremely unfavorable for them. At this critical moment, just as the tide of battle was about to turn, a calm voice, seemingly out of place in this noisy battlefield, reached the ears of every member of the Rocks Pirates through some unknown means. Everyone, you've worked hard. It was rain. The soup before the main course is ready. Please enjoy. As the words fell, an invisible domain, perceptible only to the members of the Rocks Pirates, quietly spread from the flying dragon in the sky, instantly enveloping the battlefield within a radius of several thousand meters. The Kingdom of Food. Within this domain, rain was the rule. The Navy soldiers, entangled with gats, suddenly felt the solid ground beneath their feet turn muddy like a swamp, each step sinking deeply, making it impossible to move. The air became thick like a viscous soup, making it difficult for them to breathe. Their movements slowed, as if in slow motion. The steel weapons in their hands seemed to have lost all hardness in an instant, becoming as soft as noodles. Wah, what is happening? My sword is soft. A Navy colonel stared in horror at his valuable sword, which had bent like a twist of dough, disbelief written all over his face. My body. So tired. Even more terrifying was the uncontrollable hunger and fatigue surging from the depths of their hearts, devouring their strength and willpower. In contrast, the members of the Rocks Pirates felt as if they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. The ground beneath them became incredibly solid, and the thick air turned fresh and sweet. All fatigue and pain vanished, as a warm and powerful energy surged into their bodies from all directions, making them feel as if they had just enjoyed a top-notch feast filled with inexhaustible strength. Waha, what is this feeling? I feel like I can lift this island. Gats shouted excitedly, feeling his strength return, even stronger than before. With a swing of his anchor, those Navy soldiers trapped in the mire and moving slowly were as fragile as dolls before him, easily sent flying in droves. This domain, it's a chef's doing. Sengoku immediately sensed something was wrong. He attempted to purify this strange domain with the light of Buddha, only to find his power diminished by several portions upon entering this area. Mamahaha, what an interesting ability. Lingling laughed heartily, as Prometheus and Zeus became even more active within the domain, their flames and lightning surging in power, instantly tearing apart the defense of several giant vice-admirals. It's over, Carp. Rocks appeared before Carp, his body enveloped in a more violent haki than before, his deep eyes radiating absolute confidence in controlling everything. In this domain of my head, chef, you have no chance of victory. Carp gritted his teeth, feeling as if his iron fists were striking air like hitting cotton. His strength weakened by at least half. This was an unseen, unheard-of bizarre ability. It didn't directly cause damage, but was deadlier than any injury. It fundamentally changed the rules of this war. The scales of victory tilted, due to the intervention of a chef, towards the side of the Rocks Pirates, in a devastating and irreversible manner. Wahahaha! Did you see that, Carp? This is the power of my Rocks Pirates. Rock's maniacal laughter echoed above God Valley, filled with the pleasure of looking down on the world. With the support of the Kingdom of Food, he felt like an omnipotent god. He no longer rushed to attack, but enjoyed the pleasure of playing cat and mouse, manipulating Carp with an invisible gravitational field. Carp bit down on his molars, every bone in his body groaning under the pressure of that strange domain. His proud iron fists felt as if they were hitting a sticky cotton mass, unable to exert their strength. Even more frustrating was the relentless hunger that gnawed at his will, making it incredibly difficult to concentrate. On the other side, the battle displayed a one-sided massacre. Gwahaha! Sengoku, Your Buddha light seems to be dimming. Whitebeard unleashed a shockwave. The white halo capable of shattering space, becoming more solid within the domain. The golden Buddha, formed by Sengoku, was hit head-on, staggering back, and a tiny crack appeared on its massive form. He felt his power diminished by at least 30%. While the opponent seemed to have just eaten and drunk to fullness, their strength more violent than before. Mamahahaha, the dogs of the celestial dragons. Become my cake. Lingling transformed into a pink calamity on the battlefield. Prometheus and Zeus took on various forms in her hands, intertwining flame giant swords and lightning whips, scattering the proud battle formation of the divine knights. The knights' armor became as fragile as cookies within the domain, unable to withstand this calamity-like assault. Gats, completely bloodthirsty, charged through the Navy's lines with his giant anchor, each swing clearing a large area. Those elite Navy soldiers appeared weaker than training targets in his eyes. It's over. On the flying dragon, Rain calmly observed it all. His kingdom of food had completely controlled the battlefield. This war had lost all suspense. However, just as everyone thought the Rocks Pirates were about to enjoy a resounding victory, trampling the dignity of the Navy and the world government, a hearty, confident laugh, brimming with a sense of freedom, unexpectedly rang out, like a thunderclap that pierced the darkness, clearly reaching the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Wahahaha! Hey, Rocks, your banquet looks quite lively. Mind if we join in on the fun? Chapter 92. 1 against 2. That voice. Rock's smile instantly froze on his face as he turned sharply, looking towards the source of the sound. Carp and Sengoku were also taken aback, and then their eyes erupted with a dazzling light. In the distance, on the edge of the battlefield, illuminated by the flames of war, a man wearing a straw hat and sporting 2 black mustaches was crossing his arms, a blatant, amused smile on his face. God di Roger. Roger, what the hell do you want? For the first time, Rock's voice carried a hint of true anger. He hated it most when someone interrupted his enjoyment just as he was about to savor the fruits of victory. What do you mean? Roger grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his gaze crossing the chaotic battlefield and locking onto Rocks with a fiery intensity that matched his own, a flame of dominance. Of course, I'm here to defeat you. Before the words left his mouth, Roger's figure had already disappeared from the bow of the ship. He pushed off with his legs, propelling himself like a cannonball straight towards the center of God Valley. He did not attack any Navy soldiers nor pay attention to the Knights of God. His target from the very beginning was only one person, Rocks D. Jibek. Interesting. On the Qinglong, Ryan subtly furrowed his brow. He could clearly sense that as Roger approached, an equally domineering will pierce through his seemingly perfect domain of a land of food like a sharp sword. Zila. Black-red lightning erupted around Roger, creating a vacuum zone around him that was unaffected by the domain. The air became less thick, the ground no longer muddy, and the gnawing hunger that eroded his mind was completely dispersed by his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Your domain is interesting, but it's useless against me. As Roger laughed heartily, he was already airborne. He drew his sword, Ace, without any fancy techniques, simply wrapping it with the utmost mastery of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and slashed down towards Rocks. God's avoidance. You bastard. Rocks roared, not caring to toy with Carp anymore, and responded with a punch to meet the terrifying downward slash. Boom. Fist and sword collided in midair. At that moment, it felt as if the entire world had been stripped of sound. Following that was an explosion that could not be described in words. Ryan's land of food shook violently under the collision of this top-tier power, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared at the edges of the domain. Ha ha! Now's the time. Carp seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As the cracks appeared in the domain, his suppressed power erupted like a tiger breaking free from its shackles. He and Roger shared an unspoken understanding. They both knew who the greatest threat before them was. Rocks, I'll take your head. Carp's iron fist and Roger's long sword formed a strange synergy, attacking Rocks, who had just taken the blow from God's avoidance. On the battlefield, there are no eternal enemies, only common goals. The scales of victory had dramatically reversed due to an unexpected disruptor. The sky over God Valley was torn apart by 3 waves of Conqueror's Haki. Black-red lightning, like frenzied dancing serpents, darted madly between rocks, Roger, and Carp, with every collision causing the atmosphere to emit a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. Boom! Rocks threw out both fists, one blocking Carp's fist capable of shattering mountains, while the other unleashed a powerful repulsive force, pushing Roger's indomitable slash aside. The three monsters standing at the pinnacle of the era fought fiercely in a most primitive and brutal way. Just the aftermath of their battle caused the surrounding ground to crack inch by inch, rocks to fly, creating a death zone that no one could approach. Roger, Carp, you two bastards. Rocks, seemingly mad, faced two equally matched monsters attacking him and showed no signs of falling behind. His gravitational ability was pushed to the limit, sometimes using black holes to swallow the opponent's attacks, sometimes using heavenly might to disrupt their rhythm. His offensive was overwhelmingly dominant. Ha ha ha. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is the battle I wanted. Roger's laughter was filled with unrestrained joy. His swordplay was grand and free. Each slash seemed to want to cleave the heavens apart. Shut up, pirate. Finish him, and then I'll deal with you. Carp's roar was equally deafening. His fists embodied the purest form of justice, each strike containing the will to crush all evil. This chaotic battle among the three directly led to Ryan's land of food being completely torn apart. With the domain broken, the previously one-sided situation was instantly reversed. The Navy and the Knights of God, who had been suppressed for so long, felt as if they were suddenly drenched in rain after a long drought. The strange feeling that had weakened their strength and eroded their will disappeared without a trace. Now's the time. Everyone counterattack. Sengoku seized the opportunity and transformed into the Golden Buddha, radiating light that revitalized the previously suppressed morale. He no longer passively defended, but actively launched a fierce attack towards Whitebeard. Gulalala, more troublesome guys are showing up. Whitebeard frowned slightly. He could sense that the continuous surge of power had vanished, and the rhythm of battle had returned to equilibrium. He swung his Naginata, once again clashing with Sengoku's shockwave. But this time it was a solid, hard hit. On the other side, a man with shoulder-length blonde hair and glasses drew his long sword, his gaze sharp as a knife, instantly locking onto a target, Silver, who was rampaging through the nights. Your aura is dangerous. Be my opponent. Future king of the underworld. Silver's Rayleigh stood directly in front of the ghostly Silver in the most straightforward manner. Silver paused, looking at the man before him, whose aura was restrained yet unfathomably deep, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his eternally icy face. Without wasting words, he shook his spear, transforming into a silver phantom that intertwined with Rayleigh's sword light. Clang! Clang! The crisp sounds of metal clashing echoed at the other end of the battlefield as the two top-tier warriors, renowned for their speed and skill, engaged in a dazzling duel. Damn it! How come these guys are alive again? Gats smashed an armored Navy tank with an anchor, panting heavily as he shouted. He felt his seemingly endless strength rapidly depleting, and the wounds all over his body began to throb painfully. Mama, mama, mama. Cockroaches. They're all cockroaches that can't be killed. Ling Ling was also caught in a tough battle, as several giant generals and strong warriors from the Knights reformed their formation to hold her down. The entire God Valley had completely transformed into a massive meat grinder, with the Rocks Pirates, Navy, and Roger Pirates embroiled in the most brutal melee on this island. Chapter 93. A day and night of battle. The chaos of the battlefield far exceeded everyone's expectations. On the Qinglong ship, Ryan watched the completely uncontrollable battlefield below with a calm gaze. The destruction of the Kingdom of Food was beyond his anticipation, yet it made sense in the grand scheme of things. Roger's Conqueror's Haki was an unreasonable power capable of distorting reality. It seemed that relying solely on large-scale support was no longer sufficient. Ryan turned and walked back to the kitchen. He showed no signs of panic. Instead, he resembled an experienced battlefield commander, preparing new supplies for this entirely new situation. He quickly took out several special ingredients from the storage room. One was the blood-boiling grass obtained from the Sky Island, which could instantly triple muscle activation. Another was the explosive chili collected from the deep-sea volcanic belt, which could heighten mental excitement. There was also a piece of Sea King tenderloin he had hunted earlier, containing immense life energy. Ryan's movements were as swift as lightning, and the kitchen knife left a series of afterimages on the cutting board. He had no time for complex cooking. He needed to create the most efficient and direct combat supplies. Minutes later, a dozen meat rolls, wrapped in special oil paper and steaming, were completed. Each meat roll contained enough furious energy to allow an exhausted warrior to instantly recover to peak condition, even temporarily surpassing their limits. Gats. Ryan's voice reached Gats's ears through some special vibrations as he fought fiercely. Catch this. An oil paper package traced a perfect parabola in the air and landed precisely in Gats's hands. Gats was taken aback, but without hesitation, he stuffed the entire meat roll into his mouth. The next second, an explosive power erupted from his stomach. Oh! Gats's eyes turned red as he let out an even more furious roar than before. He felt his injuries heal instantly, and his strength was even greater than when he was in the field. Waha! More! He swung the giant anchor, transforming once again into an unrelenting god of destruction, smashing the newly organized naval line to pieces. The same airdrop was precisely delivered to Lingling, Silver, Flameflower, and others. After receiving Ryan's accurate battlefield supplies, the members of the Rocks Pirates instantly regained their momentum, each one bursting forth with astonishing fighting power, as if they had been given a booster shot. Wayno, stunned, watched all of this. He looked at the Qinglong ship, which hovered in the air like a battlefield logistics center, and then at the small figure standing at the ship's railing, periodically throwing food bombs. For the first time, he felt a deep fear of the chef profession. This chef not only changed the rules of war, but was even trying to define the outcome of this war. The chaos in God Valley had lasted a full day and night. The earth groaned, and the sky was stained a strange dark red. Whether pirate or navy, every standing person was on their last breath, sustained only by sheer will. Although Ryan's battlefield supplies were miraculous, the ingredients were ultimately limited. When the last energy meat roll was swallowed by Flameflower, the members of the Rocks Pirates finally felt the deep-seated fatigue in their bones. Damn, how many of these guys are there? Gats knelt on one knee, using the anchor to support himself. Around him, the bodies of fallen Navy soldiers had piled into a small mountain. But further away, Navy soldiers continued to pour down from the warships. On the other side, the battle between Rayleigh and Silver finally reached a conclusion. Silver's gun tip was ultimately a moment too slow, and Rayleigh's sword cut through his shoulder, forcing him to retreat from the fight temporarily. Your marksmanship is strong, but you still lack a bit of dominance. Rayleigh stood with his sword, his breath slightly chaotic. This duel had drained him just as much. At the peak of the battle, the fight between Rocks, Roger, and Carp was also nearing its end. Rocks was drenched in blood, his once proud black robe now tattered, covered in bruises and sword wounds. Yet the madness and fighting spirit in his eyes had not diminished. Instead, they burned to an extreme. Waha! Roger! Carp! You're all good. Very good. Rocks laughed loudly, his voice filled with reluctance and a desire for destruction. To have pushed me to this point, you should be proud. He knew that the coronation he had prepared for himself had completely transformed into an unending farce. Conventional fighting could no longer lead him to victory. Since that was the case, he would bury everything, along with this island and this era. Rocks spread his arms wide, and an unprecedented, all-consuming dark gravity erupted explosively from his body. The light in the sky seemed to be swallowed by that force, and the entire God Valley was instantly plunged into darkness, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Dark Star of the Black Emperor, a highly compressed black energy sphere, exuding a destructive aura, rapidly formed above his head and continued to expand. This was not merely gravity, it was the ultimate attack, a mix of his lifelong conqueror's haki, ambition, and will to destroy. He intended to drag the entire God Valley and everyone on it, whether enemy or ally, into the abyss of destruction. Madman! Carp looked at the ominous black sphere, his expression turning extremely grave. He could sense that if that thing fell, there would be no living creature within 100 miles. Waha! Now, this is more like it. Roger, far from being afraid, laughed heartily, placing his sword ace across his chest, his eyes burning with unprecedented light. Come on, Rocks. Let us use this final strike to put an end to our grievances. The Conqueror's haki erupted from him without reservation, intertwining with Carp's imposing armament haki. Carp, I need your fist. Let's talk. The two descendants of the D clan, at this most critical moment, unexpectedly chose to join forces. Roger infused all his haki into the blade, while Carp concentrated all his strength into his right fist. God's Avoidance. Iron Fist. Meteor Strike. A massive golden slash and a giant fist shadow entwined with black and red lightning perfectly merged at that moment, transforming into a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth, heading towards the dark star capable of destroying the world. On the Qinglong ship, Ryan watched the apocalyptic scene that could make even gods tremble with calm eyes. He knew this was the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. He did not attempt to stop it, nor could he. He simply turned around and took out a huge insulated box made of sea prism stone from the kitchen. Inside the box was a thick soup he had made with his last ingredients, containing the soul of protection and immense life energy. Everyone, you've worked hard. Ryan's voice rang out for the last time in the ears of all the members of the Rocks Pirates. If you're tired, come back to eat. Chapter 94. The curtain falls. Boom. Boom. The final collision of light and darkness had surpassed the realm of words. The Dark Star, condensed from Rock's lifelong ambition and will to destroy, collided with the brilliant beam of light that embodied the beliefs of the Pirate King and the Navy's heroes, and was instantly obliterated above God Valley. There was no earth-shattering explosion. In that moment, the entire world seemed to be muted. Then came a silent, pure annihilation of energy. The space twisted violently like a lake disturbed by thrown stones, collapsing and then expanding outward with unstoppable force. A pure, white energy halo, devouring everything, swept outwards, and wherever it passed, mountains, earth, forests, and the wailing lives quietly turned into the most primitive particles, returning to nothingness. God Valley, the island that witnessed the transition of eras, was thus completely erased from the map. When the light that could make even gods tremble faded, the sea was left in ruins. The wreckage of warships, broken masts, and floating corpses formed a hellish tableau. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, mingled with blood and seawater. Cough, cough. On a massive piece of shipwreck, Garp struggled to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of seawater mixed with blood foam. His body was covered in deep wounds that exposed bone. His iconic white suit had become rags, and his proud iron fist trembled slightly from overusing haki. Ha ha! What a mess, Garp. Not far away, Roger was no better off. He lay on his back, his chest heaving violently, his beloved straw hat nowhere to be found. Yet his face still wore that signature smile, filled with freedom and nonchalance. Shut up, pirate! Garp scolded him irritably, but he didn't even have the strength to stand. I'll deal with you after this. Sure. Anytime, Roger replied with a laugh. But is that guy dead? The two looked towards the core area of the explosion, which was now empty. Rock's figure, along with his haki, had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Maybe. Garp's expression was complex. With an attack of that magnitude, even a monster should have its limits. At that moment, a battered naval flagship slowly approached. Sengoku stood at the bow. The golden Buddha light around him had long dissipated, his face pale with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly having paid a heavy price in his battle with Whitebeard. He looked at Garp and Roger, then at the apocalyptic battlefield, and solemnly issued an order to the transponder snail. The battle is over. Take stock of casualties, search for survivors, and eliminate all pirates without exception. Wait. Garp suddenly interrupted him. Garp? Sengoku looked at him in confusion. This battle was helped by Roger. Garp gazed at the similarly battered Oro Jackson in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Let them go." Sengoku paused for a moment, then nodded. Without Roger's sudden appearance, their navy would likely have been completely annihilated today. This favor could not be ignored. Let them go. Sengoku ordered the transponder snail again. On the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh looked at the distant naval fleet and adjusted his glasses. Captain, it seems they don't intend to pursue us. Ha ha ha. Those Navy guys aren't so unreasonable after all. Roger laughed heartily, struggling to stand up. Men, we're leaving. Let's find the best booze in the world. It's party time. The Roger Pirates ship slowly changed direction and disappeared over the horizon. Though each of them was injured, every person's eyes burned with an unprecedented light. After this battle, their captain was one step closer to that ultimate throne. As the Roger Pirates departed, the Navy's cleanup efforts officially began. However, they did not know that on the edge of this vast battlefield, littered with wreckage, a silent rescue was quietly taking place on the remains of a similarly battered black giant ship, which was left with only half of its hull. The kitchen of the Qinglong was the only place on the ship that was relatively intact. Rain stood at the stove. Beneath him was an insulated box made of sea stone. Inside the box was a thick soup he had brewed using the last of his ingredients, infused with his understanding of the guardian spirit. The soup was rich and jade-like, emanating a warm aroma that could soothe the soul. Rain's observation haki had already covered a radius of several dozen miles, making him like the most precise radar, capturing every faint life signal belonging to his companions. Found one. The first. Rain picked up a bowl of soup, and his figure flickered as he jumped directly from the broken ship's edge. His toes lightly tapped on the floating planks, moving as if on solid ground, the speed leaving only an afterimage. Soon, he arrived at a massive piece of shipwreck. Gulalala, cough cough. A familiar figure was leaning against the wreckage, half of his body submerged in the cold seawater. It was Edward Newgate, Whitebeard. His naginata was broken in two, his body covered in cuts and internal injuries from shock waves, his breath weak to the extreme, fighting against an opponent of Sengoku's caliber, along with occasional helpers. For a day and night, even he was at the end of his strength. Newgate. Rain's voice sounded in his ear. Newgate struggled to open his eyes, and upon seeing Rain, he revealed a weak smile. It's Rain. We lost. Not yet. Rain handed over the bowl of soup. Drink this. Newgate did not hesitate. He took the bowl and drank the steaming soup in one go. As the soup went down his throat, an indescribable, warm and powerful life energy instantly spread within him, like a parched riverbed welcoming spring rain. His wounds began to heal at a visible speed, and his exhausted strength and haki rapidly recovered. More importantly, that warm energy seemed to tell him that he was not fighting alone. He still had family behind him. Gulalala. Newgate stood up again, still in a sorry state, but the fire reignited in his eagle-like eyes. Good soup. Let's go find the next one. Rain nodded, and the two set off together. Guided by Rain's observation haki, comparable to a life detector, they quickly found other survivors. Chapter 95, The Era of Rocks, has ended on a massive floating iceberg. They found Charlotte Linlin, nearly frozen stiff. The Prometheus and Zeus on her head had shrunk to the size of fists, barely alive. After Linlin drank the soup, her enormous body began to radiate warmth again, and the two homies also regained their vigor. She looked at Rain and, for the first time, did not shout for cake, but muttered sullenly, "Those giants are really troublesome." Among a pile of twisted steel wreckage, they found Gats, pinned beneath. This tower-like man was covered in blood, his massive anchor broken into 3 pieces. When he saw Rain, he looked as pitiful as a child. "Chef, my anchor. It's broken." Further out on the sea, they discovered Silver and Dorum floating. Silver was the most injured, his shoulder pierced through by Rayleigh's sword, leaving him nearly incapacitated. After drinking the soup, he silently closed his eyes, channeling energy within to heal his injuries, not uttering a word. Dorum, on the other hand, clutched a piece of the Qinglong ship's keel, crying heart-wrenchingly, "My ship, my Qinglong. It's sunk." Rain offered no comfort, merely handing him a bowl of soup in silence. When the remaining core members of the Rocks Pirates gathered again at the half-sunken remnants of the Qinglong ship, the sky was already lightening with dawn. They had lost, utterly and completely. The ship was gone, comrades dead or injured, and the captain was missing. Yet they had survived, having endured a brutal battle that would be recorded in history. This future potential to dominate the seas was pulled back from the brink of hell by this 11-year-old chef in the most incredible way. Soon after, the World Economic News Agency's newspapers spread across the globe. The front page boldly proclaimed, in the most striking and passionate font, "Navy hero, Munkide. Garp single-handedly defeated the Rocks Pirates at God Valley." The newspaper featured a photo of Garp standing on the Navy flagship, raising his fist in triumph, with countless cheering Navy soldiers in the background. The report made no mention of the Roger Pirate's appearance or role, attributing all the credits solely to Garp. The title of Navy hero echoed throughout the world. Yet behind this truth obscured by history, on the wreckage of that dilapidated black giant ship, Rain was handing the last bowl of soup to the Flame Flower. This proud former empress who had also sustained significant injuries in battle, though her gaze remained cold. She accepted the soup, looking at the new sun slowly rising in the distance, then glancing at the group of monsters beside her, though ragged. Their flames still unextinguished in their eyes, ultimately drank in silence. The era of rocks had ended, but their era, or rather, the entire new era led by this divine chef, had just begun. As the dust of the God Valley battle settled, it did not bring peace to the seas. Instead, like the aftershocks of a severe earthquake, it triggered even more turbulent undercurrents. The world government promoted the Navy's victory with unprecedented vigor. Garp's name was elevated to a pedestal, becoming an idol and embodiment of justice for countless young people. Meanwhile, the Rocks Pirates became synonymous with evil. Their remnants offered bounties of astronomical proportions, and Navy ships, like sharks smelling blood, went on a frenzied hunt across the seas. For those aboard the wreck floating in unknown waters, all of this felt both distant and immediate. 3 days had passed. It had been 3 days since that monumental battle. Under the miraculous nourishment of Rain's cooking, everyone's injuries had mostly healed. Newgate regained the power to crack space. Lean's homies returned to their former vitality. Gatz's brute strength even surpassed his previous levels, and Silver's wounds had scabbed over, though he was temporarily unable to engage in high-intensity combat. However, physical recovery could not mend the cracks within their hearts. A ship could be rebuilt, companions could be replaced, but without their captain, the pirate crew, forged from Rock's absolute dominance and ambition, lost its only soul. An oppressive atmosphere hung over the wreckage, heavier than the smoke of God Valley. No one spoke. Everyone was deep in thought. Gatz clutched a massive steel pipe he had found in the ruins, trying to turn it into a new weapon, but he was always distracted. Doram dove into the sea every day, salvaging pieces of the Qinglong, attempting to recover a glimmer of past glory from the cold steel fragments. The Flame Flower continued to sit proudly at the ship's edge, gazing into the distance, though there was a hint of confusion deep within her cold gaze. Silver was polishing his spear, which now bore a scratch left by Rayleigh. He wiped it repeatedly, as if trying to erase the shame of defeat. Newgate and Linlin, the two powerful figures second only to Rocks, occupied different corners of the wreckage, silently confronting each other, like two lurking beasts, examining one another and the precarious future of their pirate crew. Finally, on the 4th day at dusk, the oppressive silence was shattered by a sharp, piercing laugh. Ma 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 ma. Charlotte Linlin stood up, her massive form casting a huge shadow over everyone. That fool Rocks is dead. This pirate crew cannot go on without a captain. Her gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Newgate, her eyes revealing unmasked ambition and greed. From today on, I am a new captain of this ship. You all must listen to me. Lean's declaration was like a spark thrown into a pot of oil, instantly igniting the tense atmosphere. What a joke. Gatz was the first to jump up. Though he feared Linlin, his admiration for Rocks made it impossible for him to accept this fact. There is only one position for captain, and that is Lord Rocks. He is just missing. He will come back. Missing? Wahaha. Linlin laughed loudly. Stop deceiving yourself. In that explosion, he was blown to pieces long ago. Now, I'm the strongest here, so the captain's position is naturally mine. You're the strongest? A deep voice rang out as Newgate slowly stood up, his mountain-like figure equally imposing. Gulalalala. Linlin, have you forgotten who took back your Prometheus and Zeus for me? Newgate's words carried a hint of dangerous warning. Lin's expression darkened instantly as she recalled that after the battle at God Valley, it was Newgate who returned the cores of her two homies to her when she was on the brink of death. So what? Linlin retorted angrily. That's what you all owe me. If it weren't for you useless men, how could we have lost so badly? A loss is a loss. Newgate's voice turned cold. Now is not the time to argue about who should be captain. We should be thinking about how to survive as this band of remnants. Survive? Emaha, 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 emaha. What a cowardly thought. A mad glint flickered in Lean Lean's eyes. Chapter 96. Parting ways. As long as I become a captain, we will raid and kill. We will trample the navy and the world government underfoot. I will establish a nation that belongs solely to me. A nation of all nations. What I want is not a nation. Newgate shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Gat's, Silver, Durham, and even the reclusive Flame Flower, his expression softening. What I want is family. Family? Ling Ling scoffed, as if she had heard the funniest joke. What use is such a weak thing? Can it be eaten? Different paths. No cooperation. Newgate said no more, driving the broken Naginata into the deck to indicate his stance. Two equally terrifying conquerors' haki clashed violently in the air above the wreckage. Dark red, lightning crackling, causing the already fragile ship to groan under the strain. An internal conflict that would determine the fate of this pirate crew was about to erupt. Enough! At that moment, a calm voice rang out, not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. It was Rain. He walked out of the kitchen, carrying a huge tray. The tray held no delicacies, only a few bowls of steaming, seemingly ordinary white porridge, and several plates of dried sea beast meat floss and pickles. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. They saw Rain walk to the middle of Newgate and Ling Ling, placing the tray on a relatively flat part of the deck. He ignored the two powerful conquerors' haki that would have made ordinary people tremble, as if he were simply passing through a gentle breeze. It's time to eat. Rain's voice was calm and steady. Before fighting, one must first fill their stomach. This oddly out-of-place statement caused the tense atmosphere to ease slightly. Ling Ling looked at the steaming bowl of white porridge and disdainfully said, "Is this stuff really worthy of being called food? You don't have to eat." Rain didn't look at her, simply handing a bowl of porridge to Gats beside him. Gats hesitated for a moment, but accepted it. He now had blind trust in Rain's cooking skills, believing that even a bowl of plain porridge must have some magical quality. He took a sip. In the next moment, Gats' eyes widened in shock. It was a taste that could not be described in words. The rice was cooked to perfection, melting in the mouth. The rich aroma of rice oil perfectly blending with the sweetness of the rice, transforming into the purest, warmest power that slid down his throat into his stomach. That warmth instantly dispelled the oppression, confusion, and anxiety of recent days, as if he had returned to the carefree days of his childhood, to the bowl of the simplest rice porridge his mother had cooked by the hearth. This taste was the taste of home. Gats, a burly man, actually had tears welling in his eyes. Ling Ling looked at Gats' exaggerated reaction, doubtfully picking up a bowl herself. The moment the porridge entered her mouth, her massive body trembled violently. She seemed to see herself as a child, living in Elbaf with the nuns and other children. Though she always caused trouble back then, it was the happiest, most joyful time of her life. This bowl of porridge awakened her deepest desires and fears. Her heart, hardened like iron by desire and ambition, showed a crack at that moment. Newgate also picked up a bowl. After taking a sip, he saw his tumultuous childhood and his infinite longing for family. Silver drank a sip and saw his past of abandonment. Flameflower drank a sip and saw the man she both loved and hated. This was no longer just a simple bowl of porridge. It was a bowl of memories and emotions, cooked by Rain, infused with everyone as past. For a moment, only the sound of suppressed, soft sobs remained above the wreckage. An impending internal conflict was diffused by a bowl of porridge. Past events like porridge, scalding as they slid down the throat, burned each person's soul. When the last bowl of porridge was finished, the atmosphere above the wreckage was no longer tense, but shrouded in a complex and heavy emotion. No one mentioned the position of captain anymore, nor did anyone shout about conquering the world. That bowl of porridge allowed them to temporarily detach from the shadow of Rock's death and the confusion about the future, forcing them to confront their deepest desires and pains. Ling Ling hugged her knees, sitting in a corner, her face, usually adorned with a greedy and willful smile, revealing a rare vulnerability. She thought of the nun, of Elbaf, of the warmth of family she thought she had forgotten long ago. But soon, that vulnerability was replaced by an even stronger ambition. She lifted her head, looking at Rain with a complex expression. "Kid, your cooking is really quite good." This was the first time she genuinely praised Rain. However, Ling Ling stood up. dusting herself off, that aura belonging to the future queen returning to her. What I want is not memories, but the future. A country where I can do as I please, where I can eat all the delicacies of the world, where all races can coexist peacefully beneath my feet. She no longer looked at Newgate, but turned her gaze to the vast ocean. There is nothing I want here anymore. Lingling turned to everyone and said, from today on, I, Charlotte Lingling, am leaving the Rocks Pirates. I will establish my own pirate crew, my own country. With that, she summoned Zeus, whose massive form soared into the sky, flying away without looking back. Mama, goodbye to all you pitiful worms who only know how to dwell in the past. The next time we meet, I will be queen. Her iconic laughter faded over the sea, taking away the last remnants of pride belonging to the past for this pirate crew. Lingling's departure was like the first domino falling. Flameflower also stood up, walking in front of Rain, looking deeply at him. Thank you for the porridge. It made me remember some things I should have forgotten, but can't. Her voice was still cold, but it lacked the icy distance it usually held. However, my journey should also come to an end. She glanced at Newgate, then at the others. You monsters are still not suitable for a woman like me, who just wants to find a quiet place to wait for death. She leaped onto a floating plank, using her superb martial arts to walk on the waves, drifting away in the opposite direction of Lingling. Her back remained solitary, but no longer felt so lonely. Hey, why are you all leaving? Gats panicked. Aren't we comrades? Gulalala. Newgate's deep laughter echoed as he walked to Gat's side, patting his shoulder. Gats, there are no feasts that don't end. Rocks is dead, and we, the monsters gathered because of him, must go find our own destinies. Chapter 97. The ship on the verge of breaking apart. Newgate's gaze swept over the remaining Silver and Dorum. What about you? What are your plans? Silver was silent for a moment, polishing his long gun until it gleamed, then stood behind Newgate. I owe the chef a meal, and until I repay that debt, I'm sticking with him. His reasoning was simple and direct. Dorum, holding a fragment of the sea dragon's keel, said with a mournful expression, Where else can I go? My greatest dream in life was to build the strongest ship in the world, and now that dream is gone, and I have no home. Brother Whitebeard, if you're still planning to set sail, please take in this useless shipwright. I could do anything. Gat scratched his head and also walked to Newgate's side. I'm following Brother Whitebeard too. As long as there's a fight and meat to eat, I'm in. In the end, aside from the departing Lingling and Fireflower, everyone chose to follow Newgate. Newgate looked at these family members who, though in disarray, still had flames in their eyes, and a sense of unprecedented responsibility surged within him. He was no longer the Edward Newgate who only knew how to drink and fight. He was now the backbone of a group, the head of a family. He walked up to Rain, the child who had remained calm throughout. Zen. Newgate's voice was incredibly serious. Thank you. I just did what I had to do, Rain replied calmly. Gulalala, you always say that. Newgate laughed heartily. So what about you? What are your plans? Are you thinking of opening a restaurant somewhere? Or... Rain looked up at the man before him, the strongest man in the world who would support countless people with his back, and a smile gradually formed on his lips. That smile was confident and profound. Me? Rain's gaze passed over Newgate, looking toward the rising sun filled with infinite possibilities. Of course, I'm following you guys, because the finest ingredients of this era are still hidden in the most dangerous places. He paused, his eyes flashing with the longing and ambition of a chef for the ultimate dream. And I promised the captain that I would prepare a feast that would make even the gods tremble. Although the captain is gone now, that promise is still valid. It's just that. Rain's voice became lighter, even carrying a hint of rare humor. The main character of the feast has changed from one to a group. I've already thought of the menu for the first family dinner of the Whitebeard Pirates. Let's start by hunting a legendary sea king that can fill all our bellies. An era has come to an end, but a new, grander era, forged by food and family, is slowly unfolding along with this dilapidated wreck and the lingering warmth of that pot of rice porridge. After drifting at sea for 7 or 8 days, a journey that would crush the will of ordinary people felt more like a brief and oppressive vacation for the monsters aboard this broken black giant ship. However, the departure of Lingling and Fireflower had pulled 2 pillars away, making this already shaky wreck seem even more desolate. What they took away was not only top-tier combat power, but also the last remnants of arrogance and obsession from the Rocks era. The remaining members, Newgate, Gats, Silver, Durham, and Rain, these 5 men of different styles formed a somewhat awkward new group. The atmosphere was no longer tense, but was shrouded in a heavier sense of confusion. The captain was gone, the ship was gone, and this group of monsters, gathered together because of Rock's ambition, now resembled fledglings kicked out of their nest, looking around in bewilderment, unsure of where to fly. Finally, on one particular evening, this oppressive silence was shattered by a heart-wrenching wail. "It's over. It's all over. This time we're really going to fall apart." The shipwright Durham, a man who usually wore a worried expression, was now holding a broken piece of the sea dragon's keel that he had fished out of the sea, crying like a 300-pound child. He pointed at the wreckage beneath his feet, which was groaning under the unbearable weight, and accused the others. Look at this. This ship, my lifelong work, is about to collapse." The alloy armor plate on the port side had over 300 fine cracks from the explosion in God's Valley. And now every wave was exacerbating its metal fatigue. The energy shield generator at the bottom of the ship had long since turned to scrap, and we now had no basic defense. Most importantly, the keel. The keel is broken. A ship without a keel is like a person without a spine. If another big wave hits, we'll all go down to feed the fish. Durham's lament was like a cold splash of water, waking everyone from their fantasies about the future, forcing them to confront the harshest reality. They didn't even have a ship that could sail steadily. "Shut up." Newgate frowned and snapped, although he was also annoyed. As the de facto new backbone of this group, he had to remain calm. He walked to the edge of the wreckage, stepped down, felt the fragile tremor beneath his feet, and his expression darkened. Durham was not exaggerating. This pile of scrap iron indeed wouldn't last long. "Then, what do we do?" Gats scratched his head, for the first time feeling the seriousness of the situation. He could disregard treasure, could disregard fame, but he couldn't disregard a ship that would allow him to eat and sleep soundly. "Why don't we find a deserted island, and I can build a new one?" Durham wiped his tears and tentatively suggested, but his tone was full of uncertainty. Building a ship required a lot of wood tools, time, and most importantly, a safe, undisturbed environment. And right now, they were the hottest targets in the eyes of the world's navies and bounty hunters. "We're out of time." Silver's voice came from the shadows, as calm as ever. "I just found something in the sea. They're naval tracking mines. Although they're an old model, it means our position has been exposed." This news was like a huge stone thrown into an already turbulent lake, stirring up waves upon waves. The Navy's encirclement had quietly begun to unfold. "Damn it, these naval dogs just won't give up." Gats angrily slammed his fist down on the deck, resulting in the already fragile deck cracking open with a loud snap, startling him into quickly withdrawing his hand. The atmosphere reached a peak of oppression at that moment. With pursuers in front and no way to retreat, even the ground beneath their feet was about to sink. This was truly a desperate situation. Gulalala. At that moment, Newgate's laughter broke the silence. His mountain-like body stood up, and instead of a hint of despair in his eyes, they burned with fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 98, Eye of the Storm. Now, this is interesting. If they let us escape so easily, they would be underestimating the Navy too much. He looked around at his new family, his voice booming like a bell. "If the ship is gone, then let's steal one. If there is no path, then we'll carve one out with our fists. What we lack right now." Newgate looked at Durham. A ship sturdy enough, fast enough, and with enough firepower to carry all of our dreams. Durham instinctively replied, his eyes rekindling the spirit of a shipwright. "Good." Newgate slapped his thigh. "Then let us go steal the best one." He walked among the crowd, his gaze scanning the mine that Silver had just fished out of the sea, clearly marked G1. G1 branch. Newgate grinned. "I remember that it's one of the Navy's largest logistical supply and ship research bases in the first half of the Grand Line, known as the Justice Military Factory. We'll go there and steal a ship?" Gat's eyes lit up instantly, fear and confusion replaced by combative excitement. "No." A calm voice interrupted their discussion. It was Rain. He walked out from the only relatively intact kitchen, holding a tray with several bowls of steaming, seemingly ordinary meat soup, and a few pieces of well-roasted hard bread. "It's time to eat." Rain distributed the food, to everyone, as if the incoming Navy fleet and the sinking ship beneath their feet had nothing to do with him. Before we rob, we must first fill our stomachs. Everyone took the food, and although they were anxious, the aroma that soothed their souls was irresistible, and they couldn't help but start eating. After a bowl of hot soup, a warm current spread throughout their bodies, dispelling much of the repression, fatigue, and unease from the past few days. Rain looked at everyone and calmly spoke. The G1 branch is too big of a target, too heavily defended, and too far from us. By the time we get there, the Navy's encirclement will have already closed in. He walked to a relatively intact nautical chart and drew a circle on it with his finger. This is an island located on the edge of the doldrums, marked only as dangerous on the chart, with no specific information. Here is an abandoned secret experimental base of the Navy, codenamed Eye of the Storm. Rain's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. According to the intelligence I obtained from CP0 prisoners, the Navy once conducted pressure resistance and extreme environment tests for new warships here. Due to frequent experimental accidents, the base was abandoned, but to cover up certain secrets, they didn't take everything away. There, we will find what we want. Rain's gaze swept across everyone, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable confidence. An experimental warship with self-repair capabilities that has been forgotten, and enough food supplies to last us until the next resupply point. His words left everyone stunned. A chef, not only capable of creating miracles with cuisine, but also possessing top-secret information that even the Navy might not know. Newgate looked at this unfathomable child before him, and, after a long while, erupted into thunderous laughter. Wahaha! Good, good, good! He repeated the word 3 times, his eyes filled with admiration and trust for Rain. You little ones, did you hear that? For the first time, Newgate's voice carried the authority and grandeur befitting a captain. Our head chef has pointed us in the right direction. Durham, reinforce the hull with the leftover planks. We must hold out until we get there. Gats, Silver, take charge of the lookout. Rain, the food supplies are up to you. Target, Eye of the Storm. Set sail. Oh. In the face of despair, new hope was ignited. This ship, composed of remnants of soldiers, under the leadership of a new captain and a mysterious head chef, began their first true adventure for home, heading into the unknown sea. The journey to the Eye of the Storm was a race against death. The wreck of the Qinglong was barely holding together under Durham and Gat's desperate repairs. But each wave crashing against it was accompanied by a painful metallic groan, as if a dying old man was letting out his final breath. Durham's dark circles were darker than the bottom of a pot. He and T slept for 2 days and nights, like a mad artist using every means possible to extend the ship's life. He even dismantled the door panel of his own room to fill the largest crack in the hull. Gats became the most hard-working laborer, wherever reinforcement was needed. He used his brute strength to force steel plates into the damaged areas, then let Durham weld them as quickly as possible. Silver stood at the highest mast, like a silent statue. His observation haki was pushed to the limit, serving as an invisible net that captured every slight movement within dozens of nautical miles, helping this dying giant ship avoid all potential deadly reefs and storms. And Rain became the only pillar of mental and physical support for everyone on this ship. He meticulously calculated with the last bit of food, preparing the most efficient energy supplies for everyone. For the sleepless Durham, he prepared a concentrated sea beast liver essence soup to invigorate and replenish energy. For the physically exhausted Gats, he prepared high-protein roasted fish jerky. For the mentally focused Silver, he prepared a clear stew of seaweed to nourish the nerves. Each dish precisely corresponded to everyone's needs, allowing them to maintain their best condition in this battle against time. Finally, at dawn on the 5th day, when the ship's mournful cries had reached their limits, and even Durham began to prepare to write a will, Silver's voice came from the mast, calm, yet with a hint of relief. We've arrived. Everyone perked up and looked ahead. They saw an island wrapped in a massive, ceaseless, circular storm at the horizon where the sea met the sky. The storm acted like a barrier set by a deity, completely isolating the island from the outside world. Any ships attempting to approach would be torn to pieces by the terrifying gravity and wind. This is the Eye of the Storm? Gats looked at the disastrous scene, swallowing hard. How? Do we get in? Leave it to me. Newgate stepped to the bow of the ship, took a deep breath, and his fists were covered with an unprecedented, almost tangible white halo. Waha! Give me a way in. He thrust both fists forward, striking fiercely at the impenetrable wall of the storm. Tremor King, open the sky. Two waves of condensed shock, not as a spreading impact, but like two invisible axes of creation, violently cleaved into the storm barrier. Boom! A sound that seemed to shatter the world. The terrifying storm that could even distort light was forcibly torn open by Newgate's world-destroying strike, creating a massive passageway thousands of meters long and about 100 meters wide. Chapter 99. The Phantom Moriarty inside the passage. The wind was calm, as if in another world. Now was the time. Durham. Newgate roared. Maintaining this passage was a tremendous drain on him as well. All right. Durham snapped back to reality, using all his strength to turn the ship's wheel, driving the nearly disintegrating wreckage into the miraculous channel carved by human hands. As they passed through the passage and reached the island's inner bay, the storm passage behind them thunderously closed. The wreck of the Qinglong finally completed its last mission, slowly disintegrating with a heartbreaking wail and sinking into the tranquil harbor. The group stood on the island's beach, watching the remnants that once held their ambitions and glory, feeling a mix of emotions. All right, no more sadness. Newgate patted Durham on the shoulder. Out with the old, in with the new. Our new home is waiting for us on this island. Everyone lifted their heads and surveyed the forgotten island. In the center of the island, a massive base made of steel and concrete stood quietly, like a sprawling steel beast. The base was corroded by time, covered in rust, exuding an aura of desolation and death, but its main structure remained intact, showcasing the Navy's former glory. Let's go treasure hunting. Gats was the first to excitedly rush out. However, as soon as they stepped through the base's entrance, a cold, hellish chill enveloped everyone. In the square of the base, dozens of corpses of Navy soldiers, long turned into mummies, lay sprawled in disarray, their faces frozen in extreme terror, as if they had seen something incomprehensibly horrifying before dying. In the center of the square, a completely black, Gothic-style, three-masted ship, seemingly constructed from the bones of countless vengeful souls, floated quietly in midair. The sails of the ship were tattered, but its hull radiated an ominous, heart-stopping black aura, like a ghost from the abyss. What kind of ship is this? Durham stared at the ghost ship that completely defied the laws of physics, his face filled with shock and confusion. Be careful, something strange. Silver tightened his grip on his spear, sensing a rich, cold death aura emanating from the ship. Just then a hoarse voice, as if it hadn't spoken in hundreds of years, came from the ghost ship's deck. How many years has it been? Finally. Are there new living souls here? A figure dressed in tattered Navy officer attire, half transparent like a ghost, slowly floated out from the cabin. Welcome aboard my ship, the Moriarty. I am its captain, and the only resident of this island, former Vice Admiral of the Navy, the Phantom Moriarty. The ghost revealed a strange smile. As a price for disturbing my long slumber, leave your shadows behind to be my new crew. As soon as the words left his mouth, he opened his mouth wide, and countless black, bat-like shadows flew out from his mouth, sweeping towards everyone. Shadows? Newgate looked at the overwhelming black bats, a curious smile appearing on his face. Gulalala. Interesting ability, but playing with these ethereal things in front of me. Have you got the wrong person? He stepped forward, not even using the tremor fruit, merely unleashing that inherent, kingly conqueror's haki. Buzz. An invisible will surge forth like a tsunami. The bat-like shadows disintegrated the moment they came into contact with the conqueror's haki, letting out a shrill wail and collapsing, unable to withstand even a second. What? Conqueror's haki? The half-transparent face of the Phantom Moriarty showed a look of horror. His proud shadow fruit ability was crushed by the opponent in the most unreasonable way. No, impossible. My shadows are invincible. He howled, waving his hands, and the shadows of the Navy corpses in the square were completely stripped away, gathering into a massive, twisted shadow conglomerate, like a demonic creature from hell, clawing and pouncing towards Newgate. Shadow revolution. So noisy. Newgate frowned, seemingly annoyed by this noisy attack method. He raised his fist, a pure white halo gathering at the tip. Airquake. A simple punch swung through the air. Crack. The space ahead instantly filled with spiderweb-like cracks. The massive shadow conglomerate, upon contact with this power, was instantly shattered like paper thrown into a shredder, dissolving into countless black specks of light. The Phantom Moriarty was further struck, letting out a scream, his half-transparent body becoming even more ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Damn it, who are you people? He looked at this group of monsters in fear. Us? A lazy voice rang out as Gats emerged, carrying an anchor. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, mimicking Rock's tone, and said, just a group of passing foodies. Foodies? Moriarty was taken aback. That's right. Gats pointed to his belly. Our captain said he wants to make your shadow into a cold dish, so surrender obediently. Before he finished speaking, his massive frame shot out like a cannonball. The giant anchor in his hand shrieking as it tore through the air, smashing down towards the ghost ship floating in mid-air. Don't touch my ship, Moriarty screamed. Try to use shadows to block it. However, Silver's figure appeared behind him like a ghost, his spear covered in a layer of dark haki, pointing directly at Moriarty's body. Your opponent is me. An utterly unequal brawl broke out. The outcome of the battle was inevitable. Although the Phantom Moriarty was a former vice admiral of the Navy with considerable strength, facing a monster like Newgate, along with Gats and Silver as his limitless potential helpers, he had no chance to fight back. In the end, he was knocked off the ghost ship by Newgate's punch, crashing to the ground, his half-transparent body nearly dissipating. The ghost ship, losing its master-esque control, slowly descended from the air, landing with a dull thud in the center of the square. Spare my life. Moriarty lay on the ground, weakly begging for mercy. Tell us, what exactly happened here? Newgate asked from above. Under the threat of death, Moriarty revealed everything. Chapter 103 years later, it turns out that Moriarty was one of the heads of the Eye of the Storm base back in the day, responsible for testing a new warship with self-repairing capabilities. However, during an extreme test, the ship's power core underwent an unknown mutation, producing a bizarre energy field that could drain the life force from living beings. The entire naval contingent at the base was instantly drained of life, turning into mummies. As a user of the Shadow fruit, Moriarty was able to hide in the shadows and narrowly escaped, but he was also trapped on this island, cut off from the world until today. That experimental warship was deemed a failure after the incident and was abandoned in the deepest part of the base's dry dock. So that ship is still there? Durham's eyes lit up instantly as he grabbed Moriarty by the collar and excitedly asked, It's in the innermost S-class dry dock. Great. Durham danced with excitement and turned to run towards the dry dock. Wait. Rain's voice rang out as he walked in front of the pitch-black ghost ship, gently touching the hull with his hand, closing his eyes. This ship is made of a very special wood. It seems to absorb the negative emotions around it and convert them into its own energy. That's right, Moriarty quickly explained. I found this soul wood in a forbidden area of the New World. It resonates with my fruit ability, and this ship is alive. Rain opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding in them. He turned to Newgate and Durham, calmly saying, The power core of that experimental warship is unstable and too dangerous. We can't take it. What? Durham looked as if he had been struck by lightning. But that ship, Rain patted the ghost ship beside him. After modification, it can become our new vessel. Its materials and characteristics are far more suitable for us than those mass-produced Navy products. And Rain's gaze swept over the corpses of the Navy on the ground, finally landing on Moriarty. Its kitchen seems to still store quite a few of the leftover, top-grade ingredients from back then. Half an hour later, smoke rose in the square of the base, a long-lost cooking fire. Rain found a large amount of rare ingredients, preserved by time, in the well-kept kitchen of the ghost ship. He prepared a grand feast for everyone to celebrate their new home. Roast lamb, seafood chowder, fruit salad. The sumptuous dishes filled the square. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, eating meat and drinking heartily. Newgate looked at the scene before him, watching Gats and Durham bicker over the last piece of roast meat, and seeing Silver silently hand Rain a towel to wipe his hands. A warm smile emerged from his face, which often bore a hint of authority. This is the home he wanted. As for the ghost Moriarty, he was knocked unconscious by Newgate's Conqueror's Haki, stripped of all his shadows, and turned into a weak, ordinary ghost. He was placed in a glass jar found in the kitchen, whimsically named Spare Seasoning. Who knows, maybe one day they could develop a ghost-flavored jam. A new era belonging to the Whitebeard pirates officially began on this forgotten island, accompanied by a feast filled with laughter and joy. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. New world, an unnamed spring island. Cherry blossoms fell like rain, scattering in the warm air, dyeing the entire island a vibrant pink. However, the atmosphere in the largest tavern at the center of the island was at odds with this gentle scenery, filled with the smell of gunpowder. Bastards, do you know who we are? We are the Blood Axe Barrow's pirate crew. The captain has a bounty of 80 million berries. Hand over all the alcohol on this island if you know what's good for you. A pirate with a face full of muscle, wielding a giant axe, stomped on a table and roared at the tavern owner. The other patrons in the tavern were already trembling in fear, hiding in corners and not daring to make sound. Just then, a lazy voice came from the second floor of the tavern. "Shut up, you're disturbing my sleep." Everyone looked up to see a man as tall as a tower, leaning against the railing of the second floor, yawning. His bronze skin was covered with a mix of old and new scars, exuding a wild, oppressive aura. It was Gats. "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in Lord Barrow's affairs?" Blood Axe Barrow glared at Gats. Gats ignored him and simply shouted downstairs, "Hey, Durum, is the sail the captain asked you to fix ready? If you don't hurry, the Sakura cake the chef made will cool down." Behind the bar, a short man with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes suddenly looked up, carefully sewing a large sail with a needle and thread. Almost done, almost done. Don't rush me." The shipwright, Ironwall Durham, shouted impatiently. "Do you think it's easy to repair a mass cracked by the shockwave from your fistfight with Whitebeard? This is soul wood. If it weren't for Chef Rain's special glue, it would have fallen apart long ago." Whitebeard, Blood Axe Barrow's expression changed slightly upon hearing the name. That title is now well known in the New World. "That's right, it's Whitebeard." Gats grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. He leaped off the railing with a crash that shook the entire tavern. "Today I'm in a good mood, if you know what's good for you. Take your people and roll out, or I'll shove your axe up your ass." "You're asking for death." Blood Axe Barrow exploded in rage. He considered himself a top figure in the New World and could not tolerate such humiliation. With a roar, he swung his giant axe down at Gats. However, Gats didn't even use his signature giant anchor. He simply raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and accurately caught the descending axe blade. Clang! With a crisp sound, Blood Axe Barrow's full force strike, capable of splitting stones, was caught by Gats with his bare hand, the blade less than an inch from his forehead. He could advance no further. "What?" Blood Axe Barrow's eyes nearly popped out. "Not bad strength," Gats commented, and then squeezed hard with his fingers. Crack! The giant axe, forged from tempered steel, was crushed by his hand, leaving 5 clear finger marks. The axe body emitted a mournful cry under the strain. Unfortunately, it felt like a tickle. Gats kicked out, and Blood Axe Barrow's massive body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through the tavern wall and disappearing from sight. His crew looked on in shock, their weapons falling to the ground. "Get lost." A cold voice came from the shadows of the tavern. The ghost Silver had somehow appeared there, his spear exuding a chilling aura. The pirates fled the tavern in a panic, scrambling for their lives. After the battle at God Valley, the name Rocks became the greatest taboo for the world government. To avoid unnecessary trouble and to honor Newgate's dream, they hand-drew the flag of the Whitebeard pirate crew, which would intimidate future generations, on a night filled with blooming cherry blossoms. Edward Newgate officially became the captain of this monstrous ship. Their vessel was the ghost ship made of soul wood, obtained from the eye of the storm base. After 3 years of painstaking modifications by Durham, combined with the application of the shadow fruit abilities extracted from Moriarty, this ship had become a true maritime fortress. It can blend into shadows, self-repair, and even recharge itself by absorbing the negative emotions around it. Durham named it Moby Dick. Chapter 101, An Era of Rising Heroes. Gulalala. "Gats, you've sent someone flying again." Whitebeard's booming voice came from outside the tavern as he walked in with steady steps. His iconic white mustache looked even more imposing, and the aura of a ruler was more restrained and profound. Behind him followed a 14-year-old boy, Rain. Over the past 3 years, Rain had grown quite a bit taller, but his handsome face still bore an expression of calmness. In these 3 years, the name of the Whitebeard pirates had rapidly risen in the New World. They targeted the most vicious pirates who oppressed civilians, stealing their treasures, burning their ships, and then throwing a grand feast to celebrate. Their ambiguous style of operation drew countless eyes and gave the Navy a headache. Meanwhile, the tides of the New World were becoming increasingly turbulent. Goldie, Roger and his elite pirate crew had become widely known, eager for adventure and challenges, even more famous than the Whitebeard pirates. Additionally, a creature named Kaido, seemingly immortal, had emerged, stirring up bloodshed and chaos as he formed the Beast Pirates. Charlotte Linlin, on the other hand, was wildly expanding her territory, dreaming of establishing a food kingdom composed of all races. Her Big Mom pirates were equally formidable. There was also a man named Shiki, whose terrifying ability allowed him to make islands float, forming the Flying Pirate Crew, with an ever-growing fleet and ambitious goals. In the New World, heroes were rising, and a grand pirate era had already begun. Among them, the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates were the strongest, but several future sea emperors had also revealed their vicious fangs. "Captain, the ship is repaired." Dorium proudly presented the patched sail to Whitebeard. "Gulalala, well done, Dorium." Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction, glancing out at the cherry blossoms dancing in the sky, then looking at his reliable family beside him, a warm smile spreading across his face. "All right, everyone, supplies are finished. Let us have a feast to celebrate then. Set sail again." "Oh!" The tavern erupted with thunderous cheers once more. The Moby Dick set sail again, like a giant white whale, silently gliding into the unpredictable blue of the New World. Life aboard the ship was as lively and vibrant as ever. On the deck, Getz was engaged in daily training with Whitebeard. "Oh, watch this. Giant anchor, whirlwind slash." Getz roared as he swung the massive anchor, creating a black tornado aimed directly at Whitebeard. In 3 years, under Rain's miraculous cooking and countless battles, Getz's strength had improved tremendously. This strike could crush a small mountain. However, Whitebeard lazily extended a finger. Too slow. Ding! A seemingly ordinary finger precisely struck the anchor's core pressure point. An invisible shockwave quietly transmitted through. Getz felt an irresistible force coming from the anchor, and his formidable attack instantly crumbled, sending him and the anchor flying. He crashed thunderously against the recently reinforced side of the ship, leaving a clear human-shaped dent. "Gulalala, Getz, your strength is sufficient, but your control over it still needs work." Whitebeard retracted his finger, took a large swig of alcohol, and leisurely commented, "Damn it, again." Getz crawled out of the dent, not discouraged, but rather filled with fighting spirit. In the corner, Dorium hugged his toolbox, looking at the new dent with tears streaming down his cheeks. "My ship, my memory alloy armor. It says it feels very painful." He took out a small notebook and added a heavy note to the daily ship damage report. "Left side number 3 memory alloy armor has serious dents. Cause, daily training. Estimated repair time, 3 days, materials needed, 5 high-strength alloy plates, several shock-absorbing materials, and a heart big enough to withstand a monster's impact." Silver stood quietly at the stern, not participating in a violent training, but instead closing his eyes, slowly thrusting his spear. His movements were slow enough to see every trace the spear tip cut through the air. However, with each thrust, a small black void appeared in front of the spear tip, slowly healing. This was his higher-level application of Armament Haki for internal destruction. Over the past 3 years, he had long ceased to be the ghost who could only sneak and assassinate. He had become a true master of spear techniques capable of confronting top-tier powerhouses head-on. Rain was busy in the kitchen. In the spacious and tidy kitchen, various rare ingredients were organized neatly. He was preparing today's lunch. The main dish was the tenderloin from a giant mammoth, hunted yesterday on a winter island. The meat of this mammoth was exceptionally tender, with fat evenly distributed like snowflakes, making it perfect for top-tier barbecue. Rain marinated it overnight with dozens of spices collected from different islands, then slow-cooked it on a special stone slab called volcanic rock. The stone could evenly transfer heat, maximizing the retention of the meat's juices while infusing it with a mineral aroma from the rock. Sizzle. Fat dripped onto the scorching stone slab, producing a pleasant sound and an overwhelming aroma. A mix of meat, spices, and mineral essence instantly filled the entire kitchen. "Chef, I smell it. It's the smell of barbecue." Gat's nose was sharper than anything. He instantly stopped training with Whitebeard, charging towards the kitchen door like a big dog, saliva dripping everywhere. "Not ready yet," Rain replied without looking back. "Don't rush, Gats." Whitebeard also approached, watching Rain's focused and skilled movements with a smile in his eyes. Over these 3 years, he had grown accustomed to this life. With reliable family, endless alcohol, and the world's finest cuisine. This was the home he wanted. "It's time to eat." Finally, Rain cut the roasted mammoth meat into thick slices and served it on the enormous dining table in the center of the deck. The table also held a creamy soup made from deep-sea fish bones and soft bread made from Sky Island specialty cloud wheat. "I'm starting." Gats was the first to grab a piece of meat larger than his face, taking a huge bite. The next second, his eyes widened as if struck by a bolt of happiness. The meat was shockingly tender. Just a light touch of his teeth caused the rich juices to burst in his mouth. The unique char from the volcanic rock blended perfectly with the spices, creating an unprecedented flavor filled with primal wildness. "Wow, so delicious. I feel like my muscles are singing," Gats exclaimed while devouring, his words barely coherent. Everyone else also started eating, leaving only the sounds of satisfied chewing and happy sighs on the deck. At that moment, Silver suddenly spoke from the lookout, his voice as calm as ever. "Captain, there is something on the course." Chapter 102. Marco. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up. In the distance on the sea, a vague black spot was slowly drifting closer. As the ship approached, they could see that it was neither a boat nor an island, but a huge wooden barrel floating on the surface of the water. "Is it a drifting barrel? What could be inside? Treasure or fine wine?" Gats curiously asked. "I'll go take a look." Silver's figure flickered, and he leaped directly from the mast, which was dozens of meters high. He lightly tapped the surface of the water with his toes a few times and effortlessly arrived in front of the giant barrel. He gently knocked on the barrel with his gun sheath. Dong dong, a reverberation came from inside, suggesting it was empty. But then a faint, dreamy moan emerged from the barrel. "Hungry, so hungry. Pineapple." Silver frowned slightly and pried opened the barrel lid with his gun. Inside, a boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old was curled up. He had a head of messy golden hair, and his face was covered in a bit of dust. He seemed to have been hungry for a long time, hugging his knees, still half asleep and mumbling something. "Pineapple. Give me a pineapple. Yua." The boy's unique speech pattern and obsession with pineapples plunged the deck of the Moby Dick into an eerie silence. Gats scratched his large head, puzzled, and asked Dorium, "What does Yuan mean? Is it some kind of new pineapple variety?" Dorium held his forehead, feeling that his common sense was being repeatedly refreshed by this bizarre sea. Silver, like picking up a chick, lifted the still sleeping boy out of the barrel and returned to the ship in a few hops. He casually tossed the boy onto the deck, who let out a muffled grunt, turned over, and continued to mumble in his sleep. "Pineapple. Such a big pineapple. Yua. Gulalala. This little brat is quite interesting." Newgate looked at the suddenly appeared boy with a hint of curiosity. Being able to drift alone in a barrel across this perilous sea and still survive was a testament to the boy's extraordinary nature. "Captain, he seems to be starving," Silver said calmly, sensing the boy's faint life force. "Rain." Newgate looked towards the kitchen. Rain had already come out, crouching down to examine the peculiar boy closely. The boy's eyes were sunken, his lips cracked, but his breathing was relatively steady, and there were no obvious external injuries, just pure hunger and dehydration. However, seeing this familiar hairstyle, Rain couldn't help but smile inwardly. Has fate arranged this? To run into him here, putting aside his thoughts, Rain reached out and gently touched the boy's wrist, feeling his unique life pulse. His constitution is quite special, and the activity of his cells far exceeds that of ordinary people. His recovery ability should be strong. Rain made a professional judgment and then walked back to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a bowl of warm white porridge, emitting a faint rice fragrance. It was made with the best spring water and the plumpest rice grains, perfect for awakening a weak stomach. Rain gently fed a spoonful of porridge to the boy's mouth. The warm and pure aroma seemed to have magic. The still sleeping boy's nose twitched, and he instinctively opened his mouth. After swallowing a spoonful of porridge, the boy's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. So delicious. Wah. The bowl of porridge quickly emptied, and the boy's complexion visibly became healthier. His long eyelashes fluttered a few times before slowly opening his eyes. They were somewhat drowsy, yet exceptionally clear blue eyes, like the sky after rain. The boy, Marco, woke up. He looked around in confusion, and when his gaze swept over Newgate's mountain-like physique, Gatz's oppressive muscles, and Silver's cold and sharp demeanor, the confusion on his face was instantly replaced by vigilance. Why you? Who are you? Marco sat up with a start, instinctively crossing his hands over his chest, adopting a defensive posture. Us. Gatz grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, finding it amusing to tease this seemingly silly boy. We are a group of passing food enthusiasts. Seeing you were about to starve, we just lent you a hand. Food enthusiasts? Marco was taken aback by this response. And just then, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, reminding him of the delicious porridge he had just eaten. Gulalala, kid, no need to be nervous. Newgate's booming voice rang out, carrying a reassuring strength. We are the Whitebeard Pirates, and we saved you because we felt a connection, no ill intentions. The Whitebeard Pirates. Marco's pupils constricted sharply. He had certainly heard of this name, a powerful pirate crew that had recently risen to fame in the New World, even giving the Navy headaches. It was said that their captain, Whitebeard, possessed the power to destroy the world, and every crew member was a monster. He had actually been saved by these legendary pirates? Marco's feelings were complex. He was grateful for their rescue, but also wary of their identities. Thank you for saving me. Marco stood up, bowed sincerely to everyone. My name is Marco, and I am a Doctor's apprentice from a small island. Doctor's apprentice? Newgate raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by this identity. Just then, Rain approached with a plate of cut pineapple and placed it in front of Marco. The golden flesh emitted an enticing sweetness. Marco's eyes instantly widened, staring at the plate of pineapple, nearly drooling. Eat up, replenish some vitamins. Rain said calmly. Marco, forgetting all about his defenses, grabbed a piece of pineapple and stuffed it into his mouth, juice spilling everywhere, revealing a blissful expression on his face. Delicious. You are. Seeing him so unguarded, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This pineapple-headed brat seems to have no bad intentions. All right, kid. Newgate looked at him after he finished eating and asked, Where is your home? We could take you back when we pass by. Marco's movements halted. He put down the pineapple in his hand, his smile fading, replaced by a hint of gloom. My home is gone. Marco's voice grew somber. Our small island was attacked by a group of pirates. They burned our village, stole everything, and killed my teacher. I barely escaped. As he spoke, his fists unconsciously clenched, anger and unwillingness igniting in his eyes. I was too weak. If I could be stronger, I could have protected them. The atmosphere on the deck instantly became heavy. Newgate looked at the boy before him, as if seeing his past self, the one who longed for power and wanted to protect his family. After a moment of silence, he spoke to Marco with an unprecedented seriousness. Kid. Newgate's voice was not loud, but it was filled with undeniable strength. Since you're already homeless, why not? Become my son. Chapter 103, Phoenix Be your son? Marco was completely stunned by Newgate's shocking words. His mouth dropped open, and the pineapple in his hand fell to the ground. His blue eyes filled with disbelief. What is this? A slap followed by a sweet date? No. You just pulled me out of the sea, and now you want to recognize me as your son? The shift in tone was too abrupt. He felt like his mind couldn't keep up with the pace of this group of pirates. The atmosphere on the deck became somewhat delicate. Joza looked at Marco with envy, believing that being recognized as Whitebeard's son was a tremendous honor. This kid was incredibly lucky. Meanwhile, Dolorim silently calculated how much food and fresh water consumption would increase with one more person on board, whether the ship's load would exceed the limit. and if they needed to readjust the weight distribution. Silver remained expressionless, but his gaze flicked between Newgate and Marco, seemingly evaluating the impact of this decision on the team's future. Gulalalala, what's wrong? Not willing? Newgate laughed heartily at Marco's dumbfounded expression. I didn't mean that. Marco snapped back to reality and waved his hands, feeling his face flush. It's just too sudden, and we just met. The length of our acquaintance doesn't matter. Newgate interrupted him, his eagle-like eyes revealing a rare gentleness. I see in your eyes the same things I have, a longing for family, a pursuit of strength, and a heart that refuses to yield. Everyone on this ship is my family. Newgate's gaze swept over every crew member present, his voice deepening and becoming powerful. We drink together, eat meat together, fight together, and pursue our dreams across this vast ocean. We may not be blood relatives, but we are closer than family. I can tell that you are a good kid, Marco. Rather than letting you drift alone in this cruel sea, it's better for you to stay and become one of us. Newgate's words hit Marco's lonely and confused heart like a warm tide. Family. That word was both familiar and strange to him. Ever since his hometown was destroyed and his teacher was killed, he had become a wandering soul, with the only belief sustaining him being to grow stronger and take revenge for his teacher and the villagers. He had never imagined that he could have a place he could call home again. Marco looked at the man known as Whitebeard before him. His mountain-like physique exuded a reassuring pressure, and his deep-set eyes held no hypocrisy or scheming, only sincerity and appreciation. He glanced around at the others, the seemingly simple giant, the silent yet sharp-eyed gunman, the carpenter with a troubled expression but focused gaze, and the calm-looking young chef who had given him a bowl of porridge and a plate of pineapple. Though these individuals appeared diverse and formidable, there seemed to be a unique bond among them, one that could be called family. Marco's heart wavered. Just then, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly rang out from the lookout tower. Captain, a ship spotted at 3 o'clock. It's a pirate ship. The flag is Blood Axe Barrow. Silver's voice shattered the warm atmosphere on the deck. Blood Axe Barrow? Jozu raised an eyebrow, his face showing disgust. Those scum again. They ran away from me last time on Spring Island, and now they dare to show their faces? Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Newgate's eyes. How many of them are there? 3 ships. It looks like they want to surround us. Silver answered calmly. Gula-la-la-la. It seems the lesson from last time wasn't deep enough. Newgate stood up and stretched his muscles, his terrifying aura causing the entire Moby Dick to tremble. Boys, get ready to show these blind fools what happens when they interrupt our family gathering. However, before they could make a move, Marco suddenly stepped forward. He looked at the 3 approaching pirate ships, a fire of revenge igniting in his eyes. Wait, Marco's voice trembled slightly, but it was more filled with intense hatred. That flag, it's them. It's those bastards from Blood Axe Barrow. They destroyed my hometown. This unexpected coincidence left everyone stunned. What did you say? Jozu's eyes widened instantly. That's right. I won't mistake it. Marco fixed his gaze on the flag, depicting a crossed blood axe, his body trembling with anger. Let me go. Please let me go. Marco turned to Newgate, his eyes filled with pleading and determination. This is my revenge. Please let me settle it myself. Newgate looked at the boy before him. The fire of defiance burned in Marco's blue eyes, and the resolve and courage he displayed filled Newgate with immense admiration. All right. Newgate nodded without hesitation, a look of approval spreading across his face. Jozu, Silver, keep an eye on him and don't let him die. Yes, Captain. Thank you. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Marco's eyes as he turned to face the increasingly close enemy ships, taking a deep breath. A peculiar, burning energy surged from within him. In the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, a cluster of azure flames, seemingly alive, erupted from Marco's body. The flames were not scorching, but rather carried a warm. Irinyoha. The blue flames enveloped Marco completely, and his body began to change. His bones crackled as a pair of massive wings made of blue flames unfurled from his back. This is a devil fruit? Jozu's eyes showed a hint of shock. Rain's eyes sparkled as he sensed an incredibly pure life energy emanating from the blue flames. It's a mythical Zoan, the legendary phoenix. Accompanied by a clear and melodious cry, Marco's figure had completely vanished, replaced by a magnificent, giant bird ablaze with azure flames. In his phoenix form, Marco soared high, transforming into a streak of azure light, charging headlong toward his enemies. The phoenix cut through the sky, leaving a brilliant and resolute trail of blue flames beneath the azure sky. On the deck of the Moby Dick, everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Mythical Zoan, Phoenix, Dolorem murmured, his voice tinged with astonishment. My goodness, this kid turns out to be this powerful? Yuah. Josue's face flushed with excitement, instinctively mimicking Marco's catchphrase. Newgate looked at the azure figure, his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. He knew he had struck gold. This boy not only possessed a sincere heart, but also strength that matched that heart. Heulalala. This kid will definitely become an amazing man in the future. Newgate's laughter was filled with pride, as if Marco had already become his true son. Chapter 104. Marco boards the ship on the other side, aboard Blood Axe Barrow's 3 pirate ships. Boss, the ship ahead is Whitebeard's Moby Dick. A lookout shouted in panic. What? Whitebeard? Blood Axe Barrow's face instantly turned pale, the shadow of being kicked away by Gats still fresh in his mind. And now he was facing this group of devils again. Quick, turn the ship around. Retreat, Barrow decisively ordered. He didn't want to experience the fear of being dominated by a monster again. However, it was already too late. A clear, piercing cry descended from the sky, and a blue flame, like divine punishment, fell heavily onto the deck of his flagship. Boom! The deck was smashed open, splintering wood flying everywhere. The blue flames exploded, but instead of burning the ship, they transformed into a shockwave, throwing all the surrounding pirates into the air. As the flames dissipated, Marco's figure reappeared, crouched on the ground, his red eyes fixed on the culprit who had caused his family to be destroyed. Barrow. Marco's voice was hoarse with anger. What are you? Barrow stared at the boy engulfed in blue flames, retreating in fear. I'm here to take your life. Marco roared, his legs enveloped in blue flames. He kicked off with a powerful thrust, launching himself towards Barrow like an arrow. Phoenix kick. His legs were covered with a layer of solid armament haki, intertwined with the blue flames, turning into a lethal kick. Bastard, don't underestimate me. Barrow was also stirred into a ferocious spirit, swinging his giant axe down at Marco's kick. Clang! The axe and leg collided in midair with a thunderous sound. A tremendous force came from Marco's leg, leaving Barrow's arm numb, causing the giant axe to slip from his grasp. Immediately after, the foot engulfed in blue flames landed solidly on his chest. Barrow spat out a mouthful of blood, his massive body flying backwards and crashing into the main mast, breaking it in half. Boss! The surrounding pirates shouted angrily and charged at Marco. A cold glint flashed in Marco's eyes as he spread his arms. The blue flame wings extended once more. Flames of resurrection, flying feathers. Countless feathers made of blue flames shot out like blades, accurately striking every pirate that charged at him. The pirates hit by the feathers not only suffered no injuries but felt a warm power surge into their bodies, instantly losing all their strength and collapsing to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Clearly, Marco still couldn't perfectly control his abilities. He intended to severely injure his enemies, but accidentally unleashed the healing properties of the Phoenix Flames, disarming the enemy's fighting capabilities in a peculiar way. Ignoring the minions, he walked step by step towards the Barrow who lay beneath the mast. Barrow struggled to get up, but the intense pain in his chest rendered him immobile. He looked at the boy approaching him like a god, fear finally reflecting in his eyes. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all my treasures. Marco said nothing, just raised his fist engulfed in blue flames. Just as he was about to avenge his teacher and the villagers by ending this villain's life, a large hand gently pressed on his shoulder. It was Whitebeard. He had somehow arrived on this ship. That's enough, Marco. Whitebeard's voice was calm and gentle. Killing him won't bring your family back. It will only stain your hands with the same filth as his. But Marco's eyes were filled with reluctance. There are many ways to take revenge. Whitebeard looked at him, his gaze profound. Let him live. Let him always live in fear of you. Let him dream of today's blue flames every time he closes his eyes. That's a far crueler punishment than killing him directly. And Whitebeard grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. We haven't taken the treasures on this ship yet. Marco slowly relaxed his fist, the flames in his eyes gradually extinguishing. He looked at Whitebeard, then at the figures on the distant Moby Dick waving at him, and the deep hatred in his heart seemed to have truly lessened. He knew he was no longer alone. He had a new family. Half an hour later, Blood Akbar's pirate crew was completely looted. All the treasures, food, and alcohol from the 3 ships were transferred to Moby Dick. As for Barrow and his subordinates, they were stripped of their clothes, tied together with seaweed, and left on their ragged ship to fend for themselves. On the deck of Moby Dick, a grand welcome feast was being held. Rain used the freshly acquired ingredients to prepare a feast that would make even the gods drool. Marco sat beside Bitevere, somewhat shyly observing this group of uniquely styled family members. Gats was stuffing his mouth with enormous roasted meat while incoherently boasting about his achievements today, even though he hadn't lifted a finger. Doran was excitedly discussing with Silver about how to use the newly acquired treasures to add a pure gold pineapple figurehead to Moby Dick. Whitebeard handed a massive wine cup to Marco, his face bearing a warm smile. "Come, Marco, drink this cup. From today onwards, you are my son, and we are your family now." Marco looked at his reflection in the cup, his face still carrying some childishness, then glanced at the sincere and warm smiles around him. Feeling his eyes slightly warm, he raised the wine cup and drank it all in one go. The spicy liquid coursed down his throat, bringing an unprecedented warmth. "Yes, Dad." The shout of Dad made Whitebeard's laughter echo across the entire sea. The revelry of the feast continued late into the night, gradually calming down only when the rum ran out and Gats's snoring filled the air. The new member Marco, after being poured several large cups of wine by Whitebeard and Gats, leaned dizzily against the mast, a silly, blissful smile on his face, having integrated into his new family. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, showering the deck of Moby Dick with golden light, a new day began in a distinctly Whitebeard pirate's way. Oh, Dad, more." Gats's roar was like thunder, accompanied by the shrill sound of an anchor slicing through the air. His massive body leaped high, swinging the enormous anchor like a black tornado, aiming to smash down on the mountain-like figure in the center of the deck. Whitebeard didn't even stand up, still sitting cross-legged, lazily extending a finger. "Too slow, Gats." Ding. A crisp, disproportionate sound rang out. That full-force blow capable of shattering mountains crumbled instantly upon contact with Whitebeard's seemingly ordinary finger. Chapter 105. Marco's ability, an invisible shockwave, surged up the anchor, and Gats felt an irresistible force hit him, sending him and the anchor flying, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air.